One day, the gates suddenly burst open, and the entire world fell to chaos. Monsters wreaked havoc. Countless people were lost, and only a select few who used Tunhack awakened their supernatural abilities. People call them the saviors of humanity. Among them is our hero, Leek, known as the Iron King, the last savior of humanity. But just as he stands atop the VIP Proverkler, how in the world does Lee Hyun-uk end up getting knocked out and sent back to Earth? When he wakes up, he finds himself back in the past. But how on earth is it during the military training days? Right now, Lee Hyun-uk is stuck on a ridiculous training regimen that feels like hell. Gritting his teeth, Lee Hyun-uk plants his head into the ground, secretly moving a bullet from his pocket to chew on. The system displays a notification. The current weight of metal he can manipulate is 300 grams. In the near future, humanity is wiped out. Rivers run red with blood. And our hero has to face off against a gang of players from the Church of the Almighty. This gang is incredibly strong and skilled at ambushing. They knock his teeth out, leaving him to die, feeling utterly defeated in his final moments. Lee Hyun-uk gets smashed in the face by a massive rock thrown by a hulking brute, marking the end of his life. He never imagined he would be sent back to the past, like some kind of storybook character, still exhausted from chewing on bullets. The system congratulates him for discovering a powerful growth method. With just 10 minutes left to consume the metal, the commanding officer over there is barking orders at everyone. And our hero is fuming. How did he end up back in the past with his skills reset to square one? Well, that is one thing. But why the heck does he have to return to military training? He is treated like a dog, and the food smells so bad he can't even stand it. As Lee Hyun-uk stands in line for food, the chief officer calls him over, demanding he do something before he eats. He is feeling frustrated, exhausted like a dog, just back from training and now being told to do more. That officer mocks him, making it clear he thinks of our hero as just a useless piece of trash. Lee Hyun-uk suddenly remembers this guy, the scrawny officer from the military, now over in Australia. This guy, with a smug face, is trying to boss him around. But a lowly officer should at least know how to do some actual work. In his past life, Lee Hyun-uk thought he would never be able to surpass the lowly ranks. He felt bitter, as those pathetic guys laughed at him. But right now, he can't even fight back. Lee Hyun-uk silently glares at that officer. Who can stand his attitude? The officer chants a spell and conjures a ring to attack Lee Hyun-uk, but he easily dodges it, chuckling to himself that he will only work if there is food involved. The reason our hero feels so confident is that there are a lot of eyes on him, even in Australia. He can't afford to do anything too reckless. Sarcastically, he thinks, how can a guy with rumors of abusing power in the future ever hope to become a respectable figure in society? Even in Australia, he won't let himself get pushed around. The officer tells everyone else to hurry up and eat, while Lee Hyun-uk tells his friends to go ahead. He is not eating. He sneaks away to gather himself, reminding himself that he can handle this. It is nothing compared to what that jerk did to him before. Lee Hyun-uk was fuming, cursing that bastard gotten brassy. If he had to stick around any longer because of his troublemaking, he would not stand a chance against that jerk. His system announced that the metal absorption was complete, and now he could manipulate 1 more gram of metal. Lee Hyun-uk glanced at the notification, pulling out a bunch of spoons he had just dug up. He could not let the world know about his upgrade just yet, while others in the cafeteria were barely scraping by with spoons. The male lead was out here casually enjoying his spoon. The system began absorbing the metal, with only 13 seconds left for the absorption. It was expected that he would gain an additional 1.25 grams of metal manipulation after it finished. Lee Hyun-uk estimated with a knife, an M7 knife weighing 140 grams. If he wanted to increase its weight to create an impact, he could only control one for now. A bullet casing increased by 1 gram. The spoon added just 1.25 grams. At this rate, it would take forever for him to catch up to where he was before he died. Lee Hyun-uk looked up at the watchtower, feeling a slight headache coming on. He had just 3 days to prepare, and then he had to defeat the level 1 monster. He turned back to practice his metal manipulation again. 3 days later, a .5. Test Station 1. Fire Team 3. Lee Hyun-uk was on guard with another person. Uncle Junmo wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but the male lead seemed indifferent. Hyun-uk looked at the system notification and abruptly turned to ask Junmo if he had any news about him. Uncle Junmo did not understand what was happening but said he did, and the male lead confidently reached for his gun. At that moment, somewhere else, a portal opened up, and a horde of monsters tumbled out. Ready to wreak havoc on Earth, he thrust a knife straight into the face of a monster, having been here since this afternoon. And finally, these guys had shown up. The monster he had just stabbed got back up, glaring at Lee Hyun. He had never failed an ambush before. Maybe because he was at level 1. It was a bit tricky. This was his second chance, and he did not want to repeat the same mistakes. The monsters charged at him, attacking. Hyun-uk controlled the knife, slicing through one head after another. A red gem dropped, and the male lead stuffed it right into his mouth. Chewing away, it tasted horrible. Hunoke knew about the future, and he needed to eat metal to become stronger. His mana would also increase after absorbing the metal. This meant that if he consumed all the items he got from now on, this life would be way easier. After eating the gem, he directed the knife back, smashing through the monster horde. Hunoke threatened that he would not report the monster sighting to his superiors. If the army found out, all this weaponry would end up back in their hands. Hunoke used his skills to take down dozens of monsters. One monster tried to sneak up on him from behind, but Hunoke swung his weapon, decapitating it, and another red gem dropped. He turned to glare threateningly at the rest. If anyone dared to ambush him again, he would devour them alive. Hunoke took slow, deliberate steps, instilling fear in the monsters. They did not dare to act recklessly anymore. He fought while staying alert, searching for the boss among them, a cunning little devil, ready for a challenge. Hunoke bent down, pretending to collect some red gems. And with such a warm welcome, there was no way it would miss this chance. Just as expected, the mischievous creature hiding in the tree could not resist, and it whipped out a circle from around its neck, ready to cast a spell. Hunoke grinned slyly, waiting for it since this afternoon, picking up the stone and immediately getting into a battle stance. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the hill were totally clueless. After a whole afternoon of the creature's antics, a bunch of sharp spikes shot up under Hunoke's feet, and the creature thought it had him down for the count, laughing maniacally at the sky. But little did it know, Hunoke was completely unfazed. He would somehow appeared next to the monster, throwing a spear right at it. The creature managed to dodge, slicing through the spear that had been aimed at him. He pretended to panic, and the creature laughed mockingly at him. But while it was distracted, Hunoke redirected his spear back toward the monster. The spear was almost at its throat, and yet this beast still held its ground, gritting its teeth with a sinister chuckle. Hunoke could not believe this monster was able to withstand his massive sword. It seemed he really was a loser back in the day. Hunoke exploded with confidence, daring a whole gang of goblins to hunt him down. If they could not handle the heat, they would better not complain. He was ready to take them all down. After that explosive moment, Hunoke realized he might have gone a bit overboard. Now he had no idea what to do. The boss had come out to face him directly, and the little minions were getting desperate. His system flashed a warning, 40% mana left. With things reaching this point, Hunoke had no other option. It was all or nothing now. If he could not eat, he would have to take them down, even if it took time. He had to wipe these guys out before heading back to base. Just as both sides were gearing up for battle, Hunoke heard his buddy Junmo calling out. The monster sorcerer picked up on this too. It sneered and commanded the minions to attack Junmo. The poor guy had no idea what was going on, just shouting in panic. Hunoke told Junmo to duck down, taking aim and shooting down that creature, then systematically taking out the rest. When he turned back, the monster sorcerer and the rest had vanished into thin air. They had fled. At that moment, the radio on his shoulder crackled to life. The troops on the other side were starting to mobilize. They would heard the gunfire and were sending out alerts. Hunoke had no choice but to report the situation, confirming a barrier in the area with the monsters being goblins. After their first encounter, the goblins had left the current area, and base number 5 had no casualties. The other side issued a notice asking Hunoke's base 5 to take up defensive positions and wait for orders. Hunoke knew she would be here soon. She was the knight from the monster hunting anti-terror team, Siwa. If she showed up, just like before, she would seal the portal and confiscate all the weapons. Among them was the legendary Azamanthium gear, once hailed as the ultimate equipment that earned Hunoke the title of the Iron Emperor. If he missed this chance, the next opportunity would be 4 years away. If that happened, everything would revert back to how it was, and he would be done for again. So he needed to finish his business before the backup team arrived. The goblins needed living sacrifices, but they would not invade the city center at this time. Hunting monsters like goblins in packs meant the city was too densely populated. Suddenly, the radio buzzed. Base 6 had been attacked by goblins. Hunoke sensed it was time to act. He shouted into the radio that he was going to assist, and cut off the connection. Ignoring the chatter on the other end, Dinbo clung to Hein Fai's leg, begging him not to do anything reckless, defying the orders from above. If he got caught, it would not just be jail time but martial law too. But Huanarsi would not listen. Team 6 only had mages and archers, and they could not handle those goblins. Everyone would end up dead. Denmo was determined to hold on, insisting that Hono-si could not go alone. He was helpless without support. But Hoenarsi thought otherwise. He was not alone. He had Denmo with him. Dunmo was left speechless. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, chaos erupted at Station 6. Several people had already fallen, and the commander kept ordering them to hold their positions at all costs. The monsters had burrowed deep inside, fighting tooth and nail. Many were injured badly, just trying to hide and wait for the end. Suddenly, a shower of small rocks pelted against the glass, and 2 soldiers hiding inside nearly jumped out of their skins. The boss of these monsters was too smart. Once the crate was broken, they all gathered around, watching the carnage unfold. One private aimed his gun at his own face, thinking about ending it all right then to spare himself the pain, while the other could only sob helplessly. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio. Private Archer. After donging it, aim for the light and shoot. Then hold your position. The private did not fully understand but had no choice but to comply. He followed the instructions and aimed straight at the light. The voice on the other end was none other than Hoen Darius. He signaled with a flashlight on his shoulder, telling the archer to stay still and focus, while he would pull the trigger. Hoen Fi squeezed the trigger, and a rocket arrow shot through the air, striking the goblin he had locked onto. The goblin was incinerated, and the system notified him that he had just spent 1% of his mana. Hoen Darius had figured out how to conserve mana, and with the archer's powerful firepower, winning the game was a piece of cake. The earlier fire had drawn the attention of the monster summoner and the horde of creatures. The summoner began flinging rocks at Hoen Darius, who ducked into the bushes. Hoen Darius ordered the archer to repeat the earlier maneuver, and the archer hurriedly prepared his bow. Following orders, he aimed at the light once more, and Hoen Darius was the one to pull the trigger again. One by one, the goblins were set ablaze. The summoner ground his teeth in rage, while Hoen Darius Sally, Jun Mo, was still hiding. His only mission was to signal. Ahoni said he would distract them. But the way things were going, they were about to wipe them all out. Suddenly, a goblin spotted Jun Mo and lunged to strike. But Honofi rushed in just in time. He pulled the trigger, taking down the goblin. Jun Mo gasped in disbelief. Was Honosi really the same person he had known before? Everything Honelise had done up till now was to lure the summoner out, while he quietly assessed the situation, eyeing the boss goblin. His mana was dwindling down to just 12%, and the boss still had not shown itself. Was it really waiting for its minions to drop one by one? Suddenly, a cry for help crackled through the radio. Jun Mo was in trouble. Onhonojiv Rover. The summoner had captured Jun Mo and was using him as leverage against Hoen Lez. Honisi pretended to drop his weapon and surrender, smirking as he pulled the trigger. The summoner was hit and coughed up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Onisi charged forward, throwing a spear at the fleeing summoner. However, as the barrier made contact with the monster, it bounced back. This creature was wrapped in a cloak, making it tough to hit. The system continued to alert him. Mana down to 9%. And the beast was sprinting towards the gate. Just as the beast was about to step through the gate, Honochi suddenly noticed something metallic on its collar. Without a second thought, he activated his metal control skill and yanked the monster back. With his mana dwindling to just 2%, Honri launched his spear straight down at the beast. And just as his mana hit 0, the monster fell. A beam of golden light shot up, illuminating the entire sky. Honarsi could not help but swear Seo and Hao was right there. He hastily searched the beast for the stone, just managing to find it and stuff it into his pouch before the army closed in. They pointed their guns, demanding to know his name. Ahoni raised his hands in surrender, honestly stating his name. As Anha passed by the gate and saw the boss had been defeated, she was taken aback. How could these 4 ordinary soldiers bring down a boss? It was unbelievable. Moreover, all the monsters were injured in the exact same way. This had to be the work of a single person. Wonsi was placed on a stretcher, and the system announced he had successfully absorbed the legendary item Azamanthium, which would take 9 hours to completely absorb the metal. Drosy covered his face, grinning with delight. The system chimed in with more news. This metal he just absorbed was of the enhancement type, and once absorbed, it would grant him magic skills similar to enhancement. After absorption, the quantity of metal had increased, but the exact amount was still undetermined. Azinha was puzzled. How could Honisi still be smiling? Meanwhile, Ahonusi was over the moon, as the system displayed a notification. After absorbing the legendary item, a rare skill had emerged, allowing him to detect all metals within the range of his control skill. Finally, the day had come. Honarsi had reclaimed his power. He could feel the resonance of the metal around him. Today marked the official comeback of the Iron God. The next day, after the gate incident, rumors spread like wildfire about a warrior who had appeared with a massive sword, slaying beasts. However, many people did not buy the rumor, especially this guy, Surgeon Guis, head of the Special Magical Intelligence Division. Team 2. His subordinates tried to inform him, but he shot them down in anger. Usteingarusi turned to his hefty companion and asked if it was possible to smash a beast with bare hands and still bring 3 others to attack a gate. The hefty guy confidently replied no. He was a close aide du Scenaries, Private Liquan Sut, part of a high-level melee combat team known as D, considered a C-tier. None of them had witnessed the so-called warrior take down the monster, so they thought it was just a case of someone lagging behind the beast. But if a true warrior had gone insane, that would pose a grave threat to their military. The hefty guy caught on to what his superior was implying. In the commander's office, a Hunter C was being called in. He felt a cold sweat run down his back if everything had gone smoothly. They could easily ignore him. So why were they summoning him in the commander's office? Besides Anna, there was also Lieutenant Lee Min-hai, C-tier mate, and Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seo, a B-tier player. The lieutenant asked Han Ul-si if he had truly disobeyed orders and intentionally delayed the first round of the community. This guy is known as the Beast King Nam-san, ranked 166 in South Korea. If he slips up now, he will definitely get suspended. Han Ul-si takes a deep breath to calm himself. He needs to stay collected. Worst case, he will just get a warning. He boldly admits that he saw the explosion at the gate while on duty and reacted immediately. The commander fired back, saying he had read the report but still did not get it. Under normal circumstances, a soldier like Han Ul-si would have been ripped to shreds by now. Nam-san swallows hard, feeling the immense pressure. If he backs down now, his military career would be over. He bitterly laments feeling wronged, like he has been played. Lieutenant Lee Min-hai was about to warn him, but the commander stopped him. He wanted to hear more from Han Ul-si. Seizing the moment, Han Ul-si asked the commander why. During every training session, they always stressed that no matter how low the rank, if they applied their monster strategy, even a D rank or even an E rank could fight against the Chi. Han Ul-si continued passionately, following the commander's training, stating that while a guy like him might struggle against a Chu, taking on a goblin would not be impossible. Sure, he did go against the commander's orders, but if he had not gone to help out at station number 6, everyone there would have been dead. After saying this, Nam-si felt pleased with himself. Now that reason was out of the way, it was time to get emotional. Han Ul-si echoed the commander's earlier motivational words. That is why every soldier matters. Always fight with everything you have got as a true soldier. Han Ul-si recited his heartfelt speech without a hint of embarrassment. The commander was someone he deeply respected. He utilized everything he had learned during training and gave it his all to protect his comrades when their lives were at stake. The only reason he could confidently move forward despite being looked down on was that one phrase from the commander. Han Ul-si seized the moment to explain. So when he heard the commander deny it, he felt like his entire career was a lie, which is why he felt deceived. Han Ul-si knew very well that Commander Kim Kang-seo. As soon as he took office as deputy lieutenant, the gates began to open for him. He nearly lost his life in battle against the monstrous hordes, but did not hesitate to return to the army, and became a core member of the anti-monster terrorism team during its early days. In other words, he was a true soldier. Han Ul-si was filled with confidence. He had said he viewed the commander's words as a guiding principle, risking his life for his teammates. How could he dare to suspend him? Just as expected, the commander was in high spirits, patting Han Ul-si's side on the shoulder and officially promoting him to the rank of sergeant. Han Ul-si's system notification popped up, congratulating him for meeting special conditions and gaining a new skill, one named Iron Body, allowing him to temporarily enhance a part of his body using mana. Han Ul-si was left speechless, while Han Min-hai could only look on helplessly. Han Ul-si felt the sweat pouring down as the commander looked at him. He could not believe it had come to this. Did he hear that right? At the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion, in the gym, Han Ul-si was lifting weights and feeling frustrated. He angrily threw the weights down, feeling like he had just stepped on a rake. What a mess. At that moment, Lee Min-hai managed to convince the battalion commander to reverse a decision that would go down in history. Never before had a non-commissioned officer been so publicly humiliated. Many squad leaders were saying that Lee Min-hai would consider this, but he should lay low for a while to avoid drawing attention. Just when he was feeling frustrated, 2 reckless guys showed up to cause trouble. The friendly fat guy approached and asked if he was done with the weights yet. He replied that he had not finished. The fat guy stared at him intensely, his attitude shifting completely. He lifted the weights with one hand, strutting around and mocking Han Ul-si for being famous recently while only managing to lift this much. What a disgrace. Thanks to the fat guy's loud mouth, others in the gym started paying attention, all ears for the drama unfolding. Han Ul-si glanced over and recognized one of them as the jerk from Australia. Knowing he would bully him again, just like in his past life, what a nightmare. Trying to keep a low profile, he was about to back off when he suddenly turned and challenged the fat guy to a one-on-one. The entire brigade buzzed with rumors about the military discharge and the infamous Han Ul-si preparing for a showdown. A crowd gathered tightly around the sparring area, and the 2 main characters were already there. The fat guy seemed confident he had the upper hand, not holding back in humiliating Han Ul-si. As the starting bell rang, the fat guy charged in, throwing punches at Han Ul-si, who raised his hands to defend himself. He tried to dodge each blow from the fat guy, and once he took a punch to the face but managed to react just in time to save his handsome looks. Han Ul-si was teasing him with his movements, making the fat guy furious. Just then, Sergeant Chian Mangho, the tactical training officer from the Black Tiger unit, walked in. He was led in by a private who was eager to catch the fight between Han Ul-si and the fat guy. The officer beside him would not stop rambling, comparing their punches to divine retribution. Sergeant Chian did not pay much attention to the chatter and stood back, observing the situation. Some spectators could not wait any longer, shouting at the fat guy not to hold back anymore and to really throw down. Others chimed in, urging the fat guy to just fight already, or they would lose their bets. The fat guy was feeling the pressure too. He had not done anything impressive so far. He was struggling to move, let alone throw a punch. Meanwhile, Ahonosi was expertly manipulating the metal in the fat guy's shoes. He had made the metal in the fat guy's shoes weigh him down, so the fat guy could not land a hit at all. He was flailing his arms and legs, and it must have felt like fighting in quicksand. Homsei did not even need to do much. Just standing there and smiling was enough to frustrate the fat guy. Suddenly, he shouted for the fight to stop, claiming something was wrong with his foot. Honosi pretended not to know, asking if he was really that weak, adding more taunts. The fat guy was livid, flexing his abs and exploding with inner strength, tearing his shirt apart. The crowd below went wild. The fat guy activated his body enhancement skill, his power surging as he let out a roar. Hansi also got serious, while Lieutenant Tran below tried to intervene, realizing this body enhancement was no ordinary fight anymore. But looking at Ho Fi's expression, he decided to just watch for now, not stepping in. The chubby guy and Hainaisa are like a bull charging against a cunning leopard, hiding its fangs and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tranaho finds this match incredibly entertaining. The officer next to him is buzzing with excitement, singing praises for the chubby guy, saying he is no ordinary fighter, enhancing his body at such a low rank, something he is witnessing for the first time. The chubby guy wants to wrap this up quickly. After enhancing himself, he moves faster than ever, dashing in to punch Hainus, sending him crashing into the arena wall. The crowd below erupts in cheers for the chubby guy. But little do they know, after that punch, he feels like he has just hit a steel wall. Just earlier, Honusei had used his body enhancement skill to turn part of his arm into steel to absorb the blow. Now, it is his turn for a counterattack. The chubby guy, going wild, charges in again, but Honufli dodges effortlessly. It is a shame to waste such a tasty skill on a brute like him. Honodriti enhances part of his leg and kicks the chubby guy right in the calf, causing him to stumble and fall hard. Seizing the moment, Honodrifi throws a punch straight to the chubby guy's face. A guy who thinks he is all that just because he is strong is nothing more than an annoying little bug, planning to teach someone a lesson. They should really check who is learning what here. The audience below is in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Trano feels like he is witnessing the dawn of a new era. The blinding light of truth piercing through his heart. The leopard has finally revealed its fangs. It has bitten down on the bull's neck. Tranoho is still waiting, while Hindrasi continues to hammer away at the chubby guy's face. Tranoho is anticipating that decisive blow. However, the chubby guy grabs Hanosi by the collar, intending to hurl him down with all his might. The chubby guy plans to slam Hanosi into the ground, but Honifi locks him in a tight chokehold. The chubby guy can T-move. If he slams his opponent down, he risks destroying his own arm. Tranaho continues to watch silently, knowing that in a body-enhanced state, that chokehold usually would not work. On the other side, the battle rages on. The chubby guy struggles to break free from Hindrisi's chokehold, raising his other hand to punch him. But Hindrisi manages to slip free from the grip on his neck, spinning away to dodge the attack, and then grabbing the chubby guy's hair, chaining him from behind. Tranaho silently admires Hindrisi, a smooth transition into the chokehold, exactly how it is done. If you tighten the arteries in the neck, it could get dangerous since the opponent only focuses on muscle enhancement. The chubby guy, trapped in Hosi's grip, can't he escape? He tries desperately to pry Hos hands off, but it is no use. Efismer, he has enhanced his arms, and there is no way this chubby guy can get free. A warning flashes on the system. The range of body enhancement has exceeded current limits, but Honusi does not stop. He tightens his chokehold on the chubby guy, and the system warns him again. The crowd starts buzzing. One of his underlings turns to tell Sangdarisi that he should intervene, or else someone might get killed. With rage in his eyes, blood trickling from his nose, Hansu refuses to let go, staring directly at Sangosi behind it. This is your warning, you little punk. Sangosi is sweating bullets, while the chubby guy is growing increasingly dazed. Is he really about to lose to a nobody? The chubby guy gritted his teeth, trying to hold on one more time. After all, he was the ace of the next generation. He could not afford to lose this embarrassingly. Once again, the chubby guy enhanced his body, and Tran, watching from the sidelines, was pumped. This was unexpected. He powered up his body twice. But if he could not escape that chokehold, he would end up strangling himself. The fight was getting intense. Honuk was tightening his grip even more. The chubby guy was screaming to break free, but it was no use. He was too stubborn, and no matter how hard he tried, he was running out of steam, collapsing to the ground. Ranai was beyond excited. He had guessed right, Honuk was a real beast. Others rushed over to check on the chubby guy, relieved to see he was still breathing. just passed out. Junmo joyfully rushed over to congratulate Hainuk on his victory. But Hainuk ignored him, his gaze fixed on that jerk from Australia standing behind without saying a word. Tranai. Chien Myong, who approached and asked for his name. Hainuk struck a military posture and introduced himself, wondering why this guy was here. He had been watching Hainuk's fight and handed him a black card, inviting him to join a special operations unit. The others murmured in excitement. The Hakho unit was the strongest team in the anti-monster task force. Hainuk did not hesitate to refuse. He was just a low-level player and did not fit in here. Tranai disagreed, saying that rank was merely a standard set by regular folks. They needed a strong warrior like Hainuk. Hainuk was crying inside, feeling the pain as he staggered from one side to another, everyone insisting he stay. The military was a brutal environment. Tranai asked him again if he would join. Hainuk looked sadly at the black card, knowing that when facing the villainous army, he would likely be stuck with the special forces. He took the card, promising himself to think it over, but for now, he needed to keep his distance. Standing to the side, Sanguk was furious watching this whole charade, his veins bulging. In the captain's office, the captain and Tranai were chatting over tea. The captain asked Tranai if there had been any issues with the Hakho unit lately. Tranai sipped his tea and replied that they were always struggling due to a lack of manpower. Captain Kim Kang-seo understood. These days, just reaching level C meant they were recruiting, so there was no other choice. They poured their hearts into training talents, only to have them snatched away by outsiders. Both of them shared the same fate. They exchanged knowing looks, and the captain asked Tranai if he was here because of Sergeant Choi Yang Jun. Tranai cheerfully confirmed it, thinking that Jun was on leave. But that allowed him to find an interesting soldier. The captain was taken aback, pausing his tea drinking. Hainuk was being chased around the yard by Junmo, who was insisting on learning how to get stronger. Hainuk was exhausted, ready to drop. The ridiculous antics of the two had caught the captain's eye, and he pulled out his phone to contact someone, asking them to look into what Hainuk was up to before enlisting. He did not want to do this, but Tranai had ignited his greed. In the bustling city, people were everywhere, lively and crowded. A little boy, playing with his mother, chases after a monkey that darts into a narrow alley. But this is not just any monkey, it is a terrifying beast with claws and fangs. And it is not alone. Thousands of them pour out from the gate. At the armory of the battalion, Honorihi is being shown around by Ha. The battalion commander has acknowledged his contributions and awarded him a weapon, along with some leave. But the squad leader still doubts his abilities. Honorihi thinks to himself, that squad leader was tough in his past life too. And here we go again, grins wide, declaring that whether they believe him or not, he has done it. And Ha, used to his bravado, advises him not to be too cocky. The monsters at the gate were all taken down by a single sword strike, which means a guard must have bravely stopped the initial attack. Drum seems unfazed by Ha's words. He lifts a sword and insists on choosing this one. Zainha tells him to be careful and not to pick as if she is pushing him. Take a moment to really think about it. Honori swings the sword up and down, clearly pleased with his choice. This sword is a mist sword, capable of absorbing water and creating a fog that blinds opponents. Right now, it looks like an ugly trinket. But later, Sergeant Choi Jang-jun will elevate many of these swords to legendary status. The true name of this sword is the Shadow Mist Assassin, rooted in the mythology of Dangan, where three weather gods descended to the mortal realm, the Wind Lord, the Rain Master, and the Cloud God. With this sword, the Cloud God's assassin achieved great feats. The Cloud Assassin is understood as a blade hidden within the clouds. In other words, it is thunderous. If harnessed properly, it can wield the power of Set's lightning, strong enough to single-handedly storm a medium-sized monster lair. Honorihi is absolutely thrilled with this sword. The blend of steel and thunder is unmatched. This time, he is definitely taking this blade. And Hafanan, with such an impressive record, is he really only going for this flimsy sword? Yaosi stubbornly refuses to change his mind. Suddenly, alarms blare throughout the military district, signaling a warning at the Iduan gate. Anna looks at Hosis, puzzled by his calmness, as if he has already known this would happen. The army quickly assembles, and Captain Kim, clad in silver armor, arrives. This crew is equipped with top-notch gear. Just selling one of their jackets could buy a building in Gangnam. Izhe is also leading a small squad, reminding his subordinates to stay cautious. Even of the smaller monsters, those little ones can cause more trouble than you would think. They mainly attack with needles and toxic gas. And for the love of all that is good, keep those combat uniforms on in the battlefield. A soldier at the front hurriedly pulled down his sleeve, wondering if he really needed to be this cautious. Azunoifi snapped back, asking the soldier if he wanted to be blinded by a cobalt. The soldier fell silent, not daring to ask anything more. Hazunofi reminded everyone to prepare for toxic gas, stressing the importance of checking to ensure they could easily put on their gas masks in an emergency. Soldiers from other squads arrived, joking and slacking off, A bunch of misfits who still had to huddle together for a battle plan. Anyone looking on would think it was the support squad racing to join the fight. The soldiers under Hein OC kept their heads down, not daring to argue. Frustrated, Hon Udrusi turned and snapped at the two guys for not checking their gas masks, running around like it was a joke. Those Cobalts often left their territory during dungeon raids to attack. The two guys did not care. They were confident in their combat experience. Brushing it all off after the two had their fun and wandered off, Aofi looked back at his team. Seeing their spirits low, gritting his teeth, he rallied them all to stand tall. He gave another motivational speech. Even though they had heard those same words countless times before, right now, they were in a real situation where they could die at any moment. It was no time to lose focus. The soldiers in Hein Fai's unit straightened up, ready and waiting for orders. RC continued to instruct, saying that those Cobalt monsters were pretty small, so motion sensors needed to be set up at all drain exits and narrow paths. He ordered the soldiers to complete their tasks within 20 minutes. And they hurried off to get to work. Once the other soldiers left, only Honevik and Junmo were left moving some crates. Junmo noticed that Harsi seemed a bit more sensitive today. Drumsi stared intently at Junmo, recalling the past. Just as he was about to ask what Junmo had said when suddenly, an arrow struck straight into his neck. Hondroisi collapsed to the ground as Cobalts leaped out from nowhere, releasing a cloud of toxic gas. Many soldiers scrambled to pull on their gas mask, but those monsters were too fast and too dangerous, jumping into the toxic smoke and biting down on countless soldiers. Honafi lay on the ground, unable to pull the arrow from his neck. Suddenly, a creature from the Cobalts appeared behind him, holding a knife aimed right at his face. But luckily, the knife only grazed him as someone rushed in to save him. A long cut marked Haisai's face down to his jaw. It was Junmo, wanting to hand Honyusei a gas mask, but Honahi urged him to run away. The two struggled for a moment before Junmo was knocked back, his head taken clean off by the monster. Before the Cobalts descended, Honodrusi had instructed Junmo to get the team members out of the combat zone. He would send a combat signal to Junmo later. This was Han EC's strategy. From another area, frantic reports came in. Team Delta reported that there were no more reports from Zones 1 and 3, and Team Epsilon also reported that there were no survivors in Zones 4, 5, and 6. Team Gamma reported that there were no survivors in the early stages of Operation Red Front. Delta reported finding a Cobalt den in Area 2, Sector B9, estimating about 200 Cobalts there. The army is executing a strategic ambush, moving into the magic zone in Area. After signaling, the soldiers simultaneously break down the door, set up the barriers, activate the inner magic circle, and wait for orders from their superiors. The goblins, noticing the intrusion, rush to attack. The army waits for the monkeys to get closer before signaling to open fire. A massive burst of flames erupts from the magic circle, incinerating quite a few goblins. Meanwhile, Honiki's team is busy setting up sensors when Lieutenant Minhai approaches to check on him and asks what he is up to. Londori Yofi respectfully replies that he is installing the motion sensor, according to the instructions, and marking its position with aluminum tape. Minhai chimes in, saying it is too costly, urging him not to worry too much since the supply team just needs to send reinforcement to deal with the Goblin Gate. Squad 1 will deploy in 20 minutes, so the support team must provide the antidote kits or supplies for the antidote. MC snaps back, saying the mission given to them by the squad leader is to prevent the monsters from heading toward the civilian area in the rear. Honarsi deliberately shouts loudly, attracting quite a few onlookers. Minhai, not wanting to lose face, grits his teeth and mocks him. Squad leader has only treated you well once, and now you think you can do whatever you want. You have got no life experience at all. The two of them bicker for a moment until someone approaches. This pink-haired girl is Sergeant Choi Silha. She is a fee-rank player and a healer. Minhai, who was being aloof, softens his demeanor, playfully putting an arm around Hond Ofi's shoulder and laughing. Vonasi chuckles to himself, realizing this is Minhai's weak spot. With Cross showing up, he has definitely toned it down. Minhai shyly asks Sulha if something's sup. Sulha suddenly remembers the main point. She says the battalion commander wants to see Hoen Ebris. Vonasi finds it strange, asking why they want him. At the same time, over by Yena, she is using binoculars to monitor the situation around Hoenrisi. Sulha tells him to go meet the squad leader. She will handle installing the sensors here. Derisi, feeling frustrated, realizes time is running out and wonders what the battalion commander is thinking. Anha's team is still on the rooftop, ready for battle. One soldier, itching to shoot, speaks up. They are the direct assault force under the battalion commander's orders, which might be why they were summoned for this attack. Anha lowers the binoculars. They are just soldiers who have to follow orders from above, under the temporary command of the battalion commander. Honrusei approaches him and encounters the chief commander as well. He solemnly asks both of them what is going on, still wondering what the battalion commander wants from him. The battalion commander looks at him seriously, wanting to test him one more time. Since Jun is on leave, You will temporarily take over as the leader of Squad 1 and carry out the attack support mission at the gate. Koinzuriz is taken aback. The person who never cared about him in his past life just said what? He does not have time for this. Is the battalion commander out of his mind? Honisi tries to argue, saying since being assigned to this squad, he has only been completing support and assistance missions. He cannot accept putting the lives of Squad 1 members at such a dangerous test. This is not even training. It is a real combat situation. The battalion commander coldly looked at him and said this was an order. Honichi gritted his teeth in frustration but did not dare to speak up. Just then, a message crackled through the radio, relaying information from Delta Team. The bugs from the enemy swarm had left their nest. OC heard this too. The enemy would soon attack the support squad, and if he did not leave now, the rear defenses would be breached. He clenched his jaw, determined that he had to get out of there immediately. Ahonisi then turned to the battalion commander, saying he had something to discuss. Outside, and Ha had been watching Hunarsi through binoculars. She saw him bolt out of the command room like he was being chased by ghosts. Ahonishi shouted loudly for the support squad to be careful of the toxic gas. Alarm sirens blared all at once, and a cloud of toxic smoke began to spread everywhere. What Hoendosi did not anticipate was that the enemy swarm was coming in much faster than he remembered. Earlier in the room, he had shared his feelings with the battalion commander. He heard that the battalion commander had lost all the members of his unit on the very first mission. It was hard to believe he came from a support unit and was treated like a regular soldier. Yet now, the battalion commander was ordering him to engage in a real battle just to test him. Honoi shot back at the battalion commander, asking if he really viewed ordinary soldiers as disposable. The battalion commander was taken aback by this jab, denying it, then quickly shifted to instruct him to follow the attacking squad under his command. Ahonisi interrupted the battalion commander, boldly stating that if this was the battalion commander's order, he would comply. But little did they know, turmoil was brewing inside him. He could not say he foresaw the future without sounding crazy. Gracie continued, admitting he lacked combat experience, especially in leading a squad he had never interacted with before, and the chances of casualties were high. He expressed gratitude for the battalion commander's trust in him. But if the price to pay was his teammates' lives, he would have to oppose the order. The battalion commander fell silent, looking down, while the chief officer beside him warned Hoenderisi that disobeying orders during combat could lead to a death sentence. Hornsey was well aware of this, but if he did not act now, everyone at the rear would die. The battalion commander, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, retracting the order. Today, Hoenderisi would carry out his original mission with the support squad as planned. However, as a real soldier, the punishment for disobeying orders would be enforced in the future, and each individual would bear the consequences. Honofi ran while muttering under his breath, putting on his gas mask, cursing the damned military. Honoshi pulled out his sword from his leather bag, pouring a little water on it. At this point, visibility was completely impaired by the toxic gas. Honechi silently prayed for Junmo to bring the others to safety, contrary to his wishes. Junmo did not take anyone away and instead led troops to support another unit. He urged everyone to quickly load the wounded into the military vehicle for retreat. The pink-haired girl, Xiaoha, was also on the battlefield. She was trembling and unable to move. Junmo urged her to help with the first aid, but she was too scared to do anything. He was also feeling anxious. Junmo tightened his grip on his gun, taking one step at a time. Xiaoho is only 20 years old. This is her first time fighting after being assigned to this unit. But what can you really do as just a rookie in this support squad? Everyone else is already running low on ammo, barely holding on. Junmo is also feeling the pressure. Are they really going to die here? Suddenly, he thinks of Honis. Junmo shouts for Judging Nam to relay the orders down to the support unit. Liu Koban will use glowing objects to distract those monsters with a quick attack. Then, the entire platoon, along with the sergeant, quickly evacuates with the injured. The others, stunned by Junmo's orders, just stand there. Junmo remains determined, urging everyone to move. They need to reach the evacuation zone. Once there, they will meet up with the support team. Junmo knows his electronic skills can't take down even the weakest monster, but in the end, he can use it to save everyone. Junmo grabs a glowing hammer and runs in a different direction. The monsters are drawn to the light in his hand, all of them chasing after him. Junmo shouts for everyone to run. He believes he is making the right choice. If Hanusi were here, he would do the same. He is willing to be the bait. Suddenly, the monsters chasing Junmo are taken out in a single blow. Ahanuhi arrives just in time. He uses a water-absorbing sword technique to create an aquatic mist, neutralizing the toxic gas in the area. Onasei calls out to Junmo. He thanks him for surviving. Junmo is moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Thanks to Junmo, Dros can now enjoy this feast himself. He is going to devour it all. Honri swings his sword, taking down a bunch of cobalt monsters. Red gems drop like crazy. He looks at them longingly. But since Junmo is here, he can't just eat them right away. After a bit of fighting, it is still just small fry. The big boss has not shown up yet. Suddenly, there is a loud roar, and the monsters turn and run the other way. Onhunrusi urges Junmo to run. Their squad is in danger. The gas on the other side has not cleared. Visibility is getting worse, and they can't provide support like this. Enha puts on her mask. She orders her subordinates to hold their positions and work with the other team to block the Cobalt monsters from escaping the toxic zone and reaching civilians. After putting on her mask, Enha jumps into the fog. She needs to check a few things. Ahoni acts like he knows everything. Seoho is crying non-stop. There are too many dead and injured around, and the protective barrier is starting to crack. The monster's magic is too strong. A few soldiers are trying to hold it together, but it is useless. The barrier is breaking apart, and the Cobalt monsters are pushing in. Behind the monsters is Honas, who throws his sword straight at the creature. The boss dodges, and the sword veers off course, but it still grazes the vial on the monster's back, leaking toxic gas. The annoying monster orders its minions to fall back, and they line up to shoot arrows at Honorex. He deflects the arrows with his sword, defending himself while fighting to protect the Duanamem. Hon Uttersi uses his metal manipulation skill to turn the arrows around and shoot them back at the monsters. The system alerts him that the sword he threw at the insect has gone out of control. Right now, Honorisi is too busy dealing with the remaining pests. These jerks are following the insect's orders, attacking everyone in sight. If he keeps attacking like this, he will just scare it off, buying time for the others. Sending the whole Dun Mun to attack the bug would be way too dangerous. Hanushi orders his team to slowly retreat towards the crate, both of them turning tail and running for their lives. The monsters behind them keep shooting arrows. Honorishi uses his metal control skill to neutralize everything in sight. The two of them successfully make it back inside the crate with the other soldiers. Inside, it is total chaos, chickens flying and dogs barking, and no one's helping the injured. The healing mage is in a panic, suffering from severe shock. If this keeps up, the whole army will be wiped out. Honusi approaches Silha, urging her to get it together. This is an emergency, and if they mess around, everyone's done for. After a bit of brain picking, Suela finally calms down. She starts treating the injured. Even though the vice squad leader's condition is not looking good, and he is losing a lot of blood, Silha is determined to save him. Honrif uses his metal control skill, automatically grabbing the weapons from everyone. He is going to make those monkeys outside pay. Somewhere out there, a woman with a poisonous spider chilling on her shoulder lounges in a fancy car. Once she gets the call, she tells the driver to head straight to Itaewon. Darisi, armed with a knife, goes solo against the Kobans, marking the sensor placement while scanning the area. The best prey is the one that walks right into the hunting grounds. He has marked and set up the sensors exactly where he wants them, right in the center of this place. The error margin covers part of area, commanded by the vice squad leader. The boss will control from the back, as long as he finds it. This game will come to an end. Or if he uses his metal detection skill. If there is any metal he does not recognize outside area, that is the boss. He sends knives straight at the Kobans lurking around. One knife aimed directly at the last bug in the back. The bug casts a spell to block the knife. Once Hone identifies its position, he directs the other knives towards it as well. The bug screams, unleashing magic that simultaneously neutralizes Hone Everseas knives. He struggles to bring them back, but they are stuck. The system flashes a warning. The M7 knife is heavier than what he can control, and the other small monsters seize the opportunity to shoot darts at Hone Elix. He raises his hands to deflect the darts. The bug commands the creatures to charge forward. Honisi thinks he will take a hit like last time, but this time he has got body enhancement skills, so the darts do not faze him. Honisi calls the knives back, spinning them around to create a massive whirlwind that wipes out the Tepsil monsters. The only one left is the bug, the overpowered magic bug, and now he is ready to settle the score with it. Bug grits its teeth and spews out poisonous gas. Honorishi uses his sword aura to shield himself from the toxin. Just like last time, the bug tries to catch him off guard, so he needs to attack carefully. He wonders why the bug is not making any moves, but as soon as he stands up, he realizes the overpowered magic bug has cast a spell to bind his feet. He stumbles and falls flat on his back. The insect controlled by magic wraps around one of your legs and drags you toward it. Hone Uttersi screams out in frustration as the creature tries to poison him with its toxic fumes. Just when it thinks it has the upper hand, Monesi bounces back, thanks to his body enhancement skill, leaving his leg unscathed. You are getting a bit annoyed now. How many times has this happened today? This damn monkey is really messing with your head. The insect keeps releasing its poison and dashes off in another direction, quickly reappearing behind Honasi. It lunges at you with its stinger, but you nimbly dodge it. Zerisi is furious. This little punk is resorting to sneak attacks, hitting you right where it hurts. Zerisi is fuming. He brings his sword down hard onto the creature's head. At the same time, he activates his body enhancement skill in his legs and delivers a crushing kick to the monster's face. The insect flies back, tumbling through the air, and at this moment, Drumsei has been waiting for a long time. Ever since that first night after returning to the past. He has been plotting revenge against these backstabbers like this damn monkey. The insect's mask shatters under the force of his kick, rendering it unable to use magic anymore. Now it is time to get down to business. Honodrusi commands a series of daggers to pierce straight into the insect's body, shattering the poison canister on its back and leaving it severely wounded. Drimp steps closer, gripping the insect's face and lifting it up. He has had it out for this one for a long time. It made him live like a wreck in his past life for years. The swords he used to stab the insect earlier were the very ones belonging to his teammates that it killed in his previous life. Ahonusi thrusts the enchanted sword straight into the insect's body, and the system notifies him that the enchanted sword is absorbing the monster's life force. He is not done yet. He commands another dagger to stab into the monster's head. This is the price for the scar on his face from his past life. The monster, battered and gasping for breath, finally dies. At last. The first knot of suffering from the past that Hoenn has endured for so long has been unraveled. An item dropped, and the system announces he has received the Inferno Evil Metal, a hellfire metal hiding the power of the demon race. Among the list of high-tier items in the sacred metal chain, Honusi stares blankly at the metal he picked up. This item should not be here. It is something from a grind. That undead army of that guy is like hell for the living, one of humanity's most terrifying villains. Although the Nezomancer has not revealed anything clear about himself yet, Ahonusi knows he has a unique non-growth trait like him, because of him. Ever since he returned to the past, he has had to hide the truth that even though he is under level pressure, he can still grow stronger. The non-growth trait is a personal development characteristic that does not rely on training or fighting. In his previous life, after Hoenn finished a fierce battle with the Nezomancer, winning narrowly at the Golem Crafting Forge, what he received was merely an Inferno replica, a mere imitation, but this time, he is holding the real deal in his hands. And there is still so much he does not know. As the poison begins to fade, Hoenn opens his mouth to swallow the Inferno, when suddenly, Azinha appears from behind, pointing her sword at him and asking who he is. Hoenn jumps in shock. How much did she see in that fight? Just then, someone else arrives. It is the woman who was in the carriage with the spider earlier. She is Hune. Zhu is the head of the strategic department at the Trungha Guild. Hoenn was caught hurriedly stashing something away in his bag, and Inha asked what he was hiding, but he quickly denied it. Huen. Zhu has been watching the whole fight unfold with Hoenn, and she recognizes Nanha as the third daughter of the Knight Commander. Huen. Zhu brushes off Ha's warning and approaches Hoenn, handing him her business card. Huen. Zhu is the second daughter of the leader of the Trungha Guild, and a rank player. Rumsi stands there, frozen. Huen. Zhu asks if he does not know who she is. Hoenn grits his teeth, thinking how could he not know? Among the villains that have wiped out humanity, he can't forget this witch Huen. In his past life, Anaha sacrificed herself to shield him, and this witch Huena, Zhu killed her. Back in the present, Huen. Zhu is still trying to charm Heinz, while Anna snaps, reminding her this is a military operation zone and wants to kick her out. Huen. Zhu lets out a sigh, irritated, telling Anha to refer to her as the head of strategy at the Trungha Guild. The two girls glare at each other, sparks flying, and even Hoenn can feel the tension between them is terrifying. Looking around, he sees all the monsters and the boss have been taken down. Dresi is startled, wondering how the squad leader got here so fast. Little one, squadron leader Kim Kang-seo politely inquires about Huen, expressing their gratitude for the Trungha Guild's help, but this is a military operation area. Even if she is from the guild, trespassing without consent is a huge hassle. The squadron leader politely asks Huen. Zhu to scram. Huen. Zhu sneers at the business card, acting like no one knows she is a soldier. So stiff. Huen. Zhu kisses the business card in her hand and pushes it into Hindu's pocket, reminding him to contact her. After she leaves, squad leader Kim Kang-seo directly appoints him as the acting commander of the operations team at Twangsigo Ban. The top priority is ensuring the survival of the team and selecting new members. Hoenn is confused about what the squad leader is thinking as he solemnly gives orders. After the situation report is complete, everything here will be handed over to Hoenn to handle. Now while Anha continues to stare at him. A week later, at the first company of the Demon Slayer Brigade 3, Hoenn Inferno Diamond metal has fully absorbed the metal, and the amount of metal he can control has increased by another 499 G. A space is forming in his stomach. Hoenn has been stuck in the bathroom all morning, and the system warns that the emergence of a new space will cause him pain. After a week, his body is still too weak, making the pain feel much worse. Junmo enters the bathroom looking for him, thinking Hoenn must be doing something shady since he has not come out. But who would know that Hoenn is in excruciating pain, unable to utter a word. The Kusban Gate, which everyone ignores and underestimates its danger, has finally caused many casualties. Luckily, thanks to Private Choi Suha's efforts, The injured admin has been safely transported to the military hospital in a state of emergency. Thanks to this, Honusei has given up the idea that he can protect everyone all on his own. The support team members have started training to build their strength so that, at the very least, they can protect themselves. However, two problems arose after that day. Corporal Choi Sua began to annoy Honei. This place has too many variables for any plan to go smoothly. The second issue is that Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seoha wants him to take on the officer role, instead of the deputy officer. Honvi is heartbroken. He is crying inside, wishing he could just get out of this mess. But now, he is hardly surprised anymore. Team leader Kim Kang-seo is paying special attention to him during this military operation. With his ambition to create an ideal military culture that does not discriminate by rank reaching new heights. Why is everyone forcing him to do things he does not want to? Honudrusi can only helplessly tell himself he will think things over during his time off. 3 weeks later, on his first day off, the weather is absolutely beautiful. Bro's system notification pops up, congratulating him for meeting special conditions and acquiring a new skill Inferno. This skill helps him absorb metals faster and store larger amounts of them in his space. Honudrusi is still sprawled out in the bathroom, but now he will digest everything more quickly and won't have to spend so much time hugging the toilet after washing his hands and stepping outside. He knows the next encounter with the monsters will be way tougher. He needs to be cautious. Otherwise, he could end up losing his life just like that. He has to prepare everything carefully during this break. This is the moment to change his future. While Honudrusi is in the bathroom, he steps outside and runs into someone familiar, Seoha. She looks stunning, dressed to the nines. Trying to light a cigarette by the vending machine, but struggling to get it going, Seoha spots him and asks if he needs a lighter. Hanufi realizes that Seoha has revealed her true self while he was not paying attention. The two of them take the train together, and Seoha tries to make small talk with Hanusi. She asks about his parents, but he replies that they have both passed away since he was young. Seoha falls silent, unsure of what else to ask. Honudrusi feels a bit more decisive and shares that while his childhood was tough and lonely, he has found people who feel like family since he grew up. Seoha asks who those people are, and Honufi recalls his past life, where he had friends, colleagues, and comrades just like family. He is on the train heading to Jungdungpo, planning to stay for 4 days and 3 nights. During this short vacation, he needs to prepare properly for the future. And the first thing he needs to prepare is money. Honori sees a notification looking for players to assist Master Bluche, owner of assets worth trillions at this moment. Gordon Price. That guy's dirty money flows beneath the surface, bribing high-ranking officials and players to trade items, gradually giving him complete control over everything. There are plenty of reasons why people sell their souls to the devil, but the biggest one is still cash. Even though Honosi can earn more than Gordon right now, he at least needs to make sure he does not get caught up in his money games. He knows major events are coming up in the future, along with the time and places to cash in. This means that if he invests earlier than others, he can still make a killing even with little capital. So when investing, he needs someone who will never betray him. He needs to trust someone who will keep their word, no matter how small that promise is. Honusi steps into a rundown apartment building, climbing the stairs as he hears 2 people arguing upstairs. When Honusi walks in, the two stop their argument. The young man with white hair sees Hainarasi and greets him excitedly. This guy is Lee Won-chun, and they have known each other for quite a while. On the flip side, Honderlisi is not thrilled to see them. Lee Won-chun's face lights up, but he has been bitter about Honosi for a long time. Back in the day, when Honeofi was just making floating metal scraps, he called himself the Awakened One, while Lee could not do anything and ended up feeling jealous. Slapping Honusi hard enough to draw blood, Lee Won-chun looks at him with disdain, thinking someone with such little talent has the audacity to call himself the Awakened One. He warns Honosi not to go around bragging because if anyone hears it, they will deck him for sure. Lee Won-chun gets riled up again, charging at Honis, ready to take him down just like in school. The other guy, a bit timid, steps in to stop Lee, telling him to cool it. Lee Won-chun ignores him and threatens to hit the one trying to break it up. Darisi, however, is not scared of anyone. He dares Lee Won-chun to come at him. Furious, lunges at him, but freezes as a pen flies through the air, aiming straight for his eye. Not only that, but a knife is also dangerously close, ready to slice his leg. Plus, there are plenty of other sharp weapons aiming straight at Lee Won-chun. Honjuris is unimpressed. Today he might not be able to kill this guy, but at least he can inflict a serious injury on his weak spot. As a close combat fighter, he can finish off a player pretty easily. Just then, someone burst through the door, calling for Lee Won-chun to hurry up and make it to the event. Hono-he's attitude flipped faster than an X flipping the script, and he dropped his weapon. Poor guy begged Lee Won-chun for mercy, promising to be more careful next time. Hono-si jumped up and hugged Lee Won-chun like they were long-lost best friends. then whispered a warning in his ear. The word on the street is that Lee Won-chun got kicked out of the White Tiger Guild because he panicked and ran away during his first battle. And yeah, Honorc knew all about it. Honorc threatened him if he did not want his crew to see him looking pathetic after getting beaten by some wannabe. He better keep it together. He could spill the tea anytime he wanted. After Honorc was done, he called out to Lee Won-chun, telling him to get lost already. Once those guys left, it was just Honorc and the guy who had just been bullied by Lee Won-chun. The two sat down to chat. This guy was someone Honorc completely trusted. So he opened up about all the stock and betting stuff. After leaving with his gang, Lee Won-chun was still fuming. And even the security guard looked out of sorts. A tall man, presumably a client, stepped out of Fen Nun and complained about how terrible the security service was. How could they let someone like that work in such a serious place? The man marched right up to Lee Won-chun, berating him loudly, saying, "Don't think you are the boss here. This is area. See, this is the VIP section. Do you understand English? How many times do I have to say it? If you can't learn, just shut your mouth." Lee Won-chun could not take it anymore. He was already pissed about earlier, and now this guy was poking at him too. Without hesitation, he swung a punch that sent the man flying. He kept going, raining down blows on him, blood splattering everywhere, while his crew looked on, too scared to intervene. After satisfying his rage, Lee Won-chun ordered his crew to dig up any info on Honorc for him. He could not let this anger go. He had to wipe Honorc out. Back on this side, Chusu still could not believe why Honorc was willing to share all this detailed information with him. Honorc was not surprised by Chusu's reaction. I mean, who would believe someone suddenly offering to help them make life-changing money? It is not like cash just falls from the sky. Placing his hand on his heart to show sincerity, Honorc asked Chusu if he was someone worth trusting right now. Chusu quickly affirmed, saying he was definitely in the one of the top 5 people he trusted. All this information was true except for the part where Honorc spilled the secrets of his past life. After reading the messages from the squad leader, Chusu finally believed it was all real. Honorc handed Chusu a savings book with 20 million won, cheerfully stating, "I am putting everything I have in your hands, help me invest." Okay, 20 million won is not a huge amount, but it was all his parents left him. Chusu accepted the book, still in disbelief that this young guy trusted him so much. In Honorc's previous life, when he was at his lowest, it was Chusu who stood by him, offering support. There is no such thing as a useless person. Talent in this era is called capability. Don't blame yourself. One day our abilities will be recognized. Just keep pushing forward. Those words of encouragement have helped you climb out of the depths of society. This is a profitable investment and a way to repay a benefactor. The only one who showed high warmth and kindness when he felt the most useless. He helped you a lot. In the future, humanity will recognize the existence of otherworldly beings and will engage in dialogue with them. With the technology obtained from the foreign realms, the War of the Abyss Gates will undergo a significant evolution. Their techniques are vital to prevent the portals from exploding and the surge of monsters that will emerge in the future. To achieve that, humanity needs to communicate with those from the other world and learn technical skills from them. For that, the main character needs those experts' assistance. In the alley of Jiangpu, Honorc strolls through the streets and asks about the price of a magic stone at a stall. The vendor asks how much he can pay. He is gearing up for a second chance at the future with 7 dwarf experts, and he must gather the best equipment. Honorc peeks into a forge. He tries to chat, but the owner just gives him a sad look and goes back to work. He says he only sells what is available in the shop, and if it is not there, go check out other shops. This guy is the blacksmith Kang Jong-do, who got kicked out of the Blacksmith Guild because of his hot temper and is struggling financially. Honorc chuckles at the old man's honesty, thinking to himself that investing in him is worth it. The old man keeps hammering away at the table. That is a spear made from Orichang Khan. It looks ugly and rough on the outside, but later it will be capable of piercing the heart of the Tarax lineage, also known as the Dragon's Spine Spear. Now Honorc knows that the source of this class VIP Pro equipment actually comes from this shabby forge. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail steps out. "Do we have customers?" The old man suddenly shouts. "Hey kid." "What customers?" The mischievous girl retorts that he usually calls them customers too. So why is he acting all high and mighty now? Honorc smiles at her. In his past life, she was his battle partner. She is the renowned blacksmith Kang Baek-seul. 4 years after blacksmith Kang Jong-do's downfall, she inherited all his skills and became an outstanding blacksmith. She starts checking the gear, and the price breakdown begins. A long coat costs 15 gold coins, and knee-high boots are 16. The girl excitedly exclaims, "Oh my god, it is not just any customer. It is a VIP. What are you looking for? Just let me know." Haha. And seeing money really does light up people's eyes, which is a universal trait. But who does not love money? Anyway, he has successfully caught her attention, and now he starts making requests. Baekseul gleefully cheers when the total value of Han Yufi's items amounts to 18 gold coins, saying, "This is definitely not your average customer." Dongdu asks Honase why he is buying unrefined magical metal and mid-rin alloy, suggesting he might be laundering money. Baekseul quickly defended himself, saying not to jump to conclusions like that. There will definitely be a use for it, and once I buy it, I will know how to use it. Haenguk did not hesitate to say that he really needs them right now, and he will be back often for quality goods. Uncle sighed in agreement. Haenguk bid farewell to Baekseul and promised to see him again next time, while she cheerfully reminded him to drop by often. The image of Baekseul's demise flashed in his mind, and he thought to himself, "I am sorry I am not like everyone else. I have to drag you back to the battlefield again." This time, he must protect her. Back at the hotel, a mysterious man was staring intently inside as if something secretive was going on. Haenguk began using the items he had purchased from Luzon before the vacation ended. He needed to enhance his ability to control the weight of metals to boost his body's resistance to toxins through the absorption of these items. At this moment, the system announced that he had 19 seconds left to absorb the metal, which was toxic. After absorption, his resistance to toxins would increase slightly. Normally, this would take a lot of time, but now Haenguk had Luzon's breath within him. The metal slowly entered his body and dissolved until the system displayed information about a skill called Breath of the Flame Furnace. Because the metal refining was active, the absorption efficiency skyrocketed, increasing by 250%. But with such high efficiency came the agony of intense pain. This notification kept repeating in Haenguk's head, driving him to fury. The pain was so great that he fell silent, thinking, I know. Haenguk realized he did not have much time to get to the train station before everything went down. Despite the pain, he encouraged himself, insisting he had to absorb it all. Come on, Haenguk, you can endure this. 2 days passed like this, and the mysterious man watching Haenguk had brought his boss to the place where he was hiding. He pointed inside the hotel while telling the boss that loser has not shown his face in 2 days. Inside the room, it seemed the absorption process was nearly complete. The system announced, warning that you have been poisoned by various toxins. You are now entering phase 2 of the detoxification process, which is at 81%. You have absorbed all necessary metals. The weight of the metals that Haenguk could now control was 17.499 grams. His metal detection ability had increased, perhaps due to the 500 grams of metal located 135 meters away. Haenguk could feel the power and changes within his body. Phase 2 of the detoxification process was easier than he had imagined. The weight he could control was enough to manage about 60 daggers. At this moment, the system continued to notify him. Congratulations. You have successfully broken through your first potential level and gained a special skill. The skill is called Shattered Metal. Level D, which focuses mana to destroy a certain amount of metal. Mana consumption depends on the amount of metal on which the skill is applied. A skill that destroys metal. This skill will allow Haenguk to disarm his enemies. Just having this skill is enough to break through the enemy's defenses. Suddenly he sensed something dangerous. And just 2 seconds later, the door was blown apart. That crazy boss, with his serious face, probably does not even blink when he sees Haendree. He just bluntly states that he is a soldier and does not want to throw punches. So it is better to teleport out of here before the dude blows his top. Hearing this, the guy gets even angrier, huffing and puffing like a steam engine. He charges in while shouting, about to get his butt kicked and still running his mouth, facing off against a lunatic fueled by rage. Haendree remains calm and effortlessly dodges his attack. The boss can't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Haendree reminds him to take it outside, not to disturb others. At this point, everyone around can hear the ruckus and is curiously eavesdropping. The crazy guy is not done yet. He keeps swinging. This time, he is going in with his kick. Still shouting, you just keep flexing in front of me. Haendree dodges this kick like it is nothing. 2 days ago, this guy might be posed a challenge. But today, no chance. RC counters, hitting Kwon Chun like he is about to launch into orbit. Haendree looks down at him sprawled on the floor and says, Lihu, let me ask you something. Compared to what I have done to you, this is nothing too crazy. So why are you down and out? Can't even puff up your chest anymore. A guy like Kwon Chuzong can't handle this kind of humiliation. He continues to glare at Haendree with eyes full of hatred, seeing his opponent using abilities. Haendree warns him that using skills here will hurt the bystanders. But the crazy guy does not care. He figures the deadweight around him does not concern him at all. Haendree is worried but then quickly thinks of a plan. He bolts toward the window. This is the only way to minimize the blast impact on the building. Kwon Chun sees his enemy fleeing and chases after him. And just like that, both sides start unleashing their skills, creating massive explosions. Haendree begins to enhance his body, setting up combos. Just like that, he easily dodges all of his opponent's attacks. Kwon-chun is shocked to see Hanru-si change direction mid-air. He lands softly and thinks to himself, "In my past life, my body could not move this freely, but by combining techniques, I can control my movements with ease." A Kwon-chun unexpectedly strikes from behind, thinking Hondo-se must have learned some military tricks. But he is just playing around like a child. He keeps attacking while Hein-Ursi keeps dodging. Everyone in the building is now paying attention to this fight. A Kwon-chun starts boasting, thinking Hon-yu-si is just a scared mouse come at me like before. As he says this, he charges straight in, and the battle continues. Everything around them shakes violently, and people are panicking. It seems like a psychic is causing chaos on the lower floor. I have reported it to the association. Let us just wait a bit. The guy keeps swinging, and Hono-si keeps dodging. Many civilians are watching this unfold, and since he is a military officer, he can't fight back. If this blows up, it could ruin his plans for the raid at the sealed dungeon gate. The crowd pulled out their phones to live stream the chaos. Gwon-chun realized that with so many eyes on them, Ian-wook was too scared to make a move. Fine. So all we need to do is get out of this mess. He planned to blow up the building and make everyone inside vanish forever. Ian-wook stretched out his arm and shouted, "What the hell? Are you really planning to bring this building down? Can't you see how many innocent people are still inside? Those people have nothing to do with me. But that lunatic is beyond saving. He thinks those innocent folks are just a bunch of annoying pests that need to be wiped out because they made him mad." He charged in, yelling, "If you want to stop me, get your sorry ass out of my way." At this point, Ian-wook could not hold back anymore. His face flushed with anger as he was ready to make that crazy guy pay. Ian-wook activated his power with a fierce gaze, directly destroying the gear beneath Gwon-chun's feet. At that moment, a system notification popped up, revealing a skill activation. It was a mana consumption skill that crushed a certain amount of metal. The mana required varied based on the amount of metal the skill had to consume. Just like that, Juan-chun's gear shattered, and his leg burst out with a splash of blood. He clutched his leg, screaming in agony, "What the hell did you do to my leg? Don't he come near me?" Ian-wook approached him and asked one last time why he had to take it this far. The madman, trembling in fear, still shouted back, "What the hell are you doing? Those pesky flies dared to bother me, so I had to kill them all." Ian-wook replied coolly but with an edge, finally understanding why such a pathetic rat was kicked out of the wolf pack. Bullies like him, with their inflated egos, do not deserve to be players, because they always end up being the parasites. And now, Lai Huan-chun was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Ian-wook pointed directly at his face and warned, "Lai Hun, do not you ever show your face in front of me again, or I swear I will take you down for good. You better thank your lucky stars that I am a soldier." Hearing this warning, the lunatic started to look genuinely scared. For Ian-wook, there was no way he was going to miss any chance to protect his teammates and get revenge on a scumbag like him. After the battle ended, the police quickly arrived at the scene. At the awakened combat unit, Ian-wook stated that he was just trying to stop Lai Huan-chun, and his testimony matched perfectly with the witnesses. The police officer reminded Ian-wook that this Huan-chun was very dangerous, and he was lucky to be alive since becoming a police officer. This was the first time he would seen a low-ranking player like Ian-wook take on a higher-ranked player without breaking a sweat. Ian-wook could only awkwardly laugh it off, claiming he was lucky the metal pipe at the guy's leg exploded out of nowhere. Now that everything was wrapped up, Ian-wook could finally leave. He had always thought being a low-level player was a curse, but little did he know it helped him shake off the doubts from those around him. Right after that, a subordinate brought a piece of steel from Hun-chan for the senior to see. He reported that the copper tube's protective sleeve from Lel V. Hun-chan was perfectly fine in terms of durability, and was not affected by any mana outburst. The officer examining the documents concluded that if that is the case, then it is a low-level monster capable of destroying a level C player's armor without even singeing a single hair. This is just absurd. Hiemse was cleaning up in a hurry, recalling news from his past life as he moved. The number of casualties trapped since 3:24 p.m. at the Exxon station had reached a staggering 745. Beyond the first, second, and third waves of monsters, this was an unprecedented disaster. The Xi'an station catastrophe was drawing criticism towards the experts. Players and authorities alike were questioning the limitations and core issues of the disaster warning response system regarding threats at the gates in the present. With the previous two gates, Ikonose had not directly witnessed the gate opening today, so with such little information, variables could easily arise. Among the disasters caused by the monster spawn event, the Xezon station incident was one of the worst. The clock struck 3:16 p.m. Could Hendrosi handle it with his current abilities? Part of him wanted to rush there and evacuate the citizens, but he knew he could not do that. Suddenly, Hendrosi sensed something and turned to look behind him. Hansi noticed a traitor hiding nearby. If things went south, he would be on high alert and escape. Hinufi would never find a way to change the future. With just 2 minutes left on the countdown, he suddenly heard a voice calling him. He turned around in surprise. Privately Heavies. I heard you need to get to the police station. The entire unit is in a frenzy looking for you. Ikonosi wondered how she knew he was here. She mentioned that he had mentioned plans at the CU-un station the other day. Lihekanolisi could only come up with an excuse about his phone being crushed. What was Choi Seo-ha doing here anyway? Why was this pink-haired girl here at this time? Or was it because he had changed the past? Only 1 minute left until the worst gate on the planet opens. There is no time left. From now on. He had to stick to the plan. It was an urgent situation. Yet this pink-haired girl kept buzzing in his ear. He was tempted to punch her a few times. Hin-O-si pulled out his inspection bag and tossed it onto the ground. Suho was confused, wondering why he was throwing things down. Was he out of his mind? No matter what this girl said, MC coldly issued orders. When I give the signal, you need to run and grab a gas mask immediately. Suho stood there with wide eyes, utterly clueless. Just seconds later, a fierce wind blew in, and the sky split open with a violent tornado. Monsters surged from within, and Hin-O-si shouted. Right now. Meanwhile, outside, a mother and her daughter were preparing to part with heavy hearts. The girl did not want to leave her mother, while the mother was only worried about her child. Before they could finish their goodbye, a dark barrier appeared. The girl screamed in horror, collapsing as she watched that dark barrier swallow her mother. All she could do was tremble and call out for her mom. The system announced a special event. An unfortunate incident was occurring in this area. You can enter, but you cannot escape. The level limit is set at level 15, and you can escape, but you must find a way to survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster. The countdown clock starts ticking. The monsters are dropping in, and the townspeople are running in panic and fear. Hyunuk tells Seo-ha that the priority is to evacuate the civilians. And do not forget to grab the gas masks from the supply room. Choi Seo-ha insists that as a military officer, she absolutely won't leave Hyunuk behind. She demands that he tell her what needs to be done, and she will back him up completely. Ainu pro, saying her expertise is not in combat, so she should stay behind to focus on evacuating the people and treating the injured. Hearing this, Seo reluctantly agrees. She does not know what he is planning, but she completely trusts him. He has to survive. Hyunuk gives a light smile and follows her orders. Meanwhile, the Major General is having a conversation with his subordinates. He is skeptical about the higher-ups wanting to commission a soldier as an officer. The battalion commander asserts that he does not think a good officer should be hindered by the government's hierarchical system. The Brigadier General is a bit taken aback, and the battalion commander continues. As you know, the rank is not tied to the player's level. It is all about basic combat effectiveness, based on expectations of attributes and compatibility for dungeon raids. Even though levels are adjusted when players level up on the battlefield, they are often underestimated. This is the training center for players, where all awakened Koreans are accepted before enlisting, trained for 2 months and evaluated with a basic test for entry classification. Listening to the battalion commander's words, the bald Brigadier General is incredibly angry, feeling like he is being made a fool of. He leads the monster defense team and is the commander of the 3rd Monster Hunter Brigade, a level player ranked 31 in Korea, with military strength equivalent to strategic weaponry, capable of launching large-scale spells without any tools. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok immediately dismisses that notion. The Brigadier General explains that if they do not use the system to rank players, all veteran players will join self-styled guilds and the newbies will become officers. Who would even care about the military then? He believes the battalion commander is thinking that the military is falling apart. Now everyone is endlessly discussing forming monster defense guilds, and the battalion commander can only bow his head in silence. The Brigadier General knows that his subordinates have figured something out. But a cat is still a cat. The phone rings, and a subordinate reports an urgent situation. A breach has appeared in the 1st Battalion area, but the location is at Seal Station. It is an unfortunate incident, and the two listen in shock as if struck by lightning. An unfortunate incident, a natural disaster occurring in a specific area that creates resistance effects on players or adds rules to make tasks harder. At that moment, at Seal Station, the monster is rampaging wildly. The officers are doing everything they can to hold it back. Everyone is wondering about the background of this monster, because they have never seen it in any guidebook since the dawn of time. The monster slashes at a soldier, but just in time, his teammates rush in to save him. Otherwise, he would have been the target of a naked chicken shoot. With the power of this monster, the fire assault team is completely useless. Captain Yamanhu, a seasoned level C player from the Seoul Defense Station, is beginning to worry. He ordered everyone to attack with ice magic, aiming directly at its legs. The whole team switched to ice type. The monster got some parts frozen, but it did not seem enough. The captain thought that given its size, it could not take much more. Everyone needed to seize the opportunity and attack with everything they had. He commanded everyone to keep freezing it, not letting it move. The monster was almost completely frozen, and the captain charged in like a rocket. But before he could counterattack, It shattered the ice. Captain Manhwa had to use his protective shield. This monster is called the poison-armored spider. It has a thick carapace, and normal attacks can't hurt it. At this moment, Hyunuk also appeared, still not fully confident in his abilities. Would 2 days be enough for him to defeat this beast? He could not hesitate any longer. Now was the time to prove himself. Hyunuk activated his power, striking directly at its body. This is the skill known as Crushing Blow. It consumes mana to crush a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana consumed varies depending on the metal the skill is applied to. The system continuously warned that mana was depleting rapidly. Currently at 92%. It continued to drop without breaks. Down to 84%. Then 76%. Hyunuk ignored the warnings and kept using the skill to handle the monster, astonishing the captain and the other officers. Hyunuk thought to himself, with this much power, I can stop the disaster at this gate. Not only that, but he could also claim all the rewards for clearing the monsters here by himself. Facing off directly, Hyunuk was confident he could send this monster packing with just one strike. He charged in to test its toughness, then used Crushing Blow to finish it off. The monster screamed in pain, which only delighted Hyunuk even more. How does it feel to have your insides crushed? The monster kept wailing in agony before collapsing completely. The captain watched in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom how Hyunuk could take down a monster single-handedly while the entire team could not even touch it. He had witnessed countless raids, but had never seen anyone so at ease when facing something like this. He wondered if this was the power of an sex-level fighter that people talked about. The mysterious figure in the shadows observed every move, feeling infuriated, thinking, damn it, you are ruining my plans. He tried to speak up, but before he could say anything, Hyunuk cut him off. Not done yet. Do not celebrate too soon. The captain looked utterly lost, like he just woke up from a nap. Hyunuk warned him that this was just the opening act. As he finished, more monsters appeared. Hyunuk was still very confident. There was no doubt left. The outcome of this battle was already clear. He continued to unleash his power, determined to take out these creatures at the CO station. Meanwhile, the military was ready to assist. Divisions 1 and 3 were preparing to deploy the red zone up to stage 6. One question lingers. Why did not they rally more mages to break that barrier with magic? But that is not how it works. It is the system's law. No one can break the system unless it completely collapses. The only thing everyone can do is wait for the timer to run out. The system is up, and the countdown is still ticking down. A military helicopter lands, and the squad leader asks for the number of people under level 15 from the Tantan Guild. This woman is Hina, the head of the strategy department of the Lamho Guild, and a rank player. He skeptically asks if there is really anything like that in the area of Mir. Kwachish. And is he really going to send the rescue team in there? They will be dead before they know it. However, there are 800 lives trapped inside. If they prioritize the military's safety above all else, it just does not make sense. Plus, there is someone in there whom the squad leader trusts completely. Inside, Hyunuk continues to use his gear to face off against the monsters, taking them down one by one. Then he activates a power boost, adjusting his gear. Hyunuk asks everyone to freeze them, and the captain gets the hint. Just like that, the whole team freezes the monsters at once. An officer, not paying attention, gets slammed by one. Hyunuk quickly uses his gear to block it. You have got the wrong target, monster. Your opponent is right here, and so, one by one, they fall painfully. Hyunuk keeps fighting fiercely. The system warns him that his mana is down to 63%. The unfortunate monster goes pale when Hyunuk uses his crushing technique. The alerts keep coming now. He has only got 39% left. Before his mana runs out, Hyunuk needs to take down the monsters fast. From a distance, a mysterious figure watches him with a vengeful glare. Someone of this caliber could not have coincidentally shown up today. Why is someone like this at the SEAL station? Questions flood his mind. Damn it. It has all gone wrong. Can't he believe he is failing on his very first mission? System notification. Mission attack failed. You missed the target waiting at the spider nest in SEAL station. This attack has come to an end, and the civilians in station are safe. All the soldiers gather to thank Hyunuk. The captain takes the blame, admitting he was too weak to prevent the initial attack. They regard him as a high-level player, thanking him for his help. Hyunuk seems to be searching for someone among the troops, and everyone is curious and asking questions. He remembers someone and wonders if that person is also in the Anin-Saw team. Just then, Sergeant Choi Sealha rushes over, and Hyunuk suddenly remembers to ask if she evacuated all the civilians. The captain is astonished. No one can give orders to an SMA rank player. Did the military and civilians arrive already? The deputy squad leader responds that the spiders were too big, so the civilians were split into smaller groups. Everyone managed to evacuate the civilians into a narrow hallway room, thankfully without any injuries. Sealha asks him to report to Team 6. People want to ask Hyunuk about his level, but he does not have time for that now. What matters is that everyone is facing a double crisis. Everyone is left in shock. Jaws dropped. Hyunuk knows that if the entire team goes out searching for all 800 citizens, that guy will definitely hide. Even the second wave of monsters could give him a chance to escape. In that case, Hyunuk has to outsmart him faster. Outside the base, the squad leader appoints Sergeant Lee Min-hai as the commander for the defensive front of the SEAL rescue operation. Min-hai obeys the orders from above. The squad leader demands absolute focus from everyone. He regrets having to send members from lower ranks there. But the lives of innocent citizens depend on you all. Protect them as soldiers. The whole team responds in unison that they understand. After the operation, the commander tells Min-hai to remember to consult Corporal Lee Hyunuk when taking action. Min-hai is surprised that his superior mentioned Lee Hyunuk's name. Inside the double gate, a special announcement appears. Monsters in the area will not attack you. The mysterious man is furious. He does not understand what is going on. The system announces the mission list again. A single glance at the toxic armored spider at the entrance of the Exxon station has failed. 2 massacres are underway, targeting at least 500 civilians by any means necessary. 3 is handing over items received from the elite monster Hage 11 at gate number 2 to the Traitor Alliance that is currently in operation. Reminds himself that he must endure. Once the mission is complete, he will become a true traitor. Other players do not have the chance to receive missions like this. He took this mission to change his life, so he needs to keep calm. Suddenly, he realizes someone is attacking and quickly uses his shield. He recognizes that it is Hyun. He introduces himself as a member of the trained security team. But Hyunuk already knows his plan to hide during the chaos and take out soldiers in the first wave of attack. In that case, there will be more players involved. This guy's plan is to disguise himself as a soldier to avoid suspicion and then turn around to kill them. Haha. Who would be thought that this fool could be pretty clever? Hyunuk mentions his name, causing him to jump in fright. This guy is Jiang Ju-sup, a B-level player and a traitor candidate. His skill is gluttony, and after a while, he will rise to the top of a level players. Known as a songbird, Hyunuk grinds his teeth, calling him a damn traitor. The traitor, upon hearing this, feels insulted and does not want to be called a traitor. He has seen Hyunuk's metal manipulation ability, so he guesses that Hyunuk is an A-level player. Jiang Ju-sup knows Hyunuk is highly confident in his skills, but he does not care about what rank his opponent is in the military or how high their status is. This guy starts off strong, but that little bullet is just a scratch for me. Hyunuk smirks coldly because he knows very well how to deal with him. Saying that, Hyunuk begins his fire-breathing skill. In the previous level, Jiang Ju-sup massacred many innocent civilians, then boldly demanded Hyunuk not to run away anymore. Are you just going to stand there and watch my carnivorous plant devour everything? Hyun is seriously injured and can't do much. But at this level, everything changes. Ju-sup is no match for Hyun. His attacks are weak and easily blocked. Hyun knows his own abilities, and those of his opponent like the back of his hand. Ju-sup is stunned watching Hyun's movements. Is not he supposed to be a ranged skill user? Just like that, Hyun gracefully dodges the carnivorous plant and closes the gap to the enemy. Juicy up inside can help but be amazed as Hyun keeps advancing. Thinking those attacks could not possibly reach him, Hyun sends steel balls flying straight at him, forcing the guy to ramp up his defenses. A thrill of excitement spreads across Hyun's face as he realizes there is more fuel to add to the fire. The rat inside remains strong, thinking what can he do up close? Does he even know who I am? This is a man-eating plant. I will chew your arms to bits first. Hyun simply smirks in contempt, activating his powers. With skills like these, even his grandpa would not stand a chance. Then he unleashes a fire-breathing skill. Ju-sup's eyes widen in disbelief. Where did that come from? This punk is just a walking piece of metal. How on earth can he breathe fire like that, facing a life or death situation? He flips the script, begging for mercy. He claims he is on a mission, and if he is spared, all the rewards will go to Hyun. He thinks this offer will be impossible to refuse. But little does he know, Hyun just shoots back a snarky remark. He said the same thing in his past life. What a pathetic loser. The guy in his last life had no clue what was going on. And before he could figure it out, Hyun sent him packing to meet his ancestors. Even as the place burned, the system announced he was ready to level up. Outside, the military was gearing up to enter the gate, being cautious since they had no idea what kind of gate this was. The announcement warned this was a dangerous area, and the armed forces advanced one by one. The system announced that once you step inside, there is no going back unless you meet specific requirements. An officer who entered gasped in shock at the sight of a massive spider. Luckily, his teammates reminded him to stay quiet. Just as they heard the captain shouting for someone, they said they were the rescue team sent by the military. Yet they were puzzled as they did not see any injured civilians. What on earth happened? The captain explained that thanks to a member of the military, everyone was evacuated in time, and the whole team is currently acting under his orders. Lee Min-hee guessed it must be Xiao Ha and began firing off questions. Is that person a woman? Where is she? Is she hurt? But right now, Xiao Ha is controlling the situation in the hideout. The person he is talking about is Hyun, After all, everyone here is following his lead. Uncle Junmo perked up at that. Is not he the one with the hedgehog hairstyle who sometimes grims wickedly? After hearing the answer, Junmo confirmed it must be the artist Hyun. Lee Min-hee angrily berated Junmo, calling him a lowlife who did not know his place. Leaving everyone else stunned, she declared that Hiu Uno-si was just a rank F soldier, while she was the commander here at the C Company. But after hearing the question about how he even got in here, when this area restricted players under level 15, the team captain was adamant. He had his doubts at first, but now he was completely convinced by Hiu Uniri's leadership skills, and since he himself was also with the C Company, why should he follow the orders of their healing team? Plus, he claimed to be a rescue team member. But he just now showed up. Who exactly was he planning to rescue? And how? Have we figured out a plan or escape route yet? Min-hee stammered that they would rely on the barrier and try to buy time until the system ran out. Suddenly, Xiahe burst in with urgent news. Shrugging off Min-hee's concerns to report that the people had realized this was a double gate. It was a complete mess outside. Chaos reigned among the people. Get the person in charge over here. You all said we could escape if we just followed the team. Why are you hiding the fact that this is a double gate? The people completely ignored the explanations and believed the military was using them as cannon fodder to buy time. It was that Juxope who planted this thought in their heads. Meanwhile, at Hainoki's location, Juxope was fuming. He had prepared meticulously for this mission, and it felt so unfair that this opportunity had taken so long to come. Haineeks, feeling a bit irritated, decided to send him on a one-way trip to the underworld. These villains sure do love to talk. After taking care of Juxi, a circle of light appeared. Two stunning angelic figures flew, and the system announced that mana was gradually restoring. The two fairies flitted around, and Hainopi's health began to recover until the system notified him that a new mission had appeared. Hainopi smirked. This time, it was a hidden mission. The one who brings light. Become the harbinger of dawn for the entire world. You have thwarted the treacherous betrayal of humanity by those traitors. You have a chance to become a protector of mankind. A guardian. This mission will elevate you to be the light of the world. Do you accept the mission? Hainope resolutely said no. Hearing his refusal, the two angels were left utterly stunned. Their jaws dropped. The announcement board wanted to confirm once more if the player was sure about declining, as opportunities like this do not come around twice. The premise of the Guardian mission is that protecting humanity is indeed a noble cause, but in the end, they are just a group, and while rewards are guaranteed, actions are often limited. Here's an item meant for use, not for eating. The traitor has shown up, and you need to deal with him. You have crossed the line of Guardian conduct. You should not laugh like that. Plus, you are at risk of being cursed without being caught, or even facing punishment if the mission fails. More importantly, this mission is not something to take lightly. If it goes awry, any Guardian could easily turn into a traitor, just like humanity's sinner. Gordon Precy, who was originally a Guardian, Hainope stubbornly rejected this mission, while the two angels looked at him with somewhat unloving eyes. Then, Elash, the circle of light vanished. Hainope used his powers to grab the key, and the system sent a congratulatory notification. You have earned your first reward in the lucky event, the X62 weapon vault key. This is the prize that traitor Jiang Jusio would do anything to get, even if it means slaughtering innocents. This is a reward from the main mission. It must be something the maps require. That is why Hainope decided to keep it. In this life, he must play these traitors big time. Outside, the captain was actively reassuring the citizens. He was the only scar-faced protector here, but that other guy was not him. And the people still believed the army was hiding the truth about the double gates, using them as human shields. Hainope stepped out and realized this chaotic situation was all caused by that scumbag Jusio. Minhai tried to calm the citizens, saying, I am the captain of the ant rescue team. Just trust us and follow our lead. Upon seeing Minhai, Hainope knew that Lieutenant Colonel Kim Sang Jusio was not about to let his guard down. Still, the citizens were skeptical, wondering how a rescue team of only 6 could save anyone, especially without a plan. Seeing this, Hainope stepped up to calm the citizens. Do you not realize that in round 2, we will all be dead? The citizens hesitated a bit, explaining that they could not trust the military, which is why they felt the need to act this way. Hainope asserted his authority, saying that if they did not trust him, there was no other way. In light of his determination, everyone was taken aback. The Guardians on the front lines were risking their lives. Is not that enough to earn your trust? Is there anyone else here brave enough to fight for others? Li Minhai was taken aback when he saw Hyandruzi yelling at the townspeople like that, questioning where he had been all this time. Hainope calmly replied that he had managed to stop the Sing Kep. Everyone was thrilled to hear that, but Li Minhai could not believe he could do it all by himself. Hyandruzi announced that the second wave of monsters was about to begin, urging everyone to hide as best as they could. Then he instructed his comrades and the guards to follow him. The captain accepted the orders, leaving Li Minhai in shock. Everyone started using tables and chairs to block the exits, searching for good hiding spots. Li Minhai was still bewildered. What kind of commanding style was this? He did not even have a place to stand in all this chaos. Could this really be Li Menhai? Junmo handed Heinriso a sword and gave Siua her spellbook. Hainosi gathered everyone and began to speak, mentioning that the first attack of the spider monsters was not covered in the field guide, but thanks to his armored gear and the security forces, the team successfully held it off. Yet, they were still short on a monster for the black event. Everyone felt the same way. Although it was definitely tough to defeat, it was a bit strange. The captain thought that since this was the first wave, the black event would likely be divided into stages. In the second wave, the monsters would probably use their signature venom. Minhai was curious why everyone was listening to Hainorufi so readily. Hainorufi instructed everyone to prepare their gas masks first. No matter how big the train station was, the poisonous gas would still spread, and the townspeople would inhale it, so they needed to lure the monsters outside first. Hainorufi continued to explain the mission details to everyone. When the second attack commenced, they needed to draw the monsters' attention and lure them outside. This would be Hainorufi's mission. The security and rescue teams split into groups, ready outside to attack them from positions that could provide cover and concealment. Just like last time, everyone just needed to stall and buy time. Absolutely no one should get too close. And just like that, the whole team launched into battle. One guard unfortunately got attacked, but Hainorufi quickly activated his ability to protect his teammates. Once he found a good position and managed to break the armor of the spider monsters, everyone focused their power on that weak point and took them down. The key point that increased the mission's success rate was that the squad leader and the vice squad leader commanded the entire team from above. If the squad leader kept using his teleportation ability to help him move in time, Hainorufi could use all of his mana and stamina to strip away the armor of the spiders. Meanwhile, the vice squad leader would continuously replenish the squad leader's mana, allowing him to use teleportation until the end of the battle. Hainorufi turned to Munhee and said that the squad leader was skilled at identifying risks and managing each group situation, a master of ambush tactics. Minnie smiled confidently and agreed with Hainorufi's plan. He had complete faith in Munhee's abilities. With Minhee's teleportation skills, even a C rank at level 15 could execute this mission flawlessly. Everyone got into position, ready for the second wave of monsters to appear. The system announced that the event was underway, and the unfortunate event was happening in the area. You can go inside, but you can get back out. The entry-level restriction is set at 15. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. Hyanuk is getting ready to deal with these creepy spiders. The system flashes a survival message. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. Hyanuk is shocked to see the boss monster still appearing. This was completely unexpected, and now the giant boss monster has appeared. Defeat it. The future has changed. And Hyanuk panicked, urging everyone to run immediately. The team leader is confused about what is happening. She assesses the current situation. She orders the team to get into position, stating that the ambush plan remains unchanged, and everyone needs to lure it away from the residential area. The boss monster watches its baby spiders get slaughtered, and it goes berserk. Based on what happened last time, this boss monster appears after the second wave, so the future has indeed changed. Hinoke thinks it is all because he altered the past. The crazed boss launches an attack, and Hyanuk knows he needs to act fast. If he does not stop it, everything will be ruined. He attacks with his power strike, but his mana is plummeting quickly to 72%. The system warns that your power strike has failed. The monster's metal shell is tougher than the steel punch. Hyanuk feels anxious as his steel punch is having zero effect. He continues to use a series of metal skills, but they seem ineffective too. The monster counters, and with just one blow, it shatters his steel defense. This enhanced technique does not seem to work on it at all. Hyanuk is stunned as it can blow away a pillar. He tries to dodge and get closer. The chances of success are slim, but it is the only option he has. Minhai is surprised to see Hyanuk not following the plan. In the last round, Hyanuk and Minhai had been discussing strategies together. Hyanuk refers to Minhai as the tactical commander. Thanks to Minhai's skills, everyone is safe. Hyanuk is thrilled to have a partner like him, while Minhai does not brag about being able to remember all the strategies. Hearing this, Minhai is not too proud of it. Practical combat strategies can just be memorized. You have to implement them based on the theories in the books, and remember everything to use it at the right moment. To break through skill limits, you need to calculate the details to utilize skills at the perfect time and place. However, right now, Limenai just thinks of Hyanuk as a fraud. This skill limit world is still dodging the monster's attacks. Although most of his magical power has been depleted, Hyanuk always believes that with Limenhai's deep knowledge, he can definitely achieve what he wants. As the pillars of the railway station crumble one by one, Minhai realizes something strange. Hyanuk is not dodging randomly. The monster's attacks are all following the plan based on the railway pillars. Minhai suspects that this fraud is trying to make the high-speed rail collapse. Seeing Hyanuk trying to aim for the last pillar, Minhai tells his partner to give him the maximum mana, because he is about to activate his teleportation skill. At the last pillar of the railway station, the monster realizes the attack is ineffective and changes its strategy. Monster slammed down with both claws, cracking the earth into countless fissures. Despite Hyanuka's incredible speed, he could not dodge this massive attack. As his body stiffened, the monster's claws were already closing in on his face. In desperation, Hynuk channeled magical energy to enhance his body. Pushing past his limits could destroy him, but with a deafening explosion, the last pillar shattered, sending Hynuk flying like a bullet. The main pillars crumbled one after another, causing the train station to shake violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. He angrily yelled at him to get out quickly. Doesn't he realize that if I activate the speed boost, he will get caught up in it too? Hynuk's expression was determined as he urged Minhwa to act immediately. If they did not move now, they were all done for. Minhwa gritted his teeth, activating the skill to distort space. And suddenly a portal appeared beneath the monster's feet. Then, the entire body of the monster was sucked into it. On the other side of the portal was the control center of the high-speed rail station. After successfully teleporting, Hynuk smiled and said, "I knew you could do it. Well done, my partner." The next train station was also about to collapse. Remembering his past life, the scene of devastation after the battle weighed heavily on Hynuk's heart. So many comrades had lost their lives in this fight. Hynuk wondered if he truly had the capability to be a leader. But then, he heard a voice scolding him, insisting that a commander must never doubt their own abilities. Yet, he could only shake his head in frustration. Back to the present. Hynuk was still in pain as the system warned that his mana was down to 30%. He seemed to give up, feeling powerless, only managing to whisper an apology to everyone before slowly descending. Memories of his past life flooded back. Selyuna gently comforted him, urging him not to struggle alone. When you feel anxious, look into the eyes of those around you, the ones who believe in and support you. At that moment, Minnie and Saleha's voices broke through, waking Hynuk up. He saw his teammates worried about him, and it was those two who had saved his life this time. Minnie was pouring all her strength into casting magic, making the entire ground tremble as rocks fell like rain. The countdown was still ticking away. Outside the portal, the subordinates were urgently reporting to the captain. All media outlets were calling for them to express their stance on the measures being taken regarding the appearance of the boss monster at the station. The captain was having a serious headache over this issue. Meanwhile, a subordinate was whispering to the strategic director Sale that if she and the director handled things this way, people would say the head of the strategy department was just mediocre at dealing with the situation. He exclaimed that those who once called each other brothers and sisters now turned on each other in brutal fashion. The captain shot her a glare that could pierce, forcing her to call for reinforcements. As she made the call, she thought to herself, why does it have to be this monstrous bunch? Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Koisioha was trying to heal Hyanuk. She wondered if he was planning to die. Hyo-un, on the other hand, thought for sure he was a goner here. But the future had changed. Right now, he could not even be sure how effective the information he had would be, or if it would all turn out to be useless. Minhwa was furious, berating Hyo-un, questioning what kind of arrogant jerk he thought he was to act alone like that. If it were not for Minhwa, they would all be toast right now. The foundation of strategy is the trust of your teammates, trusting that the team members will follow through and execute the plans that were discussed beforehand. That is where every strategy can shine. Do you really think running around on your own is good for everyone? Hearing these words alongside the advice from his past teammates, Hyo-un seemed to have an epiphany. He chuckled softly and thanked the squad leader for helping him realize what he needed to do. Coming up, the monster would charge at them, and Hyo-un had come up with a plan to deal with it. Minhwa worried that this stubborn guy would keep fighting alone. Everyone needed to operate as a team, not as individuals. This time, Hyo-un confirmed he would use a sensible strategy for this situation, and it required everyone to work together. Hyo-un began issuing commands to his teammates. The urgency forced everyone to follow orders. Meanwhile, outside, reporters and journalists were on the scene interviewing the company commander. News of the monster's appearance was spreading rapidly. What was the military going to do to keep the people of Seoul safe? They wanted a summary of the rescue efforts. The company commander, facing the reporter's grilling, could only bow his head in response, stating that additional information had now been confirmed. To deal with this unfortunate event, a second rescue team had been dispatched. Hearing this, everyone protested. In a situation where a monster appeared, soldiers ranked 15 and below were being sent. Why would the military send in such a low-level rescue team? Was the military's plan to send low-ranked soldiers to tackle the monster? Inside, the monster was still rampaging, destroying everything in its path. The team quickly used magic to create a water wall, then swiftly brought it down onto the boss. Next, they used magic to obstruct its path, with Junmo setting off a lightning blast. The monster looked in agony. Hyanuk urged Junmo to hold on until the ice magic was ready. Everyone was in pain as it seemed the gas mask could not hold out any longer, and the ground shook violently. Outside, the company commander continued to face reporters' questions, but revealed that this time, The rescue team too had a Cups player on board. That was none other than King Han-tae-san, the Cups player, known as the King, national rank 2, international rank 9. All the soldiers holding their ground until now were already exhausted. Now their opponent was none other than Tae-san. This is the power of a Cups player. Finally, the lazy tiger has shown up. Once he is here, those weak little monsters do not stand a chance against him. He raised his fiery arm and declared that this battle would end quickly, because the future had changed, and Hyunoke could not fully trust the information he had. He decided to forego the reward and wait for 5 hours. Unexpectedly, Tae-san showed up right on time. This guy was a Cups player with no level restrictions whatsoever. They could annihilate the dungeon boss, because Tae-san appeared at the last moment. With the reward from this black event, he had become an unstoppable warrior. Having the secret armor item from Man and Magli made all the difference this time. Tae-san told Hyun-uk that he did not like sharing, so he requested that Hyun-uk stay out of it. Although this was Tae-san's favorite item in this game, Hyun-uk was the host. Hyunoke just smiled faintly, thanking Tae-san for allowing him to keep the reward. But this arena was his. The boss monster began to attack, but Tae-san effortlessly blocked it. The two clashed head-on, and the power from his arm sent the monster crashing down from 800 meters away. Yet this stubborn little thing was still unharmed. And this level of challenge ignited Tae-san's competitive spirit. He charged in like a rocket, delivering a punch that pierced straight through its body. The fierce battle continued, with everyone around feeling the shockwaves. Siha replenished Hyun-uk's mana since he had been fighting non-stop. Now healing was more crucial. Hyunoke said he was fine and decided to step up and fight for his teammates to hold them back. Tae-san punched the boss, catching it off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Hyun-uk activated his finishing move. The system info popped up, showing the skill name. Steel Fist, level D. Mana cost to see through metal. The amount of mana consumed depended on the amount of metal targeted. Mana was at 13%. Seeing the monster getting hit by another's finishing blow, Tae-san angrily turned to Hyun-uk, demanding to know why he was interfering with Han's business. Tired of the drama, Hyun-uk thought that even though he was a legend, Han's words were just too shameless. Hearing this, Tae-san exploded with rage. Hyun-uk believed it was Han who was meddling in their raid at the station, but over there, Han saw himself as the one saving everyone, claiming that without him, they would have all died together. Realizing Hyun-uk was cheating, Tae-san's face turned beet red as he rushed in. Everyone wanted to be the one to take down the boss. Hyun-uk's teammates had risked their lives to stay alive until now, so he could not let this guy jump in at the last second and act like a hero. There was no way Hyun-uk would let the spoils fall into someone else's hands. Both of them charged in with their respective powers, and the monster unleashed a massive explosion. The system announced that the boss had been defeated, and restrictions in this area were lifted after the double gate was destroyed. Everyone was ecstatic when King Tae-san appeared. The boss had been defeated in under 5 minutes. Receiving the completion notification, the event dome would vanish in a big explosion. Now we finally saw Gasayon in its pristine state. The situation was so dire that the safety of the civilians could not be guaranteed. The survivors emerged from inside, and the mother and child reunited after enduring this deadly disaster. They hugged each other, reassuring one another that they were okay. State television reported on the event miracles really do happen. All the people of Gasayon were lucky to survive. A message popped up congratulating them for defeating the spider boss, saying they had survived the grim event. The lucky reward is reserved for those who overcame the calamity. Ranks and rewards will be determined by contributions during the event, and Tae-san secured the second place. A reward for those who assisted in defeating the boss. The announcement continued, revealing a mysterious energy had infused into the sword at 24%, and taking the top spot was none other than Hyun-uk, who would receive a reward for taking down the boss. The prize was this special necklace, secret necklace of Man and Magli. Hero grade. Has attributes that can level up during battles when combined with mana, creating a thin layer of armor, while also making it easy to carry and store. Plus, it has extra space for players to stash items, and so, Hyun-uk successfully protected Gas Seul and got what he wanted. Little did he know that someone was fuming over losing the reward. This guy demanded an explanation. Hyun-uk confidently stated that he and his team were the ones who stopped the boss in the second round. Tae-san should be grateful for snagging second place. Even if it was just at the last moment of the match, they have won, so no point in complaining now. Do we need a refresher on the system again? Tae-san started rambling, saying that killing the boss only counted for 7% of the event's rewards. No matter how many times those lizards messed up, his contribution still outweighed theirs. He got even angrier when the words morality were mentioned. He had been in seclusion for 6 months, and now he had to deal with this mess. So he deserved at least a little hero reward to make up for it. He flared up, asking Hyun-uk if he felt worthy of this reward. Hyun-uk smirked and thought that after all the time he had spent fighting, no reward could ever be enough. He shouted at Tae-san to just stand still, and the tension in the air grew thick. Suddenly, and Tae-san landed a thunderous punch on Hyena. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seok and Strategic Director Seon Yuhina arrived, just in time to shout and stop Han Tae-san from going wild. After that, Han Tae-san froze in front of Hyanuk. Lee Hyanuk seized the moment to pat his shoulder and compliment him, saying he did a great job, what an honor to meet him, before running off to greet Lieutenant Colonel Kim. Tae-san was boiling with rage, yelling for him to come back. But Iena intervened. She advised him that causing a scene here would lead to serious consequences, even for the Blue Flower Guild. At that moment, a teleportation gate opened, and arriving was Major General Choi Jung-jae-hwan. He sensed something was off, and immediately questioned Ju-han Hina. What? But Yuhina quickly denied that anything could have happened since the gate was already closed. The Major General suspiciously asked again, saying if it was the Blue Flower Guild, then there should not be any issues. Right. Yuhina thinks to herself, that clever old man. Yuhina presses Tae-san, asking why Gaejun turned out this way. She set the condition that he must resolve the portal and stop the second wave without causing any damage. She even emphasized that he must be able to handle a portal of this size without a hitch. At this moment, Han Tae-san just scratches his head and replies that he did not destroy the station, nor did he achieve the top rank in this raid. The strategy director is shocked that he did not rank first, a top-tiers class, the great Han Tae-san, and yet he did not come out on top. He looks over at Hyanuk, wondering who took first place. Over at Hyanuk's side, they are exchanging his military records. You and the colonel both think the military records are wrong, considering Hyanuk is only ranked. While walking and recounting the details to the general, you stay on high alert around him. His power has earned him the title of strategic nuclear weapon. He is also incredibly intelligent, being the one the necromancer is most wary of, having survived countless assassination attempts against him. Indeed, Hyanuk's vigilance is warranted as the general is probing into unusual actions that contradict your abilities, wanting him to report what just happened. Hyanuk skillfully recounts the events to the general. Not long ago, when I caught my second elite monster, my powers suddenly surged, accompanied by a notification about the rise of dolls. Instead of the 300 grams the colonel mentioned, I can control nearly 17 kilograms and even received a few extra skills. The general is suspicious of the unusual achievement system, just like the missions. He thinks Hyanuk is lucky to have gained such power and suggests that he might be at rank C or higher. Then the general offers a worthy reward for Hyanuk, asking if there's any item he wants. Hyanuk breathes a sigh of relief, saying there is a weapon he desires. But he is not sure if a general like him can easily hand it over, a weapon that can be obtained. You say, that is a hero-level item. Phil not. The general bursts into laughter at Hyanuk's boldness and sets a condition for him. If he earns a higher rank next time, that item could be his reward. After everything Hyanuk has done, he gets a special recommendation. The next day, at Amp Brigade 3, the 1st Battalion, Hyanuk, lying in bed, can report that he is absorbing the secret armor of Lai, with a performance efficiency of 150%. Completion of metal absorption in another 16 hours. A hero-level item is incredibly difficult to absorb. 2 privates, Choi Min-jae and Park Jun-mo, come to Hyanuk asking him to train them. He declines, pointing to his stomach wound, saying he is injured. Thanks to this counterattack, Hyanuk realizes the core factor of this boss raid is Private Park Jun-mo. The 2 words trust are truly important. At this moment, the AMP private enters and says he received orders to return and support the unit from the Military General Hospital. Hyanuk feels that no matter how important future items may be, there are things around him that matter even more. Hyanuk hugs the AMP private and thanks him for returning safely. Minty does not understand what is going on, so Hyanuk has to say that he did an amazing job practicing on time. The joy right now is having teammates by your side. The atmosphere is more cheerful as Hyanuk and everyone else head out for practice. The phenomenon of multiple gates opening in the same area is known as an assault wave. This wave will sweep over Seoul, turning the city into a hellhole, and only one person knows about this future. Lee? Alone. He can't stop this wave from crashing down. If everyone wants to survive, Hyanuk can't do it alone. He needs everyone's help. His teammates, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, must become stronger to save them all. Moments later, Jun-mo rushes in with news that SEF rank and lower soldiers are not allowed to use the training center. That means low-level soldiers like them can't train here. Seeing his teammates still a bit shaken, Hyanuk tries to lift their spirits. They all got through that dark event together, so why are they feeling discouraged now? This time, besides Park Jun-mo, everyone else has been promoted. Jun-mo feels down because last time he just had to support, but now he has to fend for himself. Hyanuk says he has got their backs. Upon hearing this, Jun-mo's eyes light up like car headlights. Filled with excitement, everyone heads to the training field, with Park Jun-mo and the other low-ranking soldiers standing outside like lost puppies. Hyanuk is not shy about pushing everyone inside. He flashes a mischievous smile and slams the door shut. Inside, everyone is screaming for help. Hyanuk wears a scheming smile as the attribute training begins. Meanwhile, Two girls at the convenience store are gossiping about him. He is the muscle-bound uncle from the lockdown operation during that dark event. You would think he would be all tall, dark, and brooding, but he is actually not. Hyunuk is deep in thought about his little bros, completely oblivious to the gossip. No wonder he needs to keep his guard up. On the other side, Seo Eun-hao is instructing her subordinates to gather supplies for the entire unit. Suddenly, she notices Hyunuk. Isn't it time for his personal training? Hyunuk quickly reports that he came to get energy-boosting supplies for his trainees. As he reports, he sneaks a glance at the girl beside him with the short hair. Seo Eun-hao has heard about Hyunuk's impressive feats in the dungeon and his unusual record. She finds it quite convincing. However, she thinks Hyunuk is still hiding something. Hyunuk insists he has nothing to hide. Eun-hao occasionally feels like Hyunuk acts very strangely, almost as if he knows everything in advance. Like he has information no one else does. Hearing this, Hyunuk feels a bit worried. Does she know something? While trying to explain himself, he hears an announcement over the PA system. Private Lee Hyunuk, please report to the company commander's office immediately. The commander is calling for you. So before wrapping up this story, Seo Eun-hao still did not forget to warn Hyunuk. She did not know what his goals were, but she would be keeping a close eye on him. In the end, it was all good. Hyunuk sighed in relief. For now, he just needed to stay away from that stubborn red-headed Seo Eun-hao. He wondered why he was being urgently summoned, when there were still a few days left until the promotion ceremony. Inside the battalion commander's office, voices were raised as Hyunuk entered to report he had been summoned. Inside, there was Major General Choi Jung-cheon, who directly spoke to Hyunuk about the situation from a few days ago when the Red Gate had opened in the Sinrim area. Soldiers were killing each other, and the captain was powerless to stop it. All he could do was call for everyone to get their act together. They were all on the same team. But it was pointless when he himself was being hunted down by the soldiers. Everyone was losing their minds and going completely crazy. He tried to escape, but it was in vain. The third wave of Lam Ho's assault team had been confirmed destroyed, and a level 3 chaotic gate had opened. Therefore, 2 or more organizations would need to join forces to counterattack. Hyunuk was stunned to hear this, because nothing like that had ever happened in his memory. The entrance limit this time is 18 and up, with a maximum of 30 people. This is the Zhonglai dungeon, and a successful raid is the only way out. Hyunuk's face darkened. No way. He is the commander of the legendary Spirit Legion. The arrogant Blue Flower Guild has sacrificed many potential rookies and still failed the raid. Raiding the dungeon is the guild's job, so the army does not really need to interfere. But the Major General feels that Hyunuk is the right person for this. The squad leader seemed like he wanted to say something, but the Major General cut him off. He fell silent, observing whether Corporal Hyunuk could handle it. The double-class situation never happened, but he remembered that Zhong Bi might be linked to the Spirit Legion. Hyunuk decided to join, surprising the squad leader with his agreement. The Major General was quite pleased with this bold kid. Hyunuk thought about something. With his current strength, victory seemed impossible. Seizing the moment, he proposed the Felnerd bow he mentioned last time, claiming that if he had it, he would surely succeed. Felnerd is the on-source backfart backtrung bow used by Tristan, a character from the King Arthur tales. Despite its unbelievable accuracy and resistance effects, this weapon is tough to acquire and has only been used once. Even in the Major General's hands, it is a rare and precious weapon, but when it is in Hyunuk's hands, that is a different story. The Major General hesitated at this proposal but ultimately requested a pact. If they failed, Hyunuk would bear full responsibility. Little did he know he was dealing with someone who had more guts than brains. Hyunuk smirked, ready to risk it all. Sending commanders to raid dungeons is common practice. Yet, the Major General chose Hyunuk, an ordinary soldier, to lead the raid team. Perhaps he and the Blue Flower Guild president are rivals. If Hyunuk succeeds this time, it would be a perfect victory against the cunning players of the Blue Flower Guild. Even if they lose, it would not necessarily be the army's failure, as this is just to support the Blue Flower. This victory would prove the monster defense team is not useless and bring triumph in the battle of wits against the Blue Flower Guild. Regardless of the outcome, Major General Choi benefits, so he happily agrees to provide the Felnerd bow to Hyunuk. He even promises to promote him to sergeant after the raid. However, Hyunuk also knows the cunning old fox's intentions and won't let him take advantage easily. He continues to negotiate, reminding him that he promised another reward if he succeeded last time. The Major General paused for 2 seconds but ultimately had to agree to Hyunuk's request. As long as they succeed, he promised to grant Hyunuk's wishes. Hyunuk expressed his determination to ensure the raid would succeed at any cost. Back at the training ground, Park Jun-mo's team and the privates finally finished the C-level arena training after a tough struggle. Now everyone feels confident they can complete any mission. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyunuk shouted for everyone to pick up their weapons. The support team was about to execute their first solo raid. Everyone was left wide-eyed, completely baffled by what he was saying. 2 days later, the military truck arrived to take the support team to the zombie bunker. Since this was a den of the undead, they would use rounds infused with holy power, which would pack a stronger punch than regular ammo. So they had to be extra careful when using them. Hyunuk handed over the ammo box to his teammates while reminding everyone to stay sharp, because this was no longer just practice. The whole team echoed their understanding, and one teammate asked Hyunuk if he had brought Felnard, which he had carefully stashed in his sleeve. The strike team began to disembark from the vehicle as they entered the Red Commune, deep inside the Blue Flower Alliance's camp. Before entering the commune, Hyunuk would attend a strategy briefing, leaving the tasks here to back Junmo. Everyone felt the soldiers' stares boring into their team, and it was clear they were not welcomed at all. One soldier approached the team leader to say that Hyunuk's squad was the support team for monster hunting, made up entirely of regular soldiers, a whole team of low-ranking soldiers. And he feared his team would have to pick up the slack for them. In a moment of weakness, he let slip about the mission recall, which raised Hyunuk's suspicions. Team leader quickly shut him down. He decided that once they entered, his team and the support squad would split up and go their separate ways. The soldier was worried that Hyunuk's team would struggle without their backup. When it came to raiding a target, risks were a part of the game. Everyone had to fend for themselves, and there was no other option. Hyunuk walked into the meeting room, but there was no meeting at all. Only the head of the strategy department, Sizul. She had a hunch that Hyunuk would come. Last time, he had hidden his rank as a low-tier soldier and took her business card. Hyunuk sensed that she was quite annoyed about it, and he told her he never intended for things to be that way. The reason she was there was to request that during this raid, Hyunuk's team only provide cover, so they should not interfere with the Blue Flower Guild when they entered the gate. They should just stay put. Hyunuk realized this was why the Blue Flower agreed to let regular soldiers assist. There is no springtime for you. Hyunuk would not bow down and take orders. He asserted that his team had equal rights as the Blue Flower Guild. The head of the strategy department thought Hyunuk did not know his own limits, even though he actually had more skill and courage compared to F-rank soldiers. Hyunuk confidently asked why not. Was she worried they would lose? At this, she burst out laughing, her amusement loud and cutting. She thought their victory at Gasil last time was just a stroke of luck, and that kind of luck would not come around often. For Hyunuk, this was not a trivial matter of luck. Ina noticed Hyunuk's stubbornness, so she did not push further, just reminding him not to go in ahead of them. The top 100 potential teams would be participating, so it was likely that his team would not get a turn. Just keep their distance. Hyunuk was taken aback that Hina did not retaliate against his taunts. Plus, there was the mission recall. There was something about this raid that Hyunuk still did not know. Shaking off his thoughts, Hyunuk wanted to make a bet with Catherine. If his team took down the boss monster before the Blue Flower, she would have to give him what he wanted, but if the opposite happened, Hyunuk would have to pay with his life to her. Without hesitation, he agreed. Deep down, he thought that even if he did not know what Hina was hiding, whatever lay behind that gate, he would definitely face it head-on. Both teams are ready to step through the gate. The Blue Flame Guild will go in first. While the Shield team gets ready, the team captain orders his teammates to clear the entrance before Hyunuk's squad catches up, ready to sprint. The Blue Flame Guild moves in, with the monster clearing team set to follow in 3 minutes. Everyone in the team seems super anxious. Junmo reminds them to focus, just like during practice. Keep an eye on their breathing. The monster clearing team enters, and the moment they open their eyes, they are hit with a horrifying scene, their first shock of the day. Inside, people are tearing each other apart. Chaos reigns. One soldier helplessly watches as his captain turns into a zombie, while the remaining conscious soldiers have no choice but to fight their own teammates. Hyunuk's raiding team just entered and immediately bumped into a colossal monster. At that moment, an announcement blared. The Zombie King has emerged. The whole team locks on and opens fire, but the monster casually raises a magical shield. Choi Dong, aiming his gun at the monster's head, recalls their training sessions. Choi Dong wonders if Hyunuk knows that modern firearms do not faze these monsters at all. Did they really waste their time practicing like this? The team is totally lacking the firepower of high-level players. Even Hyunuk knows they won't deal much damage. Not even with holy bullets. To these monsters, those bullets are just like rubber. The reason Hyunuk chose this assault rifle for the mission is the noise it makes. These zombie monsters have poor eyesight but an excellent sense of hearing. The gunfire is not meant to inflict damage but to disorient them. That way, they won't be able to detect their enemies. Everyone in the team is left speechless, jaws dropped in disbelief. Choi Dong fears that the zombies in this decaying dungeon might have other senses. If that is the case, the team's chance of failure is sky high, and they will all end up as zombies, turning this place into a hell on earth if that happens. Back in the present, Choi Dong aims for its hand and pulls the trigger. The gunfire irritates the monster slightly. Next, Minty is ready to toss 2 grenades its way. The monster gets distracted by the explosions. Minty struggles to brace herself against the blast. Suddenly, the boss shifts backward, positioning itself behind its horde of zombies. The bloodthirsty zombies charge forward like moths to a flame. while Minty, Zungbo, and Kyungjin load their weapons. Hyunuk activates his skill to control 4 guns aimed at them and fires. The zombies keep getting hit, blood spraying like a fountain out of nowhere. Private King Jin spots something glowing in the armor of a zombie soldier, a rare item. In the distance, a massive explosion occurs, catching the boss's attention. It stomps off in that direction. Furious, just minutes later, it is only Hyunuk and his teammates left. Everyone slumps down. Thinking they are done for, Jung can barely stand on his feet. That crisis has redirected the monsters elsewhere. Hyunuk feels a twinge of doubt. Even though they have infiltrated as planned, something still feels off. There are not as many zombies as he expected. And the name of the zombie king is distorted on the notification window. Hyunuk warns his teammates to stay alert. This gate is not finished yet. The team quickly departs. They snicker wickedly. It seems like there are some pretty interesting characters ahead. Scanning the surroundings, Hyunuk is bewildered. There is nothing, no one near the bunker, no facilities, no zombies. Hyunuk has raided countless bunkers, but this is the first time he has felt it is this bizarre. Suddenly, Hyunuk senses something metallic moving 20 meters behind him. He immediately sends a blade toward that metallic mass. Turns out, it is a blue soldier. He panics and claims he is human, hiding here because he thought Hyunuk's team was zombies. He is Kim Tae-shiop, a scout with a stealth skill, a survivor from the 3rd raid team. Hyunuk remains on high alert. Why is there only one survivor? He looks like he has been starving and hiding. Outside, the temporary headquarters of the Blue Flower Guild has received news about a secret letter from the raid team leader, Effie Hong, sent to the major guilds. Juhino is clearly worried, as this raid is filled with familiar soldiers. What could that letter say to surprise Juhei so much? Inside, soldier Tae-shiop munches on Am team's food while revealing secrets. The player who recovers his nephew's essence and the legendary Asen-Lu spear from the 2nd raid will receive a bounty of 80 billion. Also, a massive sponsorship from the Blue Flower Guild for those players. The current priority mission is the spear. At this moment, Hyun realizes why Juhino is so cautious. The Asen-Lu spear is right here. Tae-shiop continues that the 2nd nephew of Chairman Gu Vong-hun failed in the 1st raid, with the Asen-Lu spear considered a symbol of the corporation. Now everyone understands why the Blue Flower soldiers are hostile toward the support team. This is their raid. The teammates notice Min Tai is not quite right, but he insists he is fine. Meanwhile, that mysterious man is still watching the Ki-hoon Guk Guild. Seeing that mouse not doing anything interesting and just standing around, he decides to call in some monsters for fun. Suddenly, Hyo-hoon senses a swarm of metal appearing. The countdown is on 1, 39, 7, and the final number is 120. The metal piles keep rising, and things are spiraling out of control, with time running out and no room for explanations. Hyo-hoon gives the order for the team to switch to Plan C. Minty and Minji gear up and prepare to use their enhancement potions. These 2 enhancement cans will boost normal mana stats for 5 minutes, and the other will ramp up strength for a solid 6 minutes. Hyo-hoon clenches his fist, signaling Park Junmo to get moving. Over here, Tae-shiop is completely lost, trying to figure out what is happening and what the plan is. Junmo reminds Tae-shiop to stick with them while they run. Otherwise, he will end up a zombie chow. Before they can even catch their breath, the monsters charge in to attack. Hyo-hoon unleashes his skill, directing the bullets toward the fresh spawn, then orders the team to retreat from the area immediately. Man watching the Team's plan is thoroughly entertained. Turns out they are using their teammates as bait. But if he thinks he can take down Hyo-hoon quickly, their whole plan is toast. Hyo-hoon remains laser-focused, controlling the bullets aimed at the enemy. Tae-shiop nervously runs, wondering if Plan C is really just abandoning him to escape. Does not that seem a bit too reckless? Junmo has unwavering faith in Hyo-hoon. This strategy is all his brainchild. Hyo-hoon is not the type to throw caution to the wind and end up failing. The monsters are still barreling toward them when Hyo-hoon delivers a steel punch, sending holy bullets exploding through the horde. The man realizes that Hyo-hoon's prowess is not just luck. There is a reason he is the bait. But the noise is drawing in more zombies. As Hyo-hoon takes down the monsters, he senses something metallic among the undead, something far beyond human level. He glances at the mysterious figure, seemingly recognizing who they are. 2 beasts charge straight at Hyo-hoon. Just when he gets distracted, one of them attacks, smashing his helmet and leaving a gash on his head. Hyo-hoon dashes away in a panic. The other guy stands back, smugly thinking he has dealt with a high-level opponent. At this rate, it seems like Hyo-hoon is all out of steam, but he is mistaken. Hyo-hoon uses his skill to control the debris left by the iron bullets, then unleashes them to fall freely. The shards rain down, piercing through the monsters. Meanwhile, the zombie boss is drawn in by the commotion and charges towards Hyo-hoon, who is caught in the fight. But from behind, a grenade is thrown, causing an explosion, diverting the monster's attention. Tae-shiop is still clueless about what is happening. Clearly, Plan C was not about sacrificing someone to make a run for it. There is no way it could be that straightforward. The team's true goal is to lure the zombie away from Private Hyo-hoon. Seeing the boss change direction, the mysterious figure finally realizes that Hyo-hoon was not just bait. They are genuinely planning to ambush this place. He laughs, realizing he underestimated the support team. Hyo-hoon's eyes remain fixed on him. How could he blend in with the zombies? And what is his purpose in this grim location? That is still a mystery. The alert system shows there is less than 50% of the time left for the water shield. The magic star effect has 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. The power star effect has 2 minutes and 58 seconds left. And in Hyo-hoon's mind, he cannot stop thinking about the identity of that mysterious guy. Meanwhile, he pulls a dagger out from the mouth of the snake, eagerly wanting to taste Hyo-hoon's blood and let this spear draw his essence. Is Hyo-hoon really a death mage? That guy is taken aback. He is, in fact, a death mage. He is shocked that a mere soldier could even know about death mages. What in the world is this? Hyo-hoon assesses the situation. The zombies are dead and can't be revived. So what is this guy's reaction? Could he not be a death mage? The guy loses it, rushing forward while demanding to know how Hyo-hoon knows about him. One of his strikes catches Hyo-hoon off guard. He manages to block it, but the sheer force leaves him momentarily stunned. A notification pops up about the invincible body skill, rank C, compatible with hero-level weapons when absorbing powers from Manhwa Maglia's secret armor. Activating a new skill, 1 mana shield, 2 secret seals, 3 waiting to unlock. The skill level will improve by absorbing a significant amount of magical metal with that last hit. If it were not for Manhwa Maglia's secret armor combining with the invincible body, Hyo-hoon would have lost an arm by now. The two face off directly. Hyo-hoon sends a spear from behind him, but the guy catches it and dodges easily. Hyo-hoon continues to launch sharp pieces directly at him, but they are completely ineffective. He uses the snake as a shield. The guy looks genuinely surprised that a level 18 newbie could pull off these attack moves. Hyo-hoon realizes that if he can block attacks so easily, he has definitely passed through the red gate threshold. Both of them simultaneously ask how the other entered the gate. Hyo-hoon sees shards of the core burning at him. Players taking damage from holy power can only be those who massacre other players' demon dragons. They are the devil race that killed Hyo-hoon's people and teammates during the attack in Seoul in the previous life. The guy goes berserk when provoked. The wounds from the core shards quickly heal with no trace left. He is furious and intends to chop off Hyo-hoon's limbs until he opens his mouth. That is the energy from a hero-level weapon. That is the Achilles spear that the Goang group is searching for. Even the secret armor combined with the invincible body would be useless if that spear reveals its true power. One more hit and Hyo-hoon will be done for. A warning notice pops up saying the water shield has less than 60% time left. The seal mana effect has 1 minute and 43 seconds left. The seal power effect has 2 minutes and 22 seconds left, so there is just over 2 minutes left. Hyo-hoon has to win within that time. The other guy is still fuming because Hyo-hoon won't read his messages. He throws the dagger at his opponent. Luckily, Hyo-hoon dodges, but the force behind it is genuinely terrifying. It could have easily been fatal. Hyo-hoon quietly activates a mechanism to attack from above with the dagger, but that leg manages to block it. It is these counterattacks that are driving him even crazier. That scaly freak has blocked every single long-range attack, so Hyo-hoon can't hit him with any projectiles. You have to dodge those deadly strikes from that blade constantly. With Achilles injured, close combat is off the table. So Hyo-hoon had to play this card earlier than planned. That crazy guy is furious because Hyo-hoon dared to mention someone he does not even know. He keeps attacking, and Hyo-hoon just keeps dodging. Hyo-hoon claims he is just a soldier and even asks if the guy has enlisted yet. The dude thinks Hyo-hoon is talking nonsense, completely unaware that Hyo-hoon has already put himself under his feet, just like someone who has not even enlisted. Meanwhile, Junmo's team is still hiding out, taking advantage of the fact that the boss is not around. They plan to toss a grenade at the zombies, but Teshio stops them. He is worried that with this many zombies, even a boosted team would not hold up. Hyo-hoon might have already sacrificed himself. They need to find a safe spot. Yet, his teammates have an unshakable faith in Hyo-hoon. They know he won't go down easily. Not getting any signal means everyone has to stay focused on the mission. That is the job Hyo-hoon assigned Junmo before they split up. He asks Junmo to strap a claymore to his back. If it goes off, it means Hyo-hoon is down to his last resort. At that point, Junmo's job will be to get the team to safety. Back to Hyo-hoon. When the opportunity strikes and that claymore detonates, the steel balls will fly out. The claymore, officially known as Chem 1801, uses C4 explosives. When it detonates, it launches 700 steel balls with a radius of 1 per 8 inch. 3 m long. The blast's power left that guy and his snake in agony. He never expected that he would be chosen to die by that very claymore. Hyo-hoon uses his skill to control an arrow, driving it straight into his heart while snatching the blade. He moves so fast that the guy can't even see him coming. Information about Tristan's Fairnaught item appears. It has a tracking effect and attacks the target with a 100% success rate. nullifying the target's magical resistance. Hyo-hoon's plan is to use himself to deal with that chatty Tran, with this arrow as the finishing move. He struggles to pull it out, but is useless. It is powered by Hyo-hoon, so it is not coming out easily. Now it is time for him to interrogate. Over here, Minty realizes that the explosion in the distance is from the claymore. Junmoo is worried sick about Sergeant Hyo-hoon. Could he have sacrificed himself? Taeseo-ok seems rather entertained by the situation. He thinks he was right. Going in alone means everyone ends up dead and forgotten. He starts preaching while he has not done a thing for the team himself. The survival tip from a coward is to just hide in a safe spot and wait for the boosted team to come to the rescue. Hearing this nonsense, Junmoo gets furious, especially with the news that a teammate might have already died. How dare he laugh about it? The support team turns their eyes toward him. Taeseo quickly tries to explain, but does not forget to urge everyone to get moving. Just then, spikes shoot up from the ground, piercing the tall buildings. This is the lair of the dry fog leader, Darko. It is being summoned. The dry fog leader will annihilate anyone who dares to invade Han's territory. The rescue team is in chaos as a mysterious tower suddenly appears, something they have never encountered during their training. To make matters worse, a horde of zombies is also being summoned along with the tower. These zombies are even scarier than the last batch, and Taeseo-ok is so terrified that he nearly loses it. Junmoo signals everyone to stay quiet, but Taeseo-ok, panicking, bolts away. This causes a ruckus, drawing the zombies' attention right toward them. They charge to attack the team, and in this dire situation, the squad quickly takes aim. But there are just too many of them, forcing the team to scramble for cover. Back with Hyo-ok, Tenkia is still smug, insisting that the arrows can take down Han. Hyo-ok remains calm. Sure, without divine power he can kill Han right now, but in his current state, losing blood means he will feel pain worse than death. And Tenkia is frustrated because the enemy knows too much, and screams in agony as the arrow pierces his heart. Hyo-ok begins to interrogate, asking about the Gugwang group's dealings with the second young master. Is Han betraying his own people? Tenkia shouts that the guards are just lowly pre. Next, Hyo-ok wants to know about the death mage. Despite the pain, and still exudes strength. He could be anyone. The teammates still fight beside him like family. Hyo-ok wields a dagger aimed at Han for breaking the unspoken rule about family. He thinks to himself that the guy in front of him is a fame-obsessed wannabe, and the way he is dancing around the topic shows he has never met a death mage. The guy shudders, realizing he is all show and no substance when it comes to the death mage. No matter how loyal this pawn thinks he is, Han won't allow any slip-ups or intentions to be revealed to his subordinates. Hyo-ok starts calling him a delusional stalker. Provoked and feeling his pride bruised, Han goes wild. Who gave this kid the right to act like he knows anything about the master? For Hyo-ok, he and the death mage have been hunting each other for quite some time. That chatty snake tried to sneak in an attack, but ended up getting caught by Hyo-ok, who easily puts him in his place. A notification pops up. You have acquired the Asler spear. The injury caused by this spear will be harder to heal. If the death mage had awakened their power and started moving, Hyo-ok would have sensed it long ago. But this loyal fool is still waiting. Hyo-ok feels there are way too many suspicious points here. He continues to interrogate, asking how this guy managed to get inside while the Blue Flower Guild is still guarding the outside. The guy secretly activates a massive ring on his hand. How could a level 18 player like Hyo-ok step through a portal created by him? Hearing this, Hyo-ok is stunned so the portal can be controlled by an individual. The guy smirks wickedly, claiming that stage 2 of the disaster will begin soon. Just as he finishes speaking, the ground starts to tremble. At this rate, Hyo-ok will lose track of him and his plan. Hyo-ok retrieves his arrow from the enemy. The system alerts him that the Darko leader of the Dry Fog has been summoned. The player entry limit has been raised from 18 to 30. The lair of the Dry Leader marks the second phase of the disaster. After this phase, his monster gate will be fully operational. With a smirk, he leaves a taunting message to enjoy the true horrors of this world. Meanwhile, the support team is trying to remain silent to hide from the zombies. The Dry Leader appears and bestows a pair of eyes on each monster, making this battle even more challenging. The Dry Leader is the master of life and death, the one who wields the power of light and darkness. The system announces that the Dry Leader has been summoned. The attack of Baron Samedi begins. Baron Samedi is a renowned sorcerer and a divine spirit of the voodoo cult, possessing the power of life, death, and resurrection. Now Hyo-ok and his teammates must confront the Dry Leader with unstoppable power. Their teammates might become sacrifices, and the zombies will break through the gate, sweeping away the world outside. Hyo-ok's mission now is to stop the attack of the Dry Leader. Baron Samedi. The zombies have gained sight, and the team is hanging by a thread. They must escape quickly. The leader, seeing his minions being shot, becomes furious and immediately retaliates. But luckily, his teammates throw a grenade just in time to save him. Junmo is surprised that Minty and Min-jae are still holding their ground and have not left, but how could he leave his teammates behind? He does not have the heart to shoot one of them if they turn into a zombie. He stands firm against the horde of monsters as the zombies charge. Grenades are thrown. They are determined to live or die together, and Junmo is moved, deciding that the entire team should retreat and toss out all the remaining grenades. Hainuk rushes towards the sound of the explosions. Before the battle, he contemplated sacrificing himself, but the absolute trust of his teammates fuels his determination to survive and return. Now, he is charging at the zombies with all his fury. Information about the heroic spear appears, requiring a massive amount of mana to activate. Mana consumption, 21%. Ignoring the warning about excessive consumption, Hainuk decides to activate it anyway. Both sides clash like moths to a flame. For Hainuk, the promise to return is the most important thing. With that, he sends a horde of zombies straight to hell. A warning appears on the enemy side that the dry leader's attack has been interrupted. Suddenly realizing his items have vanished, he erupts in fury. The secret item has been taken by Kang Jin at some point. He senses that this item is crucial to that leader, so he holds onto it. As the zombies close in, bullets start flying. Everyone must act fast, or they will lose their lives. Kang Jin skillfully sets up US-4, a common military explosive. Mintai blocks in front, waiting for the horde to get close before detonating. The explosion sends them sprawling to the ground. Thankfully, everyone is still alive. For now, the group has blocked the zombies' entrance. But the downside is that they are trapped in there as well. If we stay in the mise, even the OC gas is useless. The urgent issue at hand has been resolved. Now we need to find a way out fast. Suddenly, a tidal wave crashes through, and it is the leader who attacked everything as thrown into chaos again. He spots his belongings and grins, while the soldiers are trembling like leaves in the wind. From behind, a familiar voice rings out. Don't move. It is Haina, and he is way too late. Haino's face is covered in dried blood from a scuffle with anyone who dared touch his teammates. He steps forward, eyes sharp as blades. Booming voice commanding. Wait. Listen up. I am the only one who can bully those guys around here. The soldiers stare, jaws dropped in disbelief. Wait. What? Suddenly, a system alert blares. A massive amount of mana has been consumed. Warning issued. Remaining mana is 32%. He glances sideways, thinking, yeah, I said that, but I do not have much mana left either. And I still have not figured out how to take down that monster. Spotting Baron Samedi slowly raising his hand to launch his tentacles, he tenses up, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for a long-range attack. Haina quickly moves closer to the stone platform to dodge. Suddenly, he grinds his teeth and freezes. Haneka's eyes widen in confusion. What is going on? Why is not he attacking me? At this moment, they do not just sit back and watch, they spring into action. Jimmo shouts orders. Kim Kyongjin. Torwang.
Yeah.
Open the toolbox without hesitation. The summoned ones immediately start rummaging. The toolbox lid pops open, revealing bright glowing orbs and special gear inside. Meanwhile, Hainuk looks up at the jar above him and wonders. Donnie, tell me it is because of that. Baron Samedi stomps down where the zombies stand below with terrifying force. The ground cracks under his immense power. He lifts his foot high, aiming straight for Hainuk. He looks up, tension visible in his eyes. Teeth clenched. But just as that massive foot comes crashing down, he immediately leaps to the side, dodging in the nick of time. The tentacles from Baron Samedi's hands lash out like wild snakes, relentlessly attacking him. He focuses all his attention, dodging and weaving at lightning speed. The soldiers throw the tools into the air in unison, lights flashing amidst the chaotic noise. Corporal, catch. Then, they quietly sneak into a small cave where the important items are stored, causing him to jerk in surprise at the noise. Samedi immediately turns around, his eyes flashing with rage, raising his gigantic fists, dark power swirling around his arms. Without a second thought, Samedi unleashes his tentacles like spears aimed directly at the raiding team in the cave. At the same moment, Hamige charges in. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the air. Unlock. The system displays, revealing item information, unlocking the power of the Asinal Spear. Hero effect. The spear's attack inflicts wounds that can be healed, consuming a massive amount of mana upon use. Mana consumed 21%. Remaining mana 11%. Howen Jifi tightens his grip, dark red energy swirling around him radiating power and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he swings his sword hard, shouting, Almindy, create a shield in front. Hurry. With a fierce determination, you turn and grip the spear tightly, plunging it straight into the tentacle, forcing it to move directly. At the sound of the command, a barrier quickly forms, shielding against Samedi's vicious assault. Instantly, you unleash a powerful stream of blue light, twisting like a rope, swiftly wrapping around the floating canister of support potion. In the tense atmosphere of the cave, a soldier anxiously calls out, Almindy, are you okay? as he clutches a partially broken shield. Private. Almindy. Hold your ground. As soon as the potion canister is secure in your grasp, Havangaja wastes no time and downs it in one gulp. The system displays mana regeneration activated, steadily restoring a chunk of your mana over the next 5 minutes. After finishing it off, you wipe your mouth, your eyes glinting with defiance. Wait, come at me. The glowing orbs hover lightly in the air, pulsing with energy as you declare, I am your opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Havangaja raises his hand, and the glowing orbs surge forward. They swirl in front of Samedi, radiating a powerful energy that makes him squint, focusing intently on you. A clear voice rings out, now. Instantly, the orbs explode, the surface shimmering with a blue light like a barrage being fired from within. Flashing violently, at that moment, a spear whizzes through the air, hurtling toward him with terrifying power. However, just before it could connect, a magical shield unexpectedly appears, blocking the attack in an instant. He furrows his brow, pinching the spear tightly between his 3 fingers. Hankono runs while strategizing. Just as he thought, it is his magic barrier that is the real problem. If he keeps this up, he will lose for sure. Noticing you charging at him, he swiftly turns, swinging his tentacles wide to intercept and counterattack. You furrow your brow, clenching your iron fist. Contemplating, I can keep fighting like this to find his weakness. My team is behind me. Seizing the moment Samedi is focused on attacking, a soldier quickly raises a flask in his hand. Hanu nimbly dodges while his mind races. Where is it? He has not fully evolved yet. So there has to be a weakness. He roars like a wild beast, his eyes flashing with fury as he charges straight ahead. You also clench your teeth, your gaze filled with frustration. Thinking, where could his weakness be? That soldier suddenly slams the flask down, shattering it in an instant. Witnessing this, one of them panics, shouting, what the heck are you doing? Hearing the commotion, he immediately whips around, eyeing the scene with caution, as the soldier raises his sword, ready to stab at the wreckage. The person next to him quickly intervenes. Where did you get that sword? Don't touch that wreckage. We do not know what it does. You hear me? He grips his weapon tightly. Resolute. We are already in deep trouble. And even the surgeon is at risk trying to protect us. I need to do something to help him. Hearing this, Junmo can only grit his teeth in silence, not daring to argue. Just then, he suddenly spins around, fists clenched, and swings wildly toward them. Realizing the dire situation, you shout urgently, Kim Kian. Stab that thing already. Just as the words leave your mouth, his tentacles charge toward you like a storm, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. Aiming straight for you, you instantly lean to the side, dodging the blow, feeling a powerful gust of wind rush past you. At that moment, Kaiwang Jun also puts all his strength into thrusting his weapon down at the thing lying on the ground. Baron Samedi lets out a pained roar, his scream echoing throughout the space. His body shakes violently before he collapses to the ground. The tentacles thrash wildly, falling down where they are. Hyman Jixi covers his face with one hand to shield himself from the dust while moving forward. Leading the charge, you squint, desperately searching for your teammates' silhouettes. Where is everyone? If you are alive, speak up already. Inside, shadows of people begin to stir, struggling to prop themselves up off the ground. Junmo hears the call and reports back. Private back Junmo. We're okay? He lets out a sigh of relief, turning back with a confused look, wondering what the heck is going on. At that moment, Samedi is sitting on the ground, clutching his chest, his face twisted in pain. He slowly turns his head, his gaze darkening as he stares intently at the item on the ground. In an instant, it suddenly shifts and transforms into a beating heart, radiating a strange energy. Havan Ji is left speechless, his eyes wide with awe as he witnesses the scene before him. The heart. Just then, an unsettling feeling washes over you, making you whip your head back around. Your eyes lock onto the thing that was just stabbed, lying silently on the ground. You freeze as you recognize its familiar shape. The heart. He looks up to the sky, screaming with bright, furious eyes, exuding a dark energy filled with rage. A deafening shockwave erupts, crushing against your eardrums, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. The red system suddenly appears, forcing the revival of the dry fog leader, Baron Samedi, with a 66.6% inheritance. He continues to scream, the purple energy from his body thickening. The system displays warnings, alerting that the souls of the remaining spirits are beginning to be absorbed by the dry fog leader, raising the player's level cap at the gate from 30 to 35. Havaniki smiles brightly, realizing, got it, that is his weak spot. So those jars all serve a purpose. He quickly pieces together the clues, remembering that according to Acab's legend, the mummified remains would have their organs stored in canopic jars. The canopic jars, containing the organs of the mummified. If he is mummified, his heart must be housing his soul. Then he glances at the flickering purple circle in the center of Samedi's chest. His heart is indeed the weak point. Howen Jakes, filled with determination, raises his arrow-tipped arm, realizing he had made a mistake by relying too much on the shield of his dry fog minions. Now it is his chance. Without hesitation, he releases the arrow, speeding like lightning, slicing through the air straight toward the target. But just as he is about to hit his target, a red barrier suddenly materializes in front of him. The system displays item information. Tristan's bow. Effect: target lock and pierce through any obstacles, reducing the target's magical resistance. It shatters the red barrier, piercing through and embedding deep into the target, causing its defense to vanish in an instant. Samedi grimaces in pain, his gaze fixated on the arrow. The red system appears, showing that the dry fog leader is continuously regenerating health from the absorption of magical energy from the minions. His expression shifts, a cold smile creeping across his face, revealing a sinister grin. Then, he unleashed the tentacles charging toward him, aiming for the one holding the spear. Heinz Rex, furious, stepped back and gathered his strength, shouting. Still smiling, this is the real shot. The system reappeared, displaying item information. Assault Spear. Heroic. Effect: the spear's attack inflicts irreversible wounds. He thought to himself, this blow will leave him unable to recover. Then he quickly tossed the weapon, going all out. The Assault Spear shot forward at breakneck speed, piercing through the tentacles. The spear tip aimed directly at the target's chest for the attack. With an unstoppable force, it shattered the defense and drilled deep inside. Samedi screamed in agony, each stab tearing through his body. Hien GC threw his weapon in a desperate attack as the tentacles lunged at him. In the distance, a soldier rushed from the flank, and at that moment, he was thinking about the spear. Suddenly, the system blared a warning. A massive amount of mana was consumed in a short time, interrupting mana recovery. Remaining mana: 0%. His eyes widened in horror. Oh no, I am doomed. Lahonjeki swiftly dodged as the tentacles attacked, narrowly escaping the threat by a hair's breadth. While moving, he suddenly realized a tentacle had reached out from behind without him noticing. However, a soldier rushed in from afar and used a shield just in time to protect him. He turned around and shouted, Mintai, what are you doing? Without time to answer, he conjured a magical shield in front of him, creating a barrier. Thanks to it, the tentacles could not strike them directly at that moment, but its power also caused their feet to shift back instinctively. They stood behind the shield, intently watching every movement of the creature. Minta turned to Han and asked, Corporal Hongex, are you okay? He gazed at the magical shield, surprised, muttering, that skill. Do not tell me. He recalled the battle with the multi-armed monster. Then he thought of seeing the growth display. After entering the dungeon, I leveled up at lightning speed. Next, he used his barrier to block the tentacles' attacks. Minty recounted, last time I blocked the dry leader's attack, I leveled up along with it. The announcement rang out. Congratulations. You have reached level 20. You have acquired a new skill. Level 1 Magic Barrier. Using mana to create a magical barrier that enhances the user's defense. After reading through the details, he was also surprised. He excitedly bragged, I finally have a barrier skill. Its level is not high, but it will help everyone a lot. Howen Jakes, frustrated, startled him. Idiot. How can you trust a skill you have never used? You are almost dead. Minta looked away sadly. I just wanted to protect you and the team. He smiled warmly and patted the other's head gently. I know, but it is my responsibility to protect you all, so do not push yourself too hard. Hearing this, his face turned bright red with embarrassment. Yeah. Thanks. Just remember to thank me after we get out of here. Baron Samedi suddenly roared, shaking the entire space. A red alert appeared in the system. Warning, due to continuous damage taken, the inherited power of the dry leader has been nullified. He was tall and slender, with a furious gaze fixed on the arrow and spear embedded in his chest, desperately trying to use his skills to heal. However, the ominous red system notification blared, warning him that the incomplete death energy had spread throughout his body. And soon, it would shatter and return to death. Unable to accept the truth, he let out a deafening roar, a sound echoing like a storm, swirling with thick smoke. Both of them had to brace themselves. Blocking the incoming sonic wave, his tentacles began to thrash wildly, reaching out powerfully to create a dangerously chaotic vortex. The tentacles surged toward Benti and Hadoguis, extending at breakneck speed. Moments later, they changed direction, striking hard at another area. Next, the remaining tentacles began to smash everything in sight, wreaking havoc and sending rocks flying everywhere. Hongevia gritted his teeth, observing, and thought to himself, this monster can no longer control its body, yet it still attacks. Reflected in the moment, the desire to drag us down to death together was palpable. At that moment, the raid team surged forward, their arrows shooting to block its line of sight. Following orders, he quickly dropped down, using his weapon to fire dazzling shots. The continuous barrage distracted him, preventing any timely reaction. A commanding voice rang out, guiding them to attack him all at once. While Corporal Lihine recovered his mana, preparing to ambush and deploy a disruption strategy, Samedi was not just sitting there. He retaliated by unleashing his tentacles towards them. Honukev shouted in worry. Moo, do not take any risks. He turned back with a determined gaze, saying, Corporal Lighthouse, let us distract him for you. We will make sure you finish him off. Hearing this, he was momentarily speechless. Guys, the system announced, your mana is recovering. Current mana level is 9%. He was so agitated by the constant harassment that he opened his mouth wide, roaring in fury, unleashing tentacles that attacked from every direction, creating a whirlwind of chaos around him. The system displayed, your mana is recovering. Current mana level is 12%. Seeing the situation getting more dire, he decided to step forward, determined to change the tide. Haunodrev boldly approached, shouting, Hey you, I am your real opponent. With that, he leaped high into the air, leaving behind a faint blue light that quickly vanished. Then, he moved continuously, each jump leaving a trail of brilliant energy, creating a sparkling path in the air. Each pin embedded in Samedi's heart began to glow, pulsing as if affected by a powerful force. At the same time, the remaining weapon of his also started to shine. Ahonov recalled the canopic jars they had found, realizing that to defeat the dry leader, this place had to be destroyed. He recognized the last missing piece, which was now crucial. The eye. His roar echoed in harmony with his own voice as both dove into battle, creating a resounding clash throughout the space. He gritted his teeth, focusing on controlling the Chiston bow, filled with magical energy, and charged rapidly toward the target. The system simultaneously displays the item information of Lord Chiston, with effects tracking the target and shooting through them, ignoring any obstacles, completely negating the target's magic resistance. It pierces through the defense barrier, striking directly into Samedi's eye, creating a massive gaping hole. He screams in pain, unaware that you have swiftly closed the gap towards Chiston's eye. The system introduces the item, named Cloud Sword. Effect: the Cloud Sword absorbs moisture from the air and releases mist, helping you conceal your attack. Do not know, he cries out in agony, oblivious that you have quickly shortened the distance to his eye. Preparing for the next strike, Havunyek raises his weapon high, gritting his teeth. If you are a king, then act like one. You idiot, stop this humiliating behavior. While speaking, you thrust down decisively, and get lost already. You jerk. The system introduces the item, named Cloud Sword. Effect: the Cloud Sword absorbs moisture from the air and releases mist, helping you conceal your presence. A powerful, unknown energy envelops the Cloud Sword, reaching 49%. He stumbles, unable to stand firm, his body swaying as if about to collapse, while you quickly leap into the air. Finally, he crashes down hard, causing rocks to scatter everywhere, creating a dense cloud of dust. The soldiers hurriedly raise their hands to shield themselves, trying to protect against the debris flying their way. A red system notification appears, congratulating you on your victory. You have defeated the dry fog leader. Samedi, seeing the message, they stammer in disbelief. Did we really take it down? Junma wide-eyed replies. Seems like we did. After a moment of silence, they start to rejoice. FGO. Gia who? Meanwhile, Hein-Geik stands atop his fallen body, raises his hand to retrieve the crown, completing the mission quietly. The system analyzes the item, congratulating you on receiving the Crown of Light and Darkness, a mythical grade item. Effect: rapidly boosts resistance against damage caused by undead. Special effect locked. You hold it in your hand, admiring it. What kind of item is this? It did not exist in my previous life, and on top of that, it has a special effect too. Suddenly, an earthquake strikes, shaking the ground, causing rocks to tumble down from above, leaving them stunned. A red system alert appears, warning of the collapse of Darko, the fortress of the Dry Fog leader. Now commencing. Jumbo looks up and shouts for orders. Eslai Hong guess. You grit your teeth and scan around. We have not collected the items in there yet. Then you make the call. The fortress is collapsing. Everyone retreat now. They immediately receive the order and rush out in a hurry. The two tall towers beside the fortress suddenly explode, gradually collapsing and creating a powerful blast. Jumbo leads the way, gesturing everyone to move quickly. They manage to run outside, panting, both exhausted and relieved. The red system announces, you have successfully purged the fortress. The purging gate will now close. Seeing the warning, you quickly turn back, your gaze fixed on the swirling red gate. Honiginifi immediately rushes towards it, calling out to the team, hurry, do not stop. The gate is closing. Move it. They ran with all their strength, their footsteps frantic. No one dared to stop, determined to escape before it closed. On the other side of the gate, The Blue Flower Guild stood in a neat line, all eyes fixed on it. When a man in a mark vest spoke up, a group needs all players level 53 and above. How could this raid possibly succeed with such a level cap? Not to mention, we won't be able to independently organize this campaign. And the Blue Flower Guild has a lot of issues to deal with afterward. Ina-Jo leaned heavily. Judging. So what? Will you take responsibility if the Guwon group stops helping us? Do you really think our team can finish the mission quickly if we set off now? Suddenly, the gate trembled violently, catching her attention. And she turned around. Oh no. The gate is closing. The voice echoed in the air. Every gaze was locked in disbelief at what was happening. It is closing. No way. Did the strike team really manage to wipe out those bugs? From inside the gate, the members of the guild rushed out with screams. And you hurriedly followed them. Just in time before the gate slammed shut, the person beside them watched the scene in shock. Mouth agape. Unable to believe their eyes, they joyfully embraced each other. Cheers erupting. We are out. We made it out alive. You stood on the wall, calling out to the strike team. The guild leader, with a dignified presence, declared, "You all did great. The raid on the Sich Gate is complete." With those words, you grinned proudly, their cheers erupting in excitement. Let us go. Ina-Jo frowned, grinding her teeth in frustration. Am I seeing this right? Those second-rate soldiers just conquered the Sich Gate. They stood behind, trembling, stuttering out. Training. They bit their lip and thought, who is this Lai Guk? Meanwhile, inside the raid gate, someone was wandering around, panting. Kim Tian-sit was drenched in sweat, eyes filled with confusion and worry. I ran right when the gate closing alert came up. Was not it supposed to be around here? Then he dashed everywhere, weaving through the barren trees. Completely lost, his eyes were wild with panic, cold sweat pouring down. Where did the gate go? Why can't I see it? He suddenly noticed a shadow behind him, freezing and glancing back quickly, leaning against the wall. Half of his pale face was obscured by shadows, leaving only his tired eyes visible. Not hearing a response, Tian-sit cautiously shifted back. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Don't go. Startling him. Who? Then Tian-sit joyfully exclaimed. Are you a human? You scared me. Are you from the rescue team? Thank goodness. I thought I was going to be stuck here. His eyes widened with excitement. Finally. Let us get out of here. Where's the exit? The gate has to be around here. He continued. I need. Suddenly, the shadow vanished, leaving T-sit stunned. What? Before he could grasp what was happening, the figure appeared behind him, grabbing T-sit in an instant, sharp fangs yanking at his collar. Shouting, I need blood. A piercing scream shattered the silence. A moment later, T-sit lay motionless on the ground, his body drained, eyes red and teary, with blood still staining his neck. The figure stood tall, cold eyes fixed on the prey they had just finished off. In my mind, the image of Hein-ji flashes with an arrogant smirk, his two fingers glowing with a fierce blue energy. Just like that damn soldier. As he looks up at the sky, blood stains on his furious lips, he ominously declares, soon, I will take everything you hold dear and destroy it all. From the gate, Honija's raid team bursts out with a shout, and just in time, he rushes after them before the gate slams shut. They look at each other, embracing joyfully. We made it. We survived. Lai Hon-jik stands atop the high podium, his voice booming. Ant raid team. He praises them. Everyone did an incredible job. At this point, the mission to breach the gate is complete. Their spirits soar, hands raised in excitement. Yep. Hina-ja grins. I can't believe it. Those useless second-rate soldiers just cleared the gate. An anxious assistant calls out. Right. Captain. Hon-jik steps, shouting for the raid team to form two lines. He calls out while walking closer to them. Aligning perfectly, Ina-Jo crosses her arms, looking at him with a hint of doubt. What about my team? He places his hands on his hips, standing tall. When we entered the gate, after a moment of hesitation, he takes a deep breath. But it is too late now. Ada tilts her head skeptically. So you are saying this raid team completed the mission all on their own? He nods, affirming. Exactly. Just as you see. Ada resolutely refuses to believe him. How can that be? He does not argue, simply suggesting, you can confirm it yourself once we analyze the gate. Ina-Jo furrows her brow, doubt clear in her eyes. Who exactly are you? Are you sure you are not just an F rank? Han-jae widens his eyes, challenging her. Do you believe I am just lucky? She coldly replies, I will only make a decision after I see the analysis results. Then, as someone approaches him asking for information, they ask, by any chance, did you see a spear in there? It could be in the hands of a member of the Blue Flower Society turned zombie, or in the treasure room below. Hearing this, His face begins to drain of color. The image of the entire city collapsing comes to mind as he calls out to his team. The tower is falling. Everyone, get out of here. The nightmare still clings tightly to his heart. He channels his blue energy. Readying his mark, the system activates. Skill information appears. Indestructible gold. Rank C. High resistance to physical damage. Secret mark. You can conceal an item using one of the storage spaces. Immediately, it snugly fits into his arm. Back in reality, Han Jake turns and shakes his head. I did not see any spear. She angrily raises her voice. How can you be sure? He can't hold back. You keep changing the subject. Are you trying to dodge our deal? He feels uneasy, not letting her dodge the issue. He confirms. Head of the strategic department of the Blue Flower Society. Are you really going to go back on your word? Ina stutters. Well. He raises an eyebrow. Waiting for her answer. She lowers her head, biting her lip but remains silent, not seeing any results. You shrug and start to walk away. But she still has not calmed down. So I will come back later to collect my sweet victory prize. She hurriedly grabs your sleeve, urging you to stop, saying she wants you to join the Blue Flower Guild immediately, promising you the best treatment compared to other guilds. You glance down, feeling your shirt being tugged and ripped. And it is clear she wants to assert her dominance over you. Suddenly, a loud voice booms as the Golden Gate swings open. It is the Major General from the Monster Control Team. And you gasp, shouting, Private Lai. At your service. Koi Jung Qian steps out, beaming with a huge grin. Haha. His eyes catching the scene before him, causing Hina to let go of you. He winks with a teasing smile. Don't he tell me you are trying to steal our key soldier, who has not even left the army yet. Haha. She raises her hands in denial. Of course not. I am just being a little overdramatic. Meanwhile, he glances at her guild behind her, noticing that the Blue Flower Guild is gearing up and preparing a separate raid team. She seems a bit flustered and tries to explain. This is... But before she can finish, he steps closer and adds. There are a ton of issues with the Kwang group already. And yet the Blue Flower Guild is still pushing their luck at the gate. His expression shifts to one of anger, his brows furrowing as he asserts. I will be filing an official complaint about this with the head of the Blue Flower Guild. Furthermore, I believe an official document regarding this matter needs to be sent for discussion with the other guilds. Ina clenches her fists in frustration, her nails digging into her skin. Drawing blood, you silently watch, your cold gaze observing her as she bows her head, unable to respond. After a while, Hon Jae is in the room recounting the mission to him, and Deng Cheon claps in excitement. Really? I can't believe it. A 100% clean sweep, amazing. I did not expect you to deliver such outstanding results for me. Haha. He is so thrilled he can stop laughing. Haha. I can't wait to see the look on the Blue Flower Guild leader's face. You remain silent, observing his expression, thinking to yourself how satisfied he is to have disrupted them this time. He temporarily reins in his excitement, saying, Am I? It is the first time I have met someone like you. Hon Jae does not take all the credit. I could not have done this alone. This result is the effort of the entire raid team. Not to mention the promise you made, not letting you finish. He raises a finger, shifting the topic. And you have got a great personality and character too. I will promote every member of your team. And I will also give you a chance to reassess your rank. You silently widen your eyes at him, unable to speak. But inside you are screaming. Not again, you old fraud. He just smiles and nods as if he does not remember anything, and casually suggests taking a break. Honisi does not let him have his way and shouts. Thank you, sir. A promotion for the whole team, a reassessment of ranks, and the promised rewards. I am truly touched and grateful for your generosity. Major General. Hearing this, Deng Cheon can't help but be taken aback, then turns away in frustration, realizing it is not easy to trick him. I see what you want. I would like you to provide my entire team with holy weapons. Suddenly, a heavy silence fills the room. Major General Jitman turns in shock, as the dry dungeon gate has ended. Yet you still want holy weapons. Under the fading twilight, the warm glow of Sang envelopes the military headquarters with the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind, blending with a voice that echoes throughout the space. Hot off the press. The strike team has single-handedly breached Gate 53 in the raid. What is with all this chatter? The soldier in plain clothes sighed. I am serious. Corporal Lee Hoyen-guk even got a commendation from the Blue Flower Guild. Those standing around were left in shock. What? They started gossiping, arms crossed in skepticism. Is not he supposed to have better stats than Sergeant Choi Young-hun? The guy in the gray outfit chimed in. When Sergeant Choi Young-hun returns from deployment, we should hold a contest to see who comes out on top. The guy in uniform said nothing, just adjusted his cap in annoyance. The next morning in the courtyard, soldiers from other units watched as Tae-wong and Lee Min-hee fumbled around. They whispered among themselves. It is... Right. Who? You mean that team full of noobs? Tae-wong muttered, Do not you feel annoyed? Minhee turned around, mumbling. Everyone always ignores us. But now we are the center of attention. I still can't get used to this. Taewong sighed as he watched Junmo animatedly recounting stories to the girls. Why does not anything like that ever happen to Private Bake Junmo? Junmo eagerly recounted the raid. And then, right at that moment, Corporal Lee Hoing-guk ran out of mana. We pushed forward and stopped the zombies, man. It was terrifying. Both of them sitting across from Tae looked awkward as they listened to him brag. A short-haired girl wondered. But aside from the captain, how are the other team members so strong? Covered his face with one hand. All thanks to the special training from Corporal Lee Hoing-guk. At that moment, someone was trying to swallow a crown. Hoing-guk bit down hard, piece by piece, struggling to get it down. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lee Hyun-suk stepped in, saluting and said, "This is Private Lee Hyun-suk. I am here for matters related to the raid team." After reporting, he entered the room, knelt down, and bowed his head, his voice booming. "Corporal Lee Hoing-guk, please forgive my rudeness just this once." You did not respond. Just shot him a glance while thinking, what is this guy doing showing up at this exact moment? Seeing you not react, he hurriedly apologized. "I know you do not want to see me. I messed up," he pleaded desperately. "I also want to train under you." Corporal, cutting him off. He looked up at you with hopeful eyes waiting for a response. The system appeared. "You have digested the crown of light and darkness. Your body's heat efficiency has reached 50% 24 hours, 57 minutes, and 23 seconds until another rare metal is absorbed." You furrowed your brow, focused on the displayed content, then drifted into thoughts about the sight of monsters pouring out of the gate. Lie soldiers. I do not like that guy one bit. But now's not the time to be picky. Next, you recalled the dragon statue spewing fire. The monster wave was about to begin, and we would not be able to save all the soldiers in the unit. Hoing-guk stood before him, fists clenched in determination. Adding another arm to the fight would save more lives. After a moment of silence, you finally spoke. "Fine. Let us do it." Kwon looked up, his eyes shining with disbelief, eager to confirm what he just heard. "Wait. Really?" Without wasting any time, he leaned in closer and warned, "You better brace yourself for death." After saying that, he grabbed the collar of Kwon's shirt and pulled him along, leaving him stunned and confused. "Well, what? Did I hear that wrong?" Hoing-guk replied coldly while dragging him. "Did you hear it or not? I do not care." Kwon cried out in agony. Private Lee Hoing-guk. In the dungeon, a figure stood frozen. The red gate suddenly appeared, swirling in the stillness of the space. As he yelled, his mouth full of blood, he heard a noise and instantly turned with sharp, alert eyes. A massive figure emerged from the shadows, revealing an angry grin. "Do you have any idea how many items we lost just because of a fool like you? You can't even pass a simple test. What the hell is wrong with you?" Kwon lowered his head, feeling guilty. "I am sorry." Carol appeared unexpectedly, startling him. "Normally, we would leave you here to starve to death. But lucky for you, we have been summoned back here." She licked her lips, eyeing the bloodthirsty grin, then excitedly shouted, "Blood will flow all over Seal. The wave has begun." A man in a white suit with silver hair stood silently, gazing at the sparkling city lights in the night, holding a phone to his ear. "Yep. That is right. On his desk, a nameplate neatly displayed the name of its owner. Yulmataki Baekja leaned in, listening intently. "Honestly, after witnessing the candidate's failure at the Seal Gate, we are gearing up for the next move." He turned to address the person on the line. President of the Daesan Guild, ranked third among the guilds in Korea. Baekjun. Even while on the move, he held onto the phone tightly, showing no signs of ending the conversation. "I have all the intel, so I am mobilizing resources in the black market to keep tabs, just in case something pops up." Moments later, Baekjun approached a room. "I will stop at nothing to find that key." He looked at the screen on his tablet. A bloody soldier lay on the ground. It seemed the thief had used fire as a weapon, likely one of the monster defense team. A scream echoed from the room, blending with his cold voice. "During this attack on Seal, I will open 4 gates at once and scatter them. Then, a few of my hounds will wipe out the monster defense team." His dry laugh rang out. "Huh? Yep. You do not need to worry about it." But his face was a complete contrast, furrowed and displeased. "I will handle everything in Korea." "All right then. I will call you back tomorrow." With that, Baekjun crushed the phone in his hand and threw it to the ground. The sharp sound of impact echoed. Then, he opened the door, letting out a shrill noise that shattered the silence in the room. Looking in, a chaotic scene unfolded. The air thick with the stench of blood and death scattered across the floor. In the distant, murky chaos where bodies piled up, a horde of zombies rushed toward the scent of blood. Drowning in their thirst, he remained silent, observing, before finally speaking. Forget that butcher. I've got a new toy for you guys. As soon as they heard that familiar voice, they looked up in surprise. Carol halted his movements, still gripping the trembling food as he replied. Yep. Master. Just give us the orders. She quickly moved to his side, listening to the command. All butchers. When this attack begins, you will join the 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Team in Nam-san. If any of them are still breathing, take them down without mercy. She looked up at him, furrowing her brow in confusion. Any way we want to kill them. The silence behind her lingered, waiting for his answer. He nodded with a grin that made her beam with delight. Any way you want. First, we will wipe that battalion off the face of Seal. And then we will wipe Seal off the map of South Korea. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the hills, and at Brigade 3, Monster Defense Battalion 1, a golden voice echoed. Sergeant Lee Hoinjichis and 6 comrades reporting in. We have received orders for a promotion. Sir. Saluted, hand to his forehead, standing at attention as he called out. Sir. Battalion Commander. Report complete. Kemsu, in a well-fitted uniform, stood on the podium facing them and praised. You all did great. Congratulations. The representative replied with a strong voice. I'm Sergeant Lee Hoingrex. Thank you. Sir. His team members looked forward with pride and happiness. He glanced over everyone, his voice serious. I have always believed that if all the soldiers in the army and the higher-ups fulfill their roles correctly and completely, we can create a proper running culture without falling behind. You hear that? Lim Jim. He sighed. Here comes another speech, but he was still excited to continue. That belief of mine. I feel you guys have proven it right. With your strong morale, I could not be happier, even beyond my family. Just then, a crucial call interrupted him. Hold on a sec. The content of the conversation startled him. What? Well, okay, I will be there right away. Squad Leader 2. Please wrap up the promotion ceremony in my absence. He was a bit surprised but accepted the order. Yep. Understood, he said, lowering his head, his face darkening. Kato. He recalled the image of the man holding a sword, standing silently under the dark sky, his intense gaze fixed on the bloody corpses of Okita Kaito, the assassin of the Holy Sword, who had slain the Holy Sword wielder. Then came the moment when security cameras captured his blurry silhouette. In their time of weakness, the Dragon Mecha took advantage of losing a strong one and came to sweep them away. Unfortunately, even though only 2 Dragon Mecha appeared at the time, they wiped out the entire 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Team. The end of the flashback was also when he realized that the nightmare from his past had just begun. The Squad Leader 2 brought forth an item from the ground, along with a list of names announcing. All right. I will announce the results of the rank reassessment. Corporal and Minty. Choi Minji, Private Choi Taewong, Park Sung, and Kim Kim Hong Jin, all promoted from rank E to rank. Check your rewards. Which are your weapons? And register them at the branch office. They stood tall, chanting in unison. Yep. The current of your fate still flows. Now, the crucial question is, will the future we know unfold just like the past? Will we survive whatever that future holds for us? You drift lightly across the tranquil sky, sunlight filtering through the green canopies, creating a serene, vibrant atmosphere. While everyone cheers joyfully, Junmo stands there, a slight smile on his face. D rank, we did it. Park Sung-mo beams. I have a feeling we can do even better than this. If we could level up at least 2 ranks, that would be amazing. The others noticed his odd expression and asked, Wait. Park Jun, are you okay? Hearing his name called, he jolted back to reality, with a nervous laugh. He explained, I just kind of predicted the outcome, so I am not as pumped as you guys. Then he raised his weapon high, grinning widely. Haha. But no matter what, I still get the reward of a high-level weapon. 2 cases opened up, revealing neatly arranged long white tiger figurines. They gathered around, eyes wide with disbelief. Whoa. Sergeant, those are tigers. Not weapons. Right. I mean, come on. They are just tiger figurines. He did not reply. Instead, he stood up, channeling his energy to lift them into the air. Thinking, I have prepared everything I need. Worrying now feels pointless. I do not have any other choice but to face whatever future comes my way. No matter what it is, I will dive right in. Attack it. Obliterate it. And devour it whole. Time flies, and the sky darkens. With tired eyes, he stood still, contemplating. This is ridiculous. What is the big deal? Let us just get on with it. The next day, at the guard post in Nam-san, a soldier on duty called out. Sergeant. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Lately, we have been on night duty way too often. Have you noticed? We are probably getting the short end of the stick again. His partner did not rush to reply, instead checking his watch. Pondering. Maybe we got lucky and the incident did not happen sooner than expected. Or maybe there is no twist at all. That means the changes I made are not enough to stir up any trouble. He shot him a serious look. Jumbo flinched and quickly clarified. I did not mean to imply I am unhappy or anything. Hanjaek remained lost in thought. If that is the case, then I am certain a strange incident will bring hell to Seoul. Jumbo watched as he approached and panicked a bit. It is just that when I think about how I might get a few days off to visit my grandma soon, no matter how hard I try, I can't sleep well at all. I am telling the truth here. With a firm belief that an attack would happen today, he leaned in. Back Jumbo. Do you believe me? He hesitated. Stammering. Soldier back Jumbo. Home. Completely believe in you, sir. In the distance, a ginger cat peeked from the bushes. Meowing loudly. Upon hearing the answer, he smiled widely, waving his gun. Well, since that is settled, we are moving out. Jumbo's eyes widened in confusion. What the heck is this deja vu? A little later, at the guard post on the quiet road, a soldier shouted, Mint. North Jumbo. You guys are not sleeping, right? The two on duty replied in unison. Nope. As the cat that had been growling earlier now lay stiff, its body covered in wounds. Hanara adjusted her helmet. Hey and I. You guys have been on night duty pretty often lately. Are you okay, Jumbo? With tired, dark-circled eyes. Reported. Private North Jumbo. Minta chimed in. Corporal and Mint. Sergeant Lehanyatak said this is all part of training, so we do not really have any other choice. She smiled brightly to encourage him. Oh really? I guess there is no way around it. Hone Jeffy knows you are great. Minnie. That is why he asked you to do this. Cheer up. Upon hearing this, he could not help but blush. Ah yes. Thank you. I will cheer up right away. Ara concluded. All right. You two better perk up. If you actually fall asleep, I will make you regret it, he replied. He noticed a shadowy figure in the distance. Yeah. Then, he raised his weapon and shouted. Hands up. Move and I will shoot. Back away. Seeing no movement, he repeated. I said back away. Jumbo held his weapon close to his eyes and suggested. If you are a civilian, take one more step forward and turn around. From behind the shrouded night, the figure that had rushed forward began to reveal itself. It was a zombie. Boop. A gunshot rang out, hitting it squarely. With a thud, the zombie immediately collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, his face pale. Shaken by that shot, the ground trembled, causing the spiked traps around to jolt violently, creating a sharp, echoing sound in the air. They stood in shock, gripping their guns tightly, feeling the intense vibrations from the ground beneath them. Jumbo and Ara stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. Minty froze, standing still as if paralyzed. His eyes widened in horror. Unable to tear away from the terrifying scene before him, zombies poured out of the darkness like an avalanche. Rushing forward. Minty aimed through the scope and yelled, Fire! Both opened fire simultaneously. Gunfire erupted in the air, as the zombies kept charging forward relentlessly. Even when some fell, others kept coming, their eyes shining with excitement. Undeterred, Minty rushed towards the gate, calling out, North Dumbo. To the front door. Hurry. Once both were inside, he immediately unleashed his skills on it, casting a magical shield. They shouted, using all their strength to hold back the wave of zombies crashing in. Boop. The zombies recklessly charged forward, undeterred by being pushed back. The scene turned chaotic. Screams echoed everywhere as the two stood behind the door, determined to prevent the monsters from breaking in. Seeing the explosions and thunderous sounds, the emergency soldiers rushed over, and in that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The guard room. Hone Jakey gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow. Finally, is it begun? He said, as the attack turned the area into a hell on earth. Unha sat alone, typing on a keyboard in the official operations room. She typed with just her 2 index fingers, her focused expression looking adorably cute. Anna typed on the screen, summarizing the trends of soldiers under special control and management. A moment later, she got distracted by her surroundings. Why do I feel so uneasy? She opened the door and stepped outside to assess the situation. Anna silently chanted a spell, and a bright flame burst to life on her 2 fingers. She walked over and peered through the window of the other room. Inside, officers were screaming as massive snakes coiled around them. Anna gasped in horror. Snakes. All those military officers. Suddenly, something like a whip shot past. It lunged at Unha, causing her to jump in shock. The whip aimed to pierce her, but luckily, Anna dodged just in time. A solid leg struck her face out of nowhere. Gotcha. third daughter of the Knight Commander. The attack from Jiang Ao was so powerful that both of them were sent crashing through the window. Anha, still conscious, pushed the leg away with her hands. Then she quickly kicked him in the face. Anna put all her strength into launching Kang Achu's face into the air. She successfully landed safely on the ground while he slid across it for quite a distance. Anha raised her arm to where he had just attacked her. Who are you? A player or what? Kang Achu's pants were torn in part from her powerful strike, but soon after, the mark from Anha's hand vanished instantly. She wore a displeased expression. The area where her power had touched him was ablaze, not to mention his healing abilities. Who the heck is he? Kanka licked his lips smugly. You do not need to know. Anyway, you are going to die by my hands. But killing a pretty girl like you would be a waste. He tightened his grip on his whip, and seeing this, Anha got into a fighting stance. Suddenly, she heard a noise and looked up. Above her was a black hole, and below were skeletons in armor, wielding shields and swords. Looking terrifying, Anha was taken aback by the sight. She thought, a portal. That army. No way. It is a wave. He angrily shot the whip at her. I am standing right here. And you are thinking about something else. It quickly wrapped around Anha's head, and before she could react, it coiled around her neck and pulled her in. He was applying more force. I have heard you are quite arrogant. But if you want to show off, at least know when to observe your surroundings. Anha was in a tough spot, grimacing as she thought. Yeah, I have no weapon, so I can't do anything. The more he taunted, I wanted to play a little longer. But I do not have the time. So I will just kill you now. Anha was gradually losing her strength. She had to stay alert. She could not give up. She had to fight back against him. But she was fading in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, the whip snapped due to a bullet striking it, and more bullets flew toward him afterward. He clicked his tongue in anger. Damn. Who the hell is interfering? Anna struggled to regain her strength and slowly got up. She was surprised to see a pair of legs approaching. It is him, Hong Gix, holding a gun. Asking her, are you okay? Anha sat there, stunned. Lai Hoing, what are you doing here? He replied seriously. I am here to rescue you. Squad leader. Sergeant Lai Hikes, specialized in tactics. She looked at him suspiciously. Help me. Trung Ho. Seul Unha. Special trait. B rank Holy Knight. Glaring at those two. What a joke. How dare you. Just like that bastard last time. Your army is such a pain. Hon Jae-fi pretending to care just to mess with him. It has been a while. How have you been lately? You smirk and take off your hat. Not planning to run this time. He glares in frustration. That is too loud. You little punk. A massive horde of zombies is thrashing at the gate. The raid team is trying to fight them off. Just hang on a little longer. The rapid response unit will be here soon. The overwhelming crowd of zombies is making it even harder for the raid team. Their steps are starting to retreat. They are pushing their arms inside. And the team is struggling to hold on. It feels like the gate is about to collapse. A girl from the raid team is holding a book and chanting, I will support on the mana front. Gritting her teeth and holding firm. The other two in the raid team follow her lead. Giving everything they have got to stop the zombies, they grit their teeth and shut their eyes tight. After a while, the unit finally arrives to assist. The rapid response team. The young man hears their voices and feels a surge of hope. They rush over to take their positions. Position a 2. Execution time. They all shout in unison. Execution. And suddenly glowing circles appear, causing the zombies to panic. They stand there, dumbfounded, staring up at the magic circles above. Meanwhile, a line suddenly emerges behind the raid team, smoothly drawing weapons from their belts. I have been wondering why those zombies are still out there. Now it makes sense. Before anyone can react, she unleashes her power and slices through them one by one. The girl in the raid team glances over at the noise. She leaps onto the roof, leaving the other girl and 2 soldiers guarding the gate stunned. A 2 calmly says, what do you think? The young man is so scared he can control himself. The rapid response team has not even gotten their act together. If this keeps up, everyone's going to die. She glares and roars. Can't you see me? Bargaining with a dragon. She raises her 2 daggers. You guys are just a bunch of boring cockroaches. She screams. Die already. The zombies scatter in confusion. Oh no. They are all stunned as Sergeant Jun Jun strolls in, chugging a drink. A 2 is just as shocked. That guy is out of his mind. A zombie approaches him and attacks. It shatters Jun Jun's glass bottle. He is just groggy and mutters. Damn it. My drink. Where did it go? Who drank it all? He glares at the culprit who broke his bottle. Is that a person? It looks dazed while using its arms to crawl, without caring about the drink. And Jun Jun uses the sharp edges of the broken bottle to stab each zombie. Startling R in a bit, he drunkenly raises the bottle. Are you there, Commander? How are you going to make it up to me? She stands on the rooftop, chuckling. This is quite amusing. Makajong is really confident in her speed. Ah. It has been a while since I had some fun, she smugly says. I am just joking with you. But before she can finish, he gets triggered from behind. Joking? What a load of crap. Give it back to me. Makajong panicked as she heard the enemy approaching from behind, spinning around to attack Jun. But he was one step ahead, dodging just in time and using a shard of glass to slice her hand clean off with ruthless precision. Everyone witnessed the scene unfold as Makajong clutched her arm, screaming in agony. The two soldiers could not hide their joy. He finally showed up. In unison, they shouted, "Sergeant Choi Jun," drunkenly brandishing the glass shard, pointed it at her as a warning before he sliced through a few more things and declared, "Bring the booze over here." She clutched her bleeding arm, wondering, is this really Choi Jun? But he should be assigned somewhere else. He felt the effects of the shattered bottle, saying, "They told me to take care of some things. I did. So I am just back now. Got a problem with me? Ah, damn. Whatever. What about my drink? What are you planning to do?" Irene was furious, shouting, "That guy's lost it." The blade struck the remaining part of the broken bottle. She swung wildly, but every sharp, purple arc was perfectly dodged by Jun. Just as her sword was about to stab him in the face, Jun vanished. He quickly landed below her, and she gritted her teeth, thinking, when did he? He sighed, exclaiming, "Because of you, my fun is about to end." Jun waved his hand, and a knife from his agent's pocket flew into the air. He caught it with precision, saying, "Mind if I borrow your bayonet?" Everyone nervously advised, "Sergeant Choi Jun. A standard bayonet won't be enough to fight her. She is definitely a Makadong." Jun mute. "Is she not a living blade?" Two people retorted. "What living blade talks?" He replied. "So what?" The female Makadong is stepping forward. Arin gathered her strength, her legs bulging with muscles, veins even popping on her neck and cheeks. One of her eyes transformed into a strange mark, and Choi Jun thought, no wonder everyone sees him as a prime candidate for the next sword saint. With that in mind, she decided to unleash all her speed to fight him. The female warrior with curly pink hair shouted, on the rooftop, "Boom. Try to stop me now. As long as you can see me." Before the female warrior could scream, Arin lunged at the drunken man, aiming the knife straight at him. Jun spun around. The bayonet clashed violently with the blade, sparks flying. The girl with pink hair pale. They both tensed, their powerful energies radiating through the air. The pink-haired officer continued to yell, "Watch out." Both of them braced for impact, but he swung his arm, forcefully tossing Makadong aside. Arin crashed into the wall, shattering it to pieces, dust flying everywhere as people covered their eyes. The wind whipped her pink hair around as she slid across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction. Arin spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun looked on in shock as she staggered to her feet, saying, "Oh man. I was being careful and trying to maintain my speed for my metabolism, and every time my metabolism spikes, I wake right up." His glasses glinted. But now the fun was really over. Her eyes widened as they dramatically narrowed upon hearing his voice. He raised the blade high, his eyes sharp like a hawk. How would she take responsibility for the chaos she caused? The mark in her right eye flared up, revealing that he was way stronger than she had anticipated. She realized she could not handle this alone. She needed to get out of here fast. Arin dashed off before Jun could finish his question. "Forget that. I am wide awake now. And I need to ask you something." The mark in her eye kept glowing, and she quickly pondered how to meet the other hunters to devise a plan. When did Jun catch up with Arin? She was about to run, but he swung his arm, the blade slicing across her ankle and wrist. With a thud, she fell, her breath catching in her throat. Jun smirked. He surveyed the bloodied officers. While outside the gate, corpses were clawing to get in. Her pain echoed louder and louder. Jun shrugged off her screams, repeating his old question. "Wait, you are not a corpse. So how are you controlling them?" Arin, furious, opened her mouth to curse him out, but he was relentless, kicking her again. "Right. I know exactly how to get you to talk. What are you? Some kind of animal?" Jun looked at the corpses lying still on the ground. "You just rest there. Once I am done cleaning up, I will come and ask you some questions." The wind whistled through the trees, leaves rustling in the dark. He leaped over the gate and commanded, "One of you, go tie her up." After dealing with the corpses, he informed the pink-haired girl, the squad vice captain, "Wait for me to finish up before you come. I will come to settle things later," he said, catching her off guard. "What?" "Right. Take them all out first, then come back to settle things." A soldier drew a long sword with a golden hilt, saying, "Sergeant, I have just been given a weapon infused with holy power. You should use it." Jun refused. "No need." The officer looked worried, But you can't kill them with a regular spear. He smiled, his eyes glinting with madness. But if they die too easily, what is the fun in that? Making them suffer before they die is what really hurts. The two officers below jumped in surprise as Du Jun vanished. Thin blades slicing through the undead at breakneck speed. The officer blocking the gate observed and asked, "Do you think after Sergeant Lai Han Joshi changed? He started acting a bit like Sergeant Choi Du Jun." The other replied, "Every time those two laugh like that, I just feel scared." Heinz Rex, holding his helmet, grinned with his purely white teeth. "It has been a while, you little bastard. How have you been? You are not going to run away this time, are you?" His crimson pupils narrowed. He was too reckless. That damn monkey. Macadong immediately swung his whip, the blade striking fiercely to block the rope. Ongye drew his weapon and said to Yuna, "Squad leader, the skeletons are rushing out of the gate towards the defense zone. Please take this weapon and save the soldiers there." Yuna protested, "That guy is Macadong. What are you going to do without holy power?" He raised the sword, having to fight while protecting her. It was too much for him. Yuna gritted her teeth in resignation. Hon Jake swung his sword to block the attacking whip. "We need to get our hands on that holy weapon fast," she thought. "Yeah." Saying that, what Lei Han Jex has shown so far is pretty impressive. "Don't forget my warning. Do not you dare die. That is an order. Leaving you behind is not an option." She quickly accelerated and took off. "The blade helps block those low attacks from you." He scoffed. "You all should fight together. You think you are just going to let her escape?" Anjing taunted. "That is a brilliant idea. I am so glad you are still breathing." He was puzzled. "What? You retract the blade back to your hand. You are still alive. Which means your leader has not figured out who I am yet. You are still breathing because you have not reported that failure. Right. If you had, you would not be standing here." After hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. That damn bastard. Honjh could not help but continue. "Hey, look at you reacting like this. I guess I hit the nail on the head. Letting you escape before. Do you have any idea how annoyed I was? This time, I will clear the path for you to die nice and clean." Kang Ho was getting more and more irritated. "You seriously underestimate me." The dark energy from the blade continuously radiated out. The gleaming red gem in his hand emitted a heavy aura. He exploded with a new weapon all over. "With my current gear, I have reached a whole new level. Way beyond what I was before. Your little holy power can compete with me." Hon Jiki's eyes widened. "Lucky me. They are done for." "Exactly how many crates of treasures worth 1 billion gold are in there?" Kang Ho was furious at your taunts. "Today, you won't even lay a finger on me, and I will tear you into 100 pieces myself. Do you understand?" You raised the wooden sword. The system window popped up. Item information. Name. Crown of Light and Darkness. Effects. Quickly enhancing defense against undead attacks. Special properties. Granting specific gear. Attributes. Aura. Holy power. And dark magic. Warning. There are specific limitations when granting an aura to gear. 2 different sources of power cannot be used simultaneously. You can only choose one. An aura circle appeared above Haino Trice's head. The blade and sword in his hands shone at the same time. The system reappeared. Skill information. Aura. Holy virtue. Effects. Grants a certain piece of equipment 10% of the holy power from the crown. Limitation. Reduces your mana by 10%. Kang Ho was shocked. How could he convert such a lossy weapon into a weapon with holy power? You proudly raised your weapon. Who said I could only use holy seeds? Today, I am going to use holy power to tear you apart into 100 pieces. Kang Ho angrily retorted. You might be overestimating yourself. You think you can hurt me with that little holy power of yours? Jay grinned. Let us see if I am right. You scared? He roared in rage. I will rip that mouth of yours apart. Let us see if you can still speak. The whip flew towards Hungex, and you quickly dodged just in time. The whip curved its way toward you, thinking to yourself, using a whip as a weapon. That is a long reach with a pretty hard trajectory to dodge. The whip slammed into the wall, then shifted direction right after Hungex. You calculated. If this hits us, I am done. Clearly, he is head over heels, yet he still wears that smug smile. So that is why this overconfident Jax like he owns the place. The whip lashes out violently against the wall, and Honjek quickly jumps to avoid it. But Kang Ho clutches his weapon tightly, completely oblivious to what is sneaking up behind him. A plan begins to form in Heingeek's mind. If he closes in for a close-range attack, the advantage of the whip would turn into a liability. He grips his sword and thrusts it down, while the blade behind him provides backup. He scoffs, and from Kang Ho's weapon, sharp spikes emerge. They suddenly shoot out, stiff as steel and sharp as thorns, yet flexible like vines, quickly locking onto the blade. Fearing that Honji Kai might snatch the sword from his hands, green streaks spread rapidly across the battlefield. and the metallic body grows even more dangerous. Honjie spins to dodge the attack range, his body crashing to the ground. Executing a rapid skill, he quickly stands to evade the incoming spikes, which dance like a storm, relentlessly closing in on Hikes. The guy controlling them laughs maniacally, taunting. You think you can escape? Let us see how far you can run. He watches as the blade gets entangled in the sharp spikes. Completely unexpected. Analyzing the situation. Those spikes are now blocking the close-range attack he was aiming for, exploiting the whip's immobility. Honjie thinks to himself, at this rate, it is highly likely. An arrow wrapped in a shimmering green aura lurks in the shadows, aimed right behind him. The bow he would plan to use as a final strike in his long-range attack is now blocked. He conjures a long spear, its handle adorned with flowing blue magic, and a new plan takes shape in his mind. If that is the case, even if it drains a lot of mana, he will have to use Exxon-less spear. The more he shouts, the more excited he becomes, drowning in a moment of desperate anticipation. Yep. Just keep running until I take you down. Honjie plants his foot hard against the ground, raising the spear. Commanding. Unlock. He leaps to dodge the relentless attacking wires, the spear creating a brilliant arc of light. The system displays. Item information unlock the power of Exxon Lu's spear heroic effects. The wounds inflicted by this spear are not easy to recover from. Penalty. A significant amount of mana will be consumed when this item is unlocked. With a mana consumption rate of 21%, Honjie jumps away from the whip, and the system notifies him that he has 63% mana left after using it. Grits his teeth. Realizing he has been figured out, he is using a massive mana potion stored in his armor to fight. And the jerk is just waiting until he runs out of mana. Honjie crouches after gaining some distance. It seems this bastard has done his homework by analyzing his weaknesses during the fight. He raises his hand, ready to pull out the communicator from his pocket. With all these dragon minions around, even if I burn all my mana, I can do much against this guy. He smugly thinks, finally realizing your situation. Keep believing you can beat me like before. Honjie holds the communicator, watching the whip charging toward him. A thought pops into his head. If that is the case, he shouts into the communicator. Get ready. As Kangho furrows his brow in confusion, a bright light begins to rise from the forest. The bullet pierced straight through his chest, leaving a delicate trail like silk, the golden sound echoing throughout the forest. The soldier raised his smoking gun and reported to his squad. Target acquired. Engage. The teammate beside him, Sergeant Minju, updated their position through the radio. Listen up. We might be compromised by that gunfire. We need to move to another spot fast. The soldier stood up. Fire at will. He dropped to one knee, feeling the pain coursing through him. Rage boiling inside him. His weapon charged with power, gathering a surge of red energy. He shouted. You bastard. I am going to kill you. Before he could unleash his attack, an arrow pierced through his chest. He could not believe it. Minji seized the moment and charged forward with his spear. Scream all you want. Just die. You foolish ghost. The spear struck again, unleashing a wave of powerful energy. He stumbled back, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, the spearhead igniting with flames. The crown of light and darkness above Minji slowly fading. He thought, how could this happen? I was chosen by the leader. Who are you? And a rank hunter. Rank? How could you defeat me? Mingi smirked. You are about to die. And you are still curious about me. Fine. For a disgusting noble like you, let me enlighten you. He whispered in his ear, the crown above him dissipating like a shimmering galaxy. I am an Asu rank hunter. The system displayed information about skills. Using aura. Holy effects. An equipment granting a 10% boost of holy power from the crown. The penalty reduced his mana by 10%. Kangho's face twisted in fear as the flames began to spread. He roared in anger. This can't be happening. There is no way I am losing to a lowly Su. His screams were gradually swallowed by the flames. This can't be real. The gem fell to the ground. A notification from the system chimed it. Congratulations. You have increased your mana capacity. Mana tank upgraded to level 3. Upon absorption, your mana will increase significantly. He glanced at the gems in his hand, thinking, from now on, I will only use half of my tank, saving the other half for emergencies. An urgent message came through, and he quickly grabbed his weapons. Sergeant Minji, the Scottons are attacking base 2. Minji grabbed the radio. What is the current battle situation? The soldier reported, the Scottons are swarming like ants. He looked through the scope. At this rate, I do not think anyone's getting out alive. Minji frowned and thought as a Scotton turned, its eye sockets glowing red. They were thrown aside by a truck barreling through. A soldier gripped the wheel tightly. These low-level Scottons. I am gonna wipe them out. The Scottons now blocked the path in front of the windshield. Countless spears shattered the glass, causing the soldier to scream in terror. The Scottons surrounded the vehicle, long streaks of blood pouring out. One Scotan held up the terrified head of the soldier from earlier, marching in a long line. Si-Hai poked her head out the window to take a look. They have already taken out the captain. 2 girls lit fires to hold them back, and someone yelled, "Surgeon Kimze! Stop dreaming. We do not have enough manpower to take them all down," a soldier with a ponytail exclaimed. "Those monsters are slowly pouring in." Si-Hai stepped up to command. "Calm down. Stop throwing spells around haphazardly. Focus the power of everyone in one spot. That way, they will slow down." She turned back and asked, "What about the armory? Have we gotten reinforcements yet?" If the other soldiers were rushing to report, it is bad news. It looks like the squad leader has the key to the armory. Si-Hai clenched her fists. Then break it or burn it down. I do not care how, just get it open fast. Our survival depends on it. Do not give up. The girl at the window reported. "Surgeon Kimze." The Scodan are climbing the walls and getting inside, Si-Hai ordered. "Get away from the windows. Now." Hongok rushed in, staring at the massive Scodan army. When did so many of them show up here? In barracks too. There are plenty of my teammates, I can't afford to lose them, he prayed. Please stay alive. Suddenly, a Scodan lunged in from behind Si, and everyone screamed in unison. "Surgeon Kimze." She turned around in shock, seeing the sword swinging down toward her. As darkness descended on the undead army, a voice asked, "Do we need to open the gate in order?" He hoisted a stone statue on his shoulder, looking towards Carol who was gazing at the city, suggesting, "Carol, if we dive in together, I think we can wrap this up quickly." But when she coldly shot back, "I just want to survive," he raised an eyebrow. "What the heck are you rambling about?" Carol grinned excitedly, flashing her sharp fangs. Humans are so adorable when their survival hopes are being crushed by us. Seeing that expression, he thought, guess the wicked personality has not changed a bit. Suddenly, Ronghe emerged from underground, saying, "Looks like the entire infiltration team is wiped out." Kamak gasped in shock and asked, "What do you mean?" He recounted what they had done. "We have completely disabled all communication devices and cameras that could operate during the magical disturbance and arrived at the designated point to await the infiltration order." However, the outcome was unexpected. Ronghe confirmed. Not a single soul made it. Kamak, frustrated, questioned, "Didn't you say the team and candidates for the Holy Sword were not here?" He explained. "That is what we confirmed before the infiltration." He turns to make a guess. Could that be Seal Unha, the captain's daughter from the Knights Guild? He nods, realizing that we have no choice but to accept that Seal Unha is stronger than we anticipated. Karen suddenly speaks up. "Wait. Gang Mok, go down there and clean up those troops in the camp by yourself." Hearing this, he grits his teeth, revealing his sharp fangs. Kang Mok, fuming with anger, slammed the stone pillar into the ground and shouted, "Damn it, all because of those damned idiots. I have to deal with this." The cold, chilling voice of the system echoed, warning that the gathering point of evil had been established in the area, with the dark attribute index increasing by 50%, the undead attribute recovery rate boosting by 50%, and the number of monsters spilling out of the gate skyrocketing by 100%. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared beside him. The Kang Mok stepped through the gate with Carol, rubbing his hands together as he surveyed the scene. "Well, here we are. How about we turn that holy knight into one of us?" Carol frowned. "I told you to follow orders, not just focus on Cellula." He stepped forward, glancing over the edge. "Do I look like those idiots? I will take them down in one blow." Carol shook his head. "Those monsters are going to deal with Cellula." A heavy foot stomped down. Shaking the ground, a monster appeared, its face engulfed in crimson ghostly flames. Through the teleportation gate, hordes of monsters armed to the teeth poured out. I can't help but wonder what its face will look like when it falls into despair. He grinned mischievously. Hon Jekye quickly halted in shock at the sight before him, thinking, if I remember correctly, there were 2 dragon monsters in my past life. He accelerated, recalling the terrifying hook in his subconscious. But considering that crazy guy I met earlier, I can't be sure there won't be another one, because he does not exist in my memories in this situation. Right now, the undead army surged, thick as a horde, even if the second camp was attacked by dragon monsters. As the energy spikes rained down, I could not afford to lose anyone. A blue light surrounded them, guiding each projectile to soar at breakneck speed. Hone Jake and the spear launched a surprise attack from behind the dry corpses. One dry corpse, startled by the noise, turned its head. Before it could react, the glowing spear pierced through its brittle frame, swiftly igniting it. Countless powerful iron spikes rained down upon the outer layer of that gigantic army. He channeled all his strength to create numerous sharp projectiles. Silently praying, "Please let me survive." Each wind spear followed in a line, charging toward the enemy. He concentrated all his energy on directing the thrust and shouted. The undead horde shattered at the sound of his call. Kim Si-hee, in the military building. A dry corpse stealthily approached her. Sergeant Kim Si-hee. She sensed it just in time, before the sword came crashing down on her head. Waves of green energy began to disperse from her body. The gigantic soul gripped the undead's sword tightly. Si-hee coldly interrogated. Who gave you the right to enter the women's barracks? Creeping like a worm. Without hesitation, she commanded the soul to punch the dry corpse away, while Hoing Gok was fiercely fighting. He saw a zombie falling from the window. He jumped up urgently, asking, Is everyone okay? Witnessing her standing there, manipulating the soul to save people, he could only say, I am here to rescue you. He was utterly stunned. Who is she saving? He thought, glancing at the newcomer. She truly is stronger than I ever expected. Her gaze at him was filled with confusion. What the heck was going on? Why was he trying to act cool after crawling out from wherever? He barely held a candle to her. Kim Si-hee. A necromancer with a seriously impressive history in assassination. 5 years after the second wave, the eerie image flickered back. She had been sent on a special mission to assassinate the Octopus King in the Octopus Kingdom in Shanghai. The Octopus King had to fall, leaving a massive mark in history after a life-and-death duel with King Oxtonus. That is why, when I officially started my mission, I did not set out with her. The girls were chatting away. That is him. Sergeant Lee Geis. Right. It is totally him. Is not. While they gossiped, he was like, he is handsome. Right. Sorry. I did not really get a good look at the photo back then. Hon Jae-ji bashfully asked, who is in charge here right now? She adjusted her clothes and took charge. I guess that would be me. Another girl rushed over. Sergeant Kim Si-hee. The weapons room is currently wide open. He boldly declared, I will hold this area. So everyone get your weapons ready. She covered her mouth. Doubtful he could handle it alone. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely. He looked down at the swarm of undead and urged, but our power is not limitless. We can hold out for long. Please hurry. Through the radio, someone greeted. Corporal Pak Junmo reporting. He hurriedly announced he completed his mission as instructed. Most of the soldiers in Barracks 1 were ready and evacuated. He praised. Great job, Pak Junmo. Adding, and the squad leader have been moved to Barracks 2. A distant horizon was suddenly illuminated by a flash of light, leaving him in shock. Mouth agape. Someone was wielding a weapon. Clearing the undead out of the way, Unha landed gracefully beside him, and upon seeing him, she recognized it was Heingex. As her feet hit the ground, she immediately asked, Have you dealt with the undead here yet? He answered seriously, All taken care of. Si-hee stood still and raised her hand to greet her. Reporting. Sergeant Kim Si-hee will have the troops in Barracks 2 ready soon. He felt her gaze on him, causing him to twitch his lips. Her eyes were pondering. Evacuating Barracks 1 and even assisting Barracks 2. Had she already handled the entire situation? He seemed to understand her thoughts and avoided her gaze. The system emitted a warning signal, alerting that the evil gathering point had been established in the area. The dark attribute increased by 50%. The recovery ability of the undead attribute increased by 50%. And the number of monsters escaping from the gate surged by 100%. The announcement ended as the undead threw their heads back and howled, their eyes glowing red like blood. Everyone was confused, and Unha took the lead to ask, Is that a magical artifact? A magical artifact is a type of item that can cast spells on a space. Anjay narrowed his eyes. A magical artifact. An item linked to some devilish enchantments. I need to move fast and find it before anyone else does. You stand straight and report. That dragon guy was not alone before. She analyzed the situation. I know. I do not understand why they used this dried fog monster to attack here first. But this is definitely a planned assault with ulterior motives. Then she immediately ordered. All soldiers, get ready and set up a defensive formation until reinforcements arrive. The two did not hesitate for a second. Yep. Understood. Unha leaned close to you and requested. And you, Heinz Rex, will come with me to the control room. You were taken aback. I am going with Miss. Right now in the control room underground. All the monitoring screens have lost signal. The door was sealed by a complex spell that was shaking violently. The two exchanged glances. If they could break through a locked door with 2 layers of magical defenses, then they were up against something really strong. Entering here to fight in such a tight space is truly risky. Lihunexi firmly instructed. Squad leader, when the door opens and I give the signal, please blow that guy out with me. Minhai opened his mouth. What? He tensed his muscles, creating a small whirlwind. He shouted loudly. Exxon, are you crazy? He held the axe tightly, refusing to back down. If anyone can break that door, we won't get another chance. Handling all of them might be tough, But I will stop that one guy. Even if it costs me my life. Just as he finished speaking, the door shattered with a loud bang. The shockwave made both of them struggle to hold their ground. They both shielded their heads to avoid injury. The more he pushed his troops forward, the more he cursed. You bastards. Are you really holding out here to survive? He focused on the soldier holding the axe. What the hell is this? He looked up to assess the creature. What kind of monstrous size is that? It was much bigger than him. And he was just a human. His heart chilled. Terrified. But he could not back down. He gathered strength in both hands and was very surprised. What? Don't tell me you plan to fight me. He immediately received a sharp axe swing. The soldier vowed to survive. I will kill you. Li Kunex Daxi shouted while trying to control his magic. Privately Kunex Huno Jaichi stood to the side, propping himself up and scolding. Do not unleash magic recklessly like that. You need to control it. He rubbed his head and chuckled. Magic is so hard to control. You looked at the staff flying in the air threateningly. If you laugh again, I will knock you out. He shrank back. Mimicking. Your panic state wears off really fast because you keep switching to panic mode. He slumped down, ignoring how angry he was. Huno Jaichi commanded the staff to hit him. While he stood with his hands on his hips. You just blasted magic at me. You need to take a good look at yourself. You had a question. Turning your head in confusion. What is going on? He turned to you and posed a question. What should I do if I face an opponent stronger than me in a real battle? You responded with an answer that made him sit up to listen more intently. Wondering what you were even thinking, of course. Secretly thinking about how a guy as big as a house is sneaking around trying to do something. But on the surface, you are still teaching him. You need to run right away. That is how your character can shine. The soldier knelt in panic, waving his hands. I am not that type of person. You shot him a side eye. Like, seriously. And heard his explanation. That is not it. You punched him lightly on the shoulder as if to say, you dare to argue with me. He recoiled and shouted. Private, hold your ground. Sergeant Leguk seriously pointed out. Then do not run. Face your opponent head on. He stopped singing, listening to your words. Acting like a soldier protecting his teammates behind him. So that they would protect you too. Right now. The soldier gripped his axe tightly. Thinking, I'm scared, but I can't back down, gathering all his strength into his two hands. He thought, wait, do not tell me you are the one challenging me. He charged at the opponent. Axe raised, denying any chance of retreat. No way. I am taking you down. Manhai gritted his teeth and prepared for battle. Sergeant Le Manhai. Wizard. Spellcaster. With a skill set of 7 bends. Level C play. He shouted. Squad leader. Right now. The soldier rushed back, forced into the established circle. Then pushed both of them out of the room through the formation. The soldier was startled to see the door slowly closing behind him, furrowing his brow with a wicked smile. What are you doing? He hunched down, tightening his body, causing the air to vibrate intensely. Then, as his muscles bulged, his shirt ripped apart. Private, hold your ground. Beast tribe. Close combat connection. The superior trait of level D was considered level C, and he roared. You see this? It is way too cramped for a real fight. The soldier's hands transformed into claws, grinning with delight. So you are a fighter. He shut his eyes tight, focusing, controlling his magic, thinking, this time I have to make it. Please. In an instant, his muscles expanded, power surging as he gripped his weapon. Feeling triumphant. Did it? The soldier faced his opponent. Calculating. Now I can maintain level 2 of this enhancement spell. His gaze hardened as he charged forward. Just as Sergeant Guk had said. He swung his axe with all his might, hoping to gain the upper hand against his opponent. The battle raged fiercely, every strike unleashed without a moment's hesitation. Inside, he was filled with determination. I will protect those behind me. Under the quiet night, a heavy iron door of the basement emerged from the ground. The fire brigade against the third monster. 1st Battalion. Down in the underground bunker, Honhao and Guk gripped their weapons tightly. Running wildly, with glowing tigers flying far behind, you accelerated while glancing at her. Thinking, we need to deal with the artifact first. But Hoinha believed they had to get to the control room. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted on the road, causing both to come to an abrupt halt. You raised your hand to shield against the powerful shockwave. Whoa, that is huge. As the smoke gradually clears, the scene unfolds, revealing the gruesome sight of the bloodied soldier standing frozen in shock. Anjanachi stares wide-eyed, unable to believe what he is witnessing. He takes a step forward and shouts loudly. Get back. Soldier. As soon as the soldier hears the familiar voice, he struggles to open his eyes and speak. Sergeant Lee. Heinz Rex. I told you. I am not the type to run away. Without letting him finish, He forcefully slams his head down onto the floor. The soldier grunts in discomfort. What are you babbling about? Shut up right now. The chaotic echoes of panic in the cracked water tunnel resonate with his commands, bringing a moment of silence. One half, fuming with anger, interrogates. What do you want from us? Meanwhile, the comm squad leader interjects. But could you please head to the control room first? She seemed to catch on. You want me to? But he cut her off. When you get to the control room, order a search for the artifact and mobilize personnel for evacuation. His gaze icy, filled with determination. For me. I am going to take care of this bastard and join you later. She stared at him, mouth agape. Speechless. Suddenly, the guy noticed her and remarked. The captain's daughter. I did not want to hunt you down myself. But look who showed up. Wuna nodded at his words, reminding him, like you said. I will head to the control room and do not die. That is an order. He called after her as she walked away. Where do you think you are going? Han Jiake slowly confessed. Divorce. I can't stand that guy. He is just a brute who relies on strength. He was baffled. What is with the chatter? Crushing the object in his hand. He added, but you know, he fought for my words. So out of respect, I gotta risk my life for revenge. The system chimed in with information. Item identified. Level 3 magic bottle. Used to supply concentrated magic to the user. Magic is at 100%. Warning. Excessive use can harm the user. Honjake immediately charged forward to attack. Sankimafri commented with amusement. Look at this crazy dude. Alright. Let us see what you got. Just as he finished, he was stunned as the kid slid right between his legs. Seizing the opportunity, he regained his balance and spun around. He had barely turned when a flash of light appeared ahead. Countless sharp projectiles pierced through him. Flying towards the kid, he gritted his teeth, staggering with wounds all over. Unaware that the kid's weapon was circling back behind him, the kid raised his spear, infused with magic, and shouted. Unlock. The spear in his hand swept across with deadly precision. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This is it. With one hand gripping the spear tightly, he tangled it with the opponent's armor. The team mouth lightly transformed, seizing the kid's weapon. Is this all you have got? I am kinda disappointed. He added a mocking kick. You said you were out for revenge. Right. The kid braced himself to minimize the damage. I want to go down easy. The impact sent him flying. Honjake desperately tried to use his hands to slow his backward slide. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept watch on the battlefield. From his vantage point, he spotted a cluster of soldiers lying in wait. A team Mo feet blinked behind him. What are you staring at? The kid leaped into the air. Just as the opponent's punch came crashing down, he swiftly landed on the wall. Honiji immediately focused on observing his opponent. His eyes locked onto the charging figure with blazing red eyes, closing in fast, taunting while dodging. The guy moves around like a mouse. You are just dancing around, avoiding blow after blow. The excitement rises as the gap closes. Gotcha. You just got hit by a machine that barely made a sound. He stands outside the shattered wall, peering in, with a monstrous form and glowing red eyes. He sneers. You think you can take me down with just a few holy weapons? You talk about revenge. But that is all you have got. Pathetic. A loud crash leaves him momentarily stunned. What was that sound? You calmly describe it here. You are right, some weapons are not enough to kill people. That is why I brought you here. You stand there, clutching your injured body as you introduce the situation. This is the unbreakable flow. All the weapons in the room are shaking. They are all yours. This is the restricted area of the Anti-Magic Brigade. No. 3. 1st Battalion. Weapon storage. A sense of unease slowly rises around him. You grit your teeth, pounding your chest over your heart. Blood trickles from the corner of your mouth, but your gaze remains fierce. Let us see who dies first. You bastard. A golden magic circle appears before the monsters. They rush through the spatial gate. Suddenly, each of them looks around in confusion. Minhai urges everyone as he controls the door. I have managed to hold off some monsters, but that is my limit. We do not have much time left. Hurry up. You do your best to stay steady. Communication center. Restore the communication channel immediately. Everyone, get ready to shoot, ready to attack. The snipers are all in their assigned positions. You still stand there, casting a spell to block the monsters. The drain is too much. All you can do is scream as the weak magic circle shatters under their fierce assault. Minhai, exhausted, crouches down as he watches them flood into the room. One monster raises its weapon to strike him down. Despair fills your eyes as you open your mouth to shout, fire. At that moment, you now arrive, slicing the monster in half with a burst of sword energy. She retracts her sword and asks about the situation. Trung Ho Salu now. Are you okay? You happily call her name. Trung Ho Salu now. The dry mist burns fiercely in the raging flames as the sound echoes. We have cleaned up all the skeletal soldiers in the command room. For now, everything in this area is under control. Minhai looks at her, feeling a bit emotional. Thank you. If they had taken the command room, we would all be dead. Suddenly, a staff member reports, Squad leader. We have established a link with the communication channel. We are connected with Battalion 3. Immediately, you urge them. Hurry up. Ask them for help. The soldier's eyes widen in shock. He hesitates, losing all hope. But they said the monster gate has also opened over there, at the headquarters of Battalion 3. The chaos reigns as the monster horde attacks in waves. Minhai and Yuna stare in shock. What? Then, immediately request a connection to the Blue Orchid Society. But the Blue Orchid Society building is under siege. Thoka can only respond weakly. Many portals are opening up around them. He quickly orders to connect with Battalion 5, connect with Battalion 6, and then, they all receive the same news. All nearby units and societies confirm that portals are appearing everywhere. He excitedly jumps to his feet. Right now, everyone is calling for support. It is like a battlefield everywhere. When they see someone calling out, everyone stands at attention, respect in their faces. Kim Kang-sok sits in the cabin explaining, I am heading back to base. But it will take a while, so please bear with me. The helicopter is racing through the night sky. His voice echoes through the screen, asking, what is the current situation? Anna boldly speaks up. Right now, many portals are opening everywhere, causing chaos among the awakened and the enemies. Moreover, most of the commanders, including the chief commander, have gone missing. They are believed to have been assassinated. Kang Seok furrows his brow, questioning, is that the entirety of our current situation? She nods respectfully. That is how it is right now, sir. Every word he speaks carries a heavy pressure. With 2 battalion commanders here, I am asking if there is any way to resolve this emergency. She opens her eyes wide, biting her lip, unable to say a word. The chat screen is heavily glitching. She steadies her emotions and speaks. Lieutenant, I have something to say. He does not waste any time. Go ahead. Onhao asserts her reasoning. It might seem unreasonable in this situation, but I suggest temporarily handing over command to Sergeant Lee Hyun Guk. Minhai, clearly annoyed, asks, what are you talking about? He crosses his arms. Skeptical. I am curious about your reasoning. Did not you agree that we should be cautious and suspicious of Sergeant Lei's actions? Her eyes are filled with determination. His unexpected actions do warrant caution, but so far, everything has been fairly normal. Hein Guk over there is patting himself on the back. The system announces an item named Mana Potion Level 3, which provides condensed mana to the user, with mana at 100%. Caution. Excessive use may harm the user's body. All weapons in the arsenal are now enveloped in energy. He struggles to get up and declares, I am preparing this for you. They have a variety of weapons indicating that this is a restricted area. The 3rd Monster Defense Brigade. First weapon cache. The monster in front looks puzzled. How do you know my name? He ignores the blood trickling from his lip and challenges. Let us see who gets destroyed first. You're. Let us all rush in together. Cutting his words short, he readies his weapons for an attack. They charge through the tier in the wall. Aiming at him, the monster dares not look down on them and activates defense mode. The endless spears clash against the sturdy armor, sparking flames. For every weapon that breaks, another takes its place. Remaining mana is at 87%. The monster's red eyes gleam with mockery. You idiot. Is this all you can do? As he marched forward, I will reward your hard work with a painless death. Keep pushing ahead, no matter the pain that awaits. Come on. Try your best against me. Each step he took felt like carrying 1,000 pounds, and no amount of pain could make him falter. He clenched his teeth, forcing the blood back down. He gathered more blue mana into his large hands, and, he succeeded in forcing him to step back. But he pressed on, his facade starting to crack. His excitement was impossible to hide as he laughed. This is fun. Keep it coming. Those idiots who think they are strong always end up in misery. The remaining mana is at 38%. And he loomed right in front of me, just like your clueless teammates. You think you are strong enough to take me on? The floor was so wrecked. It was hard to tell what it used to be, but as the dust settled, all that remained was a stark wasteland. The tip of the spear whistled through the air, and I swiftly darted in from the side, aiming for his back. I closed in on him, my face dark and questioning. Surprised. Tough luck. The deadly spear easily pierced through him. Through the wound, I unleashed holy power to destroy his body from within. After carefully observing the unusual behavior of Lee Hyun Hexi earlier, with only 2% mana left, a voice rang out. I suspected he belonged to a secret society aiming to bring down South Korea. Or maybe he was a spy from another country. You just crazily glared at him, saying he would die too. Just like those foolish idiots who think they are strong. His body rotted away, losing all its vitality. And then it caught fire. But now I am certain. Hyun had observed everything from start to finish. He was not a spy. He had gone ahead of everyone and risked himself to handle this chaos. Moreover, From the Goblin Gate in Itaewon to the unfortunate events in Gaseon and the incidents in Seal, the weapon returned to my side. As if scripted, he was always at the center of events, holding the key to resolve the situation. The axe was strapped to my back, and his tactical decisions not only resolved the situation quickly but also aimed to save those around him. I solemnly promised, I am sorry I could not protect everyone. Even if this place falls, I will come back and bring everyone home. Then I quietly turned away. In this life, I will never survive alone and forget my teammates again. The command room echoed my words, weighing the situation and actions taken so far. I believe Sergeant Lee Hyun Hexi is the right person for this mission. After a moment of deep thought, Hung said, You are absolutely right. I completely agree with this idea. Coincidentally, the person we are talking about is here too. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief as he returns, calling out in unison, Lee Hutton, Sergeant Lee Hannix. He steps into the spotlight as we grant you the temporary command of the 3rd Monster Combat Brigade. 1st Battalion. Does that include access to the armory? Exactly. The response comes, Can you turn this dire situation around? His knuckles turn white from gripping too tightly, the tension palpable. Without hesitation, he replies, Yep, sir. I will give it my all. It is time to fight back. The soldiers receive their orders and open fire, unleashing a barrage at the approaching zombies at Base 1. A voice calls out, Activate the magic circle. The magic circle materializes above the horde of zombies, and the next command follows. Fire. 4 magic circles unleash fairy blasts directly at the zombies, incinerating them instantly. The man who had given the orders earlier panics, exclaiming, Damn it. If this keeps up, we will never end this. The zombies wielding swords and shields burst out from the magic circles, quickly advancing forward. At Base 2, the magic circle strategy is also in play, trying desperately to eliminate them. The zombies that escaped the containment charge straight into the building. A loud voice rings out as they engage. The 2nd floor has been breached. The girls bravely fighting off the zombies hear someone shout, Fall back. C pats one on the shoulder, ordering, Get to the upper floor. The panicked girl tears up, responding, We can save those on the 2nd floor. There are too many. Blaming herself for not being able to save anyone, she slams her hand against the stair railing, crying out, We can hold out any longer. A figure with a blade appears, clearing zombies at the guard post. John dispatches them swiftly with precision. 2 soldiers see him and gasp in shock. Sergeant Choi John, are you okay? After wiping out the zombies in the area, he leans against his thigh, exhausted, and replies, Do I look alright? Hardly able to rest. Another wave of zombies comes charging in. His eyes widen, pupils constricting as he gasps. This is getting intense. It is tough to take them down with the totem empowering them. John excitedly thrusts his knife forward. Now this is getting interesting. Meanwhile, in the Bong command and control room, Jang Gae explains, The Vice Echo zombies that infiltrated the base are not too strong, but their numbers are overwhelming, at least 10,000 to 20,000. Leon wraps it up, With these walls, our main strategy is doomed to fail. Lee Minhai chimes in, We have no choice but to establish a base in Bonk and issue commands. You are quick to shoot down ideas. That is your opinion. But we can do that. Leon envisions the corpses of our people and explains his reasoning. If we let them swarm, those monsters will turn into a strategic army of the dead, controlled by those who built the totem. If those monsters flood down to Namsan, hundreds will die. He loses his cool and shouts, So what do we do now? Honijev offers his 2 cents, Let us kill the leader, and everyone should search for the totem along with the guards at the checkpoints. Yunena turns to ask, What about the zombies? With that determined and confident look, he lays out the plan. We will open the guard posts and gather the zombies in one spot. Minhai is taken aback by Lion's plan, shouting, Have you lost your mind? If those monsters gather in one place, we are all dead. Hon Jaded exclaims proudly, No way. Deputy Commander, if you and I work together, they will be the ones getting wiped out. He pauses, pointing at himself in disbelief. Choi Jong-jun gasps, catching his breath, asking in shock, Why me? I refuse. He leans against the gate, looking at the slain zombies before him. How am I supposed to find all those totems across Nam San? Hon Jake seems a bit helpless, his face expressionless as he explains. Do not worry about that. The team has already pinpointed specific locations for you. 2 soldiers blocking the door panic as they see another wave of zombies approaching and shout, Sergeant Choi Jong-jun. They are coming in again. Hein directs, with a serious expression, gives the command right now. I'm in charge. You must follow my orders. He feigns ignorance, eyes wide. What? I can hear you. Security protocols. You are at a loss for words. Thinking, Oh right. I completely forgot his temperament. That idiot. He is stunned when the radio crackles to life. Valentine's 21-year-old whiskey. Jongjun slyly respond. 30. You breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking. It is always the same. He never takes anything seriously. Meanwhile, the radio relays information. Do you want me to go or not? A frustrated voice comes through. All right, got the message. He looks visibly happy. Got it. I am on my way. Wuma turns toward the door, saying, then I will head to Zenda's Vos. Honejev watches him leave. Requesting help. Command the attack team. See you later. In the meantime, take care of my team members. She turns back confidently. Do not worry. I am not planning on losing any more soldiers. In the night sky, a drone takes off with a resounding sound as the command center announces. The soldiers are struggling to fend off the zombies. When they hear the announcement, everyone stop attacking and move inside. The soldiers continuously fire at the zombies as the command echoes. Everyone retreat. Fall back. The leader directs everyone. The mages. Move the protective barriers. Get ready for the impending assault. Why has not the reinforcements arrived yet? In the observation room, 2 soldiers are intently watching the situation and reporting back. The zombies are breaching the protective checkpoints. The zombies are just 200 meters away from base 2. And they are closing in fast now, only 100 meters to go. The chaotic sounds of their approach echo from 50 meters away. The Skodan and zombies are here. They swarm towards the building, blending in with their frantic sounds as they rush inside, while the mages set up defensive barriers. The commander's voice rises. Preparing for the impending attack, they advance, growling with glowing eyes. Grr, grr, grr. Kim See-hee stands high above, gazing down at the thousands of rampaging zombies, wondering why they are only being held back by a flimsy barrier. Have they lost their minds? Just then, someone orders her to take control. Kim See-hee focuses the wind inside the base, manipulating the gusts to under 3 meters per second. Surprised by the plan, she exclaims, what are they thinking? At that moment, 2 individuals were examining magic at the 3rd Monster Brigade's armory. Havanchi began to ponder. His spatial range only extended to 90 meters. He had never considered connecting various spatial zones to a fixed point to enhance accuracy. Minhee meticulously drew a circle on the floor. This circle connected to a point directly beneath the drone that had flown over 800 meters. He remembered thinking, not just anyone could wield a power like this to teleport and recreate space. The drone had reached its maximum communication height of 1 kilometer. Orders were issued to maintain the drone right at this spot. He glanced at the report results and said, Squad leader, the spatial zone has been maximally expanded. Hawanji focused his power, placing the sword in the center of the circle. Confidently, he took his shot from afar. Carol gasped as a beam of light descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone turned to see the sword piercing straight into the horde of zombies. The area struck instantly exploded, annihilating everything nearby. Soldiers on the mountaintop observed and reported back that the first shot had hit its mark. They watched closely, reminding Sergeant Lai Hyunjik not to make any mistakes. He endured the crushing pain as the item in his chest emitted a bright red light, along with debris flying everywhere. The system announced details about the item. Level 3 mana potion, used to enhance mana concentration for the caster. Mana 100%. Caution. Overuse may harm the caster's body. Hyunjifi focused his strength with unwavering determination. It was time to unleash his full arsenal. Summoning a rain of swords, they shot down from the circle, raining down on the zombies. None of them could escape this deadly downpour. The raiding team turned back, stunned by the sight before them. She and the commander were wide-eyed, equally astonished by the spectacle. Hyun Gik pushed himself to the limit for this attempt, thinking to himself, now I am the commander. Carol stood at a distance, witnessing the relentless storm of swords descending. With a fierce determination flowing deep within him, he would not let anyone die in this battle. He was in disbelief, unable to process it all. Minnie turned to glance at him. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth. A result of pushing himself too hard with unwavering resolve. He would not let anyone die because of him. Amidst a field of skeletal remains scattered across the ground, a voice echoed, broadcasting from the command center. He enthusiastically exclaimed, he is truly insane. Faced with the surviving monsters, orders were given to evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining creatures. I repeat, quickly evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining monsters. The teammates going to save people were just as shocked. How could Lai Hang Guk hit so hard? Du Jun, up in the mountains, wondered how our battalion could be ranked A when no one knows A. Unha calmly replied, I do not think a rank can explain this. He was left speechless. What the heck? Meanwhile, Minnie was trying to maintain his strength and quietly analyzing the situation. He is using his acceleration ability from above and turning into a wide area attack that surpasses even rank A. He remarked seriously. Lai Hang. This guy. You can shake him off. Suddenly, he dropped down to the floor. Are you okay? Lai Hang. You are right. Minhee worriedly gripped his wrist, saying, I am at my limit too. It won't be long now. He gritted his teeth. Just a bit longer. Just a bit longer. Please. Carol. elsewhere, was biting her nails. Suddenly, a line of Ha reported. Oken Mok has arrived at the command room. But there is no response. The monsters are nearly all wiped out. That guy asked cautiously. Should we wait until the gate opens? I shouted in frustration. Shut up. I am thinking. Damn it. Remembering the rain of iron spears from above. I assessed. This is not the strength of the Mountain King, or the Holy Sword candidate. 2 holy knights. We do not have any information about him. A wide area attack at this level, furrowing his brow. He speculated. Could he be at a high-ranking military commander level? Suddenly, the line of a spoke up. Carol, there has been a recent sighting of a scout. I looked over. Kyung Jin was hiding behind a tree. Startled at being discovered. The line of a instantly turned into smoke as I said, I have a lot of questions for him. Bring him here right now. Realizing things were not looking good, Kyung Jin quickly ran off. He rushed like the wind, not forgetting to grab the walkie-talkie, as the line of a followed behind like death itself. He reported. Enemy spotted. Location B39. Enemy spotted. Location B39. Hong Guk's eyes widened upon hearing this. Even Jun, Unha, and the other soldiers were startled. Kong Jin, sweating, continued. They are about to catch me. I do not think I can shake them off. The line of a caught up and lunged to cover his mouth. The walkie-talkie flew out and smashed to the ground. Hong Guk on the other end was panicking. Kim Jin. Command center. Send a drone there immediately. The drone was immediately dispatched. Anna over here urged. Jun. Hurry up, replied seriously. Reinforcements right now. Then he sprang up and quickly vanished. While Carol observed the situation from above, raised his hand to signal and muttered. Not just one of them. Unha's team gathered and turned their backs to each other. She ordered. Our position has been compromised. Switch to defensive formation. Looking up, she and Zabma recognized each other. Zabma quickly swung his sword high, and Unha warned. Watch out. The soldier inside raised his shield against Zabma's attack. The shield lit up as someone shouted. Enemy detected. Raise the shield, but with just one swing, it was destroyed. Minty's left shoulder took the brunt of it, causing him to cry out in pain. Unha over here also buckled from the heavy blow from Zabma. She gritted her teeth to withstand it. But somehow, there was already a wound on her shoulder. Unha's eyes blazed with intensity, sending both the weapon and her beloved's body flying. Then, the golden dust reminded them to keep their distance from the Zabma. Any part of their body that touched them would rot away immediately. Her teammates quickly pulled Minty back. Then, with concern, they asked, Private and Minty, are you okay? He clutched his shoulder and replied, I think I dislocated something. Someone shouted. They are coming at us again. More and more Zabma closed in, surrounding them, amidst the terrifying growls. Someone panicked. Captain, what do we do? Suddenly, Unha's voice rang clear. Fall back behind me. The golden aura emanating from her fins finally formed a barrier against the approaching Zabma. As they drew closer, the Zabma could only endure the searing flames. None could reach Unha's group. She slammed her weapon down, unleashing the move. Holy ground. Then she instructed, in 7 minutes. Everyone will receive blessings from the holy ground. If you get the chance, retreat and focus on finding the ancient ones. A subordinate protested. But do not we need the whole squad to take down just one of them? Can you handle this alone? After saying that, she shot off, effortlessly landing on a Zabma's shoulder. Her sword burst forth in a blaze of golden light, the holy blade. Unha plunged it deep into its mouth, gripping the hilt tightly, and with a powerful thrust, she blew its head apart. But another one seized the opportunity to attack. It swung down hard, slicing her teammate in half. But she had already leapt into the air. Using the momentum, she drove her sword deeply into another Zabma's shoulder, gritting her teeth as the holy blade flared up. Subordinates remarked. Does the knight always fight like that? Jummo replied. I do not know about others, but continuing to reflect, he said. Now I see why they call it a sword dance when wielding a blade. Unha successfully shattered the arm of the Zabma. She glanced at her sword, confused what was happening. The holy blade suddenly lost its power. By the time she regained her senses, she was already about to crash into the massive sword. Unha skillfully positioned her hands and propelled herself upward. She slashed towards its shoulder, crashing into the rock face with momentum. The soldiers gasped as they saw the gaping hole in its head. The holy ground was disappearing. On the other side, Unha gritted her teeth, bracing her sword. A red warning suddenly appeared. The curse of Gregory Azazel was spreading. All the holy energy in the area was rendered ineffective. Gregory leads the Sangha Angel organization, and Azazel is their leader. The weapon used by Azazel is designed to negate holy energy. Carol hovered ominously, continuously emitting a toxic green mist. Anna stared in shock. Stern voice declared. Finally. I see the proud face of a knight. John Jun dashed through the trees, racing forward without a pause. Once he spotted his target, he grinned confidently. Found you. Then he swung his fiery sword towards Jonha's arm. The result was an easy severing of the man's hand, but it vanished, causing Kaiwang Jin to lose his footing and fall. Just as John Jun caught him, the man transformed into smoke and fled. He frowned, assessing. Black smoke. Looks like I won't be able to penetrate this. Can you feel that from the trees? Oh no. You are hiding right after that. John Jun suddenly grabs Kaiwang Jin's face and screams in despair. Hey, Kim Kian, are you okay? Come on, open your eyes. If you die, Li Hoinguk won't be buying me any more whiskey. Zhang Ha's hand morphs into a sharp blade aiming at them, but he skillfully dodges it. John Jun smirks dismissively, saying, too slow, then quickly steps back to create some distance. But the guy still catches up, wanting to stab him. His eyes scan down. He is keeping pace. John Jun leans back, but his waist gets slashed. Then, Kaiwang Jin successfully lands on the ground. Zhang Ha stutters. Soksumi is the holy sword candidate, considering your speed and reflexes. Watching him block in front of his teammates, the guy comments, I can see why the infiltration team got defeated, but that is useless against me, because I can be pierced by a sword. Looking at the blood that has stopped flowing from John Jun's waist, Jonna concedes, it would be a waste to kill someone. Then he opens his arms invitingly. Join us. Imagine him staining this whole world with blood. He tempts. If you gain the power of the dragon, you could stand at the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, he widens his eyes as if realizing something, his sharp fingers curling. You could become the chosen one just like me. John Jun angrily shouts. That is ridiculous. Stop spouting nonsense. And how are you going to pay for my A-class uniform? The atmosphere suddenly turns silent. A question clear on Zhang Ha's face. Are you an idiot? Water gushes out from his hand as he says. It seems talking alone is not enough to make you understand. The swamp of the river Acheron. Purple water rushes in, engulfing both John Jun and him, leaving John Jun confused. What the heck? As the ground turns to mush, Jin remains unconscious, prompting him to shout. Hey, open your eyes. You are sinking. Zhang Ha reminds. Your legs are locked now. The more you struggle, the quicker you will sink. John Jun grumbles to himself. What should I do with you? It is tough to fight while worrying about you. Silently deciding, once you wake up, I am definitely going to give you a beating. The guy appears right behind him. Is that the excuse of a human? The current wraps tightly around John Jun's legs because protecting Kyung Jin caused him to take another hit to the arm. Switching hands on the short sword, he grits his teeth and lunges, causing John Ha's arm to jerk back again. But the guy quickly changes direction and attacks from behind. I am pretty sure I told you that stabbing me like that is pointless. John Jun winces as he gets slashed across the shoulder, leading to a fast-paced duel with both of them swinging. He ends up with another cut on his right shoulder. Yeah, John Ha mocked. What a shame for your candidate's reputation. You have absolutely no defense at your back. As he attempts to glide like smoke, he suddenly calls out to stop. Whoa. Hold up. Are you seriously still aiming for my back? He spreads his arms, channeling his power, stating that a wound on his back would be a disgrace for a swordsman. He will face it head on. Come at me. The tension hangs in the air. John has decided this guy really is a fool. As Kaiwang Jin is about to be submerged, Jun calmly replies, that is right. He sneers, saying the swamp won't suck us in anymore. Thanks for being so easy to bait. You fool. John Ha, filled with arrogance, does not buy it. Your little trick ends here. Too bad you have to face me. He acts innocent. Enough already. Have you ever been cut by the speed of light? His face furrows as he sighs. I am starting to get tired of facing you. He brandishes the blade towards him. I do not need a lunatic like you for a partner. Just die. John Jun grins nonchalantly, unfazed. As time seems to freeze and his body radiates a golden light, he quickly approaches the frozen John Ha, his knee rising above the water until he pulls it out completely. John Jun charges forward, his blade slicing across John Ha's arm for the third time. He strikes at the guy's arm, but now he adds several more cuts from top to bottom. Finally, he points the sword directly at John Ha's wide-open chest. His serious eyes focus. The leaves that had been suspended begin to fall. As time resumes, John Ha's body bursts into countless pieces. The shockwave is so intense that dust rises high into the air. When things settle down, John Jun stands firm on the ground. He examines the short sword and assesses. I am using a blade infused with holy power, so it will deal greater damage. But it seems that is still not enough to kill you. Looks like I will have to destroy your real body. John Ha, bloodied and furious, hisses. You crazy bastard. This is ridiculous. How can you do this to me? That is cheating. I won't accept this. John Jun smirks with his pearly whites, sarcastically saying, how could anyone talk about me like that? Honestly, you are nothing special. All you can do is wait for your doom. When I strike at light speed, dodging is just not an option. His eyes widen in disbelief, filled with weakness like a pathetic loser. His sword hand glows. He says, "Let me help you shut your mouth." John slashes, and John Haas' body is torn into pieces by the blinding golden light. In the end, he disintegrates into red fragments that mix with the air. He collapses, exhausted on the ground. Man, I am starving. If I push my metabolism to this level again, I might actually kick the bucket. Meanwhile, Carol hovers, radiating a green aura in the sky. A warning appears. As Gregory Azazel's spell nullifies the holy power in the entire area. Gregory is the leader of the Fallen Angel organization, led by Zaze. The holy powers they wield are used against the holy forces. I can't help but wonder, he thinks excitedly. What would the face of a holy knight look like when facing death? Massive demon armor raises its great sword, while Unha positions her sword at the ready. Suddenly, a flurry of green spikes shoots toward them, forcing it to tilt and miss its target. As someone leaps down from the teleportation circle, it is high range. Sliding across the ground with momentum, Carol raises an eyebrow, while Unha's eyes widen in surprise. The other soldiers are startled by his sudden appearance. When he finally stops, he lowers his head and asks, "Where's the soldier you guys were chasing?" Carol frowns, thinking, who the hell is this guy? Get grits his teeth, recalling his comrade who was brutally sliced apart. He glares intensely, bursting with determination. Where are my team members? A swarm of massive demon armors marches toward the holy ground to protect the soldiers. Carol laughs mockingly. Looks like you still do not get your situation. Instead of worrying about them, maybe you should focus on the ones in front of you. Who knows when they will bite the dust? White feathers continuously emit protective energy around the group of soldiers. Haoning furrows his brow as he notices. But they have already raised their hands high. A barrage of green spikes hurtles toward them, piercing various parts of their bodies, causing them to scream. Guppy urges, "Squad, move." Unha replies, "I got." She thrusts her sword straight into the face of the demon armor. However, the one next to her raises its massive blade and swings it down hard toward the golden cage. Before it can succeed, the armor's life force collides with her. She then gets pinned by the shoulder, while the green spear stabs into the other one. The master appears. A power of domination stronger than death magic is activated, controlling the demon armor. A new power called regulation. Gas. Looking up. The power of domination. Update notification. When the new power of domination activates, the current domination power will be replaced. The master power will enhance the normal life force armor, making it stronger. Do you want to keep this power to enhance the strength of the life force armor? He decides immediately. I agree. Suddenly, the demon armor he attacks spews dense red gas. The event has unfolded. You have tapped into your master power for the life force armor. Warning. Depending on your suppression strength level, the armor's range or control functions might be limited. When it turns blue on your body, a decisive strike has claimed the head of the counterpart. Everyone gasps in shock at this sight. Even Karen, wide-eyed in disbelief, has been observing and realized. It is just one person, the party crasher, ruining my fun. He breathes heavily in anger and retorts. What is so fun about this if I do not smash those horns of yours? A gritted his teeth, radiating a fierce green aura as he demanded, "Bring my teammate back to me." Unha, somehow, has been injured at her ankle. The armored demon rises again, forcing her into a defensive stance. Karen closes his eyes and covers his mouth. Is that all you have got? Your dramatic entrance is impressive, but you have really let me down. And Ga squints. It is not over yet. A green flash darts across the forest. On the other side, the armored demons stride forward. The warrior raises his sword to shield the soldiers, taunting Karen about the impressive area attack he just unleashed. Making me really eager to see what you will do next. All you know how to do is steal some demon armor and control it. A looks up with a smirk. You can't even use divine power. So with just 2 pieces of demon armor, what are you planning to accomplish? The green flash bursts through the trees, and Hangyecha realizes, it is now or never. He lowers his head and admits, you are right. I can't do much at the moment. Karen smirks arrogantly. But suddenly a sharp noise startles her. He lifts 2 fingers. And thus, I shall turn the tables. The information about Lord Chiston's protective item appears. Its effect is to track enemies and always lock onto targets, ignoring all forms of their magic resistance. Karen ducks to dodge the green arrow, turning to flee as the effect of Gregory Azazel's curse dissipates. The holy power is weakening. Unha gasps as she sees the sword glow. My divine power is returning. Honjeichi plants his feet and commands. Team leader, please take care of the remaining demon armor, while everyone else tracks down and eliminates the ancient one as soon as possible. The soldiers shout in unison. That is right. Unha calls out, Go Hoind, along with Choi Jun Hee. He retorts, Kim Kyung-jin's life depends on this battle. I can't afford to waste any time. Then he dashes forward, the sharp tip weaving through the trees, leaving green streaks. Karen runs while glancing back. What is going on? Isn't he that just an ordinary arrow? No way. It is a protective arrow. Honjeki glides through the air like the wind, his aesthetic style on point. Shouting with his sword, spotting the arrow flashing brightly in the forest. There it is. Honejik summons a red spear. Karen is terrified as the sharp tip approaches, biting her lip as it nearly pierces her. Just as the arrowhead embeds itself in her badge on her back, a surge of fierce energy erupts behind her, while Honjeki raises the spear high, crashing down. Bring my teammate back. Oh no. She seems to be waiting for the attack to crash down, then charges straight ahead, only to be engulfed by red energy. Suddenly, flames burst from Karen's chest, and she laments. Now I am not just sad. The sharp branches elongated, becoming massive and sturdy. Honjek furrowed his brow at this sight. Karen, unscathed, grasped his arrow, disappointment etched on his face. So frustrating. I can't believe I have to reveal my true self in front of a nobody like you. A surge of red energy struck Hanokja's back as he silently utilized it, his body becoming indestructible, only to be sent flying away. Karen shouted when he spotted the stain on the badge. I can't believe I had to pretend to fall for that obvious trap. He emphasized with a frown. For someone who does not know how to use a bow, Honjeichi is really learning the hard way. Wait. I need to confirm something. Is the person who launched that wide area attack the same as the commander? He pushed himself up. It is crucial. If you know where my teammates are, spill it. Just then, the scene was accompanied by Karen's mocking words. Oh yes. It is incredibly important. I can't leave without savoring the despair of the one who ruined my plans. Honjek stood frozen, as blood-red spider silk began to sprout from the ground, expanding with the magic. Ngian Jing speculated. This web covers the area beyond the battlefield. Maybe even the whole place. Wait, she mentioned a plan. So they had it all mapped out from the start. What do they want? Over there, at the command center. They could not escape the red webs either. Everyone inside was slaughtered and stuck to it. The threads pulled them up like puppets. By the time they looked up, they had transformed into vampires. Back here, Carol casually remarked. You will meet the one you are looking for soon enough. Even in hiding, spider webs extended there. The troops were defeated, lying flat, and Honjek suddenly realized could it be. Carol smirked. But since my subordinates killed them, I doubt you are feeling too good about that. Anjie shouted. Damn it. Stop right now. The undead widened their bright red eyes as she responded. What is wrong? If you care about your teammates so much, you should just kill them again yourself. A horde of undead broke through the windows of the command center and charged outside. As they landed, they did not stop growling. They all jumped high toward the massive magic barrier at the entrance. Panic ensued. The undead were everywhere. Watch out for the corpses around. If we are not careful, we might get attacked by it. A soldier gasped as if he saw something. What the wait? Could it be? Gazing at the bloodied man, he wondered. The troops. Then, he leaped high toward the mountaintop. Over here, Honjay charged with a spear infused with dark energy, unlocking its power. Carol easily dodged and mocked. Is this all you have got? He gripped the spear tightly and lunged forward, but was ensnared by the web. Anjanejek was pushed back, using his legs to brace himself, while the red thread sliced into his waist. Carol took the chance to tease him. Why so? Your long-lost friends are coming. Do not die before then. All right, she licked her lips. I am genuinely curious about the despair on your face when you meet your teammates as undead. Honjeki gritted his teeth. Damn it. This is worse than I thought. Notice the cracked badge on her. I have broken Gregory Azazel's curse with the royal treasure, so I can wield holy power once more. A red alert has been issued in the demon gathering area, and the dark attribute stats have surged by 50%. The healing power of the undead has increased by 50. And the number of monsters spilling out of the gate has skyrocketed by 100%. You furrow your brow, analyzing the situation. The artifact is still active. It is the source of her enhanced strength, so even if I use holy power, it will just drain my mana. Looks like there is only one option left. Carol's eyes widen in shock as the mana potion info pops up. Level 3 mana potion, designed to help the user concentrate mana. Mana's at 100%. But the warning states that excessive use could harm the user's body. Hyvaniji crushes the potion bottle, saying, just to be clear, you were the one who broke the limit first. Another item pops up, the Crown of Light and Darkness, granting rapid resistance against the undead. Its special trait provides aura attributes to a device. Holy power, or dark magic. But every aura upgrade comes with a penalty. A purple circle appears above your head. A trade-off, life for life, Hamige declares. Then I will risk it all and push past my limits. This time, the skill info shows up as you select Dark Aura, granting 30% of the dark magic crown to a device. But the penalty is a 30% drop in health. The spear radiates purple energy. I am going to use a buff. You exclaim, fighting fire with fire. Plus, Howen Jegex receives an artifact buff due to the influence of the demon zone, and the dark aura skyrockets. Carol watches this series of maneuvers in disbelief. What is this? Where is this dark power coming from? With bloodshot eyes filled with magic, you shout. Get ready. I am going to devour your dark energy with even more powerful dark energy. The moment the force erupts, it sweeps away several spider webs. Carol frowns at the sight. His arm changes color as he continues to use more power. The indomitable spear feels tighter in his grip, and he lunges forward with all his might. A slash infused with dark energy flies straight toward Carl. He leaps into the air to dodge. Incredulous. He can create his own dark attribute to use the artifact. How is he doing this? Hangiri assesses the situation. Good. Finally, it is working. If I keep pushing her like this. But the scene before my eyes is slipping away, along with the warning that the dark energy has reached the caster's limit. The caster is entering a state of frenzy. Darkness spreads like it wants to consume you. Frenzy. Damn it. Why now? Is the artifact stronger than I thought? The water splashes down on the lake. Rippling with my thoughts. I need to get out, I have to escape. But elsewhere. John Jones looks up. Puzzled. What is this? Then he realizes something. A horde of undead appears before him, causing him to exclaim. Squad captain. Are there other squad captains too? Watching the crazed group harnessing power, John Jones mutters. Have they taken them all down? His eyes narrow in contemplation. Ung gently sets the gin bottle down and sighs. Let us lie down for a bit. Damn it. I hate this kind of stuff the most. The short sword raised. I had a tough time with the commander over the good wine. It seems I have no choice but to fight back to protect this person. With that, John Jones lunged toward the undead, shouting with determination. Forgive me. It is time to rest in peace. Back over here. Carol is dodging attacks from Hyen Gux, and then she has to avoid a dark magic spear. Finally, getting hit. She lets out a scream and, well, spreads her wings and soars high, and you have fallen into a frenzy. All you can think is, I will kill. She keeps throwing out webs. You can't even control yourself after being consumed by dark energy. You really think you can beat me? Hyen Jix tears through the red threads with her body, then raises her spear high, aiming it at Carol. Cursing. You are going down. You swing powerfully, forcing her to stumble back, just as the troops come crashing down from the sky. The impact of your axe hitting the spear sends shockwaves, causing dust to fly everywhere. He has lost his mind, pushing down with all his strength, but Hyvanaki easily pushes back, then smashes her head into the soldier's skull. Carol makes a decision. Thinking, this is making me sick. I will take you and your buddy out. A web shoots straight towards them, and Hyen Jiki nimbly leaps up. He seizes the chance to smash the enemy's axe, his tough hands gripping his throat. Dark energy radiates, enveloping the enemy. Suddenly, Havanate wakes up in his mind. Questioning what he is doing here, he needs to snap back to reality and escape immediately. Calm down. The frantic cries of Unha echo around him. Howen Jakes. Save me. He panics as hands grab hold of him. Back in the present, Howen Gro holds that position as if time has paused. His gaze gradually sharpening, his hands relax, a warning emerges. And the despair and rage of the messenger have reached their peak, due to the dark energy. Gine screams. Updating his status. Congratulations. You have met the requirements to unlock the hidden attribute of the item. Suddenly, a fierce green aura bursts from him, sending the enemy flying. The flames of hell ignite around Hamengrex, the power compressing tightly around him. Receiving the medal of the hellish demon. The hidden attribute is the state of hellfire, unlocked when the user's dark energy peaks. It will burn until the dark energy is completely exhausted. He stands there, silently brimming with energy. Carol is shocked. Hellfire. Even if I am a dragon, I have never seen such power before. Something's off here. I need to get the hell out of here first. Just as he is about to move, a beam of blue light slices at his leg. Howen H has taken control of that spear, reaching out to grab his weapon as it returns. Carol clutches his leg, screaming, his eyes shining bright, feeling like he has become a god holding life and death in his hands. Meanwhile, in a desperate dream, Howen J. Gake is thrashing around, reaching up high as if seeking salvation. As the people around him keep pulling him down, he tells himself to stay sharp. He raises his hand high, realizing he might be completely swallowed by darkness. Back to reality. It seems Haven Gixay has managed to maintain his composure. Resolutely thinking, I can't let that happen. Suddenly, Carol creates a massive magical circle in the sky, with dark crimson wings behind him. You are chanting your spells about me, you arrogant bastard. I will tear you apart. Spider webs form a surrounding circle and advance to attack. He emits a powerful aura that envelopes his body, bracing himself in a solid stance. Then a swarm of webs rushes toward him, the ground shattering into tiny pieces. They slither everywhere, Leaving no corner untouched, Havun holds up 2 large boulders. From the cracks, a surge of green energy emerges, incinerating them all. Seeing this, Carol gasps. He is burning his webs. With his bloody body, he points menacingly at Carol. A spear infused with energy darts around, attacking Carol and then plunging deep into his back, losing his balance. He falls, and Hyunjik seizes the moment to strike with his spear. The magic circle shattered into pieces. Instantly, he returned to a battle stance. His eyes sparkled with a fierce blue light. As if he was ready to take down his opponent, Carol gritted her teeth in anger. Realizing she could not defeat him with brute force, their clash was intense. With smoke billowing even from a distance, Park Junmo quickly barked orders. Hurry up, find the ancestor, he continued. Sergeant Choi, team leader, and Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk are in a life and death battle. We have to do everything we can. With that, all 3 rushed towards a statue with a strange face. Shouting, Corporal Park Jung, I found the ancestor. A few seconds later, the 3 surrounded the ancestor. He said, all right, everyone, pull out your weapons and set up the C4. Then turned to ask, Mint, we need your ring. Can you hold on? Mintai replied with fierce determination in his eyes and voice. Everyone is risking their lives. I will hold on until my last breath. Junmo listened, his brow slightly furrowed in silence. Moments later, Minty placed his ring next to the ancestor, and both pushed with all their strength. Junmo shouted loudly, activate the holy ring. Listen up. We need to combine our powers to break the ancestor. Everyone pushed the sword deep into the ancestor, while he held a hammer crackling with lightning, saying, I will enhance the sword with earth energy. Junmo tightened his grip on the weapon and added, the blast from the C4 attached to the ring will help the sword shatter the relic, but if we can withstand the shockwave, we could all be blown to bits, he shouted as a hand emerged from the dimensional gate, reaching towards the 3 of them. Everyone gritted their teeth and held on tight. Instantly, it knocked all 3 off balance, sending them stumbling backward. A remaining head with sharp teeth and 3 horns emerged, glowing with a bright purple aura of chaos. It slowly stepped out, revealing a massive body clad in thick armor. It was the colossal Bosque monster. Then it opened its mouth and roared. Ah, the current situation is tense. 2 battles are happening simultaneously. On one side, Lee Hyun-guk battled Carol, while in the distance, the giant demon was blocking the way for the other 3, looking toward the towering creature. He thought, this crazy bastard leaves us no choice. We have to abandon the plan and break the ancestor. Then, glancing at him, he thinks, well, he won't get the corn and escape his madness. And the giant demon will handle the rest in a heartbeat. As Carol finishes her thought, she immediately flies toward the colossal armored demon. Right after that, Hyun-guk jumps in pursuit, and at this moment, she screams, destroy the nest. Giant demon. Hearing this, it turns its head toward the voice, as if receiving a command. The giant armored demon suddenly raises its axe high to strike. The 3 of them trying to break the nest are caught off guard. At that moment, Hyun-guk is only a few meters away from her, and Carol channels all her power into an arrow aimed at him. The distance between them closes. She pushes a powerful force into the arrow and shouts, stay away from me, you piece of trash. It charges at Hyun-guk with terrifying strength, and he does not hesitate to lift his weapon high. Then, with a powerful counterattack, it instantly changes direction and retreats. Carol, furrowing her brow, watches the movements and rushes in. At this moment, the impact forces him back toward the giant armored demon. As she runs, she keeps her eyes on the arrow coming straight for her. Now, Carol feels like she is being attacked from both sides, with no way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the giant armored demon is smashing the nest with its axe, while the 3 of them stubbornly hold their ground, crouching low to brace themselves. Carol's eyes widen in panic as it hurls its axe back toward her. Instantly, Hyun-guk embraces Carol and stabs from behind, while at the same time, the arrow from the front rushes in. It pierces through them and flies straight into the giant armored demon. A massive explosion erupts. The 3 of them struggle against the cloud of dust, making noise as they do. Carol leans against a tree, her body riddled with a huge hole from his earlier stab. Coughing pitifully, Hyun-guk, barely standing, has an arrow lodged in his chest. With no legs to support him, he resolutely yanks it out with all his might. Seeing this, she sneers disdainfully. You fool. Carol, infuriated, exclaims, you have to let us destroy the nest. You have thrown away your only chance to end your madness. Ignoring her accusations, Hyun-guk steps forward to grab the eye-shaped amulet on her chest. Then, he yanks it off with all his force. Carol keeps hurling insults. You are going to become a monster, endlessly craving death. Your teammates have cried for you. She watches as Hyun-guk raises the arrow high, sneering, I will turn it around and kill you. I wonder how you will feel when that moment comes. With no leg, He drives the arrow forcefully into her chest. A blue flame erupts, engulfing Carol alongside her screams of terror. Just before she died, Carol flashed a wicked smile and hissed with a voice that could ignite fury. I will follow you from hell and witness your hopeless demise. You did not say a word. Just stood there, frozen in shock. Then, Honjik suddenly shouted, burn it all. A stream of purple light erupted on the path, mingling with flames that were roaring with golden brightness. Out of nowhere, a voice called out, Corporal Hongex. 3 figures appeared, straining to pull you from the ocean's grasp. Instantly, Honjik opened his eyes wide and gasped for air. Back in reality, you stood there, watching Carol consumed by fierce flames. At the same moment, the ancestral tree shattered after the fierce battle. The system announced, the ancestral tree has been destroyed, and the evil gathering in this area has been eradicated. Suddenly, a voice boomed, will your teammates abandon you? Fragments of Hongexi's face began to drift away. He returned to his normal form, his eyes radiating confidence and a smile that screamed victory. They risked their lives to save me, just as I risked mine for them. He reminisced about being trapped in the forest, holding tightly onto his eye. Honeja glanced around and signaled with his eye. Support team, cover and evacuate. The raid team approached, and one soldier called out, Corporal Baekjunmo. Baksungmo is alive, and Minthi is injured. Corporal Hongex, are you okay? Seeing the whole team brought him immense joy. An alert popped up. Congratulations. You have activated the angelic weapon. Gregory Azazel. Its effects are uncertain after absorption. With the mission complete, Ahonuka reminded everyone. We have eliminated the primary target. Let us regroup with the captain. The boss monster will awaken soon. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. The soldier saw him in pain and turned back. Corporal Hongex. He recalled the times he felt corrupted. Damn it. Is this because I pushed myself too hard? Across the forest, the boss monster rose. Honjake gripped his spear tightly. He readied his weapon and shouted. Support team. Evacuate the area immediately. It struck down hard, aiming to attack Hanais. Seeing this, he quickly dodged. He glared at it as it unleashed its power. The adamantine body was unyielding. At that moment, another alert appeared. Warning. The body of the presenter cannot withstand the adamantine body that has rejected it. Honjake was stunned. Questioning. Rejected. Then he scalded himself. Damn it. I can stop this. Just then, the spear came crashing down toward him. Jumbo panicked and yelled. Corporal Lai. You closed your eyes tight, bracing for the worst. The spear struck the ground with a forceful explosion. Not seeing anything, Honjake slowly opened his eyes. He was a bit surprised when the spear missed him. Out of nowhere, a tiger leaped in, pouncing on the monster. It sank its teeth into the monster's face, fiercely biting down and tearing its head off. Blood splattering everywhere. Honjake and the entire team were taken aback by the sight. Above them, a helicopter flew over the tiger. Doors flung open, and someone jumped out. A tall, strong man landed heavily on the ground. He slowly stood up. Kim Kangs, with a fierce yet caring expression, asked everyone if they were safe. Upon seeing him, everyone could not help but beam with joy. Squad leader. Han Guk. What are you doing with that spear of yours? Breaking news. Congratulations. You have defeated the giant undead boss monster from the Evil Academy event. This beast is the divine guardian of Kim Kang Si-a, known as the Mountain King. Kang Seok looked around, relieved that he was not too late. The stone statue crumbled, its eyes glimmering with 2 streams of blue light. The sound of marching soldiers mixed with footsteps approaching. Sergeant Lehan Guk, I heard you were granted access to the battalion's armory. He continued. But I did not expect you to bring all the weapons with you. At this moment, Honguk held 2 badges he had taken from the statue's eyes. He quickly stuffed both into his mouth, ignoring Kang Seok's shouts. As if the battalion's terror incident had been resolved. Another announcement. Congratulations. You have self-absorbed the Demon Army's badge. Its effects are currently unknown. After absorbing it, Honguk stood tall. He raised his hand in a grand salute, stating seriously, the terror incident involving the 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Team 3 was a planned attack by 5 players. Honguk recalled the Aaron family being imprisoned, recounting that they had been eliminated for 400 years. With the remaining members still in captivity, John Jun stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the blood-soaked corpses on the ground. Gasping for breath, Honguk continued. During this ordeal, most military officials have gone missing. John Jun gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky in fear. Anna panted after killing the monster. We need to assess the injuries of the regular soldiers. She ran her fingers through her sweaty hair, while Honguk hesitated. But all the remaining monsters will soon be dealt with by the battalion. Wrapped up the briefing, stating, 37M. We report that the battalion's counter-terrorism operation was a success. The sun slowly rose, casting its light over the town. Kang Sok smiled with satisfaction. Lai Hung. Your reports always have everything I want to hear. He sat up in shock, exclaiming, Wait, is it really over? Jun looked up, noticing something strange. But the sun should have risen by now. Then he pointed to the sky. Why is it still so dark? Suddenly, Honguk spoke up, grabbing Kang Sok's attention. The battalion is waiting, he then admitted. Unfortunately, this time you will have to hear a report you want to. Hearing this, he looked a bit surprised, furrowing his brow. Honguk recalled the scene of the dragon breathing fire. Considering the number of gates in the vicinity of Seoul when he was in command, flames erupted everywhere alongside the battle against the undead. He continued. It seems the battalion's terror incident and the Evil Academy event were just the beginning. In the dark night, under a starry sky, chaos struck Seoul unexpectedly, with long lines of vehicles stuck, causing panic as people fled their cars. Given the events that had unfolded, Honguk broadened his perspective. Their true objective is to begin the fourth wave that humanity fears. A massive black veil appeared on the ground, breaking through the clouds. He emphasized. And the starting point of that is right here in Seoul. The system explains. Waves. The worst disaster in this game. Monsters flood in like a tidal wave, taking over human habitats and turning this land seas into something entirely different. It belongs to a completely different world through its decay. Unlike unfortunate events, it is completely isolated, making entry and exit impossible. Junmo, and Aminti are left speechless, their mouths hanging open. Seoul is furious. It turns out they had a different agenda from the start. He turns back to the team, giving orders. Everyone, return to the battalion and get ready to gear up again. Lee Hai, you are in charge of preparing the gear. Right now, Junji is in a frenzy. Seeing his strange behavior, Seoul asked, Lee Hai, what is going on? A warning comes through. You are in the process of digesting the demon's legions. A type of signal forming in your central nervous system. A wave of pain may accompany this process. Your current physical state can barely handle it. Honguk suddenly collapses to the ground, and Seoul shouts in panic with Junmo. Lee Hai, are you okay? Sergeant Lee Honguk, please wake up. Honguk is in agony, but in his haze, he hears someone calling him. Sergeant Lee Honguk. Lee Hai. Lee Haiyan. Flashing back, Jun raises his hand and asks, Captain Lee Honguk, how are you so sure the fifth wave will begin at this time? Everyone turns their attention to him, listening intently. Hearing the question, Honguk explained. It is surprisingly simple. He recounts the first incident in California, a place full of ruins alongside two ferocious dragons. Then, the second incident in Shanghai, a horde of monsters with ravenous eyes, ready to destroy everything. The third incident in Berlin, deep under the ocean, an abandoned castle. Finally, the fourth incident in Seoul, where the palace was engulfed in flames. Honguk controls the screen, laying it all out. The only common factor in these areas is that the high-level gate frequencies surged 3 months before the wave hit. Just like that, they are all gathering their strength to explode at once. Alright, let us say they know the source of the waves. What then? What about the vicious ones in the way? We are almost out of gear and supplies, Gok says, a bit frustrated. They are incredibly strong, and they have got even more powerful equipment. During the fourth wave, we managed to stop the enemy using the mythical item Mistuden. Many have perished because of it. He continues. Thanks to the sacrifices of countless heroes like Lee Sang-jian, Tassa, Choi Jung-cheon, Kim Sing, and Steve Marin. He grits his teeth. Those villains are truly formidable, as they can create disasters, also known as waves. Honguk recalls the evil that devastated the city. Leba, the Furious One. They can generate waves, exterminating humanity to gain experience and collect loot to grow stronger. Suddenly, he emphasizes loudly, but right now, that is a different story. We know what their next target is. Honguk looks at the group and reminds them. Instead of just running into their palms, we can prepare and counterattack. You stand tall, your eyes filled with determination. That is all it takes for us to spring into action and protect humanity from evil. In the past of Lee Honguk's one cold, eerie night at the last resistance base of humankind, a pair of feet slowly approaches from the shadows. The man with the weapon warns. Hands up. Do not move. Take off your hood. The golden-haired guy flashes a bright smile, muttering, my friend. Anha rushes in after opening the door, asking frantically, Haley Honjit, what is going on? Her face turns anxious as she continues. How could you bring someone from the outside here at such a critical moment? I told you. You are not allowed to do that. Hoinage reassures her. Do not worry. I vouch for him. We need him. If he had not risked his life to help us, we would not have survived. He is one of us, just like you. Suddenly, a creaking sound from the door startles you. Hoinage joyfully calls out. Hello, you exclaim. Thank you for coming. Hearing your gratitude makes him smile. Koenjide quickly introduces Gordon Pressy. Elsewhere, the atmosphere is buzzing with clinking glasses. A friendly girl with orange hair exclaims. Ori Hancone. It must have been hard for you to get this for us. Thanks to it, we have created a masterpiece. Gordon replies. That is awesome. However, he is curious. What exactly did you girls create this time? The girl is none other than Snow White, the first elder blacksmith chosen by the 7 artisans. She retorts. Why are you asking that? She starts to suspect. Gordon, are you a traitor? He immediately waves his hands. I am just curious. The image of a spider tirelessly weaving its web mirrors Gordon's current mood. Snow White earnestly says. Yep. I know. I was just joking. Who would think our mayor is a traitor? She winks playfully. I really want to say something, but I can't. You get my drift. Right. He nervously chuckles awkwardly. Yep. Haha. That. Glancing to the left, looking through the crowd busy mingling at the party, stops as he notices someone lingering by the window. Koenjide quietly gazes at the scene outside. Just then, a sigh is heard. How boring. Causing everyone to turn and look, Dundun steps up next to Hyinx, jokingly saying, everyone's having fun. Then someone has to ruin the mood. You are taken aback by his implication and exclaim. Then, lowering your head, sorry. I just before you can finish. He teases further. Are you crying? Hurt? You express your feelings, looking at everyone enjoying themselves, reminding me of the lost comrades. Wishing I could have become stronger sooner to save them. He lightly punches your arm. All right. This punch is for the fallen comrades. Take it, you deep thinker. You useless fool. Dundun calmly says. You idiot. I can change the past. What do you think? You can rewind time like in a comic to change everything. He continues. Look at what you have achieved now. The people you have saved with your power. Without you, the wizards of the speed team would have perished on the front lines. To add to that, the artifact makers have become slaves to the evil one. Right now, Snow White is drinking from a whole bottle of wine, while the person next to her is urgently saying, Elder, stop drinking. Dundun does not hold back. The casualty rate for the search team is definitely not just at 9%. Finally, he gestures for the elders to conclude. We might all be doomed. Suddenly, you speak up, catching him off guard. To be honest, Brother Gukov looks at, if only we could go back to the past. I would want to save everyone. Every time we go on a mission, you heartbrokenly remember the ruins from before. I can stop thinking about the teammates we lost. He points at you, visibly displeased. They fought knowing they could lose their lives. And so did we. And each time, it was you who saved us. He starts raising his voice. Stop worrying about things that do not hurt anymore. Focus on being the team leader. Dundun suggests. Right now we should have a few drinks. Just as he finishes speaking, Un picks him up. Are you trying to cause trouble with the captain? She is getting more forceful. Our defense team 1T let this slide. He is a big shot. I just want him to cheer up. Brother Gichi is taken aback, bending his arm to dodge the argument. She does not care and continues to scold. You are the one causing chaos. Then she signals to her followers, who quickly come over to cover Dundun's mouth and drag him away. Go drink your favorite wine, Un tells everyone. Just ignore him. Choi Dundun is always like this. Then she turns to you. Brother Juchix. Are you okay? You feel shy. You do not have to do that. Un hears this and slams her hands down in frustration. What are you talking about? We are your guards. Caring for you is part of our duty. Choi Dundun, even being carried near the door, does not forget to shout back. You are babying him too much. Keep it up and he will be fragile and break. Laughter starts to echo softly. Then, like magic, it spreads across the whole party. Everyone holding their plates of food and laughing until their stomachs hurt. Dun comments. You all seem pretty close. Un agrees. Yeah. He walks away with a hat on, leaving you confused. It does look kind of sweet. Even if it is a bit annoying, the 2 guards standing outside the building listen to the laughter. Feeling jealous. The teacher is a mess now. I can't wait for my first drink after so long, the person next to him suggests. But I heard there is instant noodles in the shipment. Let us have a bowl after our shift. At this moment, the 2 notice Don stepping out. They curiously ask, where are you going? He replies, my role is done. You guys can take a break now. Even though they get an answer, you feel confused. Suddenly a figure with a sharp back rises behind you. The demons quickly stab and kill the 2. Don smiles widely and mutters, today is your unlucky day. From outside, a horde of aggressive demons begins to flood in. They quickly enter the building, their sharp fangs ready. One strike pierces through someone, raising the death toll. A follower standing afar watches this scene in horror. Before the demons can get closer, you manage to report over the intercom. There is an intruder. An explosion erupts loudly, creating a massive noise. Everyone jumped at the echo, immediately halting the festivities. Hyun-gin reacted just in time, quickly commanding everyone to take their positions. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power crashed in from outside, threatening to explode and sending everyone flying. Bloody blades in hand, he pressed forward. Yoo Ge-hee ran ahead, urging, "Take Jie Dun with you." Yoon-hai responded, "He has gone missing. You can be serious." "What do you mean?" Continuous announcements blared out. "Lockdown buildings. Lockdown building a." The rolling doors slammed shut just in time to block the demons. Another urgent alert followed. Buildings D and B have lost control. The demons are using their bodies to block the doors for their allies to rush in. One person with a radio reported. "They are moving like they know the building's layout. We won't hold out for long." Huno Jae-gaef gritted his teeth, trying to analyze the situation. Then he shouted, "Everyone get out of here. I will hold them off. Evacuate quickly." Outside, the ground trembled with the enemy marching forward, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the demon statue. Jonah glanced back at her subordinates. Exasperated. "It is too noisy. Just send a few guys over," she added disdainfully. "Why bring the whole army to wipe them out? Thousands of soldiers and those freaky demons." On top of the demon statue sat a figure with long hair, letting out a chilling scream. He looked terrifying. The moment he recognized it, he was stunned and gasped. "What the hell?" The front line reported that it was Thao SS, target number 1. And the chilling scream of Thao Shies. The enemy leaders advanced in unison. And the report turned frantic, confirming a high-level villain. The vanguard armed with spears used magic to shoot projectiles down at them. But the situation was grim. "We are under full assault from the entire army of villains." Hyun-Hae cursed under his breath. "Damn it." There was a voice crackling through the comms. "The search team is moving with the speed team to target number 1. He protested. "What are you guys doing? Turn back now." The Gronzon crew slipped out through the side, avoiding the enemy troops. He replied to Huagejrex. "Target number 1 is Tho Hess. And there are even members of the traitor group involved. If we miss this chance, we will have to wait for another attack. Do you know what that means?" "It is our shot," he hurriedly responded. "But I am not ready to use Mowgli yet." Then he quickly cast a spell and flew out the window, landing right in front of the Gronzon crew. "If anything goes wrong, we are all toast because of me," Minhai also said to Gronzon. "Forget it. I am not mentally prepared yet." Ignoring him, he kept running. "I told you. We are involved in the research. The speed team knows the risks. Stay sharp. We have to act, no matter what." He stood frozen for a moment at that response. Butch Tite called him through the radio. "Commander, the underground structure has been reinforced to withstand the glacier descent," she continued. "Don't worry. Just finish this mess with the weapons I created." The enemy was still pressing forward to attack. Gronzon raised an eyebrow at him. "Do you still want to regret it later?" At that moment, 2 massive serpents were unleashing beams of light, incinerating the building. He thought hard, struggling to come up with a plan. Then he waved his hand to assign the tasks. "Team, prepare the mold. Search team, protect the speed team. And when the speed circle appears, we act." The final command rang out loud and clear. "Evacuate everyone as quickly as possible." Those assigned to the mission smiled with satisfaction. Brother Gekja declared, "Today, we will annihilate target number 1. The soul manipulator." Everyone shouted in unison. "Roger." As swarms of drones filled the sky, the soul manipulator remained calmly seated atop a demon statue. Roger directed the drones to surround the enemy forces. Everyone fell into a focused combat state, slicing through the demons. Reports echoed after each strike. Number 1. In position. Number 2. In position. The announcements kept coming to keep the team informed. Number 3. In position. Number 4. In position. Let us combine forces to take down that giant green monster. Suddenly, the beast lifted its head to observe. Below, its underlings hesitated, asking, "Elder, are you intentionally avoiding mentioning that we still have not finished our upgrades?" Betch nodded. "Yeah, if I mention it, that little brat Jijazi will miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because we will be too late." An urgent alert blared from the system. "Warning, the system has exceeded the limits. Maximum mana capacity reached. Skill combo range has surpassed the threshold." Such a powerful magical display could be life-threatening. Jix struggled to concentrate his magic, thinking, "If I make one mistake, I will end up taking my teammates down with me." A swirling vortex shot forward like lightning, causing him to stand upright at the sudden movement. The vortex opened to reveal a massive sword shooting down. His mouth started bleeding from the strain, but with determination in his heart, he vowed to protect everyone. He reached out, commanding the marionette with a loud shout. "Charge!" The soul manipulator stared blankly, unable to react. The sword struck fiercely into the ground as Jichi yelled, Steel blade. The monsters were thrown in all directions by the force of the explosion. The team members above took cover behind obstacles, trying to dodge the pressure wave where the sword had struck. Flames erupted, illuminating the sky. Suspended in midair, raised both arms as the scorching red energy radiated, aiming to incinerate the vile demons. Before long, they had suffered significant casualties, bodies strewn across the ground. The team members finally stood up, rushing to assist their comrades affected by the blast. Jeff quickly transmitted orders through the communication unit. All teams, report your survival status. On the other side, the Guardian team was still valiantly holding on. Anha immediately spoke up. Guardian team. All members are alive and currently engaged with the monsters. Up above, the smoke finally cleared, revealing the silhouettes of Jun-Jun and Minhee. Jun-Jun shouted. Scout team. The reserve team has lost contact with 60% of its members and is assessing the current situation. He anxiously asked, where's the crafting team? Crafting team. Respond. Just then, another report cut in, confirming the soul manipulator was still alive. Indeed, he was still standing safe amidst the raging red energy. He felt the searing pain screaming within him. Oh man. The scout team peered through their scopes, reporting that he had taken heavy damage. Jun-Jun suggested, Lai Gay. The time is right. This is the moment we have been waiting for. Thoughts raced through Gichi's mind. Right now was a golden opportunity to completely take down that soul manipulator. You command a flurry of swords, both large and small, to rise up and order the guard team to join the fight, wiping out the remaining monsters and villains for me. Unha. Hearing this, turns back and asks, Lai Hoint, where do you think you are going without the guard team? You reply, with our current forces, it is going to be tough handling all the monsters that have invaded our hideout. We really need the guard team as support. Ying Angang starts to think for a moment, then turns to the team member and shouts, all guard team members, quickly join the combat unit. A team member asks, team leader, where are you planning to go? Anna hurriedly responds, I am going after Commander Laihan Gosher. Meanwhile, you are still thinking to yourself, if I can take down that manipulative sorcerer, everything will end. And finally, the chance to free humanity will be within reach. You focus your magic, transforming it into powerful chains wrapping around two massive buildings. All your energy goes into controlling them as you strain. The two buildings immediately lift high, moving toward the manipulative sorcerer. The sorcerer, terrified and drenched in sweat, sees you charging forward, leading 1,000 sharp blades. Your figure weaves through the blades, showcasing your determination to annihilate the enemy. Debris rains down like a storm. Finally, the relentless assaults focus all their power on the spot where the sorcerer stands, delivering a devastating blow. As the smoke begins to clear from the impressive attack, you quickly land. You spot the sorcerer, pierced by several swords. Provoking you, at long last, we meet face to face. Manipulative sorcerer. You pull a sword from the ground and boldly say, what is with that face? You think it is unfair. You have taken the lives of billions. So stop whining about being treated unfairly. The sorcerer raises his hand toward you, his eyes pleading as he stutters. Without letting him finish, you swing your sword in a swift motion. Enough. Don't try to make excuses. The sorcerer's head rolls off his neck, blood spraying out like a waterfall. Immediately, an announcement rings out. Target number 1. Eliminated successfully. Everyone stands frozen in shock. Their once bright eyes now dimmed, with only hollow sockets remaining. Now they are just dark voids in a skeletal face. The monsters that were so eager just moments ago are now falling one by one. The team members are ecstatic. The immortal monsters have stopped moving. Suddenly, a figure bursts out from the collapsed building, launching attacks at them. Donjun immediately coordinates the team. Everyone, focus your fire on the remaining villains. Today is the day of humanity's liberation. Prepare for a powerful offensive. All right. Everyone, prep those magical barriers and unleash a barrage toward Juno in the center. This is such a hassle. What on earth is that Jun Yu doing? At this moment in the sky, thousands of evil dragons appear out of nowhere. They roar loudly, producing ear-piercing sounds. System notification. Soul transfer initiated. The ability can only be activated in specific scenarios for the manipulative sorcerer. The soul of the caster is being transferred to a backup body. Haonya gasps as he sees countless evil dragons charging toward him. The body's backup movement progress has reached 30%. He stares hesitantly at the corpse of the soul master, thinking, no way. The process speed skyrockets to 70%. An evil dragon lands with a thunderous crash. The progress is nearly complete, showing 99%. The soul of the guy begins merging with another. You. And you are me. The lifeless body opens its eyes wide, red glimmers flickering in its pupils. A notification arrives. Congratulations. Soul transfer successful at 100%. Soul has been successfully transferred into the new body. He now exists in a different form, stepping down from the evil dragon. There he stands on the cliff, looking down at Hyungatai's trembling shadow, fear palpable in the air. He raises his hand, commanding the evil dragons behind him. Let darkness blanket everywhere. The fallen skeletons from earlier now seem recharged. Beginning to awaken, the horde of monsters stirs, sending everyone into a panic. The system announces, the night of death has been declared. The Soul Master proclaims a night of doom. The immortal always obeys. Even in death, terror is etched on the faces of the team members. Janchi is furious. That bastard has led him into his trap from the very beginning. Soul Master grins wickedly, reveling in his triumph as the brutal battle unfolds once more. Desperate cries fill the air. The monsters have been resurrected. Even those slain by meteors are rising again. They struggle to fight and dodge the creatures as he begins channeling magic within himself. A terrifying surge of power radiates from him, forming a fiery aura. It is like a bomb exploding, wreaking havoc on the building where he stands. Hyun-jik senses the danger. His expression changes dramatically. Everyone, retreat from the area now. Don't resist anymore. Just run. The death notification pops up. Use the Predator skill, tapping into the abilities of the absorbed player. The king, the Soul Master, flies down from the cliff at lightning speed. He lunges his fist toward Haix, who quickly braces himself, gritting his teeth. He begins to activate his skills, enhancing his body. But before he can react, a punch lands squarely on both his arms, breaking them. The powerful impact sends him flying, his body soaring alongside debris and swords. The scene from above is pure chaos. Fragments soaring through the air amid the flames of the evil dragon. Havangichi crashes hard against the wall. The notification displays, using skill, Predator, tapping into the powers of the absorbed infernal player. He gathers magic into a huge fireball. Once again, he hurls it straight at the injured Haunjitsi. All he can do is grit his teeth and brace for impact. Yuha rushes in to help. Haun jigs. Stay calm. No matter what, you have to keep fighting. Seeing her, he shouts, Yuna, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here now. She raises her shield in front of him, turning to him with a determined, gentle gaze. I will be your shield. Your first life belongs to me. The Soul Master looks at the two of them with disdain. The system announces, using skill, Predator, tapping into the powers of the absorbed strength god. Asides Hagwin, he roared like a dragon, unleashing a powerful shockwave. And you could feel the tension in the air. The terror of his attack shattered the barrier in two, sending both of them flying. But that is not all. From another direction, a massive figure was approaching. A giant wielding a spiked hammer was hurtling toward the two of them. He swung his hammer down hard, forcing them apart. They crashed down into a pile of rubble, and John Jun cried out in shock. Just then, a spear pierced through John Jun, who was still caught off guard. It was Wang's spear, one of the high-ranking villains. Steven Taken laughed maniacally. Ha. His tentacles were relentlessly picking off team members one by one. That moment, a swarm of large bugs flew toward the fallen ones. They buzzed closer to her in a frenzied rush. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to open her eyes and take a look. In an instant, the whole swarm dove straight into her mouth. Up above, Junna licked her lips, clearly pleased. Her silhouette sitting on the building ledge, illuminated by the bright red moon, made the scene chilling. She raised a finger, gesturing dismissively. Don't be so dramatic. This is disgusting. Han Jank looked at the situation, feeling utterly helpless. Pleading, please, he begged. Just run. Everyone's falling like leaves due to the brutal attack from the monsters. From a distance, a mysterious figure in a white cloak emerged from the wreckage. With all my heart, I wish for everyone to survive. The mysterious figure walked straight toward Hoin Ji-yek and then stopped. He immediately recognized him. Go done. Brassy, he shouted in anger. How dare you? You betrayed us, did not you? Just as he finished speaking, another explosion erupted. The man looked on with delight. Oh my. It seems like the safe zone is about to be wiped out. Tears streamed down his face, filled with despair. Wow. Why would you do this? You were supposed to be our protector. It is all my fault for trusting and supporting you too much. That is why. He cut him off. It is not your fault. It is because you only follow the orders from your system. He looked at the countless bodies lying on the ground, oblivious to the fact that a protector could also become a villain. Honigek laughed bitterly. Who would have thought that it was the players, not some monsters, who destroyed all of humanity? He slowly lifted his hand to remove his mask. Oh my. The last savior of humanity is not. Gordon mocked him, calling him a tier-ranked player. Heinz Rex. Is not that right? He arrogantly extended his arms. We are the chosen gods, the ones who will dictate humanity's fate. Bitterly, Vanjin retorted. Look at yourself. A villain talking like you are a god. If only had known how to improve myself. Just 1 year. Even just a day sooner. People like you would not, he interrupted, laughing scornfully. Do you really think you would not feel awkward saying that? Gordon looked down at him. Do not act all regretful. Because even if you had known sooner, he glared at the man with eyes full of resentment. The man grinned. In the end, the fate of pathetic low-tier players like you will remain unchanged. This is the final verdict. The name Guang stepped forward, lifting the spiked hammer high, while Gordon turned away, leaving behind words perfectly suited for someone like him. He screamed in a mix of despair and rage. Gordon Brassy. Each tear falling, merging into the timeline. He opened his eyes wide, realizing he was lying in bed. Sergeant Li Hanjieqi warily sat up. Jun Mo, keeping watch by the bedside, sensed the hesitant movement. Sergeant Li Hikes, everyone was asking. Sergeant Li Hikes, are you okay? Are you crying? The teasing comments echoed, addressing the man dubbed the unfeeling king. If a heartless loser like him is crying, something's definitely wrong. You are right. Where does it hurt? Sergeant. Frustrated. He snapped. Enough already. Looking out the window, he softly said, It is just that I dreamed of a tragic future. The crowd was taken aback. Tragic. Future. Outside, the magnificent aurora borealis at this moment did not ease his heart. Hanjieqi spoke in a low voice. A future that must not repeat. A future I must change at all costs. The sky was split into bright and dark halves. Chaos reigned among the crowd as urgent voices rang out. My daughter is still in there. Soldier stopped a middle-aged woman. She could not go inside. She knelt down, pleading desperately. Please, just let me in this once. And yet the response was resolute. Madam, no one is allowed in. From above, the deep blue sky stretched infinitely, but a black spherical barrier appeared amidst the clouds, looking like a mysterious black hole swallowing the space inside it. Agirian Day. The Central National Gate Handling Committee was unified in command. The screen displayed images of the board of directors. Truthfully stating, we must admit that they emphasized, we can do anything. A hall with a large screen showing images of Earth from space. In the center of the stage, a robot sat cross-legged. Its long tentacles sprawled out on the ground. Discussions began to swirl. Indeed. But regarding the aftermath, the council was quickly reprimanded. Well then, why are we still talking? We need to prepare for the world's response after the wave hits. Suddenly, a hand shot up. The chatter ceased. Apologies for the interruption. It was Kang Seolion, Jumana, representing the Korean Players Guild. Ranked 4th, she spoke up. So what you are saying is, we should just leave the innocent people behind in the wave zone. The council responded loudly. Representative Kang. That is not what we mean. We can go in there. So what else can we do? To emphasize his point, he stressed, we need to make choices and focus on the safety of the entire nation, not just the people of Seoul right now. Hearing this, Seolion sneered in disdain. That is just a roundabout way of saying you want to protect your seats more than the lives of the people. As if struck in the heart, the council shouted in unison. Representative Kang. What are you talking about? We all want to save Seolion. But we need a plan to do that. Right now, we have no options. Yeah. Hands on her hips, offered her opinion. There are still some player guilds we can reach out to. If we collaborate, we can minimize casualties among the civilians. Another council member scratched his head and spoke up. Will those players even listen to us in this situation? Her high-pitched voice declared. And one more thing. The Jumana Guild will provide hero-grade items to every player who can eliminate the corruption within the waves, and a legendary item for the most proactive player. The council members were collectively stunned. Unable to believe she would actually do that, she built the tension, making it clear that I can tell my guild members to hide away and wait for things to get better for the sake of the guild. Seolion slammed her hand on the table, saying we would do everything we could to save even just one more person. Are you guys satisfied with that? Everyone fell silent, at a loss for words in the face of her unwavering determination. She angrily plopped down in her chair, thinking to herself, I can believe I have to buy a solution to a national crisis with money. What a ridiculous situation. In the stillness of the night, the ground littered with dry corpses. The atmosphere was bleak to the core, when a military voice shattered the darkness. Sergeant Lehunex. I have business with the battalion commander. This is the Monster Defense Brigade No. 3. Battalion 1. Underground bunker. Kim Kang-seok spoke first. Are you okay? Huna Hexi stood at attention to report. Yep. His eyes were resolute. Battalion commander. I have a suggestion. He tilted his head slightly. What is it? Hunachev recalled the name Arin Marting Bay. I heard the terrorist suspect we captured. You confirm. He escaped. The holding cell where she was kept only has a few shattered iron bars left. Kang Seok sighed. resting a hand on his forehead. Yeah, it is a real headache, Cuny Hef deduced. A prison built with mana stone and barriers to contain players. Unless they are S-rank, there is no way to escape on their own. So I suspect there is a traitor hiding in the army. The situation in the city is extremely dangerous. Monsters are everywhere. Huunekir reported the severity of the issue. Battalion Commander. Seal is currently under attack by monsters. And there are many criminals, including the terrorist suspect. Running wild. He did not stop there, continuing to roam all over Seal. Countless hideouts have been built to avoid and survive from the monsters. There is no denying that there will be those using their powers to attack innocent people. And it is going to be even more dangerous because of them. Unable to hide his concern, he stated seriously that even our army, who suffered the least damage, needs a lot of time to re-equip and prepare. Kang Seook smirked wickedly. Well, I am looking forward to it. Do you have any ideas? Hyman Gechi appeared tough on the outside but was secretly intrigued. The battalion commander must be hoping I would say something like that. He did not hesitate to speak up. I propose we establish a special unit to ensure the safety of the civilians and to halt the tide of corruption. Kang Seook seemed a bit confused by his suggestion and asked, a special unit? While he explained, outside there were countless corpses scattered on the ground. Buildings ablaze. A scene of devastation. He put his hands on his hips. Questioning, in this situation, we need to assign at least a few operators. Will they listen to us? Lahao and Jay scoffed, assured of the outcome. You do not need to worry about that. Back to the grim scene. A few people were shouting to each other, tending to the wounded first. There are still many monsters out there. Everyone stay alert. I wonder what Havai Jake said to Manhwa. After hearing it, he was stunned. Are you out of your mind? This is the military. There is a clear hierarchy. And yet a soldier is giving orders to the officers. You bow your head in frustration. I find it a bit ridiculous too. I was only planning to assign regular soldiers. But the battalion commander said. You recounted his words with such intensity. How can a unit not have officers? Junjie concluded. So the battalion commander yelled in my face that at least they should send along the second team leader. The one he trusts the most. You silently thought. Did the battalion commander really say that? You pretended to look away, just giving advice. And besides, I have no one else. You repeated, no one else. Minhai stood on a high balcony, laughing joyfully with the crowd below, while Hyman Jixit continued to paint a picture of how his large-scale attack would save the people in this crisis. You were on a roll talking about his cheerful face. I even thought the big guilds would compete to have him. You turned around abruptly, pretending you did not want to make a deal anymore. But he did not seem interested. Minhai grabbed your shoulder and said, wait, you told me to be your advisor. That is a different story. After hearing that, you secretly smirked with a victorious expression. Knowing the bait had been taken, the raging fire engulfed the forest. Everyone shouted as they did their best to cast spells to extinguish the enormous flames. The fire was spreading to the mountains. Douse it. There were 5 people in total, 4 using water magic from behind, and 1 in front, creating torrents of water to surround the flames. See, he murmured. It is almost the end of my shift. Why am I still stuck here? I should have been relieved by now. Honjag rushed in from behind, shouting, Surgeon Kim Si. She turned around to look. The kid talks a lot. The wind from her magic was too strong. He held onto his hair as he approached her. She had been assigned to a special unit. She was casting spells while pushing her hands up to hear better. Auntie, I can hear you. He gave a thumbs up as a sign of approval. I successfully relayed the message. But she did not understand what he was saying at all. Could not hear anything. Then, he walked away, leaving her wondering. Why does it feel like my final days of service are going to be ruined like this? The little brat curled up under the bed and shouted. I do not want to. You were surprised. I have not even said anything yet. Lay there whining like a child. I do not care. I do not care. No matter what you say, I am not doing it. Hylonote was momentarily speechless. Feeling helpless in the face of his exaggerated reaction, the little brat continued to sulk. Do you have any idea what I went through to get Valentina 30? Even though I am almost done with my military service. No matter what, I am not doing it. You start exposing him. You have been drinking on the job, have not you? You even stretched the schedule by a week, sometimes even 2. When 2 days would have been enough. He is hit right in the feels. His eyes wide in shock with a smug grin. You lean in. Teasing. And if the captain finds out, forget about your mission. Your military career will never end. Sweat pours down his face. Uncomfortable as you have got him cornered, he jumps up, throws the blanket off in a rage. What the hell are you doing? Meanwhile, Lai sees his monstrous reflection in the water. Thinking, what is happening? How can this be? Why am I in this state? He is bewildered. Bloodied, with piercing blue eyes and terrifying fangs. He sneaks a glance over his shoulder to find a squad of soldiers with guns hunting for monsters. searching everywhere. If you find any living monsters, take them out immediately. The troops are terrified. In his current state, they will definitely think he is a monster. He does not hesitate, using all his strength to leap into the darkness. In the mountains, the night sky stretches infinitely, deep like a mysterious black silk. How and Jakey and the soldiers are calling out. Come back. He mumbles. I was definitely keeping my cool until the very end to save that guy. But where did he run off to when he lost control? It was you who saved him. You recall the past. Him on his knees, hands raised in surrender. I am not the type to run away. You insist? Yep. You are. He pleads. Not. Back in the present. Haven't you Junti finally anywhere? Sighing as he stares into the void. You are exactly that kind of person. But this time, trust me a little more. Fire at the building beneath the mountain has been extinguished. An emergency mobilization order has been issued. Soldiers hurriedly gear up for their mission, gathering at the Special Forces training grounds. Once we set off, there won't be any extra supplies. So make sure you have got everything. Hein Gex was surprised to see the person in front of him, his eyes wide open. Immediately, he saluted Sealunha in a military style, serious as can be. Her expression was a bit strange, and he could not help but wonder, what is it? Captain of the assault team. She could not hide her hesitation, her gaze avoiding him. Hein Jidrix. I have misunderstood you all this time. It felt like a knot in his heart had been untied, and he smiled brightly. No worries. Suddenly, she shifted her tone. But that does not mean I completely trust you. Han Nujek was baffled, his lips twitching. Why would she say that out of the blue? She yelled right at his face. To observe you. I decided to join this special unit. His pupils contracted, and he froze for a moment, slightly taken aback by her words. Regaining his composure, he gently looked at Yuha. Got it. I am really looking forward to it. Now was her turn to be surprised. To put it more accurately, she was blushing, shyly turning her gaze away. Me too, Han Yufri thought. Well, now that Yuha has joined, we have all the trustworthy people. He looked towards the future, chatting with himself. When I first reversed time, deep in thought, I tried to avoid involving my old comrades or current team members as much as possible. Everyone lined up in front of Battalion Commander Kang Seok. Serious. Reporting. A total of 11 members, plus 3 drivers for the special unit. He quickly interrupted. Wait a special unit. I do not like that name. It sounds a bit lame. Haniji's thoughts did not stop. I thought it was a way to protect everyone. Continuing with the team name, he pondered carefully. Steel Company. All right. Let us call it Steel Company. Everyone felt deflated after hearing that. What a terrible name. In Heim Gik's mind, as the future and my memories changed little by little, I realized that challenges could only be overcome when everyone worked together. Kang Seok shouted. Report back. Beating hearts. To stop the wave of despair and protect the bleak future, I need all of you, not just one. Leading with a determined face, shouted on behalf of the entire team. Sergeant Lee Heingruff. We have a mission to rescue civilians and execute mobile attacks during the wave of despair. Steel Company. Reporting. The wind howled, cutting through the dark, cold cave. Lee Heingaki's breath was heavy, his body soaked in fresh blood. A chill ran down his spine as he looked at the scene before him. He picked up a stone, and immediately, energy radiated from it, forming green electric currents around him. The system echoed. Congratulations. You have unlocked the skill. Energy Snatch. After using it, your total energy has increased by 7%. However, as the amount of energy you consume increases, the total energy boost will gradually decrease. You can freely enjoy the items you receive. Suddenly, the ground shook, revealing a long water vein. With unimaginable power, the monster's form surged, sweeping up landslides. And Hein Jixi jumped to dodge the incoming attack. A swipe from the monster grazed his face. Luckily he barely managed to avoid it. Your body is agile, and in an instant, you dodge the monster's surprise attack. It glares at you with 6 fairy red eyes, its terrifying fangs bared as it growls, ready to tear you apart. The system chimes in again, announcing a new mission. A giant worm monster has appeared. The lord of the area, a scorpion beast. You will be entering its lair, and you will become its prey. The monster slams its massive tail down, causing a terrifying shockwave. But you, without a hint of fear, feel a rush of excitement. Are you really aiming for my head? That is way too obvious. Talk about knave. You fool. The lord of the area, with its colossal form and menacing aura, swings its claws right at you. In this life or death situation, you dodge while closely observing the monster. It whips its tail towards you like a storm. Your body moves with grace, feet gliding over the ground. Just a moment more, and you could be in serious danger. You place your hand on its body to gain momentum. You leap into the air, pouring all your strength into the spear in your hand. With determined eyes and unyielding will, You think to yourself. The monster opens its mouth wide, lunging at you, seizing the opportunity. You dive straight into its mouth. The scorpion beast swallows you whole, leaving only your spear behind. Its gruesome teeth dripping with saliva. Your body slowly sinks down as the acid in the monster's stomach begins to eat away at you. You are in pain. But your expression is one of triumph. You idiot. Thinking so simply. Yet your plan is still perfect. Thanks to this, I can handle you quickly, as I have harnessed the transforming power to counteract the stomach acid. Ending with a bang. Your right eye sparks with light, your magic radiating powerfully, while your face is covered in sweat destruction. The Saboma nuclear bomb. The system warns. Players may take damage if they do not use skills correctly. As you reach the pinnacle of power, your body instantly glows, clothes ripping apart into shreds. At the same time, the monster's belly swells violently. Then comes a massive explosion. A ball of light appears in the air, shredding the monster's body. Its head flies apart. Not even a chance to scream. The light fades, revealing the scene as the monster's head falls. The system announces, you have wiped out all monsters, achieving a golden form. By using the golden form, you can activate the special ownership of this item as soon as you receive it. A bare body emerges from the mist. Satisfied, you hold the newly acquired item to admire it. Awesome. A golden form. Worth enduring that terrifying breath from the monster. Suddenly, the system asks, will you use the golden form? Yes. A cunning look crosses your face. You decisively burn the golden form in your hand. Of course, I will use it. The system continues. Congratulations. Through special awakening, you have learned a new skill. Skill info. It is called metal manipulation. Rank. Effect. By consuming mana, you can change the shape of the metal within your control. The mana cost will depend on the volume of the targeted metal. Honjeji thinks to himself. Metal manipulation. And immediately his right hand turns into metal material. The system chimes in. Warning. When using the metal manipulation skill, enhancement cannot be used. Just as he pulls, his arms transform into sharp weapons like blades. Honjh feels victory within his grasp. Awesome. With this, I am fully prepared for the assault on Seal. At this moment, his face looks more twisted than ever. Now it is time. System keeps announcing loudly. You have used energy theft. Red stones are being pulled towards you. Donche happily embraces them. It has been a while, so I am going to enjoy this feast. The attack on Seal a week later. The outer space is silent and vast. A voice rises, announcing to all citizens. This is the National Gate Reaction Headquarters. This is a warning about a gate covering all of Seal. This is not a drill. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. The sound of shattering glass fills the air. The cries of lost children make the atmosphere even heavier. Among that, the urgent announcement. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. Out of nowhere, countless monstrous creatures flood in. They charge straight at the crying boy. His face turns pale. Completely terrified. Just as they are about to grab him, a large truck rushes in, speeding towards them at a terrifying pace. The crowd was thrown back like a chaotic mess, saving the kid's life. The extraction team arrived, guns in hand, ready to jump out of the vehicle. They formed a solid line in front of the charging monsters, unleashing a hail of bullets. One person stood right beside the kid, giving orders to protect him. All forces focused on blocking the roads where the monsters were coming from. The kid stopped crying and turned to curiously look at the person next to him. Hey, kid. You good? No need to worry anymore, the kid replied, calling out, Uncle. Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Minhai interrupted. Damn it. Catch John. I told you not to go too deep. He stood on the vehicle, issuing commands. Kims, land with both magical orbs and report. Yep. Commander Thang Hai. Moss green lights from her magical orbs weaved through the swarm of monsters. Sihee's power was like a raging storm, sweeping them away in the night sky. The line of monsters was blown back into the air, far out of sight. Meanwhile, a man was hiding behind a building. Observing everything, he raised his hand to stop the civilians behind him from moving forward. Questioning, what is happening with those soldiers? Sihee gathered her magical energy, lifting herself into the air, weapons ready to fight. Now. Together. Thoni Hasai. Minhee activated his spell, a small whirlpool of golden symbols appearing on his palm. Open wide, skin and hair. The whirlpool took off as he commanded. Advancing forward, it targeted the monsters suspended in midair, piercing through each one, blood splattering in sync with her movements. Taking advantage of that time, Sihee sliced through the remaining monsters with astonishing speed. Like look back. Murmuring, that long-winded old man completely tricked me. Then remembering, before the battle, in the dimly lit darkness illuminated by some spatial magic whirlpool, Sihee spoke. Are you really going in there alone? She scolded him. You promised to let me join the upgrade bus in exchange for my signing up to come here. The strange kid replied. I will go in first to check it out. Oh no. I have an event mission, so I can't help. Right. She desperately tried to persuade him. Her eyes filled with worry. What if you go in there and get into trouble? He smiled reassuringly. The commander does not need to worry about that. I will be back soon. Trust me. I am really confident in myself. Back in the present. She scolded him fiercely. You liar. You said you would be back quickly. But how long has it been? Suddenly, she realized something. A gigantic green monster, hundreds or thousands of times larger, burst in, crashing down and creating a terrifying shockwave that sent Kim Si-hee flying. Luckily, she reacted quickly, managing to stay upright without falling or getting hurt. As the dust settled, revealing a gaping hole in the road, the colossal green monster, its head resembling that of a chameleon, prepared to attack. Sucking in air aggressively, Junmo and the kid stared in shock at the monster, unsure of its intentions. It roared, then unexpectedly unleashed powerful gusts of sound, shaking the area. Its strength surged through the air like a violent storm. Si-hee's face was tense with strain, her body feeling like it could not move. Everyone is sharing the same fate as her. Junmo struggles to move, while Jun wants to shield the kid. Minhee reaches out for something. At that moment, the undead all turn to look like they gain more power. They charge at the raid team like hungry demons. Si-hee is frozen, unable to do anything as the undead get closer. She panics, just a moment away from disaster. Suddenly, a man with a bare torso yells. Manipulating metal, he rushes, using his bare arms to slice off the monster's head. The kid shouts loudly to drown out the previous deadly sounds. Everyone, wake up. All forces, return fire. The raid team suddenly snaps back to reality, gaining their momentum. They unleash a barrage of bullets into the approaching undead. On the other side, they are gathering, ready to attack. Si-hee regains her strength, swinging her sword and casting familiar green magic, obliterating the undead. She turns to the kid with a fond look, an old chatterbox. Then chaos erupts. It seems she has not noticed that Honguk is completely exposed. Old man, you are late. If you keep being late. Suddenly she stops, staring intensely, probably seeing something she should not. Junmo is thrilled to see him. A soldier. Lai Hein. He is taken aback by his condition. She slowly utters the last word. Junmo can't believe his eyes, shocked at what happened to him. Ignoring her, his hand rises. And suddenly, a faint blue light appears, creating large metal orbs floating in midair. He commands firmly, change the steel. All forces hold position and attack. I will support you. Junmo is stunned. What am I even seeing? Honguk urges threateningly. Do not ask questions. Do you want me to kill you before the monsters do? All forces attack. The whole team gets their spirit back, ready to fight seriously. The kid has been staring at something small, involuntarily saying, he over there. It has even got a trunk. As the fighting spirit surges like a tidal wave, the air boils with anticipation. Every warrior is ready to dive in, determined to fight to the end. After the battle, everything sinks into absolute silence. The dark sky is a deep abyss. Only the twinkling stars remain like jewels on the endless canvas. The scene is devastated. Monster corpses litter the blood-soaked streets. And that is when Honguk finally puts his clothes back on. He buttons up his shirt, a gentle gesture but filled with focus. Suddenly, a spirit whispers something in Si-hee's ear, and she does not look pleased. Si-hee reaches out to grab the spirit, retorting, what are you saying? Keep it to yourself if you want to ogle him naked. He flinches. What? The spirit pouts like a child. Whatever. Turning away, she turns to talk to Honguk. You said you would handle that mission yourself. So why are you like this? He smiles sheepishly. Haha. She continues. It is not like there is anything worth looking at. He feels like he has been struck by lightning. Nothing worth looking at. He sees her expression. The words he wants to say get stuck. He just shrugs it off. Right. It is just too cold. Junmo leads the kid right in front of two people. Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk. He wonders. Are you okay? What happened to your uniform that it turned out like this? Hyun-guk looks down at the kid clinging to Junmo's leg and explains. I had to leave my post because of this child. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and his brows furrow as he realizes something. He finds the kid strange and asks, Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, are you signaling Junmo to be quiet? Then, he shouts, everyone hiding there, come out now. The man who was lurking during the earlier fight jumps at his voice. Everyone steps out, raising their hands to show they mean no harm, explaining that they could not get into the shelter. So they found another spot. Hyun-guk raises an eyebrow, emphasizing again, you all could not get in. He wants to confirm the truth. Suddenly, the kid lets go of Junmo's leg and rushes towards the man. Dad. The man unexpectedly hugs the kid, saying, my son. After the kid is safely in his arms, The man looks genuinely grateful, thanking him profusely for saving his son. I was desperate. It is such a relief to find soldiers like you guys. Hyun-guk frowns and asks him back. Are you sure about that? Man looks confused. What do you mean? At that moment, large metal balls come flying towards him. They stop right in front of the people who were hiding earlier, and he wonders. What are you doing? His right eye glows. The pupil constricts, casting a spell just like when he killed that hell beast. Crushing it, the ball starts to crack slowly, and the man still has no idea what is happening. With a loud explosion, all the heads of those people blow apart, dying on the spot. The kid is startled, wide-eyed as he looks at his dad. The team is shaken, unable to comprehend. Are you crazy? Junmo yells. Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk. What are you doing? He ignores him, using magic to grab the knife at his waist and quickly lunges forward. His hand aims directly at the kid. With that speed, it is no trouble for Hyun-guk to catch the kid. His face is menacing, brows furrowed, warning the kid that he absolutely hates being stabbed in the back. It is best to cut that out right now. He points the knife at the kid's head, making it clear. Before I kill someone just that, Hyun-guk grabs him by the collar, lifting him high, making everyone around bow in fear. Min-hai, though scared, bravely raises his gun. Hey, you jerk, put the kid down, now. All soldiers, aim your guns at Hyun-guk. Hearing him say that, the men are frightened. Sergeant Kim's he maintains his aim straight at Hyun-guk. Min-hai thinks to himself, this crazy guy. How can a soldier intend to kill civilians like this? Put that kid down right now. Hyun-guk, do you hear me? He kicks the body of the man who was killed. Hyun-guk points to the red weapon under the dead man's back. These dead people are not civilians. They are players, intending to approach us while hiding weapons from another world. Min-hai stops, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Everyone around is suddenly bowing down, raising their hands in confusion. Wait a second. He is right. They have cornered us. And they even killed someone. I can't believe it as I glance over at Sergeant Kim Si-hee, both of us locking eyes in a tense stare. Suddenly, the guy speaks up. Wait. Stop pretending. He leans in close to his girl and brings his knife closer, taunting. You are taking your sweet time, Assassin Kim. He slowly replies. I do not even know you. Gu frowns and looks over, puzzled. Who are you? Gu's petite body suddenly transforms. He is grown up and now wields two weapons in his hands, making the guy stumble as he grips his Gu's neck. Min-hai and Si-hee panic, quickly aiming their guns at him. Gu turns and thrusts the sharp blade in his hand toward the guy's throat, gritting his teeth in anger. He glares at the guy. Gu's attack gets frozen in place as he swiftly uses a move that connects with half of the guy's face. The guy raises an angry eyebrow. Clearly someone who knows a lot about AFGU. Hearing those words, his expression shifts from furious to fearful. Seizing the moment, Gu delivers a powerful punch to his face, declaring, after all, I am the one who left you bruised in our last life. Moments later, Gu groans as he fights to swallow the steel balls, the pain causing his throat to bleed profusely. Gasping and struggling to swallow, he realizes he has been captured by the guy. Gu has him tied up with a scarf around his neck. He has lost quite a few teeth, his mouth filled with blood as he shouts. You lunatic. Do not make me eat this stuff anymore. What kind of soldier tortures someone by forcing them to eat steel balls? The guy calmly picks up a steel ball. Torture. What do you mean? He quickly gobbles it down, licking his lips smugly while looking at him. I usually eat these. You know, if you eat enough, you will soon crave the taste of steel. Gu stares at him, eyes brimming with tears. What the hell? Why do you eat that stuff like it is candy? Ignoring his words, Gu forces the ball into his mouth, saying, come on, swallow another one. Utterly powerless, yells. Wait, get it? I will talk. He starts spilling information, desperately trying to convey everything to Agu. He slaughtered all the guards in the hideout and took control of the place. Then he completely destroyed the hideout, ensuring no one else could enter. Agu contemplates seriously. He destroyed the hideout. He imagines the terrifying wolves prowling during a full moon. I have heard about the villain who destroyed a hideout and massacred all the survivors inside to conduct experiments that would boost his power. Agu realizes. A villain. A heretic. Agu ponders silently. In the last life, he was so cautious that even though everyone knew he was a villain, his face was never revealed. Could it be him? Gu informs him that eventually, a few citizens escaped because they could not bear his tyranny. We were only sent to bring those people back. I transformed into a child just to avoid hurting them. It is all true. Please believe me. Agu exclaims with frustration. Yeah. Right. He snaps, then angrily clamps his mouth shut, pressing him hard against the wall. You definitely have another motive. The reason you are trying to corner the civilians is because that is the mission he assigned to you. Right. The system interface pops up. The mission log is all in progress. Buy time until the destruction is complete. Before the wave of chaos ends, assassinate 50 civilians. 3. After the destruction is complete, meet with the villain alliance. Brother Guk, you are asking all the right questions. Are not you? Assassin. Villain Kim. You clamp his mouth shut, making it impossible for him to speak normally. Who are you? Your eyes blaze with a blue light, destroying, causing the marble in Hegu's belly to swell. His shrill scream echoes for a moment before fading away. Brother Guk steps outside, and the guy nearby walks over to ask you, did he just commit suicide? Who is the one forcing him to the point of taking such drastic measures? You anxiously keep asking, shouldn't we wait for Captain Seo Eun-ha and Sergeant Choi Jun-jun to get here first? Brother Guk's expression is grim as he quickly replies, no need. They are really busy. Considering the time they need to save the colonel and fix the hunter's armor, they won't make it in time. The guy disagrees and retorts, but they said he destroyed a hideout. How are we supposed to open that door? You smirk mischievously. Don't worry about that. I have got this covered. The guy looks at you in shock, momentarily stunned. He is making that face again. A little while later, everyone arrives. Brother Guk yells loudly, this is the regular army of the Republic of Korea amped. Open the hideout door immediately. It is an emergency. With all your strength, you bang on the door. We have received reports of illegal occupation of this hideout. Illegal occupation of a hideout is a crime that can be dealt with immediately. If you do not open the door quickly, we will use a multi-lock to force it open and get inside. The guy covers his face helplessly. So his plan is to trick them into thinking we have a multi-lock. Brother Guk thinks to himself, their self-imposed confinement proves they have no idea what is happening outside. You keep banging on the door, grinning with satisfaction. We will give you enough time. After I report to my superiors, we will see this as a legal occupation and we will enter. Brother Guk gleefully speculates. Which means they won't know that the regular army is currently not operating by the book. After a moment, the door slowly creaks open. Everyone is taken aback. The guy raises a hand to his mouth in disbelief. Did it really work? The guy next to him is wide-eyed. It is actually opening. A young man steps out. What is going on? Brother Guk playfully pushes his way into the narrow gap between the two doors. Did you close the door too tightly to hear me? We have received reports of illegal occupation of this hideout. The guys inside shout back. Illegal occupation. That is ridiculous. We are following all safety regulations. The leader gestures for everyone to come inside. Please. Come in and take a look. They brushed past. But the people inside did not bat an eye. It is easy to explain why everyone here follows orders like pros. This hideout is a prime example of how to run things smoothly. You follow behind him, questioning, and it seems like none of them care about outsiders wandering in. It is like they are pretending to ignore something. The guy looks back in confusion. You burst into laughter. Just kidding. But he remains silent, clearly annoyed. While Hein Jixi turns to glance at the person behind him, Taiwang smiles at you. It looks like they are on the same wavelength. That guy speaks up. Is this really all the soldiers sent here? Or are there more on the way? Hon Jie-chi cheekily quips. Why are you so curious? You think you can handle our current troops? He knows you are teasing and gets angry. What do you mean by that? You chuckle, waving your hand dismissively. Just joking around. It is just a possibility if you are a criminal mastermind. Then maybe. The guy's veins are pulsating on his forehead as he grinds his teeth in anger. Look, do you think I am just here for fun? You are trying to probe me with your little jokes. Han Jafe gets serious and steps closer. You are the one who is really joking here. You have been watching closely, paying attention to how he has packed this hall with armed players. That is right. You turn to your teammates and shout, which sends the guy into a panic. All units, open fire. Hearing the command, they lift their weapons and start shooting at the people in the hideout. At the same moment, one of them draws their sword and fights back, taking advantage of his distraction. Onjejo unleashes his power, knocking him down. If you want to trick someone, maybe you should start by finding a guard uniform that actually fits you. Instantly, he transforms into a giant surrounded by rocks, causing you to stumble back in shock. One of his eyes distorts into a furious red-black hue. You pathetic soldier. I am going to smash that noisy little mouth of yours. Hon GC does not have time to react before the guy grabs him. The people around them are locked in fierce combat. He shoves you hard, creating a deep dent in the wall. The guy, looking like a monster, growls. You better keep it down. Right. Suddenly, an explosion erupts above him. He screams in pain, his face bloodied from Hein Jadasi's punch. The guy stumbles around, revealing your body still stuck against the wall. You suddenly call out. So you are just a rock. At this moment, your whole body transforms and you laugh loudly. Well, I am made of steel. The soldiers keep firing at the players. The guy leads the charge. Screaming, This is insane. A soldier is actually hurting civilians like this. And Jaime mocked. Civilians. In an emergency. It is our duty as soldiers to protect civilians from scum like you. Chunks of stone rise up, obscuring the guy's ominous eyes. On the other side, soldiers and players are locked in battle. You speak up. You just wiped out all the guards here, and now you are trying to act noble with me. Looking at the guy. Where are the civilians really? He clutches his arms and starts charging forward. What the hell is going on? Honjek raises an eyebrow, staring him down. You skillfully leap up, causing the goon to crash into the wall, right through to the other side. Then you seize the chance to launch your spear at him, setting him free. He unleashes a burst of power to push the goon back. You stand before the wreckage, realizing he destroyed the hideout to carry out experiments on living beings. Right. The guy grips the spear's tip in defiance. What the hell are you babbling about? What the heck is going on? What conspiracy do I have? And what is this nonsense about experiments? Forget that. The hideout's at max capacity. Yet they keep cramming more civilians in. Those dumb soldiers did not even think about the consequences of this wave. Just those civilians alone will have us starving soon enough. You are a proud player. You should understand that. Right. Losing players like us is a huge loss for this entire nation. Remember Goff Dunn? He was burning with anger. I have heard someone say something like that before. The goon keeps trying to convince you. Yeah. We fight every single day without fail. We deserve better treatment in times like this. Everything I do is based on pure logic and objectivity. Your shadow cuts through. Enough already. Making Goff flinch. Right. You are focused. Channeling your energy forward. Who cares if you are a traitor? I am still going to punch you into the ground. Goff raises his hand to meet your fist. The stone shell shatters instantly. But it quickly reforms, leaving you no time to react. He grabs you by the neck and sneers. You have been underestimating me all this time. But you better see your place soon. Just as Ikti throws a punch, you raise your hand to block, gritting your teeth as you endure the barrage. Then he lifts you high, ready to crush you. You crash down, sending debris flying everywhere. And you both plummet straight down into the subway tunnel. Goff, unfazed, teases, "Is that it?" Then he starts using metal manipulation. From his arm, sharp spikes shoot out, flinging debris off Ikti's hands. With a warning that while using metal control, enhancement will fade. You swing your arm fiercely and smash his face into the stone. Then you activate your enhancement, channeling energy into your arms. And you unleash a powerful blow right to Ikti's face. Countless furious punches rain down on Ikti's face, making him scream. Stop. His bruised face pleads. Please. Just stop. Goff stands tall, suddenly sensing something. The crowd of people is coming. A woman shouts desperately. Please save us. We can TC anything. The frail girl clings to her grandmother. We have been doing exactly what you asked. Please believe us. Goff's fury ignites. This bastard really let this many people starve all this time. Eyes wide in realization. Wait. So he is not a traitor. Is it really just about the rations? Then why the hell is he still rounding up civilians? At some point, Ikti has taken a hostage, damn it. What do you want from me? I just want to survive. Is that so wrong? Honjek's just realized that you are standing on the empty armor. The reckless guy challenges you. Come on, get closer to me. You furrow your brows. Now you are even more certain. He is not a traitor. Ikti was backing away while hugging the shotgun. I have done everything you asked. Why can't you leave me a way to survive? Traitor. Suddenly, the guy's head exploded. Shocking him, Honjek gritted his teeth, asserting that the real traitor is definitely somewhere around here. A moment later, you hear the person across from you speak up. Private Pak Jumbo reporting. Among the 32 players involved in the illegal occupation of the hideout, a total of 21 players have died, and 11 are injured. Those injured have been detained. Seeing you bow your head, Honjek asks Pak Junmo. What is wrong with you? He looks away and explains. Even if they are criminals, killing them is, well, very difficult. Glancing at the shotgun clearing the bodies, you reply. Listen, it is never easy. Placing a hand on Junmo's shoulder for comfort. You add. However, if we do not act swiftly in this critical moment, we won't be able to save any innocent lives. That is the duty of soldiers like us. His eyes widen as if he has come to a realization when you tell him to get a grip. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly. Get the person in charge out here. I need to speak with the person in charge. You wonder, who is that? Jummo realizes. He is the civilian representative. Honjek furrows his brow. Civilian representative. The two introduce themselves in turn. I am a member of Congress. Paksang. I was ordered here to protect this hideout. And I am Lai Hongjin from the Merchant Association. Right now, I am requesting to discuss the food ration distribution first, then turning to argue. I am a member of Congress, so he should listen to me first. Hongjin scoffed. When the hideout was being taken over, where were you? No bringing that position up. What good does it do? On the other side, Jimo advises Go Sung. Sir, let us handle this. He declines. You have already saved an old man like me. How can I let you help again, even as a soldier? You would not feel comfortable doing this stuff. Just let me take care of it. Then he feigns concern. Besides, there is something very dangerous here. You are suspicious. Dangerous. Pointing toward the underground where the wailing echoes. He explains. Because of Gong Yichtia, I can reveal anything, but I can hear the breathing of a monster getting closer. Please hurry and check that place out. I am afraid something might happen. Jumbo gasps in shock. Could it be a raid inside the hideout? Meanwhile, the argument continues. Then pick a representative for this hideout first. Ju Sang does not care. What are you even saying? I am a member of Congress. So of course, I have to be the representative here. Thinking about the enemy yet to appear. Aojang ponders. The traitor uses Gong Yichtai to spread fear. After that, he could freely do whatever he wanted from behind. But the Gong Yichika puppet is already dead. You focus on your thoughts. With the army stationed here, the quickest way to control this hideout is to become the representative. As you glance over, Ju Sang is in a heated debate, making you wonder, could one of them be the culprit? Or is someone manipulating the crowd from behind the scenes, while Jun keeps denying everything? Huang glares with white-hot hatred. Thinking about that traitor. That scumbag, where's the life-saving guy when you need him? Somewhere nearby, blue jars filled with human bodies are lined up on the wall. A disturbing display of half-human, half-beast corpses is pinned up for all to see. Like some twisted collection, a gaunt man is trapped in a glass container, eyes wide open in terror, while someone savors the taste of fresh blood from the unfortunate. Drops of blood drip as the wheels roll by. And it is Go Sung transporting the recently deceased. He looks anxious, glancing around as he hears something. Arin lifts her blood-soaked face, her scream shattering the silence like glass. She hides behind a large jar, and what Go Sung sees is the unfortunate soul lying there, drenched in fresh blood. Looking straight ahead, he sees the face of a man. Suddenly, Arin appears right behind him with a swift motion. She is easily subdued by Go Sung using just one hand. The transformation is immediate as he growls. You little brat. I told you not to touch my stuff. Arin weakly slumps against the wall, crying out, blood, blood, please, not poison, give me fresh blood. But all she sees is Go Sung, standing by the lab table, wearing a twisted grin. His voice echoes in the room filled with floating jars of specimens. He holds up a vial, examining it. You idiot. Who drinks salt water to quench their thirst? The girl mutters under her breath, cursing him. You lunatic. Confused, Arin shouts. Why the hell did you drag those soldiers into this infiltration process? Go Sung smirks. Once the infiltration's complete, what can those soldiers do to stop it? Instead of doing it myself, I simply want to use their lives as a replacement. Arin recalls the last time Sergeant Jun attacked her and screams. You are the real idiot here. Want to know why we failed? It is those damn soldiers. They are just so different. Before she can finish, Go Sung slams the table. I do not need your pointless excuses. Arin, frustrated, retorts. You keep failing simply because you are useless. He turns around, boasting. Just wait for what is coming next. With a sinister smile and a vial of green liquid in hand, he declares, the lives of everyone here are firmly in my grip now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the mess hall of the hideout, where Hong Jin of the Merchant Association eyes the food ration with hunger. Ju Sang approaches from a distance, grumbling. How can you divide your food so recklessly? Are you under the control of your hunger? Hong Jin quickly counters, pointing at the refugees behind him. Look at that kid. How can you say that when they have suffered from hunger for days? The reason behind this situation is that, before the rations were thoroughly checked, the president of the Merchant Association unexpectedly distributed them to the people at his whim. Hong Jin shouts out, wanting to challenge. You won't use the rations as an excuse to control us. But what has the association done that is right? If you are going to talk behind my back like that, just say it to my face. Seriously. Do you think a member of Congress would do something like that? Stop slandering me with baseless accusations. From a distance, Hon Jae-ju watched the argument unfold. As a politician, he was firing back with sharp retorts to assert his authority here. But he could not ignore the looming danger that they might actually be the traitors. Junmu approached with supplies, nervously asking, can we get our rations? Honijik snapped at him. No way. Someone's lurking behind that wall over there. They could be plotting something sinister, like poisoning the food. Are you still feeling okay with that? Because I am not. Junmo reluctantly accepted his warning, knowing that security around here would completely collapse if they fell victim to that guy. Just then, someone arrived with a tray of food, saying, hey, why do not you guys try these fresh hot meals? Old man Hanjif cheerfully encouraged. The meat is delicious. Come on. Dig in. But Honak refused, insisting that resources were the most crucial thing in disasters like this. We can take away supplies meant for the evacuees. We have already got our rations from the military. Junmo hesitated over the heavy tray of food. Old man Guksung was eyeing it hungrily. But Hoan Jaki still pushed the tray away. Don't worry about it, he said, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio. Hey, Lai Hoin. Hearing this, he told the caller to hold on a minute. Then, he picked up the radio and replied. This is Sergeant Lai Hein Geix. I am planning to head down there with you guys. No way, he exclaimed. Who says you have to do that? Damn it. Old man Gekusung shot him a glare while Junmo was drooling over the tray filled with meat and rice. He made a noise of frustration and turned to ask. More importantly, what is the update on what I mentioned yesterday? Junmo quickly responded. Yep. We are currently investigating it. Don't worry. Hearing this, Old man Exxon smiled with relief. That is a relief. The scene shifted to Hein Jakche and his team standing before a tunnel overgrown with bizarre plants that looked like bright red roses. Min Acha lowered his weapon and commented. These are not plants you would find on Earth. The temperature here is different too. He turned to Hein Jex. This must be one of the reasons behind the invasion waves. And Jean nodded, agreeing. Right. If we can stop this. Then, he recalled the scene of the city being ravaged by monsters. Just like the first wave in California, those terrifying green monsters. The second wave in Shanghai. And then the mutated pig plants in the third wave in Backland. Onjake furrowed his brow tightly. Knowing Sun would soon be flooded with monsters too, eyes widened. Right now, we all need to level up along with the rest of the team. Sergeant Kim Si and I will always be here to support you. The corridor ahead was shrouded in thick, gloomy smoke, making him exclaim, out of all the places. It had to be this cramped tunnel. What a stroke of bad luck. A little girl stood at the entrance holding an empty cup, politely asking, can I please have some more water? Behind that innocent facade was a wicked smile lurking. You are in deep trouble. Keep trying to stop us with that ridiculous military discipline of yours. But this is on a whole different level compared to a regular breach. Over by Hein, you and Sergeant Sihe are in a panic, staring at the goo dripping from the plants. She looks puzzled and asks, Sergeant, can we really handle this? If this is the cause of the breach, then is not it on a completely different level than usual? Ayn Guk braces himself and quickly agrees with her. Yeah, it is. Especially if it is a monster lord. The difficulty of this breach requires a team of S-level fighters to take it on. Sihe suddenly retorts. Isn't that like signing our own death warrant? The tight space of the portal opens amidst the creeping vines, sending shockwaves crashing into both of them. Hein Guk grins with excitement and confidently declares, we can hold them off. Just as he finishes his sentence, they burst out from that portal. Minhai stares in horror at the sight. The monsters swarm out like a tidal wave, and Hein Guk shouts out with fierce determination. Since they have made their nest underground, there is only one way to go. Forward. All we need to do is protect this underground hideout. Hein yells. Sergeant Kim. Even though she is panicking, she follows his lead. The souls erupting from her body charge at the monsters. Each soul strikes, hitting the beasts hard, but those monsters hit back, slicing through the spirits and tearing them apart. Minhai focuses on fighting but can help asking, how much longer do we have to hold out like this? Hein Guk keeps striking while issuing commands. We need to pull back now. Up ahead, a fierce battle rages on, but the spirits are slowly being overwhelmed, while the monsters advance relentlessly. Minhai worries out loud. This is not a retreat. We are being pushed back. Suddenly, a massive monster steps out from the tangled vines. It plants one clawed foot on the ground, but its foot is bloodied and covered in veins. Hein Guk grits his teeth and observes. These invading monsters are heavily influenced by their surroundings, so the breach spreading from the portal is crucial for them. The monster realizes its leg is changing as it lifts it, and as soon as they leave the breach, their defenses drop below average. Dung channels his magic and pulls steel balls from the container. Sergeant Kim, when I spin these balls, you need to compress the wind. Hein Guk directs the flying balls to maximize their speed. We will wipe them all out in one go. Sihe hears this and swings her sword side to side. The souls fighting the monsters are drawn back in by her. In front of the monsters, only two people remain along with the floating balls and swirling magic. Guk smirks, trying to provoke the beasts. Hey, you frog monsters. Ever heard of a blender? I am here to turn you into dust. He waves his hands to control the balls, swirling them with Sihe's magical wind. Then Hein Guk commands. Now, channel your magic into it. The enchanted orb is infused, and your magical power accelerates like a whirlwind, tearing through the monsters. The creatures scatter like leaves in a storm from the combined strike. Brother Guk holds his ground, knowing that this invasion is no coincidence. If we do not put an end to this right away, it will be our doom. We have to stop them. Meanwhile, in the Hediat, Hongjin struggles up the stairs, his stomach churning. What is wrong with him? He grimaces, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a fang erupts from his mouth, and Hongjin transforms into a monstrous beast. He roars in disbelief. But before he can process it, someone slashes his throat, blood spraying like a rainstorm. A mission board lights up, displaying a hidden task warning to stay away from inappropriate light and shroud oneself in darkness. The first task completed, a successful transformation experiment. Specifically, transforming 30 times, alongside 2 ongoing tasks. Slaughtering 1,000 civilians and providing sustenance for 30,000 creatures from another world lurking underground. The killer Hongjin is a traitor posing as an employee. Go Sung. The notification board shifts to a congratulatory message for completing the transformation experiment, awarding a special item. Monster cultivation. This allows the user to summon shadows hidden in the moonlight by channeling magic into those who have consumed the player's magic. Old Go Sung chuckles with delight. The experiment is finally complete. Now it is time to change the stage and take full control of the situation. Back at the gate, a portal slowly creaks open, drawing their attention as it widens. Instantly, the head of a gigantic monster emerges, causing them to recoil in fear. In a city where the sky is overcast and rain pours down, that very monster struggles to break free from the portal. Trapped in a cramped space barely fitting its head, it angrily slams its head against the ceiling, causing debris to rain down. It thrashes against the walls, desperate to escape, instilling sheer terror in everyone in the building. Finally, it bursts forth, a colossal figure blocking out the sky, roaring as buildings around it crumble. It strides forward amidst thunder and lightning, looking terrifyingly majestic. At this moment, a member of the AMP team is completely horrified. In an instant, the monster lord, the cause of the invasion they witnessed, is truly enormous. Brother Guk watches in fury. Even earthquake alerts blare as the creature rises from the ground. He remembers how he annihilated all those monsters before the portal appeared. The remnants of those creatures lie scattered on the ground, while the portal threatens to unleash a new disaster. Seeing this, he shouts a warning. The monster lord will break free soon. You need to hold the wind back one more time. At the same moment, a notification pops up. The monster lord from the invasion, the demon duck Hobby Doodle, has appeared. Doodle will bring disaster from the heavens and ruthlessly annihilate all who have trespassed into its territory. It turns out the giant monster is named Doodle, and now it has thrust its jaw through that portal. Roaring as it does, Honjek senses its immense power radiating out and gets a bit uneasy. This pressure is nothing like what he felt from a distance. Just the sound of its roar is enough to freeze him in place. C, on the other hand, is terrified. Her face pale and panicked. What the heck is going on? Thank you all for inquiring about Esma's safety. Honjek responds with unwavering determination. We can do this. According to the intel, that creature is unleashing all its strength above us. Right on the surface, suddenly, a series of tornadoes whip through the neighborhood. He reassures everyone. We at least need to stay out of its range for a while. The scene shifts closer to one of the tornadoes. As everything around it is mercilessly sucked in, he declares that this initial invasion was a stroke of luck from the heavens. Now, another Duden monster appears, jostling with the first one at the portal. You are going to use your skills against the demands of Sihei. Here, I am passing it to you. You will need to squeeze out every last drop of magic you have. She is fired up, and he is more determined than ever, ready to fight to the end. Please unleash the strongest wind you can muster. If we can smash its head, it will all be over. Instantly, the round orbs go flying, knocking those smaller monsters away. Even the Duden is injured thanks to his power. He opens his eyes wide for the final blow. Destruction. In that moment, it is engulfed by thousands of electric bolts, writhing in agony. The noise he is making is so loud that even Arin and Go Sung on the lower floor can hear it. He is noticed and smirks. The lord causing the invasion has finally shown up. From now on, why do not we enjoy the spectacle of soldiers slowly dying? Arin is displeased, saying everything will end once the monster lord appears, and he intends to see what is going on. He nonchalantly swipes his hand across his neck, sneering. A bat. Ah. Do you know why you keep getting wiped out? Because you fail to pay attention to the details. The more he lectures, the angrier she gets. Your arrogance in thinking you won to be defeated by someone of a lower level thence. That blind arrogance is what is going to bring you down. You fool. I do not see the world through rose-colored glasses. So shut your mouth and listen to me. Suddenly, a spatial door opens, and someone slowly steps out. He raises his gun, ready and alert. Minnie curses under his breath. Damn it. He recalls his conversation with Heingeik. Are you two planning to attack the root cause of this invasion? He admits it outright. Yep, sir. Hearing that makes him furious. Look closely. This is the cause of the invasion. A red portal that can't even compare to it. He retorts. That is why we got lucky, sir. A barren, cramped concrete hole, and the chances of a monster lord dominating both the sky and water appearing in there are extremely rare. An unprecedented opportunity before it even rises from the ground. It won't even be able to use 1/10 of its total power. You do not hesitate to make a decision. So please trust us and help us with something else. Okay, sir. You are still wearing that puzzled, hesitant face. You want me to do it myself? Right, immediately. You come up with a plan for him. I want you to help find out who is pulling the strings behind this frog monster. If he can do anything like that, he must have a hideout somewhere. You mention it might look like a lab. Probably locked up or hidden behind some magical barrier that makes it invisible. Hearing this, he gets a bit annoyed. So what am I supposed to look for there? At the very least, I need to know what I am searching for. You respond. An antidote, given how that frog monster died. He must have used some kind of magical poison. He panics and exclaims. What? What kind of poison? Are we affected? You gently remind him to lower his voice. If we are overheard, not just our team but the entire town could be in danger. Sergeant Kim and I will eliminate the cause of this invasion, even if it costs us our lives. The more you say, the more horrified he becomes. But if he can't find the antidote, everyone is doomed. You are the key to this mission, sir. You have to figure it out. Back in the present, even though Manhwa is quite dissatisfied, she reassures herself that being the key is not so bad. Right after that, he quickly wipes down and heads towards the gate to return. But how can I possibly find that in such a vast hideout? Switching scenes. The monster lies lifeless after Hyengarki's attack. He feels a rush of fear as she realizes they have actually taken it down. Following her thoughts, he thinks, this is not effective at all. It remains completely still. Yet neither of them dares to let their guard down. Suddenly, it opens its eyes, revealing sharp teeth and massive tentacles. Letting out a deafening roar, its mouth gapes wide, with long, writhing tentacles spilling out. The roar booming like it holds the power to blow away an adult. The monster lunges its tentacles at them. But they both manage to dodge. A swift move. You seize the opportunity to draw your weapon, aiming to slice through it. But before you can even touch the ground, a sharp tentacle strikes towards you. You narrowly escape, as the ground behind you is shattered by its tentacle. Determined, you shout. We have to do whatever it takes to bring it down before Exxon becomes a completely invaded area where no one can survive anymore. From defense to offense, the two of you push forward, and Xe wonders, but how are we supposed to do that? You shout. I will dive into its mouth. She gasps. Are you out of your mind? Her voice could probably echo all the way to the monster's lair. I have no idea what your crazy plan is, but if you make one wrong move, even if you defeat the monster lord, you might not be able to come back. Still, you do not change your mind, I know. Before this monster pulls its head back into the other world, Hanjin runs faster, getting closer to the inside of its mouth. One shot. One kill. I have to take it down with this final blow. Each strike comes at me, and I dodge with finesse. Use your spirit to keep that monster's head in place. You charge forward without hesitation, giving it your all. Is there anywhere I have not risked my life? I can feel the scent of danger creeping into my mouth. It immediately shuts its mouth, as a nearly transparent hand lands on it. More and more spirits of the girl fly in to hold it tight. She is giving it everything she has got. The monster's head is completely surrounded by spirits. The magic is draining my energy dry. As time goes on, the spirits struggle to maintain their form, gradually breaking apart. With all strength spent, I want back down. I have reached my limit. Nothing is holding it back now. The giant monster wants to pull its head back into its world. She screams for you to wake up. Return to where it all started. You are soaked in sweat. This can be part of the plan. Right. From the darkness, a voice echoes, look, there is a survivor coming back. Well, if we do not get to work, there won't be any food left. Arin is incredibly annoyed. Do not act tough while you are just giving me that rotten blood over there. She turns to the restrained figure and says, I have never seen that girl before. Luckily, the soldiers from earlier are not here right now. Go-sung chuckles. They seem a bit stronger than I imagined. Since the monster has to fight with just its head through the gate, it is probably running into some trouble. That monster does not look too pleased. It just wants to go back. Suddenly, its eyes light up, unable to withstand the pressure. It opens its mouth wide, revealing something dark brewing inside. The terrifying power causes it to bleed profusely, its blood spraying everywhere. This scene leaves the three of them high, Go-sung, and Arin stunned. The monster's head is a bloody mess collapsing before their eyes. The system congratulates them. The monster Dakabi has been defeated. The spread of the overlay and the speed of the invasion process has decreased. Arin searches for and destroys its core to stop the invasionist source. Its mouth is now filled with blood, and an arm crawls out from inside it. Honjaichi is not dead yet. He slowly crawls out, then he falls to the ground, followed by a stream of red blood flowing down. Ca's eyes widen in shock. No way. Do not tell me he is okay. He slowly rises, grinning in a creepy way. Arin realizes. That laugh is him. He is over there. He keeps laughing, the smile gradually losing its humanity. Go-sung is equally shocked. How? How is this possible? The latter pauses for a moment. Wait. Finally. I get to see your face. The evil one has returned. Monster. Unafraid, boldly advances without hesitation. Enveloped in a surge of power, a tyrant unleashed. Its fierce eyes continue to glow as it prepares to attack. At that moment, the system sends out a warning. Continuing to use metal control could affect the subject's lifespan. Remaining energy is at 30%. Jake did not hesitate. He charged forward, a red aura of power swirling around him as he shouted. Shut up. I am staring death in the face. And this damn monster is like a glutton. At this moment, the system chimed in, revealing an item named the Windstorm Sword, absorbing the essence of the monster lord's blood. An enigmatic energy would be drawn into the sword. 89% complete. Once fully charged, its ultimate potential would be unleashed. Hunoji thought, perplexed and desperate. Why is this Dakabi monster stomach so huge? Just a little more. Please. His eyes lit up. He urged. Hurry up and release it. You ruthless beast. The system announcement rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Dakabi monster. Adun. With its defeat, the spread of the invasion and the penetration speed have significantly decreased, effectively halting the invasion source. Find and destroy its hunger. The message instructed. Junmo was taken aback after reading the announcement. He could not believe they were actually taking action. But could the two of them really take down that monster lord on their own? The warrior next to him, Quan, replied. Of course. I would believe that if Sergeant Laihua Giichi considered himself to be rank. He quickly added. But if everything the sergeant said is true, this place is about to turn into hell on earth. The surrounding townsfolk were startled by the system board. They gathered around. Curiosity pick. As the raid level began to rise from the elevator, everyone. Stay alert. Xiai called out in a panic. No way. Do not tell me he is actually okay. Before she could finish her sentence, Huunegig dashed out, shouting. Now's not the time for petty worries. Xiai stared at him, wide-eyed. Was him being okay really just a small issue? No GX. Fuming, threw a punch toward Arin, thinking, how can this compare to stopping these monsters? Go-sung, terrified, shouted. Wait. What the hell are you doing here? Arin, both furious and confused, exclaimed. Damn it. I do not want to deal with them anymore. Suddenly, a purple circle appeared in his right eye, ready to face Hunus. He closed the distance to who was gearing up for an attack, but realized Hunuk's target was not him. It was old Go-sung. He braced himself against Hu Goka's strike. Surgeon Kim Si. You owe everything to her. She panicked as he suddenly gave that order. It was reminiscent of someone escaping from the army. Hunijay focused on guiding Si, knowing if the report was accurate. The connection between her and him was, but just then, old Go-sung morphed his arm into a giant claw. Sihi. Witnessing this, yelled. Look out. But by the time he turned around, it was too late. Go-sung's massive hand was slamming into Hu Jidek's face. He was sent soaring into the air, gaining momentum before crashing down hard onto the ground. But Hunojag quickly transformed his body into steel. Grinning. Is that all you have got? Go-sung struggled to keep his cool, refusing to let Hu Daish get under his skin. Right. Your body can turn to steel. Hunojiki fought with all his might, causing Go-sung to stumble slightly. At that moment, Sergeant C flew in to support him. He did not notice and arrogantly exclaimed. So why do not we see how long you can hold out? Hearing this, she tried to move faster, but unfortunately, she caught Arin's attention, who blocked her path. CA pointed her sword at Arin's face and boldly challenged her, asking, what is our connection? If you are going to keep talking in half measures, then it is best you stay out of it. Seriously, I am losing my cool here, let us go. Arin, feeling annoyed, complained. I did not plan on messing around with you for long. Let us wrap this up, you little brat. After hearing his harsh words, she frowned in irritation. He entered the secret room of that old man, who dung, and finally found it. Who would have thought they would convert the water storage room into a lab like this? Toxic pipes were dumped into a water tank. He angrily pulled out his gun. Damn it. How long have they been poisoning this water pipe? A lot of people must have been affected already. I need to find the antidote fast. Mealy tore the room apart. Searching high and low, where could it be hidden? He headed to his lab, thinking at least he must have left something for himself. Suddenly, he froze. Noticing test tubes that seemed to contain human subjects, how could he forget that? Then he glanced at the corpses nailed to the wall, realizing those in the test tubes were the only ones left alone. Finally, Meanie looked back at the water tank, shocked as he exclaimed, "The water tank? It can't be? No way." Turning towards the guy, he infused magic into an arrow. It was about to strike, but the old man seemed to be on guard. He leaned back into the air to dodge the arrow. The arrow spun in a circle before returning to the guy. The old man remained calm, appearing amused. "So you can attack both up close and from afar. What are you waiting for? Come here." The shards of steel on his face seemed ready to shatter. While the guy silently stared at him with a look of deep anger, the old man smirked. "What is wrong? Plotting something? Are we?" Frustrated, he shouted so loud that the steel shard on his cheek fell off. "How can an old man like you be so cheerful? Don't you see I am exhausted?" The old man feigned disappointment. "What is with that? I thought you were going to show some clever strategy. Have you always been this useless?" Guy quietly wondered. The traitor is so cautious and clever he would never fight personally. But right now, there has to be a reason pushing him to fight like this. Unable to contain his rage, he ground his teeth, stalling for time. The old man still had plenty of strength left as he raised his hand to cast a spell. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "You are using training a monster. You are using magic to summon." A shadow hidden in the moonlight warned. The appearance time of the shadow in the moonlight depends on the subject's state. He chuckled with glee. "No matter how much you analyze, all the refugees will still be firmly in my grasp. What good is your plan?" The guy, holding the sharp arrow, lunged at him. "Shut up." On the submarine side, a woman holding her child is reaching out to a man who is panicking, clutching his head, saying, "Sir, are you alright?" Suddenly, monsters appear, causing everyone to scream in terror. Junmo quickly aims his gun and shouts, "Everyone, open fire. Create distance between those mutated creatures and the civilians." The team springs into action, shooting at the monsters. One of the monsters brandishes its claws threateningly. Junmo, alarmed, aims, while another creature menaces the woman and her child from earlier. It is about to use its claws to finish them off, making the mother clutch her child in fear. The monster thrashes around, howling, intensifying their terror. Drops of water fall on its body, causing the outer layer to dissolve. To everyone's shock, underneath is the old man Go-sung. Minhai has turned on the water supply. He looks around, not believing the kid. Realizing Lai Hyun-guk's prediction was spot on, Minhai recalls what he said, thinking he must have prepared a massive amount of poison. At that moment, he dismisses it. No way. Who would poison someone and stockpile that much poison? But Hyun-guk insists he is right, there is no flaw in his preparation. If the poison is to mutate humans, he must have anticipated a situation where those creatures got out of his control. Right. Trust me, Minhai still can't believe it. He actually filled the water tank with poisonous gas. Lahai, this crazy kid. How could he have predicted this? Meanwhile, Hyun-guk and Go-sung are locked in an intense battle, unable to withstand each other's strength, pushing each other back. Moments later, a notification appears, warning that your control over the mutated creatures is rapidly declining. He stands frozen in shock after reading it. What? Go-sung seems unable to grasp what is happening. His expression looks like he wants to devour Hyun-guk. "You dare mess up my plans." While he is confused, the system board pops up. He reads it with a smug grin, pushing the old man to his limits. The villain transforms, charging at Hyun-guk. "You have ruined my plans. Don't even think about getting out of here alive." He lunges with his massive claws straight at Hyun-guk. "You want to die easily. I will experiment on you until you beg for my poison to end it." Go-sung swings his gigantic hand at Hyun-guk. "I will preserve your head and put it on display." Suddenly, he senses something rushing toward him. Despite being exhausted, Hyun-guk wears a smug smile because he has seen the system alert. The Fengyun sword has fully charged at 100%. Hearing this, the old man is taken aback. The notification continues. "Congratulations. The true potential of the Fengyun sword has been unlocked and upgraded to the Blackhand Scholar." The Blackhand Scholar appears before Go-sung. The system introduces it, detailing the item. Blackhand Scholar. Effects include absorbing water, mist, or lightning strikes. When a thunderstrike is used, it needs to recharge for the next round. He grabbed the spirit blade, but it immediately rejected him and struck back. It swiftly shoved Go-sung away. The spirit blade then flew back to its master, and that familiar face is none other than Hyun-guk. He is holding that sword while the other guy is still fuming. He screams in frustration, "That damn monkey." Meanwhile, Go-sung keeps threatening him. "Not just you. I will tear your whole team apart and stuff your guts in there." Hyun-guk finally speaks up. "Hey, you dog of a doctor. You think you are so clever with all those plans? Well, I think you are just setting yourself up for failure." Just wait and see how long you can keep running your mouth. Hyunguk's fierce expression bursts out. I will turn you into a stupid dog that only knows how to bark. Just then, the dragon-like girl rushes in, unleashing a deadly move that corners Sergeant Kim. C is thrown into the wall. Despite a wound on her shoulder, she pushes herself to keep fighting. Arin taunts, still moving so slow. She raises her hand to deliver a finishing blow. Do you even have a chance against me? He realizes she has reached a dead end. She closes her eyes, gritting her teeth in fear. In that critical moment, a sword slices through the ground, separating Arin and C. Sword leaves a magical trail between the two. Before they can comprehend what is happening, the sword flies deeper into the tunnel. Arin, stunned, mutters, "No way." She scrambles to her feet, rushing towards the sword. I need to check this out. Arin dashes forward, smoke rising behind her, while C slowly regains consciousness. Not seeing Arin anywhere, she calls out. But it is too late. Where do you think you are running off to? Get back here. The sword flies straight to Hyunguk, and he realizes it is his. He roars in anger. You dog of a doctor. You think you are so smart with those plans. But I think you are just digging your own grave, he shouts provocatively, launching the sword towards him. Let us see how long you can keep this up. I will turn you into a foolish dog that only knows how to bark. Go-sung grits his teeth in frustration, but then smirks wickedly. Go-sung shouts, pointing at Hyunguk. You almost got sliced by that sharp tongue of yours. But luckily for you, my instincts can see right through your tricks. I won't fall for your nonsense. Hyunguk disregards him, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? A flash of light appears, and Hyunguk vanishes right before Go-sung's eyes. He quickly reappears behind him, proving he is no fool. Before Go-sung can react, he unleashes a move, the spirit blade of destruction. Fortunately, he dodges the attack, but soon after, Hyunguk charges at him with the sword. He slams the blade into the ground, unleashing a burst of magic that strikes Go-sung. The powerful strike sent the traitor flying, and his back was drenched in blood from the injuries. But he was not stopping there. The protagonist was determined to chase him down and finish him off right away. Go-sung's eyes widened as he saw the sword getting closer, and the protagonist shouted with unwavering resolve, "It is over for you, traitor." Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. The armor on his arm exploded. The blast threw the protagonist off balance, giving Go-sung the chance to retreat. The shattered pieces of armor scattered everywhere, leaving everyone in shock. At that moment, a warning flashed. The armor could not withstand the power of the dark sorcerer. He was furious, shouting, "How many times do I have to tell you? You should be understood and held back by now." The crazed sword absorbed his strength, weakening him gradually. How can Sergeant Choi Jun handle a monster like this? Go-sung jeered. You think you can pull a fast one on me with a weapon you can't even control? A warning appeared. The caster would unleash a special frequency from the wolf and the moon. Anyone who hears this frequency would be pulled into an illusion controlled by the subject, with a limit of one person that could be drawn into your illusion. The cruel words rang out. This is your end, you useless monkey. Go-sung began chanting a spell, grabbing Hyunguk's attention. A surge of energy erupted from Go-sung's position, forcing Hyunguk to brace himself. When he looked around, the scenery had completely transformed. Beneath his feet was a sea of blood, with a crimson moon hanging above, and shadows swirling around him. Hyunguk was both astonished and anxious. Was this an illusion under the stars? He stepped on the water. Certainty washed over him. Something felt off. This was definitely an illusion. But the smell and sensation of blood were all too real. Could this just be an ordinary illusion? The figure of Go-sung appeared beneath the water's surface. Seeing you so confused really cracks me up. This illusion can directly manipulate your mind. You will never be able to tell what is real and what is an illusion, like a brain completely detached from reality. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the water, accompanied by claws descending from above, tightening around Hyunguk. He laughed maniacally. From now on, die in despair and accept being trapped in this illusion. The gigantic hand tried to crush him, but Hyunguk swiftly shifted into a defensive stance. The void revealed the claws. And you will never escape my perfect technique. This will be a grand death for a fool like you. Who told you to mess up my plans? Go-sung's ethereal hand gripped him tightly, but Hyunguk remained calm, scoffing. Is all your technique as predictable as you? Nonsense. You think I can escape this perfect technique of yours? Watch me. Back in reality. His power enveloped the arrow flying straight towards him. The system interface lit up, announcing item information. Failure of the sword technique. Chi-sten. The attack effect targets the designated opponent without fail, bypassing all of their magical defenses. Go-sung's eyes widened as blood poured from his mouth. He clutched his head in agony while on the other side, the reality was crashing back down. Go-sung seemed unable to accept the current outcome. Wow. Why is this happening? How could this happen? My perfect plan. My entire virtual space. All of it turned to ashes. My plan. My unparalleled brilliance. It can't be ruined this easily. Stop rambling. Heinz Rex. It is time to get serious. You are just a coward hiding behind your plans to survive. Go Sung's rage erupted as he shouted, clenching his jaw. Don't make me rip that filthy tongue out of your mouth. Honjegeki gripped the black hand of Chi Van S in his left hand and the Achilles spear in his right, ready to fight. The warning message flashed again. The black hand of Chi Van S and the Achilles spear were incompatible. If you forcefully use both at the same time, the subject's life will be at risk. Seeing the warning, he smirked. Looks like this damn status window got a bit smarter. If I cared about my life, do you really think I would back down? Evil. Heretical man began to panic. Again with that damn tongue of yours. What now? Are you seriously planning to sacrifice your life to kill me? Have you ever reflected on your actions? Honigeka's smile faded, revealing a monster within. I have done this thousands of times in my past life. Disregarding everything just to survive. I will do whatever it takes. And everyone will die. A coward's petty plan can't faze me. Fearing death is a fatal weakness. You charged straight at him, firing away, ready to obliterate. Honjejik seemed to find renewed interest. Grinning wickedly, catching Go Sung off guard, let us die together. Honjig used both swords, channeling his power, and sent him flying. This might be where it ends. You have reverted to your human form. And Honjeki stood over the unconscious Go Sung, speaking softly. That is right. Looking at him, there was a bitter acceptance. The coward he once was had morphed into a lunatic. He was the one who turned me into this. Meanwhile, Arin was desperately trying to navigate the streets. Arin's eyes were injured. As he walked, he muttered, Getting involved with these soldiers was a terrible plan. He witnessed Hein Jitai deliver the finishing blow to Go Sung, leaving Arin stunned. Suddenly, Arin recalled and fumed. When he initiated the suicide attack, he turned to look at me and smiled. Are they a special ops team full of lunatics? Moments later, Arin landed on the ground, slipping into the shadows to avoid being seen. Breathing heavily, she gritted her teeth in regret. The tainted blood she had consumed drained her strength. Too quickly. Blood. I need fresh blood. Suddenly, she noticed someone walking by on the street. Arin felt a surge of hope. A living person. Could it be that the poor souls were left behind? With that thought, Arin leaped into the air, ready to swoop down and attack with her claws. But unexpectedly, Arin missed her target. Instead, she felt a cold blade pressed against her throat. Arin was taken aback. What the hell? Clearly, they were defenseless. I had not even seen what was happening yet. The girl sneered softly. Attacking from behind, does she have no honor as a true warrior? Is she even strong? Arin looked up, facing a beautiful girl whose words were as cold as ice from hell. If she was strong, then Arin was definitely facing death here. Hoengek raised her hand, revealing a large purple gem. This was the experience points reward for the assault team. Suddenly, the large object shattered into countless smaller pieces under his power. A notification popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully destroyed the source of the wave. The decline in the area has been neutralized. All players who participated in taking down the source of the decline will receive experience points. And areas that experience decline will transform into otherworldly mana stones. Minai quickly shielded herself with her hands. Was it really over? Hoengek beamed at her team. It is. Now it is time to collect our rewards. Each member's experience points gradually increased as the small purple gems flew towards them. I can't believe my eyes. What is with this insane amount of experience points? One by one, team members cheered. I leveled up to 30 in a flash. I am at level 33 now. One of them exclaimed eagerly. Can we reach level C? Or even level? Suddenly, a pair of radiant golden wings burst forth, shimmering with dazzling light. Appearing behind them out of nowhere, the wings began to flap vigorously, shedding feathers that carried hidden power. The assault team members were ecstatic. Wait! My body suddenly feels full of strength. What is happening? A notification appeared. Congratulations. Due to special conditions being met, all participants in the mission will benefit from a blessing. The sacred blessing will increase holy power by 5 times the usual amount, and recovery ability will double compared to normal. Hoengek looked directly at her teammates, speaking firmly. Listen up. With everyone's current levels, you have all reached the caliber of a monster-slaying squadron commander. From now on, whenever we eliminate the sources of decline in the Xun waves, all of you will grow stronger faster than anyone else. The team members exchanged surprised glances, unable to hide their astonishment. I promise you that when these waves end, I will make each of you strong enough to become the ace of a squad. A whole battalion. Amidst the cheering and excitement of the team, Hongieg emphasized. So make sure you all survive. Amid the joy of the members, BC Junmo sat in the corner, looking dejected. His voice was sharp as he called out, Moo. Reporting in.
Yep, sir.
They exchanged looks. Havanijik said seriously. You and I are in the same boat, unable to level up. Don't be upset about it. Just wait, I will make you stronger than the others. So do not worry. Or do you not believe me? Junmo hurriedly replied. I trust you. Flashing a warm smile at his steadfast companion. The ground shook violently, as countless stones of all sizes tumbled down, accompanied by a colossal object plummeting from above. Everyone was taken aback. Private Lehongix, are you okay? A massive object suddenly appeared, sending everyone into a frenzy. Is it a steel pillar? They debated. It looks more like a sword. Can you really call that a sword? Taihon Jek lightly touched it. It was indeed a sword. But not just any ordinary one that you could swing around. A notification popped up. Item information. Name Mumagli. Part 1 of 13. Hero level. Effect 1 is sealing. Releasing mass 1-5. The user can seal and release the mass of Embel Glee simultaneously. The sword would grant the user a golden physique. Or maybe it is a shockwave, it could unleash a powerful shockwave. With destructive power proportional to the mass released. Memories began to surface in his mind like slow-motion footage. The emblem of his past life as the Great Steel Emperor. Next was the image of the sword plunged into the ground. I had risked everything to gather these 13 sword pieces, and bring them to Blacksmith Kang Sao He, who had dutifully forged a legendary sword. More powerful than any other. It has been ages. The notification jumped up again. The mass of Emagli had been sealed. Time flashed back to 1. A green aura enveloped the sword, radiating countless beams of light under the influence of the origin essence. He smiled with satisfaction as the sword gradually shrank, perfectly fitting into the palm of his hand. A commanding voice boomed. All right. Let us wrap this up and move on to the next place. We are short on time, so let us just grab what we can. On the ground, green objects were spread everywhere. And everyone was in shock. There were precious magical ores all around. They rushed to touch them, and cheers of excitement erupted. This place could be considered a mine. How much is this worth? With this amount, we could buy an entire guild. Bring 2 space bags over here. Hurry up. Howen Jakes, covered in blood, slowly approached Sia. Sergeant Kim, are you alright? She ignored his gaze, raising her hand to clutch her shoulder wound. Injuries like this heal quickly. About what you said regarding my compatibility with that Macadong. You were just saying I was at a disadvantage and should retreat. Right. Han Ye frowned in confusion. It is the opposite. There is a clear method for you to win. C interjected. Dude. Look at her scratched up shoulder. Then smiled sadly. Seems like she is a bit shocked about fighting a player after just battling monsters. A battle between players is not just determined by level and compatibility. She has the ability to fight well. If we battle again, I am sure she will grasp what I am saying. So let us hurry up and get started. C lowered her head. But I let her go. If she runs away now, we won't be able to find her in this chaos. Howen Jeki suddenly recalled when Arin stood to the side, watching him fight the monsters. Don't worry about that. She opened her eyes wide, watching as an object shot toward her at breakneck speed. It latched onto her clothing. And before she could run, I had already implanted a chip on her. You chuckled with glee. And while I do not know her exact location, at least I can track her general direction. If we chase her now, we might catch up before the wave ends, assuming she is still alive. The blade quietly grazed her skin. But this was my chance. My sharp fingers were ready for the assassination. I would behead her in one swift stroke. See how you donned a cloak that was a bit too big. Saying if you are not strong enough, you will perish here. Arin sprang to her feet, anger flashing in her eyes, asking what the heck she was talking about. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. When did Xiao Yu teleport behind her? The sword began to emit countless beams of blue light as she struggled fiercely, flailing as everything around them started to collapse. Arin was in shock. What was happening? Did he just chop down those buildings? No way. I did not even get a chance to see it. Xiao Yu sheathed her sword while murmuring ominously. I simply placed my sword aura on all the paths you could take. Yet your skill level is so low that even a sword just can't be read. A series of massive stones crashed down, shattering the tranquil night, as a foot stepped forward slowly. Xiao Yu spoke in a voice just loud enough to be heard but filled with authority. You should thank your own weakness for this. Arin's eyes suddenly filled with rage. Before leaving Deco, she left a parting shot. A true warrior never strikes down the weak. Arin stood there, dazed, unable to hold her ground, yelling out. Who the hell is that guy? Where did these lunatics come from? In the vast expanse, voices piled on top of each other. Breaking news. The living corpses were swarming around the Dongjiak district. Deco. Does not that mean there is a dark mage nearby? Number 13 has connected with an unidentified player at the National Gate Response Command Center. The Unified Command Center. Alerts were coming in one after another. Mage number 44, location Daram Haijong, is in contact with player rank Lai Choi, who lost connection with mage number 51. Suddenly, terrible news broke. They were under attack. The silhouette of a girl stood alone before the large glass door. The situation was dire. Worry was etched on her face as players dove into solo battles, only thinking of saving themselves. This can't go on. This is Kang Seo-yoon, representative of Jumana, a Korean player ranked 4th. She kept biting her nails. A key player. We need a key player to unite the players in this chaotic wave in Seal. The door burst open, and a voice called out. Representative Kang. We just received news that the source of the turmoil in the Dongdaeum Moon area has been eliminated by players. Seo-yoon was astonished. Who did it? Was it a famous guild? Who leads them? And what is their rank? The assistant hurriedly scanned the information on the screen. Location Namsan. Battalion 1. 3rd Anti-Magic Regiment. But then, I noticed a small special forces team. And their commander was just... She furrowed her brow. Listening intently. A low-ranking sergeant. Seo-yoon. Really? If they are the monster defense team, they are just soldiers. And another low-ranking sergeant. Don't you realize how crucial information is in situations like this? Light footsteps approached her slowly. What was going on? Given the current situation, it was no surprise to see such low-level trash everywhere. She snapped at him. I thought you left Korea. What are you doing here? The man replied sternly. Of course not. I simply did not want to interfere in a situation with no better options. This man is Ki Baek-jun, the 3rd-ranked guild leader from South Korea's Daesan, and the 10th-ranked player in the southern region. Yuan seemed intrigued and focused intently on his proposal. One of our guild's key strike teams has completed the portal in the mine-sucking area, and is currently resupplying. Once they finish, they have agreed to scout the source of the decay. Baek-jun confidently continued. They are a pretty skilled team with a rank player as the captain. With him at the center, we can unite the players and save the people of Seal. It sounds like a solid plan. So let us trust Captain Chu Kyo Yuan, a tiny monster, drenched in blood, lay sprawled out. A man, carrying an octopus tail on his shoulder, shouted. Captain, the citizens are surrounding us. This man was none other than Chu Kyo Yuan, the 3rd-ranked guild leader from South Korea's Daesan, and the captain of the strike team. The weak but desperate voices of the citizens flooded in. Please escort us to the nearest shelter. We will do anything you say. The man's fairy gaze shot at them. You idiots. What do you think you can do? The skill is controlling the monsters. Everyone froze as he ordered. Take care of everything quickly. You get what I mean. The ground shook as debris fell. Monsters surged in, and slashing attacks rained down. Blood spraying everywhere. Yell. In a frenzy, tore into the creature in his hands. Yelling. Kill them all so there are no more backstabbers. The sky darkened. And in the pouring rain, 4 little girls ran desperately ahead. 2 of the girls suddenly stopped, looking around at each other. Did you hear that strange noise? What is it? The howl of a dog or something. Jiho turned back. Just breathe slowly. Once we get past this point, we can rest. Hu Meng's eyes glistened with tears of fear. It is all my fault. I held you back even though we need to move as fast as possible. Just leave me behind. Jiho cupped her face, scolding her. Dung Hu Meng. What are you saying? We can leave you behind. No way. So stop saying that. The girl, touched, replied. Jiho. Thank you. Not far away. A loud explosion echoed, causing all 4 to clutch their heads in shock. Although the little girl was terrified, she raised her hand to stop everyone. Everyone, stop. Just as the sound ended, the 2 girls in front fell hard to the ground. In that instant, Jiho quickly pulled the girl into a dark corner. Both of them huddled together, with the girl desperately covering Hu Meng's mouth, urging her to hold her breath. 4 monsters swooped down from the sky. Approaching the 2 girls lying on the ground, they grabbed the unconscious girls, preparing to take off, while one of them remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Jiho watched as 2 of the monsters lifted the girls and took off into the air. The remaining 2 monsters were extremely cautious, peering in one direction, on high alert. One of the monsters crept closer to the dark alley to investigate. Jiho, feeling the tension, warned the little girl. Hu Meng, listen to me. No matter what happens, you have to stay here. You need to survive and call for help. Okay. The girl looked scared. Wait. Do not scare me like that. Please. From the alley, the girl quickly dashed out, trying to lead them away. Come after me, you dumb zombies. She ran frantically down the road, doing everything she could to escape. Jiho was terrified and nearly crying as the monsters flew right behind her. Like they were lifting her from the ground, the monsters took the girl up into the sky, leaving that spot behind. Hu Meng, hiding there, could only cover her mouth and nose, holding her breath and watching. The girl looked outside, growing increasingly horrified. Someone, please, save me. A monster loomed in front of her, slowly scanning the area with its eyes. Is anyone there? Please. Humung dared not make a sound. Tears streaming down her face. Please save me and my friends. It seemed the monster had spotted her, and it grinned menacingly, sending Humung into a panic. Please. As the monster approached, suddenly a sword pierced through it, blood spraying everywhere right before her eyes. The monster collapsed to the ground instantly. From afar, a shadow approached. Hey, are you okay? Little girl. Humung slowly regained her composure. Is that an angel? Please save me. And my friends too. Hugh-en laughed, startling the girl and making her fall back. Hey. Little girl. Seeing her reaction, he was confused. What is going on? Cut to another scene. The landscape was desolate, with monsters violently smashing the tall buildings in the pouring rain. A captain shouted orders. Everyone, listen up. We need to get out of here fast. Tumpriher Zuoang. Head east. What are you doing? You can bring a fainted person out. Jiho firmly stared at the captain. We can leave Humungu behind. The captain angrily snapped at him. We can help her if the monsters catch us on the way. As a monster smashed through the glass, Jiho hurriedly grabbed the girl's hand. Are you okay? We have to run. Just a bit more. You can do it. They rushed outside, glancing back at the monsters headed toward the school, both girls holding hands tightly. Just a little further. Do not give up. Jiho looked at the girl, encouraging her with a smile. I knew you could do it. We can make it, the girl anxiously reminded her. Humung. Listen. No matter what happens, you have to stay here. You need to survive and call for help. Okay. Humung reached out, wanting to pull the girl back, but Jiho had already dashed outside, drawing the monsters away. Don T go. Don, sacrifice yourself for me. Let me die instead. Please. Just stop. Humung turned around, her hands clasped together, pleading. Please. Jiho. Suddenly, a voice from the wall caught her attention, saying, we are doing this to save the students. You hate being questioned, so you chose to save that girl and let the others escape. The response was as bland as ever. Monsters keep lurking around, and protecting our hideout has become incredibly tough, leaving us with no other options. The scene is dark and ruined. This school has turned into a wasteland, a temporary refuge for these girls. Jiho glared defiantly, and I decided that if we wanted to save these kids, sending them to a different hideout was the best option. The Great Mountain Guild, the strike team, with Chukyo and Captain B at the helm, his face was tense, sharp as a knife, even though he was constantly being attacked by monsters without reason. Sending a group of girls away without any backup and considering that a valid excuse is truly bizarre. You clenched your jaw in frustration, saying, look, are you interrogating us? Behind you, dozens of people are looking unhappy, their cold expressions clear as day. We are not a rescue team. We are the Great Mountain Guild, the strike team. Do you even realize how valuable we are? You pouted, avoiding his gaze, not happy to listen. We did not join the attack, but we volunteered as a protective team for moral reasons. As the captain, I can't let my guild lose any fighting strength. The more he spoke, the tougher he sounded. He was not holding back, suddenly showing up and judging our decisions like that was he part of the management guild or something. He chuckled, thinking to himself, his lackeys would not act like a protective team. But that does not mean I can underestimate them. Why not throw out some bait? Suddenly, you laughed lightly and replied, I see. Seems like just a little misunderstanding. Have you ever heard of the Dark Magic Society? Dungho heard this and looked at you, shocked. The Dark Magic Society. You detailed with a serious expression. That is right. They are a cult that is incredibly complicated when it comes to worshipping mana and holding plenty of human sacrifice festivals. Those twisted members of the Dark Magic Society turn young girls into sacrificial offerings. However, before I arrived, all the monsters I took down were wearing robes. Those were the robes of the Dark Magic Society. They abduct students to offer them as living sacrifices. We do not want to waste our resources just to protect a Hedia. Dungho could only listen wide-eyed. We believe that finding their traces and wiping them out is the best way to protect the Hedia. Dungho silently wonders. How does he know this? Honguk yells at him. More important than a human sacrifice is not something that can be done in an instant. We can still save those students as long as they have not regained consciousness yet. Suddenly, Hai Mang bursts through the door and quickly asks, so they are still alive? This makes everyone turn their gaze towards her in silence. Ho Mang looks like she is about to cry, pleading desperately. If I can save my friends, I will do anything. If you need a sacrifice, I will take their place. You stare intently at her, saying, if we can save our friends, then. Honguk steps closer to Hai Mang, his expression serious. I understand how you feel, but now is not the time for a student like you to step forward. Our job is to guard and protect the people. Remembering the moment he saved her back then, the girl beams at him. The angel who came to save us. Her happy smile turns into tears of joy. So lucky. It turns out this is not a dream, he really did come to rescue us. You slightly close your eyes. So just leave this to us. And then suddenly the girl collapses to the ground, caught off guard. You look at her. What is going on? Seeing this, Sihai rushes over to support Hai Mang. Sergeant Le Han Guk. What are you doing now? You raise your hands in innocence. I really did not do anything. Just then, a voice urges from behind you. So what is your plan? Lose your patience and be rude. Just think, even if the Dark Magic Guild is behind this, we have no idea where they are. So how can we possibly save those students? His calm gaze sparkled as he glanced at his brother. It is simple. Huang Guk let out a bold, unpredictable laugh. I will let myself be captured in place of the students. After hearing this, he was stunned and asked, what did you just say? Her lively eyes widened and blinked. Her rosy lips slightly parted. The warriors could not help but laugh, trying to regain their composure while constantly glancing at each other. The short angle of the loan lifted slightly with each movement. He could not suppress her unease and chimed in. Those monsters won't bother to catch you. He did not mind bursting into laughter. Haha. I did not think it would be this bad. But hey, monsters do not just grab anyone based on looks. One of the team members, a young guy, rushed over. Sergeant Le Guk, is what you mentioned to me really true? You think they might be supplying girls to that Dark Magic Guild? He glanced sideways to probe. Yeah. Absolutely. His gaze shifted towards Deng Ho. Just then, Guk noticed him discussing with his teammates, feeling someone watching him. He looked around cautiously. The warrior asked again. Should not we fix them first instead of giving them a chance like this? He looked at him a bit harshly. I told you. Without clear evidence or a solid reason. Touching a big guild like that is incredibly dangerous. Guk flashed a mischievous smile. But I have thought of another way. 2 straight lines of vehicles raced down the dark road, and that soldier gasped in surprise. Another way. Guk recalled his teammates. You and Junjun. Yeah. A wild card in our hands they would never see coming. He furrowed his brow and carefully observed. I have done everything I can. And all that is left is... Looking over, in a corner, Hai Mang was quietly standing alone. The little girl was praying earnestly, giving Guk even more motivation to save those kids and this bunch of people. 2 girls sitting inside looked out fearfully at the giant monster until I got there. Its growl was deafening, startling Jiho, who covered his ears. Please. You all must try to protect yourselves well. Suddenly, he shouted out strongly. All right, let us kick off the rescue plan. A strong wind swept before Guk, blowing his wig askew. Dust flew up, forcing him to cover his mouth and squint his eyes. At that moment, 2 monsters jumped down from above, and Guk pretended to faint. Jiho and the soldier hid a distance away, looking on anxiously. Captain, is it okay to let them leave like this? If they catch a whiff that we are connected to dark magic. They said they have already wiped out the first source of decay. So can we deal with them now? A hand grabbed Guk's shoulder as he lay fainted on the ground. The 2 monsters crouched down to look at Hai Guk and panicked. Jiho furrowed his brow angrily at the warrior's words. You fool. Do you really think you can? They definitely have their own army. If things go south, not just... But even Captain Chukyo and his crew could be in deep trouble. After seeing Hai Guk pretending to be a girl lying on the ground, one monster could not hold it in and threw up right next to him, while the other stepped back away from him. That monster shivered as he watched his partner hurl. Then he struggled to hoist Hai Guk onto his shoulder. They carried him away, while Jungo was still talking to the others lying in wait on the rooftop. And that kid's attempt to expose the Shadow Magic Guild would not change a thing. Above all, if he gets taken to the Shadow Magic Guild's base, we will have less to worry about. He smirked triumphantly. That is where no one can use their powers. Which is why it is called the player's hell. Once the rescue operation begins, we will hear them immediately attack from behind. After all, the most natural way for a player to die is in missions like this. The monster callously tossed Hai Guk, who was bound by magic cuffs, into the prison. He cracked one eye open to look around. Wait, where Hai Guk asked, suddenly worried. A prison. I just closed my eyes for a second, and they have already cuffed me with mana chains. He suddenly remembered and looked at his body in panic. Wait, when did they take my bag? Donnie, tell me this is the infamous prison wagon, where criminals are locked up. The atmosphere was grim, surrounded by a barrier around the prison wagon. Minhai led the ambush team in front of the prison wagon, while Junmo stood beside him, looking towards the prison. Right. This is the prison wagon, is not? He showed a worried expression. Just if Sergeant Le Han Guk is also detained with mana cuffs, would not that make the situation completely hopeless? Minhai was also anxious. Yep. But, he explained tensely, The prison wagon is surrounded by a high-grade barrier. If it is not destroyed from the inside, we can get in. A massive, solid crescent-shaped barrier enveloped the entire area. The east of the prison wagon, a moment later, Junmo, holding his gun, was monitoring the surroundings.
Wait.
Did you hear anything? Minhai calmly aimed. It is the sniper team. We have secured the sniper point, he asked in a panic. Is it okay to keep going with the operation like this? He replied calmly. This is Hyang-guk's operation. After all, you know that. Right. He is always a few steps ahead. So I am sure this is part of his plan. He has got everything mapped out already. The command rang out. Everyone, do not stay put. In the dark prison camp, only the flickering red light illuminated the gloomy atmosphere. And thoughts raced through Hangeki's mind.
Oh.
I did not think this through. But anyway, you glared at the red glowing device in your hand. Looks like you are in big trouble now.
Ah.
A voice suddenly echoed from the cell opposite, making Hangechi jump. Oh man. How long do we have to clean up their mess? Bongji felt a wave of disgust seeing a henchman just sitting there silently. Wait a Hell no. This guy's been like that all day.
Wait.
You better. Before he could finish, a soldier cut him off. Just ignore him. The Dark Magic Guild will take care of him. Do not stir up any more pointless chaos. Suddenly, Jiho and her two friends spoke up. But is it really safe to trust the Dark Magic Guild? They say they faked their deaths and gave us new identities. But come on. Nothing is ever that easy. Right, they won't stab us in the back once this is over. Right. The prisoners had overheard the girls' conversation, and Bongyi burst into their room. Furious, hands on his hips, making Jiho and the girls freeze in fear. You really think we are going to let them get away with this? We are not chained up anymore. Bongyi grinned menacingly. Shut your mouth and let us finish this quickly. All right. The girls screamed as the prisoners rushed in to grab them. In the chaos, the little girl tried to call out, Jiho, Jiho. She was panicking and yelled. Someone. Help me. The prisoners threatened ominously. Oh man. Shut up. Bongo did it. What are they planning to do with these kids? This is such a hassle. One Chun stood outside, clearly annoyed.
Wait.
I told you not to cause any more pointless trouble. Stop talking nonsense and move it. Hearing that, he started to boil with anger. What? Do you think you own this place or something? The guy grinned provocatively. Why do you have to be so predictable? I can see right through you. He mocked. What is that cripple saying now? I could take him out in one hit. No problem. One Chun used his power to hold Bongji back. Strange red symbols flared up on his ankle. Trying to leave.
Ah.
He raised an eyebrow so high that it made him recoil in fear. I will do whatever it takes to get out of here. Because there is someone I need to kill out there. Guy growled threateningly. If anyone dares to get in my way, I will rip them apart. Remember that. He is Li 1, a S-level player. Characteristic. The bully in Li Haingafai's arena. Bongji, scared, hurriedly dragged the girl outside.
Wait.
I did not mean it like that. He walked past Haingaf's cell with him. His footsteps suddenly halted as he turned to look at the person lying unconscious in the cell. One Chun glanced at him and then ignored him. Moving on, while Haingaf lay still, waiting for him to pass. Once he felt the guy had left, he turned his head, frowning with worry. I need to move quickly. He raised the managate in his hand toward the cell door, silently pleading. Can I borrow just a bit of mana from this managate, please? Just a little. I am begging you. Useless. The guy suddenly turned back, catching Han Gekosiv off guard. That guy looked down on Hanus, the sad little loser. These brain-dead zombies are bringing more weirdness here. Honuke shot up in anger, his purple wig falling off. One Chun's eyes went wide, jaw dropped in surprise. A Hungry grinned, raising a hand to greet the guy. One Chun, long time no see. How have you been? The guy exploded, yelling. Lihoint, you little bastard. Are you begging for death by showing up here? He unleashed a powerful strike toward you, red symbols appearing under his feet. Suddenly, a fireball erupted outside the prison. Minhai and Junmo, who were lying in wait behind the barrier, witnessed the chaos. Junmo panikedly called out to his brother. Hurry. Get on the radio. He shouted into the comms. Sniper team. Report. Tai Wong, aiming at the explosion, replied. We can't assess the situation accurately. There is too much smoke, and the barrier is still active. On the rooftop of the building across from the prison, the demolition team members were on guard, while members of Team B hid behind, observing. Their faces were fierce, swords ready to strike at any moment. Down on the street, Minhai was directing his team. Mintai, raise your shield and move forward. He commanded. Junmo questioned. But the barrier is still intact. It does not really look like Lai Hain Kosa's signal. Quickly put on his combat gloves. We can't miss this if it really is his signal. Our entire plane could go belly up. What should we do about that barrier? Can we get past it by teleporting? Minhai's face was serious, determined not to hesitate any longer. It is critical. We need to do whatever we can. We can't just sit here and watch. Everyone, listen up. The moment we teleport past that barrier, we won't know what will happen, so stay alert. Someone from the team sarcastically remarked. Really? You guys are making all this noise during an attack. How pitiful. Minhai recalled Deng Ho's words from earlier. There is no way they can destroy the source of the decay. He then ordered everyone. Once they move, we attack from behind. The scene shifted inside the prison. Juan Chun's assault had made a hole in the wall, while Hein Geffe had been slammed against it by Gata. Gata's face seemed devoid of humanity. I have prayed every night for this day. The day I get to kill you and shred you into pieces. My prayers have come true. And on top of that, you are still shackled by mana. I can barely contain my excitement. Your frail appearance looked no different from a girl's. Luan Chun, you are just a stubborn little kid. And that is why your legs are like that. Gata seethed, emphasizing each word. You are the one who made me this way. You grinned smugly, thinking, gotcha. Gata prepared to kick you again, so you quickly raised both hands, hoping Gata would break the shackles for you. Gata's foot was just inches away from the center of the handcuff. Instead of kicking again, Gata held his position, and Guan Chun saw right through it. You think I am that dumb? You really think I would get riled up by your taunts and break these mana cuffs for you? Gata's fierce expression shifted as he attempted to kick Hein Jurex. But you swiftly ducked out of the way. Yeah. Good thing you are not a total idiot. Just as you dodged the attack, you seized the chance to escape from Gata. Guan Chun yelled from behind at the guy with his head down. Wait. Over there. Catch that creep. A man in a full hood looked pretty unapproachable. Hon Jake noticed his expression and hit the brakes, feeling both shocked and anxious. Guan Chun rushed forward, seeing the guy raise his fist, clearly wanting to take a swing at Hon Jake's. In front of you, there is this fully hooded guy with a massive punch. And behind you, Gata was charging in, saying, you are dead meat, Tinkan warrior. There is no escape now. Guan Chun laughed maniacally. Haha. You think you can get out of here? No way back. Buddy. It is time to face the music. But before Gata could finish his taunt, he got socked hard enough to send blood flying from his nose. You were about to be smashed against the wall. That punch hit Gata like a freight train, sending him flying meters away. While Hein Jack stood there, wide-eyed at the sight of that man. Suddenly, you locked eyes with him and froze. Wait, what? Your eyes widened in shock as you saw the hooded figure reveal his face, making Hanjev gasp. Luan Chun. Meanwhile, in a grim gray high-rise, 10 minutes before the meeting between Lai Han JK and Li Guan Chun, a pair of small bloodied feet slid across the stone floor. Dragged down among others in a similar state, a man in a red robe gestured. Bring in the next offering. Hurry up. You do not want to go back to the mana cycle. Do you? Ho had lost consciousness as they placed her on the sacrificial altar. The leader shouted to the worshippers below, we pray fervently for eternal life. We seek the key to be alongside mana. And together, they clasped their hands and chanted, grant us that key. Give us eternal life. As the leader performed the ritual, a purple halo flickered to life. Jiho was ensnared by the sorcerer's magic, her blood being drained away. The girl writhed in pain as dark forces controlled her, her life essence fueling a tree that began to sprout from the magic circle. An illusion of a massive tree radiated brilliant light, showering hundreds of blossoms on the worshippers below. The two leaders watched Jiho fall back onto the altar. One of them signaled to the other, and she could not help but chuckle, raising her hand. She declared, finally, we have found the last offering. Once we complete this final sacrifice, we will see that day. According to her words, the three little ones were lifted up by magic. They continued to pray, begging to sacrifice these children with pure mana inside them to make those vibrant, red flowers bloom. The followers were ecstatic, chanting wildly, while Arin stood off to the side, watching the madness unfold. What the hell? Why are they spilling that much blood? This is exactly why I have never been able to vibe with these zealots. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the outside of the building. Arin, surprised, turned to see what was happening. What was that? I just felt a huge impact. One of the leaders suddenly raised a hand, and the crowd gasped, focusing their attention towards her. Everyone fell silent, staring at the altar, as the female leader licked her lips. Then, with a mischievous smile, she said, my holy followers of mana, before those vibrant red flowers bloom, there is something you must do. From a distance, all you could see was a large hole in the building, still billowing smoke. Down below was the meeting between Hyen and his teammate. He looked down at you. Surgeon Hyven Hex. How did you get here? The handcuffs were removed and tossed onto the ground. How and Hexy stared in disbelief. I never thought we would meet under these circumstances. What is with that outfit? How and Hetri quickly replied. It is great to see you again. But your hands are clenched into fists. Don't he tell me you are like them, an accomplice in this child abduction scheme? How and Hendrik rushed to clarify. No way. I am stuck here because of the barrier around this player detention camp. Please believe me. I have not done anything since I got here. Still puzzled. Having asked, so what is with your appearance? How did you end up here? Kwon Soo explained. I can't even remember. It all feels like a dream. I recall that terrifying chaotic memory. And when I opened my eyes, I found myself looking just like them. Kwon Soo ran for his life at that moment. And with this look, forget about other players, my own teammates could attack me too. I was utterly bewildered. So I had no choice but to run. Eventually, I stopped in an empty street. Kwon Soo collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. He was gasping for breath, trying to comprehend what had happened, but was still in a daze. Tears of anguish streamed down his face as I had to despairingly accept the reality that I would now live as a ghost of a dragon. Suddenly, two figures in red robes appeared, asking in a chilling tone, "Are you one of those failed experiments?" Kwon Soo's vision began to narrow and darken as the two leaders of the Dark Magic Guild appeared, and I lost consciousness. When I woke, there was Han Hain repeated in disbelief. Wait. There should only be one leader of the Dark Magic Guild. So who is the other one? Kwon Soo pleaded. Please believe me. I really have not done anything. Hoen Gek raised an eyebrow, glancing away with a skeptical look. Then he suddenly slapped Kwon Soo on the shoulder. More importantly, Kid, do you know what is going to happen to those children? He's not so sure. They might be on the top floor of this building. Once the blood of the three children with pure mana spills onto the altar, they say those red flowers will bloom violently. I know the kids are the sacrifices, but I have no idea what those red flowers mean in their words. Huuneji pleaded earnestly. That is all I saw and overheard. I really did not do anything. Please believe me. Huuneji fell silent, looking at him with sharp eyes as if weighing something important. Huuneji faced him, struggling to hold back tears. Suddenly, he lashed out, causing that big guy to flinch. You said it with such confidence. Of course. I trust you. Do not worry about a thing. Hunojek was tough but acted like a little kid. Sergeant. Come on. It is making you look weak. Stop it. It is too much to bear. From the door, someone suddenly shouted. What is going on? Why is the door locked? Open up. Move aside. Just break the door down. Huuneji urgently said. Listen. I am ordering you. We need to split up from here. The sound of the door being smashed echoed. I am going to the top floor. And you go down and find a way to disable the activation device for the barrier. Huuneji repeated. Can you do it? Sergeant. He confidently replied. Yep, sir. I can do it. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to Hudash. And also, without finishing his sentence, Hunojifi took off running, leaving him to guard the door. Guarding the prison door was challenged by a fire magic attack from one of the escapees. But Huanojeki remained steady. They angrily yelled. What is wrong with you? Me. What do you think you are doing? You did not even tell us your name. And now you are blocking our way. Unexpectedly, Hunojeki let out a loud roar that intimidated the escaping group. The sound carried a momentum that made them step back a few paces. Hune's words echoed in his mind. You have not been reported for desertion yet, so you are still under my watch. If you try to run, I will personally take you down. And Jiake spoke. Wanna know my name? He charged at the escapees. I am part of the Monster Slayer Squad 3. Yuichi's team. Attack Brigade. Private. Exxon. Meanwhile, Hunojo's doing his best to rush up the stairs, thinking to himself, if I do not hurry, the kids will be in danger. Once he arrived, he quietly hid outside the door, knowing he had to approach as carefully as possible. The smell wafting from inside made Hunaritsi cover his nose. What is that disgusting, rotten blood smell? He thought to himself. There is no way it is just from one or two people. Inside the room, countless dead bodies lay sprawled out, including those initial victims. With only two leaders still doing something with the three children meant for sacrifice, who were floating. Right. Huanoj could not believe it. The Dark Magic Society. Has it been completely wiped out? The leader standing behind seemed to sense something. He turned around and scrutinized. Who dares approach this sacred altar? This made Hu Geixi jump, and he quickly fled from his hiding spot. Just after that, a massive explosion erupted, blasting debris outside. The poor building now had another hole in its side. Inside, Hunoj gritted his teeth, dodging the shockwave and the crumbling brick walls from the attack. One of the children about to be sacrificed still had some awareness left. Please. Save me. That female leader sneered. Is that all you have got, hiding like a scared little mouse? She licked her lips with a bloodthirsty glint. She ripped off her cover, exposing herself completely. If you show up now, I will enjoy taking you out without any torture. But wait, I changed my mind, never mind. Keep hiding. I would rather have fun playing with your scared little mouse self. It is Park Ji-hyun, the warden of Seal Prison. The money team gathered in front of the teleportation barrier. You and Jun Malik exchanged glances. Remember when Hyven Gaishi said we would use a diversion tactic? The team members wondered. What do you mean by diversion? Looking over at the other group, you remarked. The Vaesen gang is definitely in cahoots with the Dark Magic Society. Still, the reason neither they nor we can rush into an attack is that they are a gang, and we are an army. You then seriously analyzed. The moment the attack starts, they will definitely target us from behind. We will trick them into thinking we are weak, giving them the chance to strike first. Hao and Gig's eyes gleamed with certainty. That way, we will have a solid reason to counterattack the Vaesen gang. Minhai chimed in. Right. We need a valid reason to justify attacking such a big gang. You cast a glance. But there is a huge hole in your plan. Looking straight into Hyun Gaisi's eyes, you laid it out. You will have to handle the rescue on your own. And we want to be able to face their firepower alone. You flashed a mischievous smile, oozing confidence. You do not need to worry about that. Just focus on stalling for time. Then, grabbing Minhai's hand, you said, you are the key to this operation. Minhai hesitated. You are counting on me again. Breaking free from the memories, you made a decision. Let us kick off the diversion tactic right now. The Western Bee has taken aim, but 3 guys from Vaesen want to ambush us. Suddenly, someone shot up high right behind them. It was Ci, perched for observation. She landed hard on the ground, sending all 3 of them flying, then spun with her sword. A few swift strikes had 2 of them bleeding. The blade was at the neck of the last one. Don't move, or your head will roll right off your shoulders. Ziver? What are you waiting for? Send the signal that the assassination went off without a hitch. According to Plan Maldi, he obeyed and pressed a button on his wrist screen. The other side received it. Captain, the sniper team's signal has been sent. Dong Ho commanded with satisfaction. Good. Assault team, move in. They gripped their swords and charged. Dozens of people rushed straight towards Minhai's team. He received intel from X-High that they had secured the sniper team's safety. The clueless mob rushed in, wanting to smash them. Minthai instantly raised his shield as Minhai shouted. Get ready. Minthai then put up the shield in front of the crowd. Yep, sir. Activate the shield, Minhai decisively commanded. Everyone, open fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted towards the group of sword wielders, catching them off guard. Dong Ho, seeing this, was furious. Those damn soldiers. When did they realize it? He yelled. What are you waiting for? Charge in and spill their blood. Chase those mages away. A bunch of staff wielders rushed forward, summoning magical barriers as they moved. Fiery blasts shot straight at the soldiers, who sought refuge behind Minday's cover. The massive flames seemed ready to devour them whole. Dong Ho grinned wickedly. All AMP members would be incinerated in this battle by a player from the Hemrem Magic Guild. Now that is a concise and excellent report. Wipe them all out. Suddenly, a wizard took a direct hit to the head. The barrel of Taiwang's gun was still smoking after that shot. He shouted. Sniper, I have locked onto a target. Requesting backup. Dong Ho was stunned to see this. A sniper. Where the hell did the idiots from the assassination team go? He waved his hand, ordering. Armored team. What the hell are you doing? Block them. However, Minhai's team had breached the teleportation array, with Minta still holding the shield to block magical fire. Dong Ho grimaced, noticing a puddle. When did they get that far? Minhai raised his weapon. Everyone to position a. Open fire. They unleashed a relentless barrage, but the enemy managed to block it with their shields, just in time. The rain of bullets fell like it would never stop. Dong Ho, furious, threw his hands up. These damn fools. They have been aiming at us from the start. How dare these soldiers turn the entire Great Mountain Guild into a joke? A spiky creature appeared, declaring, the captain of the assault team will personally bury all of you. It spun rapidly, creating a terrifying drill that sucked up earth and debris. Minhai's eyes widened as he noticed it. He leaped toward them, teasing, plan all you want, but how do you plan to face this whirlwind? Each massive drill shot straight toward the soldiers. Minhai panicked. Where's that hidden piece you were talking about? On the other side, Bongji stood frozen, mouth agape. The soldiers retreated, bloodied and gasping for breath, while the people at their feet lay completely motionless. Then he pressed a button on the wall. A mechanical voice echoed, warning that the barrier surrounding the building would be deactivated. Memories flooded back of the stern instructions. Don't run away. Fight. He stood dazed by the words, Protect your teammates like a true soldier, and they will protect you in return. The announcement continued. Warning. The barrier surrounding the building will be deactivated. The troops had made their decision. I won't run away anymore. Back to the crazed dung-ho. You arrogant idiots. I am going to tear you apart. Earth and stones lifted under the force. Hovering weightlessly, both he and the sharp spikes in his hands froze in midair. Dung-ho was right behind him. Do not block my path. Get out of the way. He then unleashed powerful sword strikes, landing with a thunderous impact. As the battle raged on, Dung-ho screamed in agony, his body marred by countless wounds. The crowd of warriors from Da-sun and Taewang gasped in shock at the sight. Dung-ho cried out in joy. Sergeant Choi Jun-jun. He crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, he leisurely took off his hat, then tilted his head back and howled. Lai Hono. This left Jun-ho feeling confused and irritated. Sergeant Choi Jun-jun, what is going on? He grinned maniacally and asked. Where's that little punk? The soldiers were left speechless. The kid stammered as he pointed. He is over there. He is in that building. The barrier is down to half. Hoen-gok stood by a massive gaping hole, and Jun-jun's face lit up with an unsettling excitement. Just wait for me. Lai Hono. I am coming to gut you alive. The system blared a warning, indicating the barrier surrounding the building would soon collapse. Nearby soldiers noticed the barrier slowly fading away. The announcement rang out once more, warning that the barrier would be deactivated. Sergeant Kim Se stared intently at the unfolding events. The display board flickered with crucial data. Breathing in the dark shadow. Grave of the Faithful. Sacrificing 500 faithful to breathe in the dark shadow. Completed. Total annihilation of the faithful. At least 500 faithful have been sacrificed at the grave as offerings. Completed. 3. The fiery red flower incinerated the entire land. The process is underway. Ji Hyen shouted loudly to his subordinates. I am going to take care of this place. You go finish up and enjoy the festival. The crimson robe of one of them was suddenly ripped apart. It was tattered and twisted in a bizarre way. Over here. Excitement surged with weapons in hand. I was feeling so bored with this wicked task. Finally. Some entertainment. Meanwhile, Hoen-huk's thoughts were a jumbled mess. There should only be one leader of the Dark Magic Guild. Right. Why are there two of them here? Facing off against two villains at once is truly dangerous. The festival was underway. A circle of purple light creating a powerful swirling wind. They greedily drained the blood of those being sacrificed. A sharp-edged rhomboid crystal began to form. Hoen-huk felt tense. That was the core of the source of decay. Ugly branches started to sprout from the crystal. They spread out, piercing through the entire room. Ji Hyen watched as the branches shot straight up into the sky, pulling the priest higher and higher. Meanwhile, Jun-jun still did not get what was happening. The soldiers outside were astonished. Sir, what is going on over there? The trunk with its interlocking branches pierced through the roof of the apartment complex. Debris flying everywhere. Hoen-huk recalled Lee Won-suk's words. Once the blood of the 3 children with pure mana is poured onto the altar, they said the red flowers would bloom. I know the kids are the sacrifices, but I do not understand what those red flowers mean. You dodged and reasoned. The blood of those children mixed with pure mana. You gritted your teeth as a red flower, and a tree suddenly materialized out of thin air. The sorcerer from the Dark Magic Guild controlled the branches and imprisoned the children as sacrifices. Hyen-hevji thought about them, unsure of what these people planned to do. But before that red flower bloomed, images of gray and brown branches locked together flashed before him, and he was determined to save those children at any cost. While Hyen-hevji waited anxiously, Ji Hyen spotted him, finding him and causing Hyen-hevji to jump in surprise. An attack came straight at him, but luckily he dodged just in time. The strike transformed the branch in that spot. Hyen-hevji cursed while dodging. Damn it. Should I grab my bag first? And then suddenly, someone jumped out from behind him. What is up with this outfit? Didn't expect you to be such a creep. Ah. You have already been caught for indecent exposure in public. Her hammer came crashing down on his ribs. Hyen-hevji quickly braced himself. Using enhancement magic, his entire body was enveloped in armor, and the hand of the spirit reached out to block her attack. The collision between her weapon and his created a massive shockwave. Hyen-hevji pondered. Is this a divine phenomenon? Just then, she suddenly revealed herself Sergeant Kim Se-hee. She hurriedly asked Han, are you okay? I am not too late. He replied. You arrived just in time. Continued. Besides her, there is still one more person. I will handle him. I am counting on you here. Ji Hyen licked her lips. Intrigued. Looks like another interesting player has come to replace this creep. Se-hee's eyes widened. She had captured a spirit, one formed from a chunk of mana. Finally, a delicious meal. The spirit screamed, and she excitedly ordered. Mana Valen. Devour it all. Se-hee angrily rushed in, the light from her hammer indicating she was gathering power for a strike. Hyen-hevji panicked and grabbed Se-hee, pulling her out of the way. Her attack pierced straight through the building, creating a massive hole, and the two lost their balance and fell. How-in Hexty struggled to find something to hold on to while explaining. Sergeant Kim Si-hee. You need to be careful when facing her. Once she grabs you, she will absorb your mana and unleash all of it back at you. Si-hee was shocked. How does she release absorbed mana? He raised his voice to remind her. You need to be extremely careful at both close and far ranges. I have to go save the children. Before leaving, How-in looked intently at her. You remember what I said? Right. There is no predetermined match or advantage in battle. You can only keep searching for ways to win until the end. Si-hee suddenly understood, quickly brushing past Hein-Hex. I get it now. I will be fine. You hurry up and go. From a distance, Jia-hyun saw Si-hee turning back. She greedily absorbed mana from the spirit she had captured, wondering how much mana a spirit could hold. The spirit, annoyed at being interrupted, thought, I was just enjoying my meal. Is it even tasty? Si-hee explodes with anger, feeling thrilled as the spirits gather around her. They are here to welcome me. How perfect. My whole body is trembling with excitement. Si-hee lunges forward with her weapon. So do not come crying to me later. The spirits rush towards her attack, and she eagerly accepts the challenge. I am going to drain every last drop of mana from those souls. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the massive tree, and the dark magic priest raises his sword high. He is about to execute the first child as the blade is poised to strike down. An external force knocks his sword away, and a mysterious figure appears before him. The system activates. The weight of the Mowgli shard is unleashed. 3. A massive blade materializes in midair, growing larger and heavier above him. He gets swept through the blade, which plunges straight into the ground. Gongki arrives just in time. Standing firm, he uses 2 fingers to control the giant blade. So you must be the leader of the Dark Magic Guild. I do not know what your plans are, but get away from those kids right now. His attack has ripped his cloak open, revealing a menacing face. He stands tall, with a staff shrouded in his cloak. How-in-Ge is stunned. Wait, he is not human. It is. True form of that creature emerges. A Darf. He grimaces in fury. How utterly depraved can these wicked bastards be? How-in-Ge's thoughts whirl as he recalls that dark elves are beings who have fallen into corruption after defying the gods. He has heard that some have even sacrificed treasures to these souls for power. But his power erupts, a radiant aura enveloping him. Those bastards. Are they really going to sell these kids too? The dark elf speaks, uttering a language that humans cannot comprehend. The system information updates, detailing item properties, rapidly enhancing resistance to undead traits, special features, and bestowing radiant attributes to designated equipment. Divine power, dark magic power. Warning: a corresponding consequence will follow for each aura provided. 2 abilities cannot be used simultaneously. Choose one. The aura sends chills down Havan-Gash's spine, his deathly gaze piercing into the dark elf. Earlier, Han Gyade had said, Sergeant Kim Si-hee, you really let this go too far. Si-hee glances over. Puzzled. What? Let it. Is there a problem? He thinks of the other warriors, not just her. Sergeant Kim, most soldiers are the same. He continues while looking at her. In the army, players are taught based on their abilities, which is why they tend to interpret the rules in the book as they see fit. His expression becomes serious. However, when the book says to avoid unfavorable battles, what will she do when there is no escaping those situations? Si-hee glances at the wound on her shoulder and asks, how can I avoid an unfavorable battle? Now she is calling forth the spirits to prepare for a showdown with Ji-hyun. I am so excited. Haha. So many souls are here waiting for me. This is perfect. I am practically buzzing with excitement. Si-hee charges in with her sword. And do not you dare start crying now. The souls, and she rushed towards Ji-hyun, who takes a battle stance. Still sporting that smile, she taunts loudly. I am going to drain every last drop of mana from those souls. She shouts forward, pushing the souls back, releasing them. The shockwave from her attack shakes the large tree outside. One by one, she takes down the souls in quick succession, keeping them contained. Her tone drips with disappointment. How pathetic. I wanted to play more. Suddenly, Si-hee charges at her, and she flashes a wicked grin before unexpectedly lunging at Si-hee, making one of the souls rush in to push her away. A colossal force radiates out, forcing everyone around to back off. Ji-hyun looks up at her, disappointment glimmering in her eyes. What is this? So boring. Fighting someone of the same caliber would be much more fun. Si-hee stands up, dabbing the blood from the corner of her mouth. In that moment, she concocts a new plan. All right. Let us play a different game. Dear souls. How about a game of hide and seek? Ji-hyun launches an attack, and then the debris from above collapses down on Si-hee in the pitch blackness. She thinks, damn it. What else is this witch planning? She jolts. What? I can't see anything. A notification pops up. Item information. Mana Valen. Hero level. The souls. Charged with power. Seek mana. Targeting anyone they hit while absorbing their mana. Releasing all the absorbed mana creates a shockwave. She grins, looking around and exclaims, "Just wait and see. You can't escape from me. Are you done running yet? Come here." She quickly leaps up but gets hurt by a sharp branch. Terrified, she shuts her eyes, staring at the bodies of two other warriors. Meanwhile, Jihyun continues hunting the souls, searching for her. "Where are you?" She reaches out to grab a soul. "Gotcha." Then, with a hint of disappointment, she mutters, "Ooh, missed." Next, she taunts Sihi loudly. "You were so fierce earlier. Where do you run off to? Probably rotting away in the dark." All she sees is impenetrable darkness, and in her panic, thoughts race through her mind, finding each soul in this pitch-black environment. She is definitely using some kind of tracking skill. Jihyun targets another soul. Another one. She turns around, exclaiming, "This is so much fun. This round is not bad at all." She keeps taking down more souls. "If you keep hiding like this, I will just have to devour every bit of mana these souls have." She stares wide-eyed, astonished at the souls falling one by one. She mocks as she prepares to take down another soul. "You are about to lose your mind from your own uselessness. Are not you?" She grins wickedly, offering her a choice. "How about this? Kneel and beg for your life. Stand before me," and pled in desperation. I was furious, immediately gathering the souls, causing a slight pause in the song. "Souls, assemble," she commanded as she drew the spirits back into her body. "Sorry, but I can't afford to lose you guys." I let out a mocking laugh. "You dumbass. If you call them back, I can easily spot where you are concentrating all that mana." She charged toward Hai, ready to strike, limiting her options. Realizing she could not dodge in time, she recalled what Hyung-guk had once told her. When victory slips away, use anything and everything at your disposal. She anxiously asked him back. "Anything and everything?" He smiled, gesturing for her to follow his lead, and replied, "For example, if you are in a fight and think you can't beat your opponent, aim for their back and finish them off in one go." He looked at him, puzzled. "The back? Well, that is a bit." He immediately clarified. "What is fair or reasonable in a fight between you and them? Worrying about fairness in a life or death battle is foolish. Why should we play fair against a criminal who has done unspeakable things?" He gently patted her back and said seriously, "War is not a sport. In a real fight, death is final. Forget what the books say about fairness. Only then will you survive." I excitedly rampaged for a moment, then suddenly froze in confusion. "What? Isn't this my real body?" I was waiting below, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, catching her off guard. The hammer and that soul both fell below. Furious, yelled out, "You coward. How dare you call yourself a warrior?" I calmly replied. "Cowardice. That is just laughable." She stared at I with disdain and disgust, shocked that someone like her could even utter such words. After hiding everything in darkness, sniffing out and absorbing all my mana like a leech, she smirked, mocking Jihyun. "A warrior? How can a so-called warrior fight fair against someone like you, a child abductor and a lowlife?" I's face darkened, and she threatened, "I will personally kill you." Almost instantly, she swung her sword, finishing her off. As the energy binding the soul vanished, Jihyun's lifeless body fell behind her. Turning back, she glared down at Ah. "From now on, if I have to fight someone like you again, I won't hesitate to become an assassin." Back to Hyung-guk's battle. The leader of the Night Guild pondered. He stared intently at him, with Jihyun still unconscious behind. Ingia began mumbling a spell and thought to himself, "Control metal." He was furious. "Shut your mouth. What the hell are you even talking about? No matter what you say, I will still kill you." A powerful aura radiated as he pointed his sword at him. The two locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. They charged at each other, weapons drawn. Suddenly, golden light surrounded Jun as he lunged forward, shouting, "Hyung-guk!" A look of joy spread across Hyung-guk's face. "Sergeant Choi Jun. I have been waiting for you." However, before he could finish his sentence, he had to quickly block the attack with his armored arm. As an unexpected strike from his opponent came down without warning, the guy was grinning maniacally, clearly having a blast. He had found his target. Metal clashed together, sending sparks flying, and he desperately tried to calm the situation. Wait, Sergeant Choi Jun. Just listen to me." The guy was not about to play nice. "Shut up. Are you insane? Otherwise, how could he pull off this crazy stunt?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had just realized something was off. While those two were locked in a fierce battle, a shadow elf charged in, and one swing from him sent debris flying everywhere. forcing the two to scatter and dodge in a hurry. A wave of pressure spread outward. Trees uprooted from who knows where, blocking out the city. In no time, a massive dent formed in the cliffside. But thankfully, the buildings above remained unscathed. Witnessing the chaos left Hangeki in shock, thinking to himself, blowing away a giant tree like that without even using mana U makes him way too dangerous. Not letting his focus waver for long, John June tightened his grip on his weapon and charged out from the hard white village. I am going to kill you. Lai Hoint. As his concern grew to include another threat, or maybe he is the real danger here. The guy glared, growling like a wild beast. They were treasures so precious that nothing in this world could compare. They were born from my blood, sweat, and tears after being dragged to this place when they were just kids. Hon Jae could do nothing but resist with all his might. Come on. Now's not the time to get sidetracked by that. Snap out of it. And to understand his comrade's attitude, let us rewind a bit. Hona was there with two others. The girl gasping and clasping her hands was Kang Baek-seon, also known as Baek-tite, the granddaughter and student of Kang Jong-do, who would go on to create master-level items in the future. Looking at the rows of armor spread out on the floor, she squealed in excitement. This is the first time I have seen so much hunting gear. The older man standing next to her was none other than Kang Jong-do, the master among masters, who had crafted countless items before passing away 4 years later. He replied gently, that is right. Usually, the gate spawn boss monsters of B rank or higher, so gathering this much is really no small feat. It is impressive. The girl eagerly pointed at something. Can we really customize them however we want? Ona candidly admitted. Yeah. We put ourselves on the line to save you two from those monsters for this reason. Baek-seon's eyes sparkled like 2 gold coins. I thought he was just a wealthy guy, but he is also a high-level warrior. At this point, she could not lie. She was secretly calculating. If I could sell a few guns, I would make a killing. She reached out to touch the armor for a closer inspection. Oh my, this is made of Orichan alloy. I am losing it. There is also a link between the helmet and the sword. She tried to catch her niece but failed. Wait. Do not run. You will trip over something. Ona turned to John Jun, who was shyly lingering behind. John Jun. Where have you been? He started rambling about the 3 kingdoms. Sergeant Choi John Jun. I just took some time to pamper myself after finishing a mission. And there is still a ton to do. She lost that precious ring of hers. What? Tell the royal party to come in. He feigned a pitiful expression and went on a long rant about a combat and rescue mission right after I got back from vacation. Talk about outrageous. I know I can take as much time off as before, because we are in the middle of an attack. But come on. I need a little time for myself too. Or at least a night out for drinks once in a while. I do not even have time to crack open the whiskey that Hona Heftive gave me. When suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio. Squad leader, can you hear me? Una completely ignored him and focused on the equipment in her hands. A Honefter on the other end chimed in. Finally got a signal. Did you bring the mechanic I asked for? She honestly reported they were looking at some hunting armor. With Jeon Jun crossing his arms in front of his chest, telling him I was dead, Honase happily issued a series of follow-up orders. Great. Just tell them to neutralize the connection of a few sets first. Please bring those armors and weapons from the warehouse to help us out. And bring Sergeant Choi Jeon Jun along too. He let out a wail of confusion in front of everyone. Then he crossed his arms in frustration. After completing all the missions, I had to fight nonstop for a whole month, so no means. Suddenly, a flash of white teeth appeared along with a mocking laugh. We are going to be doomed. Your eyes are full of danger. But you know what? While gathering supplies, we accidentally brought along the entire barrel of booze you have been hoarding for 2 years. If something happens to us on this mission, we might not be able to return it to its owner. This officially turned into a threat. What can we do? I think you should come here and lend us a hand instead. Sergeant Choi Jun freaked out, yelling loudly. What are you talking about? Give those kids back to me now. The volume was so loud it made Hy and Jeffy pull the radio away. You want me to lose my mind for your satisfaction? Give it back now, you little brat. Oh no, lost the signal. That little incident seemed to trigger his crazy blood. How dare you sneak away with my babies? That is what led to the current tense situation. He shouted. Come on. Admit it. You have had a few drinks. Right. You quickly defended yourself. Absolutely not. Especially not during a mission. The two of them started bickering wildly, ignoring the enemy standing far away. Don't mess with me. I clearly saw you flinch. The dark elf sighed and let out a bunch of monstrous languages. A bizarre face with a single eye gradually formed on the guy's arm, and it let out a similar language through its jagged teeth. It shot out countless long, red, dripping tentacles, screaming nonstop. Over here, John Jun was busy clutching the ear of a heavily armored Hein GX. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, he slowly loosened up and shouted a warning. "Sergeant Choi Jun. Right in front of you." He gasped. Those tentacles are shooting straight up, the ominous energy quickly spreading across the area. Up to a certain height, they all meet again, just like a sweet, sharp blade. His glasses suddenly glinted, and, "There is my bro. You can fly." "Right. Let us handle this first. Next time it is your turn." You hesitate a bit, still not fully in control. Without saying a word, he uses all his strength to toss you away, dodging the swirling tentacles below. "What are you planning over there?" He is also keeping his distance from the enemy's assault. Suddenly, their growth speed accelerates, and he is hanging in midair with no way to dodge. All he can do is shift his body to the side and use his gun to blast one of the tentacles. This is annoying. Their target is now dead set on him, ignoring the dark shadow above. The ground is cracked violently, debris flying everywhere, while he uses every ounce of agility to keep himself safe. Hien Jixi carefully observes and waits for the right moment to heal the great blade. Right now, the notification pops up. Energy from the Moglail fragment has been sealed. From 5 down to 2. The great blade is plunged straight into the ground, with a pile of bodies scattered around it. He maneuvers the great blade towards Jian Dan, who is facing a direct attack from the tentacles. A moment longer and the sharp tip would have hit his glasses. Just then, the screen reappears. The energy from the Moglail fragment has been unleashed. From 2 it skyrockets to 5. The great blade successfully halting their terrifying assault just in time. It digs deeper into the ground. Despite the debris swirling around, the monster on the Dark Elf's arm shows no signs of stopping. Its sounds growing increasingly chaotic. Both land safely, and you breathe a sigh of relief. Almost died falling to the bottom. He mocks. "Why did not you just die? So annoying." "Don't you worry. I am still going to kill you anyway." You adjust your stance, and now it is impossible to interact casually with Choi Jun. Meanwhile, 2 people are suspended by dark energy, and Jiho lies motionless on the ground. Jun asks with urgency. "Come here." "Those kids? Did that damn bulging-eyed freak do this?" The sudden question catches Hyun Gaig off guard. You listen intently. "I was going to wipe them out at close range. What about you?" "Your answer has been clear from the start. Then I will take them all out too. I mean, I will support you from a distance." Starting the countdown. 3. Both the Dark Elf and the monster are completely stunned, not even knowing what hit them. When did the great blade reveal itself in front of them? The 2 guys strike a pose, ready to unleash a perfectly synchronized attack. One stands behind controlling the weapon, while the other kneels, sword drawn like a true knight. As the battle cry is shouted, "Attack!" he dashes forward towards your shrunken great blade. It extended its massive tentacles, continuously uttering bizarre language only monsters could understand. The gap between the 2 sides gradually closed significantly, and the blade of Than suddenly grew larger, preparing for the enemy's lethal blow. You sensed the moment was ripe and ordered. "Hold him." Just as the Shadow Elf and the monster were caught off guard, it was already too late. His entire body crackled with a golden light, his gaze turning serious. But just as his opponent's vision was disrupted, a cold blade swiftly pressed against the monster's throat. A moment later, the muscular body was nothing but a headless corpse, fresh blood gushing from the clean cut. That risky move had worn him out. With a smug thought, he declared, "Done." But the monster on his arm still retained its own consciousness. He could hardly believe it. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed his face. The severed head slowly reattached itself to the body. This scene left Hindus utterly horrified. In no time, the head was back on, as good as new. And the wound was healing. It opened its grotesque, toothy maw and let out a disdainful laugh. Haha. As a result, the Shadow Elf seemed as if it had just returned from the dead, and the dark power surged even more terrifyingly. Jun was speechless, while Hanjeka ground his teeth in anger. Suddenly, the entire space was enveloped by thick waves of energy, drawing the curtain on a war that seemed to rise from hell, leaving Jun stunned. He had to shield his face from the power radiating from the Shadow Elf. Wanjh quietly observed and thought, "A massive amount of mana is gathering. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it will be for us." From the darkness, the monster on the Shadow Elf's shoulder suddenly rose high, and then split into 2 separate forms, doubling in size and strength. This situation left both of them in shock. It split into 2. Was that the main body? The surprise hit them like a ton of bricks. The monster whispered to its companion, while the Shadow Elf observed Jun and responded to its ally in a monstrous tongue. Jaichi clenched his teeth in anger, swearing under his breath, "Damn it. What now? Which one is the real one?" Our 2-on-1 plan just went up in smoke. He stood in front of Jun, shouting incomprehensible phrases. And then, in the thick tension of the air, Jun let out a sarcastic remark to calm himself. "Why are they shouting in our faces? Just like in those anime shows I have watched. It seems they would say something like, A mere mortal dares to challenge me. An immortal. Ah. The only outcome for such foolishness is hell. They usually say that. Right. You thinking the same thing? The shadow elf looked perplexed as it kept bouncing around. Anyway, John lunged at him with his sword, declaring, "Your throat will be split in two by me. Let us see how many times I can take you down." The guy did not reply but fiercely swung his powerful weapon, creating a massive shockwave on the opposite side. The monster charged toward Hikes. It began to unleash four massive limbs, launching a relentless barrage of attacks aimed at him. He narrowed his eyes, trying to dodge the rapid strikes. They were too fast. Jakey used all his strength to hold them back. Meanwhile, John swiftly sliced through the shadow elf's body with his heavenly sword, cutting it into pieces. He skillfully sliced him into small pieces with his deadly weapon. Once done, he leaned back to rest, feeling quite full of himself. Thinking, "Oh man, I am really feeling it. Better down some booze fast." Saying that, John pulled out a bottle of liquor he had stashed in his leather bag. Meanwhile, the body of the dark elf slowly began to piece itself back together. He was still casually downing the whole bottle of fine liquor. The guy was completely restored and immediately sprang into action, attacking while his opponent was off guard. Luckily, John quickly raised his heavenly cloud sword to block. But that was not the end of it. The sharp attack of his opponent shattered both the bottle and his armor. Over on the other side, Guk was struggling to fend off the monster's attack. Even though he braced himself with his hands, he still got flung far away. Looking at the wound on his arm, he had to admit one thing. The destruction was so massive that he could not keep up. Suddenly, a notification popped up, showing that the shard's seal had dropped from 5 to 1, just as the information indicated. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk down. Guk decided to leap back to maintain distance, continuously dodging the relentless attacks. The monster still wore a mischievous grin, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. The dark elf seemed to have something to say, but no one except his comrades understood. He glanced over at John, who was lying on his back in the distance, feeling a bit nostalgic. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in someone who left an impression, but ultimately just another human. A few question marks floated above his head as he continued rambling, unfazed, realizing he was about to face the wrath of an immortal. "Hey, what is it? I am just giving you some voiceover. Why are you so quiet?" John stopped his rant, eyes wide with mockery, like a knife cutting deep into the enemy's pride. "What a bummer. It is all gone to hell. I am numb to it now. But for someone, I just can't feel anything anymore." The dark elf silently observed him. John still had strength and thrust the heavenly cloud sword at his opponent. He insisted, "I do not care if you are truly immortal or not, but if you dare to touch my drink, even if you can die, you will still endure my torturous wrath." The monster's face was incredibly arrogant. Guk weaved around the attacks while gathering energy at his fingertips, thinking, "Let us see how long you can keep that smile." The shards of moly flew towards the monster, catching it off guard. A notification appeared, stating that the moly shards had been upgraded from 1 to 5. Immediately, it transformed into a giant, the blade slicing into the monster's body. Moments later, the monster's body split in two. Yet, it still wore a sinister grin, its limbs growing longer and embedding themselves into the ground. Guk sensed something was off and thought, "Did it just smile again? This is infuriating. It must be hiding a trump card." The monster's body continued to reassemble as if nothing had happened. Guk gritted his teeth, filled with rage as he witnessed what just transpired. Just as he suspected, this thing could also regenerate. The monster laughed arrogantly, as if celebrating a victory. John is giving it his all in this fierce battle, sweat pouring down his face like rain. The battlefield shakes as the shadow elf exchanges blows with him. John has inflicted a deep wound on the creature's arm. Jack quickly realizes that this monster has regenerative abilities. But it is just a facet hiding something deeper. Its insane mana and regenerative powers make it truly immortal. Right now, he is continuously struggling, dodging the monster's attacks while trying to think strategically. Gex reflects on the countless battles he has faced before. The creature suddenly darts like a last spark in the stormy night, often concealing its true self. Perhaps it is using its immortality to hide its weaknesses. Since neither of them could be the true form, his gaze sweeps over the still healing scar on the monster's sleeve, quickly shifting to the injury on the shadow elf's left shoulder. The light at the end of the tunnel has appeared. Geek's eyes seem to pierce through everything. Those wounds in the same area cannot regenerate. Both forms of the shadow elf have revealed their weaknesses. His mind lights up with realization. The reason that one-eyed bastard split is because they are both the true form. They belong to the same entity. He glances at his comrade, worrying silently. But the issue is that Sergeant Choi Jun is starting to wear down. Is he even listening to me? We need to finish this in one final strike. Gek leaps high and calls for his teammate, Sergeant Choi Jun, insisting they are not invincible. If we attack these two at the same spot, They won't be able to regenerate anymore. Pushes hard to lay out the plan. Stressing that we have no other choice, let us strike their necks simultaneously. With determination surging like a tidal wave. Jun retort. At the same time, who said that? I won't let this bastard get away so easily. Hearing this, he grits his teeth in frustration, urging Hoengake to snap back to reality. Are you really not going to save the kids down there? The scene of the dark city looms with gigantic tree trunks rising from a makeshift camp. Their black branches stretching out like claws, engulfing the surrounding structures. His words act like a wake-up call. I'm go. Havanu just snaps back. Commanding. Enough whining. Just follow the plan. Seeing the enemy unyielding, the monster continues its assault. He channels all his strength for the decisive blow. We only have one shot focus. The shadow elf is rushing in as if it senses something bad is about to happen. Hauniki immediately conjures a shield, activating his defensive skill. He pours all his strength into blocking every attack from the monster. In that moment, each strike carries the hopes of humanity. He turns and shouts for Jun. Now. Jun understands. Soaring up and raising his divine cloud sword high. His body shines like a beacon, ready to purify the shadow elf. Hoengake charges at the monster with all his might. Jun positions the blade right at its throat with a single swift slice. He severed the head of the beast. Havenaga's blade blazed like hellfire, its edge slicing the monster's life in two. Light began to break through the massive tree trunks of the building. Just then, the system popped up a notification. You have successfully removed the source of decay, the Dark Priest boss. Each person will receive a gift taken from the believers. Looking at the lifeless body of the enemy sprawled on the ground, Havenagi panted heavily. Secretly elated. We stopped the second source of decay before the boss monster even arrived. If we keep destroying sources like this, painted a bright future in his mind. A wave of victory rolling in. He smiled, proud to be part of the first wave humanity had ever overcome. Suddenly, the silence of the space was broken by footsteps. Jun unexpectedly called his name, making him glance over. Lihona. The question slowly escaped his lips. Are we done yet? He thought it was nothing serious. As he steadied himself to stand, he replied with satisfaction. I'm sure. It was a little chaotic, but we pulled through. Right, thanks to you. Moving on to the next mission before he could finish, Jun cut him off, impatiently asking, Are you done with your disobedience? That abrupt question left Haengake dumbfounded. All he could see was the sheer rage on Jun's face. With a cold blade raised high, Haengake stammered his opponent's name, Sergeant Choi Jun, ignoring the bond of brotherhood and life or death stakes. He swung his sword toward him and shouted back, You still dare to talk nonsense to me? Where are my babies? Realizing things were getting out of hand, Haengake could only block the attack while trying to calm him down. Sergeant. Just relax. They are safely stored in the supply room. We really have to do this right after we have just won. He was still pressing. Who said I won? In another space, a deadly question suddenly rang out. Who said it was over? It felt like a sign that a tidal wave was about to crash. Just as the voice faded, a pale hand swiftly stabbed straight into the gut of a mother. The lovely girl beside her shared the same fate. Turns out, Arin was the mastermind behind this. She screamed furiously. It is not over. At that moment, a deathly announcement appeared. You have offered a sacrifice to the divine altar. This notification hit Haengake like a slap in the face, shattering the beautiful dream he had longed for. But it did not stop there. Another system message appeared, bringing forth a dark omen. A red flower will soon bloom on the altar. Arina's face appeared, looking like a demonic horse head from hell, her pupils glinting with deadly red light. Your nightmare is just beginning. The entire scene was engulfed in darkness, the only light emanating from the giant tree. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. Sergeant Haengake. Someone's hand was holding a neatly folded bundle of items. It turned out to be Haengake. He raised the items triumphantly and exclaimed, I brought you a spare pair of pants and a bag. Sergeant Choi Jun. You are here too. However, witnessing the very bizarre scene across from him, he slowly lowered his arm and questioned, What are you two doing? Haengake immediately cried for help. Lihona. Get over here and stop him. With Choi Jun's sword threatening his neck, he hurriedly explained, I can pull out my sword to strike him. I swear I have not laid a finger on your stuff. I just sniffed it once. Just as a fierce tug of war was happening, Jun suddenly relaxed and leaned back, leaving Haengake utterly shocked. Troy just free fell and hit the ground with a thud. Haengake turned back, feeling utterly confused. His eyes began to glaze over. Man, I am so I have spent way too much time moving around. Over here, the kids are still lying motionless, showing no signs of waking up. He slowly drifted off to sleep, but his mouth kept muttering, We have saved the kids, so once I rest up, I am not letting you off the hook. Throughout their time working together, Haengake realized something. This guy was the hardest to control, yet at the same time, the most reliable. Awesome. I started noticing signs of him from the last shift. Then he looked at him with warm eyes. You did great. Get some rest. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Dark Priest. You will receive a gift. An ancient coin from an underground kingdom. He intently observed the blazing coin in his hand. Speculating. An underground kingdom. This must be a coin from the dwarves. It is known that the dwarves created legendary magical technology, and traces of them are mostly found through artifacts and ruins. They invented incredibly powerful weapons, as they were an ancient civilization that had never appeared before. Therefore, their items are priced astronomically, yet they are exceptionally effective. Han Gofi clenched the coin tightly in his hand, telling himself, with this coin, I can summon an ancient artifact from the dwarves. I can consume this. Suddenly, something bright flashed right in front of him. Instantly, the system displayed a message. Congratulations. You have absorbed a Legion Medal of Honor. He thought to himself. It must take the Legion a while to evolve. Probably around 7 months. Right, but it did not stop there. The system continued to announce. You have acquired a new skill after absorbing the elite item. It is called Signal Type, which increases metal control by 30% and crowd force by 10%. Reading this, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Crowd force. From what he understood, the power of a crowd force allows one person to control others and create signals. His ability had nothing to do with creating signals. But after gaining this skill, Huon Jixi recalled the fierce battle that had happened and connected the dots. Now he understood why that bastard could control such a massive army. He felt a surge of anger thinking about the soul manipulator, the master of the undead. The good news kept rolling in from the system. The weight of metal he could control is now over 85 g, and the exceptional quality increase of 30% is activated. He suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Hunoge's eyes turned icy. From now on, I am going to absorb all your powers. The soldiers looked over at John Jun, who was sprawled on the ground. Worried. Is Sergeant Choi okay? He casually replied. Whenever he is tired, he sleeps like a log. He will be fine. He was asleep, but still tightly clutching the dwarven liquor bottle. Mumbling. I can't let you go anymore. He lifted him onto his shoulder while wondering. Sergeant Lei, the battle down there is not over yet. Aren't you going to help them? You shook your head decisively and quickly put on your pants. It was confusing for him. You know. Meanwhile, somewhere else, chaos was still unfolding as one of the raid team members pointed towards the gate and shouted loudly for everyone to prepare to teleport. The enemy was still setting up defenses, making it incredibly tough to send reinforcements because of those mages. When they saw members of the Great Mountain Guild climbing onto the building's rooftop, one of the raiders immediately reported, our position has been compromised. Things were getting desperate. So Menhai nudged the person next to him and snapped. What are you doing? Choi Taewong did not answer and urged. We gotta move. Now. The soldiers of the Great Mountain Guild were shouting. But our teammates were still out there. The guy hiding half his face behind the others kept commanding. Take them all out. Hen raised an eyebrow in doubt. Can we really do that? The captain was gone. The mission had failed. Do you really think Chu Kaiyu Yun will let us off the hook? The military was still trying to fend off the brutal attacks from the enemy forces. Minhai's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene before him, panic settling in. The enemy was gaining the upper hand, while he could only hold on weakly. Thankfully, his teammates arrived just in time to help. A few military vehicles rolled in, and a woman quickly stepped out of one of them. The soldiers of the Great Mountain Guild suddenly shouted. Black Knight. Minhai smiled brightly. Overjoyed. Sul Unha. She appeared with such a commanding presence, radiating the aura of humanity's savior. She decisively issued orders, stating that violence against the military during such a disaster was grounds for immediate action against them. Back with Han Gix, Kwon Suk followed closely. Puzzled. Wait, even the assault team leader is here. Where did you go? Ignoring the chatter, he was lost in thought about Airing. That bitch was definitely still lurking around here somewhere. Something did not feel right. Why had not she run to the next source of decay? They walked on, oblivious to a pair of eyes watching them closely. Those eyes were fixated on Hwan Suk, who was completely unaware. Hon Jeki felt the tension in the air and glanced up. In the blink of an eye, a shadow suddenly appeared, aiming a sword at Huang Suk. But luckily, he quickly blocked it. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed her away from him to avoid unnecessary harm. C found it confusing that the enemy kept blocking her, thinking, why are you stopping me? Isn't he that the vampire that threatened us? Honijek grabbed her wrist and explained. Calm down. He is one of us. He kept holding her hand to reassure her. When their eyes met at such a close distance, C's face suddenly flushed bright red. Embarrassed like a tomato, she quickly raised her sword and turned to walk away, feeling that he must have his reasons. Seeing her understanding made him smile appreciatively. Thanks. I will explain everything later. You did great. Surgeon Kim Si, Honjaeshi praised happily. Thanks to you. All the mages are dead now. We just need to take out the last few core members. And the second phase of erosion is complete. She did not say anything. Just looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed, declaring that everything was over. This person simultaneously struck the two girls hard in the stomach with both hands. Irene has officially made her entrance, boldly proclaiming that it is not over yet, causing all three of them to look on in shock. A terrifying sight unfolded as Sapporos appeared, its jagged teeth wide open, creating a monstrous fireball. Having seemingly gathered enough energy, it opened its jagged jaw and unleashed a torrent of deadly beams. The entire street was instantly engulfed in a sea of raging flames. Hein-guk braced himself, gritting his teeth in desperation. Among all the possible outcomes, this was the worst. The dire situation forced him to quickly devise an escape plan. Sergeant Kim Si urged her to get the kids out of there. Following his command, the two souls approached Aaron to reclaim Suho. Hein-guk raised two fingers skyward, shouting determinedly, "We have to stop the final sacrifice at all costs." Just as he finished speaking, a perfect arrow was shot from Lao Wunwoot's hand towards Aaron. The soldier's actions provoked her into a furious roar. "Who told you punks you could do that?" System also provided information about the extraordinary arrow of Night Chasten, with effects that would disable all magic defenses of the chosen target. The arrow unleashed its full power, forcing her to desperately flee from the attack range. Aaron realized she could not shake off this cursed weapon, grumbling in annoyance. What the hell is this crazy arrow? Finally, the extraordinary bow caught up and plunged deeply into her heart, causing her to stagger backward in weakness. The arrow fulfilled its mission with precision, dragging Aaron down to the ground. Meanwhile, Sihi and the souls reported the successful completion of the mission. The survivors were safe, though injured. She still fought against the arrow's assault, fiercely determined to take them down with her. The foolish soldiers' resistance was futile. Sephiroth had been summoned, and Sahun was on the brink of destruction. The bodies of the two young girls lay alone on the ground, subtly hinting at the atrocity. But she did not care. You can stop this from happening. Suddenly, Hein-guk activated the power of the Shadow King, which could significantly boost his resistance to the attributes of immortality. Equipped with radiant attributes, each type came with a corresponding penalty, and only one type of power could be chosen. He stood firm against Aaron's bitter words, declaring, "I will defeat Sephiroth and protect Son. No matter what your plan is," he declared resolutely, "I will also stop everything." At the same time, he activated the Holy Radiance to quintuple the power of the extraordinary arrow at the cost of 10% mana. Consequently, the arrow embedded in his chest emitted streams of pale golden light, making her immediately sense impending doom. The small streams generated a massive vortex that caused her immense pain, leaving her hunched over like a shrimp. Hein-guk nervously watched the scene unfold, silently telling himself that this plan was a gamble. He could not complete every mission without being ready to lose someone. The voice from an alternate version of you echoes, "And you know it all too well. Your mind screams it, but the fiery belief in your heart still urges you on. I know this is inevitable, but no matter how many times I go through this, I can bear it." The rebellious will ignites in the eyes of the younger man, more than ever. "I can do this." Meanwhile, Sephiroth is desperately unleashing a sound that would terrify even the bravest of souls. The announcement comes in like a grim warning from the Grim Reaper. As the gatekeeper of the underworld, Sephiroth tears the barrier apart to enter this world. Sihi covers his ears against its horrifying noise, while trying to rally Hein-guk's fighting spirit. "Should not you smash its head like you did with that goblin? You are not doing much better. Covering your ears and yelling as loud as you can. We stopped the last sacrificial ritual, so it might not truly have manifested yet. We need to quickly find its weakness and exploit it to deal with it." Even someone as lively as you can help but question a weakness in something like that. "Even if we find it, what can we do?" The massive figure of Sephiroth continues to twist, eager to break free from its cage. Below, the small shadow of Unha fights tirelessly. And then the bad news of Sephiroth's emergence keeps coming. She panics, her green eyes wide in horror. Staring toward the center, the assault team can't hide their terror at this horrifying sight. An overwhelming fear begins to creep across the faces of those who are supposed to be brave, as they face a three-headed hellish monster with a terrifying power threatening the lives of the entire city. Faced with this situation, Havenuji clenches his brow, promising himself, "I have been preparing for this for a long time. No matter what happens, I must succeed." But there is one thing he keeps to himself. No matter the sacrifice required, with nothing left to hold back, Sephiroth revels in its destructive desire for the world around it. This time, it morphs into an even greedier boss, preparing to unleash another purple lightning bolt. Countless streams of lightning gather, stretching out like a spider web from the spikes on its back, turning the surrounding architecture into ruins. On this side, Sihi hears the announcement and believes without hesitation. "If you say we can do this, then I believe we can. Let us get started." Haonyuki immediately commands over the radio. Steel Brigade. Plan B. We will execute Thuloy's strategy to fight the boss. The army follows the plan and tries to withstand the raging storm. The orders keep ringing out. Squad leaders and Junmo. Advance to Point A. You delegate tasks to each team. All remaining members of the army. Start deploying the weapon crates. The sound from the intercom makes Junmo's eyes widen in shock, and he grabs Junmo. You are the key element of this entire operation. If things go south, you might lose your life. Hoen Jcase carefully empowers his teammates with every word. But you will trust my orders. Right. Without wasting a single second, he boldly shouted. Of course I believe you. The screen displayed a brief notification. The Debris from Mogul has been released. Suddenly, a massive sword appeared in mid-air, hurling toward Sibelius like a freight train. Thankfully, he sensed the danger and managed to dodge. The sword crashing down into the empty ground. One of its feet scraped against the pavement, sending sparks flying and smashing several cars to pieces. On this side, a muscular arm reached out to grab the staff that fell from the sky. Han Guk passed it to the soldier in charge and ordered. Quick. Pick that up and coordinate with the attack commander. He paused. Puzzled. Wait. Are you leaving me and the survivor here? Meanwhile, Sibelius was busy carefully observing the giant sword nearby. Seizing the moment, he quickly briefed his team. This altar is the safest spot right now. And Sergeant Choi Jun won't be out for long. The tense situation had him counting every precious second. Hurry. We need to take it down before it adapts to this environment. As Sibelius slowly crept forward, Unha was carefully hiding behind a nearby house, her radio suddenly crackling to life. Commander of the assault team. Do you hear me? Distract it with Lai Huan Suk and draw its attention elsewhere. She widened her eyes in surprise. What? Lai Huan Suk is still alive. The opponent did not respond but commanded. You can let them see my movements. Unha's voice came from the other end. I can trust you again. Right. Lai Huan Suk. The response she received was a firm. Yep. Absolutely. Those words eased her tense heart, so she decisively accepted the order. All right. I do not know what you plan to do, but I trust you won't let me down. Instantly, Unha stood ready, embodying the fierce spirit of a warrior. On this side, Han Guk seriously called out to his teammate beside him, Lai Huan Suk, and he quickly responded with military precision. Soldier Lai Huan Suk, at your service. Then he was given the heavy responsibility to bear. I believe in your support. Those words left the burly man momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, his aura shifted, radiating absolute loyalty. Leave it to me. With Han Guk's assurance, he felt at ease. Rushing forward while calling out, Sergeant Kim Si-hee. His figure darted agilely across the rooftops. As he soared through the air, he mused with satisfaction. Finally, I have a team that knows how to fight for themselves. Suddenly, a white hand grasped his wrist with surprising strength. Si-hee used her strength to lift him up into the air. Meanwhile, the colossal thunderous monster, the figure of the army in Yuha, was unitedly waiting for Sibelius's move. He gathered momentum to strike a lethal blow to its head, while she poured all her strength into a powerful strike aimed at the monster's misty head. The combined attack from both of them sent shockwaves through their weapons, but unexpectedly, Yua's sword barely scratched the surface of its hardened mist, and the head of the army's spear did not even tickle the thick fur of the monster. Yua flinched, seemingly catching the hint of disdain in Sibelut's deep purple eyes. At that moment, she toyed with two tiny ants, each one turning purple as they passed through her sword and connected with her. Monster had to endure a serious counterattack. It hurled him upwards, extending its long, serpentine tongue as if it wanted to swallow its opponent whole in one gulp. Another head opened its jagged jaws, lunging at Uha while Sia pulled Hyung Guk away to a different area. Yet another piece of bad news emerged. The Hellgate Keeper, Sibilut, was activating a wide-area hellish spell. Realizing this, he was horrified, questioning how it could use a wide-area spell while still unstable. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in the sky, signaling ominous tidings. The lightning crackling from Sibelut's spine was the source of its power. The black vortex absorbed all the jagged lightning like a chaotic whirlpool. Gradually, it expanded, creating a pressure-filled atmosphere that enveloped everything. A massive lightning column, like a pillar of the heavens, crashed down from the swirling tempest. Its target was the ancient tree, but halfway there, it was intercepted by a suddenly appearing teleportation gate. Yua squinted her eyes, trying to witness this devastating scene. Nearby, the creatures were petrified by the blinding light. Soldiers scrambled to protect their heads from the shockwave of this lightning pillar. Meanwhile, Han Guk stood there, wide-eyed and helpless, watching the terrifying power unfold. Far away, Junmo gathered his courage, raising his sword as a conduit to redirect the path of this colossal lightning strike. From the perspective of Si-hai and Han Guk, they saw the beam of light as if it were guiding them, easily aiming at the top of the towering building. Yet, he felt no sense of security. only gritting his teeth and wondering if he could withstand the impact. The giant lightning continued its relentless strike toward the top of the high rise. Its overwhelming power was enough to annihilate an entire city, but right now, only Junmo bore the full brunt of the pain. At that moment, Hein-guk finally realized the small figure engulfed in the light was his teammate, and panic set in Junmo. But he was being scorched by the lightning, unable to hear a single word. In a hidden corner of the battered high school, the scene was utterly devastated, revealing remnants of disaster. Junmo took a sword in disbelief, asking, "Was not this the heavenly cloud sword? Why was he giving it to me?" Hein-guk faced him seriously, clarifying, "I am just temporarily entrusting it to you." "Mo, are you really going to do this?" he answered without hesitation. "Yep. A weakling like me has to do whatever it takes to become stronger." He reminded him in a low voice as a warning, "If you dare to fail, you better be ready for the consequences." Hearing this, Junmo clenched his fists, silently encouraging himself, expressed his feelings, saying, "I have lived my whole life in obscurity and neglect, like a failure. Living is no different from existing for no reason at all. We all know that ordinary players level up and grow through battle, yet both Junmo and Hein-guk are special cases. They are players who have evolved beyond their limits, having to discover their own breakthrough methods without any help. Despite all his efforts to support Junmo and his lightning attributes, everything has failed." However, Junmo's eyes still shine with unwavering determination, declaring that he won't hive like this anymore. Seeing that fierce spirit, Honjaechi pondered silently. There is only one last method left. He was blissfully unaware of the struggle within him, brimming with confidence. "Private North Junmo, leave it all to me. Army, and I won't let you down." Surgeon Honjaechi, witnessing that expression, he could not help but recall the past, the scene forever etched in his mind being his own end. The emotions in Hein-guk's eyes deepened as he drifted into memories. He did not remember much about North Junmo from his previous life, because he passed away too soon. He could not shake off the unease. What if this gamble ends in failure again? What if he makes a mistake? Am I really meant to bear the responsibility for another death? Moments later, from the top of a building, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, tearing the sky apart. While Hein-guk swiftly dodged to the side, the lightning struck directly at Junmo, engulfing him in electric sparks, his eyes wide with shock. The bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a blinding stream of electricity. He let out a powerful roar, fueling Junmo even more. Deep down, he silently hoped, "Hang in there." The lightning converged towards the sword, simultaneously spreading out to Junmo. The overwhelming energy caused his helmet to fly off. Junmo refused to give up, enduring the onslaught. But the weight of each lightning strike made it hard for him to hold his ground. Honjaechi could only watch in anxious anticipation, praying for him to stay strong. The bolts of lightning coalesced into a dazzling electric sphere in the sky. Moments later, a notification displayed. Player Junmo has successfully unlocked the energy evolution pathway. Even though the pain and weight kept increasing, he still managed to hold his sword high with determination. Another notification appeared, indicating that Junmo had unlocked the skill of self-flight. He slowly ascended while gripping the sword tightly, feeling an immense power coursing through his body. Witnessing this scene, Honjae could not hide his joy, his eyes glimmering with hope. There it is. Shortly after, a dark notification appeared, revealing that Sephiroth's wide area Hellcloud spell had been absorbed by a mysterious player. At the same time, unusual disturbances on the building's roof drew considerable attention. But that did not dampen Junmo's joyous spirit at all. Surgeon Honjae, "Did it? I can feel the power surging within me." Before he could savor the joy, overwhelming emotions took over, making his voice tremble. This is the feeling of evolution. Honjae could not hide his confident and joyful expression, as if victory was right in front of him. What a lucky break. His awakening marked the beginning of the battle to defeat Sephiroth. As soon as he landed, Minnie rushed out from the spatial gate, inquiring about the situation. "What is going on?" "Li Hoint," you rushed to respond. "There is no time to explain. You and Sergeant Kim Si-hee need to get ready to activate the space gate at the central point." Hearing this, he immediately panicked and reminded, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to support the squad leader in the attack?" Honjae quickly jumped onto the vehicle carrying the monster while explaining, "Junmo has already blocked the area-wide spell. I believe the squad leader and the troops can buy us enough time." He touched the dark mark, silently resolving, "I will temporarily tame this monster." At that moment, a notification appeared indicating that merging with the dark magic hidden within the soul would allow the player to access the ultimate power of the armor. Conversely, it could also cause the soul to be devoured by dark magic. This warning came true instantly as Hein-guk was nearly swallowed, dark tendrils creeping across his face. "Just as I thought. It is not easy to tame." In the dire situation, he quickly activated the holy skill, feeling the dark magic beginning to fade, and grinned, thinking, "I have got this." The solution was metal manipulation. Honjae swiftly controlled the metal energy within the monster. Meanwhile, Somewhere else, Junmo had awakened his power and was facing Separat head-on. As soon as it spotted the target, it prepared to attack, gathering a fireball for the finishing blow. Suddenly, Honjagasi's shadow soared with a weapon just before it could strike. Still, he could not prevent the terrifying assault aimed at the target. Faced with Separat's surprise attack, Junmo could only stand frozen, unable to react. Witnessing this, Honjake angrily yelled, "Hey, you useless deer! Hurry up!" Just before it could unleash another attack, he struck back with a powerful move to stop it. While Junmo realized his attack did nothing against Separat, Honjake immediately turned to assess the situation. Fortunately, it was partially affected, and that massive force redirected elsewhere. The entire city was instantly engulfed in a swirling storm. Junmo, still dazed, fell hard, clutching the lightning-infused sword in his hand. Seeing his miserable state, Honjake laughed triumphantly. "I am going to be the next player here." But before he could revel in his victory, Separat's foot was right behind him, ready to strike. It delivered a near-fatal blow that Honjake could not dodge. He took the hit unprepared, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, atop a distant building, a massive wing appeared, catching Separat's attention. Unhazer, skilled and ready, prepared to unleash a move. As the divine medicine's voice echoed, the wing shot towards it. However, this attack was quickly blocked by Separat, which bit down hard, in an instant. The divine medicine's strike shattered into countless pieces. The scene before Unhazer left her in a state of shock and horror. It was just a common zombie, but it could bite through anything. The divine medicine she poured all her holy power into was no match. Without waiting another second, it opened its sharp jaws, ready to swallow her whole while she desperately tried to escape. Each of those sharp claws nearly pierced Unha's body. But just as it was about to grab her, she was flung far away. Junmo was using his own flight to dodge the Grim Reaper's scythe. But witnessing this situation made him uneasy. His team leader, Seo Unha, was in danger. He glanced back at the sword in his hand, questioning his own worth. What could he, someone who had just awakened, possibly do? Unha was knocked down hard. Seeing her struggle to catch her breath while facing Sephiroth made Junmo compare himself to her. Even a warrior like her was having a tough time. At that moment, the image of the massive, menacing monster loomed over the tiny Unha, who was valiantly trying to stand and wield her sword, creating a stark contrast. It left him conflicted. He had always been such a coward throughout his life. Despite being knocked down multiple times, she remained determined, raising her sword toward the enemy. That moment made Junmo reflect on himself, strengthening his resolve. He would remain a coward if he continued to think like that. He wiped himself down, fueled by a fierce determination. He could do this. However, the system interface coldly announced the bad news. Sephiroth had completely adapted to Earth. In an instant, it erupted in a massive blaze. Soon after, Sephiroth rose once again, its power multiplied, using its ominous eye to scan for its target. Then, it opened its sharp jaws wide, preparing to finish off Unha right before its eyes. She could only watch helplessly as her demise approached. She was completely out of holy power. It gathered a thunderball with terrifying pressure aimed straight at its prey. In that moment of life and death, she recalled what Hyangasi had said and wondered, what was that ace up Lai Hyangakai's sleeve that he told me about? Sephiroth's lightning ball quickly descended, and Unha could only raise her tiny shield as a last flicker of hope. But before the lightning could touch her, a sword absorbed it all. Junmo held the sword out in front like a hero coming to save the damsel in distress. He quickly turned to Han, asking if she was okay. While high, the opponent could not hide his astonishment. North Jun. He absorbed every powerful bolt of lightning shot out by Sephiroth. Despite the electric currents coursing through his body, his gaze and voice were more resolute than ever. Just stay behind me. I do not even know how much electricity I can withstand at once. Suddenly, another head of Sephiroth opened its mouth wide, gathering a fireball, preparing to counterattack. Junmo noticed its next move and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Fire. Instantly, it unleashed a torrent of blazing fire and lightning towards the opposite side. Even when faced with imminent danger, he did not hesitate to shield Unha while warning her. Commander, find a place to hide quickly. Suddenly, the info panel displayed that the number of Mowgli shards released was 1 out of 5. In a split second, a colossal sword came crashing down, intercepting Sephiroth's fiery attack. Behind that sword stood Hunga, clad in massive black armor with a radiant halo above his head. His appearance caught the other two off guard, stirring a mix of surprise and joy. He turned back with a steady, reassuring gaze, saying, "You are doing great. Just leave it to us," and stepped back. Then, shouts erupted around them, getting more frantic. "Moth, Private Pack Junmo." He asked the two beside him how they felt after that battle against the boss monster. "Can we take it down?" They immediately replied confidently, "Yep." At least now I can hold it back with the heavenly cloud sword. Honguk laughed triumphantly, knowing he was absolutely right. He turned back to face the enemy and encouraged. All right. Let us try to keep it distracted for as long as we can. Junmo, feeling pumped, launched into action, unleashing extreme lightning power. Both of them ignited the flames of determination in their eyes. The info panel updated, showing that the number of Mowgli shards released had risen to 2. Immediately after, he directed 2 colossal swords, ready to confront Sephiroth head-on. Meanwhile, Junmo began to unleash his lightning power through his weapon. Then he summoned all his strength and attacked towards its right flank. Honguk's armored hand gripped tightly around the sword, and started to manipulate the metal flow within it. He raised the sword high, leaping directly at Sephiroth's top skull. The number of Mowgli shards released surged to 3. Just as the sword clashed with its skull, sparks flew from the blade, creating a fierce friction. At this moment, Honguk's eyes were filled with excitement and determination. He shouted at Sephiroth like a challenge, ready to die. Sephiroth! The sky blazed with continuous lightning strikes. Meanwhile, the ground shook violently from the aftershock of the blow. From Sephiroth's mouth, a lightning orb began to form, electric arcs twisting and crackling. Sensing the incoming attack, Honguk instantly jumped back, his heart raced. And as the sword slipped from his grip, he grit his teeth. Damn it. Why does it always come back? Suddenly, a system notification popped up, detailing a skill called self-propulsion, allowing the body to hover up to 5 meters above the ground. At that moment, Junmo's worried shout rang out. Urgently Honguk. In an instant, he appeared, using the heavenly cloud sword in hand to block Sephiroth's attack. The notification appeared amid the tense battle, bringing good news to Junmo. Congratulations. Your control over the electric flow has increased 8-fold. When you exceed the limit, you will unlock a hidden skill. He tilted his head and shouted over the thunder. Are you okay? I will handle this jerk with lightning power. Honguk replied with a relieved smile, full of confidence. You got it, Private Junmo. Just hold on tight. I will deal with that fire-breathing monster. With a shout, Junmo lunges down like a meteor. Yep. Sergeant. But before he could strike, the other head of Sapporos suddenly opens its mouth, unleashing a stream of fire straight at him. The scorching flames make Hoingiki grimace, quickly raising his hands to shield himself while activating his skill in a flash. A notification pops up. Sandling armor activated. Fire resistance granted. Caution. Magic degradation imminent. He braces against the searing heat that is burning through him, mentally piecing together each word. This truly lives up to its name. Hellfire. Without the sandling armor, I would have been toast by now. Wasting no time, he directs the shattered Mowgli shards straight at Sapporos's flaming head. The notification chimes again. The number of Mowgli shards released has jumped from 2 to 4. The massive sword slices through the air like lightning, piercing straight toward the target. But it is useless. That powerful strike does absolutely no damage to it. The central head, with its hollow eyes, stares directly at him, radiating death and terror. A sharp sense of dread flickers in Hein Gosi's mind. But it is pointless. None of his attacks are effective. He needs to find its weakness. Jumbo is still screaming amid the chaotic battle. Sergeant Lee, I am doing my best to hold my ground against its attacks. But can you take it down soon? We need a serious blow to finish it off. He clenches his jaw tightly, tension flooding his thoughts. I know I am trying here. But where's Li Minhe's teleportation? Realizing the situation is getting dire, he yells, Jumbo, retreat. But Sephiroth shows no mercy, its sharp gaze locked onto its prey. The colossal figure charges forward, demolishing buildings in the blink of an eye. A chilling notification echoes. The Hell Gatekeeper Sephiroth has completed its adaptation, hastening the degradation process. Thunder roars as flames erupt, merging into a violent inferno that seems intent on devouring the sky. Scorching embers shoot towards one of the team members, who yells out, the fire spreading. The others scramble to keep up with Sephiroth. As it heads straight into their territory, the strike team of 2 quietly observes from the rooftop nearby. But Sephiroth recklessly charges forward at breakneck speed, obliterating everything in its path. Its massive form sweeps past where the team is gathered by the cargo truck. Just then, a triumphant voice rings out amidst the chaos. Perfect. Teleportation established. Minhai quickly commands. Kims, get your weapon ready. She nods decisively, her gaze fixed on the target. It is time. He broke the suffocating silence with a desperate plea. Please. Lihangam, this is our last chance. I hope you succeed. At that moment, the teleportation device was slowly moving into the chaotic skies. Meanwhile, Sephiroth continued to unleash a torrent of fire toward the 2. And as if that was not enough, another head combined lightning with fury. Junmo dodged the flames, then charged toward the swirling storm of blades, aiming to control the lightning ball gathering in Sephiroth's mouth. Just as he braced himself, he heard a commanding voice behind him. Get out of the way. Junmo. Without hesitation, he veered to the side. In that instant, The command rang out. Move now. The fragments of Mowgli quickly multiplied from 2 to 5. Junmo poured all his energy into controlling the Mowgli shards, spinning them violently before launching them straight at Separate. But even such a powerful attack was like a mere tickle to it. Junmo grimly considered the creature's hardness and speed. Everything exceeded his wildest imagination. It was gradually adapting to this environment and growing stronger. As he pondered, his gaze collided with Separate's grotesque head. I need to find its weakness fast. Right. Wait a second. Junmo furrowed his brow as a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. He just realized that the horned beast was protecting its incomplete head. He rifled through his memories, trying to recall information about it. Separate was originally a 3-headed monster, each head controlling fire, lightning, or poison. But right now, it was only using fire and lightning, with no poison in sight. So what does that mean? A bold conclusion flashed in his mind. That unprotected head must be its weakness. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, shouting, Junmo, I found its weakness. I will take care of the other head. Keep it distracted for me. Just then, Junmo's system panel lit up, indicating that the current power consumption had exceeded the limit and a hidden skill was being unlocked. Glancing at the information, he immediately felt a jolt of fear. But then he reassured his partner. Be careful out there. Saberth was not backing down either. Its eyes blazed with frantic fury. It charged forward, spewing flames relentlessly, as if wanting to incinerate everything in its path. Meanwhile, a member of the team urgently reported, We are in trouble. The drone can't reach the target altitude because the thunder is just too intense. Right after that, a cold mechanical sound crackled from the communication device. The target is still 3 kilometers away from the strike zone. Minhee immediately turned back, frustrated and serious, commanding, Damn it. Try to get it to fly as high as it can. The drone was currently hovering over the device, and the target was just 1 kilometer away from the strike zone. The announcement blared again. The target has reached the bombing zone. At that moment, Hoineki managed to land on a building, narrowly avoiding Saberth's relentless pursuit. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, using his spirit to lift his body into the air. He quickly reported through the transmitter, Sergeant Lee Hoenjisai is moving to the bombing zone. At the same time, he received the news and shouted, Boss. Minnie quickly reassured her with a tense tone. Damn it. There is nothing we can do but trust Lee Hoenjisai now. Just keep moving the weapons to the teleport zone. She swiftly acknowledged the order and activated her full concentration skill, moving the weapons to the teleport zone. The weapons flew one by one through the teleport gate. Meanwhile, in another location, Hoenjisai had also reached the teleport gate. His spirit carried him through, then immediately dropped him from a tremendous height in a moment, shooting down like a meteor. Hoenjisai gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His hidden arrow ready, Sabaris seemed to sense something unusual, raising its head to look at the bright spot in the pitch-black sky. In the blink of an eye, before it could react, a tiny arrow shot down from the heavens. It descended at breakneck speed, slicing through the air and aiming straight for the unfinished head. But at that very moment, the misty head beside it quickly turned to block the blow. The arrow struck its skull, causing it to howl in agony, a chilling scream reverberating through the air, immediately followed by a deafening crash. Hoenjisai tightened his grip, convinced of his theory. It is definitely protecting its weak spot. The ambush failed, but he would not give up. Then I will bury you under a hail of firepower. A barrage of weapons rushed down after his thunderous shout. Advancing forward, ready for battle, the swords plunged straight into the blood vehicle at supersonic speed without warning. Hoenjuk also dove down to fight. But unfortunately, he aimed right at the enormous mouth of the misty head, gaping wide and waiting for its prey. A frantic thought spiraled through him, deciding to go all in or nothing, aiming for a direct hit. Knowing he could not aim anymore, the final shot had to land. At that moment, Junmo held his celestial sword, summoning a mini lightning sphere. Arcs of electricity dancing around the blade. Finally, his hidden skill unlocked. The breath of thunder and lightning ready to be unleashed. With only one shot left, yet, he chose to gift this limited edition attack straight for the head of Separate. He immediately called out to his teammate, Sergeant Lee Ace. Now, Hoenjik seized the opportunity to carve his path, unable to hide his excitement. Great. Junmo. I knew I could count on you. You quickly unleash a burst of energy aimed directly at its one weak spot. As the spark hits its eye socket, it hesitates and starts to move to counterattack. Meanwhile, alarms are blaring in the control room about an unusual phenomenon. There are strange mana waves with no clear origin. We suspect it might be a second wave of monsters. All members of Team T-San supporting nearby hiding spots have lost contact. Yuan is starting to lose his cool, continuously muttering, What the hell is Chu Ka Young from Team 15 doing? Suddenly, someone strikes up a conversation with her. Catching up after a long time, it is the representative. Following that is the hurried sound of footsteps from a group with an annoyed expression. She quips 3 parts teasing, 7 parts serious. Hey, my Wangho from the Black Tiger unit. Or should I call you the President's strategy secretary? My Wangho stands straight with his bodyguards and replies, I have many titles. Just call me whatever is convenient for you. He stares at her without blinking. I am here to request your cooperation. Right after that, my Wangho quickly tries to justify himself. She fully understands that the number of players in a nation is the determining factor for power on the international stage. There has not been a single surge of strength, a heartfelt plea, a protest, or a show of might yet. She does not believe it at all. She thinks it is just a normal gathering, a regular gathering, a typical gathering. She completely dismisses it. It is just a normal gathering, a regular gathering, a typical gathering, a normal gathering. Immediately after, my Wangho tries to clarify himself. She truly understands that the number of players in a nation is the key factor for international strength to this day. Not a single wave has ever been completely subdued by humans. The US and China, two superpowers that have failed both times against the raging tides, have paid the price for the last 10 years. Scans the control room and remarks, if we take risks, we will never recover. We might even be invaded by foreign powers. Cao Wu can't help but wonder. This so-called cooperation you mentioned, does it mean just standing by and watching? Then he denies it and drops a bombshell. Our special forces have already been deployed, aiming to be the first in history to conquer a wave. This makes her gasp in shock. Wait, the special forces. Is the rumor about that F-class soldier true? His eyes remain fixed on the control center as he coldly responds. That is right. Finally, there is light at the end of this dark tunnel. Kaol stands in the corner, overwhelmed with anxiety, thinking, can we really do this? Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Honguk is giving it his all. Shouting loudly, let it rip, max out the output now. Or channeling that divine blessing for a 5x boost, which totals a 50% increase in physical strength, but at the cost of 10% mana. Honguk maintains his balance in mid-air after delivering a critical blow to Cobalt. The situation is dire. He grits his teeth, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Screw it. It has come to this. Instantly, you activate the metal control technique to finish off Cobalt. As if to congratulate you, a notification pops up, congratulating you on defeating the Hell Guardian Cobalt. The decay emanating from this source is rapidly slowing down. Once the core is destroyed, the decay process will come to a complete halt. You gradually regain your composure after the brutal battle. Then you boldly announce to your fellow soldiers in the raid team that the second decay source has been obliterated, causing them to erupt in cheers. We did it. The soldiers are overjoyed, bursting with excitement and smiles like the first snow of winter. Everyone is joyfully shouting non-stop in celebration of this monumental victory. But the joy does not last long. Another notification appears, warning that the magical corrosion from the cursed armor is intensifying. Capsive jolts, still not fully recovered, and there is more trouble ahead. Immediately, you glance at the cursed tree in the center of the ruins and yell loudly, it is not time to celebrate yet. You then command the troops to eliminate any lingering threats. Follow me. Let us take down the core. The rest of you, search for survivors and prepare to move out. Everyone shouts back in unison. Understood. The core on the cursed tree is glowing with a vibrant purple energy. It shatters into countless pieces right before Hein Gosik and Junmo's eyes. The appearance of the notification confirms that the core has been eliminated. Congratulations. You have destroyed the core. The decay waves have ceased completely. Those who participated in eliminating the source of decay will gain experience, and the areas once plagued by decay will transform into ethereal magical stones. The two remain silent, just watching in awe. You have received an item, the Mistyu seed. When the seed grows into a tree, it will become a divine tree with holy powers. The notification disappears, and in its place, the Mistyu seed materializes and falls into Hein Jigu's hands. While Junmo is shocked at how meager the reward seems. Seriously, we just eradicated the source of decay, and all we get is a stick. But this is not just any stick. It is a divine weapon, the god-slaying staff, once used to kill Bander, the son of Odin, the divine radiance. Mistyu seed is so powerful that this weapon has never been found in its complete form. You need to plant the seed, help it sprout, and continue nurturing it until it becomes the divine tree. It is quite a hassle, but it is better than being empty-handed. At this point, Junmo's expression seems to reveal a newfound understanding. He exclaims, trying to keep a positive vibe, why do you look so serious? We have taken out the source of decay. Now I understand how to level up. We just need to take down the final source. Right. Bahonjikov replies sternly. It won't be that easy. You recall Sephiroth and continue. There is another boss monster to deal with. The image of an intense battle against the monsters flashes in your mind. The other monsters, who have been hesitant until now, will come crashing down like a waterfall. Hanjidev continues to ponder and states, we can't just focus on the gate anymore. At this moment, you realize another danger is looming. The monsters will soon flood into Seal. And now, North Jun. Big Brother Gi. The legendary North Junmo. Keep it a secret that you can level up. If anyone asks, Just say you received a skill after completing the mission. Junmo was puzzled by the request, wondering why it had to be that way. But Big Brother Gakasa had only one reason, because you are still not strong enough. If everyone knew you could level up now. He imagined the chaos Junmo could face and continued analyzing each organization from every nation. Every faction would come after him. Just wait until he was strong enough. They would kill him if they could not control him. That moment, Junmo was shocked and alarmed. In the sky above the city, a bizarre purple light had appeared. Big Brother Gekuz was ready to hit the road and fight against the evil. He gathered everyone and shouted, "Everyone, get ready. From now on, monsters will appear in areas without portals." He looked at the troop Anunha, saying, "Team leader, please clear the path for us alongside the troops." He turned to a group of soldiers led by Junmo and Ki Young-jin. "Squad leader, North Junmo and Kim Ki Young-jin. Everyone else, head to the temporary shelter and protect the survivors." However, the two still wanted to fight alongside him, saying, "Aren't we going to eliminate the source of the final decay? We are coming with you." This made Big Brother Gekuz quickly correct them, stating, "Fighting is not the only duty of a soldier. There are no players in temporary shelters. Are you going to let those survivors die?" Hearing this, they lowered their heads and collectively shouted, as if to express their remorse. The righteous army was ready for the march, and he shouted loudly to rally the group, "Everyone, let us hit the road. We will leave as soon as you board the ship." Moments later, Hongkin received a radio call. Kang Cheo, do you hear me? This is Chun Mai Wang Hao. You answered with military precision. Sergeant Li House, loud and clear. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Sir, is my request approved? At the headquarters, my Wang He was replying to the radio under Seo Yoon's watchful eye. Do you have any idea how tough it was for me to process your request? The regimental commander even put his position on the line for this. As Han Ge thought of Kang Cheon, he silently appreciated his dedication in times like these. My Wang Hevi continued to report. We have got approval from the president. You can use all military armories except for the president's. All the most advanced weapons South Korea possesses will support you to the very end. My Wang Hef kept declaring, did you know? There has never been a case in amped history where players had access to the weapons of an entire division. Upon hearing this, Honigito made a small request. Thank you. Please send 4 mages who can teleport to each armory. Seeing this, my Wang He smiled triumphantly at your words, and you just received permission from the Jumana Guild to access their armory too. Requesting everything. That is quite bold. Seo Yoon immediately jumped back into the ongoing conversation. This is Seo Yoon from Jumana. I have some high-level players we are in contact with. She slammed the table confidently, asserting that all of them are ranked players. They can help if you reach out to them, and even this rank. But the situation is urgent. So Hongov only told her one thing. No matter what, you better hurry up. This left her puzzled. With the calm demeanor of a commander. You whispered. We do not have time for this. Right after that, the control room detected unusual movement. Managard confirmed. Unidentified source. And it is getting bigger. This thing is about 20 times larger than a normal portal. The two were shocked to hear this news. How could that even be possible? The Managard was slowly transforming into a sinister portal. A terrifying demonic hand emerged from the portal. As if it were part of a wicked creature, the hand slammed down onto the city, destroying countless buildings below. But that was just the beginning. A barrage of portals opened up, accompanied by countless demonic hands wreaking havoc on the city. Below ground, the soldiers were in complete chaos, unaghast in shock at the ominous turn of events. At this moment, a demonic figure is slowly manifesting in the skies of Exxon. Normally, its monstrous hand has grown huge, as Bill Jibun seeks to break the barrier to invade this world. Furious over losing the blood of the fallen, back at headquarters, who gravely tells Hangais, I do not doubt you, but can you really pull this off? The information board continues to update. His appearance is delayed due to an incomplete deterioration. Jiki silently watches as Bill Jibun descends into his world through eerie portals. Normally, according to the warning, the time until he appears is 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds. His eyes blaze with a determined purple light. We can do this. I will be the one. As the wave ends in Exxon, amidst the dreary scene, the kids rush in, their voices a bit frantic. John Jun, are you really going to enlist? The kids crowd around him, grinning ear to ear. You will have to fight monsters. Right. Dongmin chimes in excitedly. It is going to be so much fun leveling up. Just like in a game, he gives the opponent a strong pinch. You think the army's a joke? This is serious. I am going to protect kids like you. The boy's smile fades. Hesitating. Protect us? Then, a moment later, the scene has completely changed. The kids lie still, their bodies drenched in bright red blood. Dongmin coldly stares at the figure across from him, his eyes hollowed out with dread. The boy cries out, questioning why Jun did not keep his promise. Why did not you protect us? By the time he and his team arrive, it is far too late. In the scene of desolation, that massive, dark figure has mercilessly struck down the children. He would try to break through the encirclement to get here quickly. But this world is too cruel. At that moment, Jun can't believe his eyes. Time seems to come to a halt thanks to Kyung-jin's call. He wakes from the terrifying nightmare. Jun gasps for breath as if he has been drained of air. Sergeant Jun, are you okay? He sits up, seemingly unable to remember anything. His head pounding like crazy. What is going on? What happened to the kids? Jun's ears ring from his words. They are all gone. There is only one left. He recalls the horrific scene from earlier. That idiot, Irene, did something terrible to the kids. What the hell did that fool do? The two look outside. Where the battle rages on, he also feels sympathy for the kids. It was a surprise ambush. And he could not do much given the current situation. The enemy soldiers, like they were on a tight deadline, rush forward. One of them struck by lightning. Yet the rest continue flying towards their target on the moving vehicle. Speeding like a rocket, Junmo stands there, unleashing skills that shake the ground. One of the enemy soldiers gets knocked down hard. He notices this wave of monsters just one end, trying to remind those behind. They will catch up to us soon. Surgeon Hongek, he pauses to direct Junmo, but does not notice an enemy soldier streaking past like a rocket. We do not have time. Take them out. We need to reach the rendezvous on time. Hearing a noise, he turns, frozen in shock as he sees it leap up, ready to pounce. Thankfully, in a moment where everything hung by a thread, Huanrifi teleported just in time to his bro's side, piercing through him like a knife through a tomato. Blood spraying everywhere. You think you can cause chaos here? After he took down one enemy, he created a legendary splash, laughing like there was no tomorrow. Can you see that? That is Lehu Rex, the ace in the hole for this team. While he was basking in his glory, one had already dispatched 3 other opponents with style, feathers flying like a divine angel. Gracefully flicking his hair back, she lowered her altitude, looking incredibly cool while dodging bullets. Just then, a notification appeared amidst the intense battle, bringing good news for Huanrifi's side. The king of the underworld, Bill Jibun, was trying to breach this dimension, but his arrival was delayed due to his incomplete weakening. Just as he poked his head out, before he could even say a word, he got stuck in the 2-dimensional crowd, awkwardly jammed at 3 spatial rifts. The notification continued, with 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds left until he arrives. The scene shifted back to Jianjun relaxing, surrounded by bottles of various drinks neatly placed in a carton. When Jin briefed Jianjun on the battlefield situation, the A-rank players were on high alert due to the 3rd weakening source. He clutched his throbbing head. Oh man, I get it now. So bring the drinks over here. Junjun got annoyed when he saw this guy was a bit slow on the uptake. Visibly frustrated. Just bring my drink over here. He pointed at the barrel of alcohol sitting in the corner. It is over there. He grabbed a bottle and immediately twisted the cap, chugging it down without a break. When Jin saw him guzzling the liquor like it was water, he interjected. Are you sure you should be drinking before heading into battle? Junjun did not reply. Instead, he kicked the nearby weapon barrel, filled with all sorts of weapons, swords, and even drinks. Seeing him silently grab a random sword made the others shiver with fear, their hearts racing. Thinking about the battle they were about to face together, he turned to look at the opponents, meticulously tracking their every move, his voice firm. I am going alone. Do you know why since I became a rank, I always go solo? Jin's face twisted in confusion. Junjun turned back to him, flashing an unsettling smile. You guys are just too slow and clumsy. That is why I always go alone. He took a deep breath and dropped a line that left everyone puzzled. His face twisted in intensity. He shouted as he leaped towards the opponents. Truly terrifying when you have to protect someone. Junjun, feeling the effects of the booze, charged forward with reckless abandon. They rushed toward the delicious target ahead, mouths wide open, ready to scream. He unleashed his chaotic skills, taking them down in an instant. Howen Jakes, caught in a brawl, noticed him running off and called out. Where do you think you are going, Chumschoi? Do not you dare leave the formation. Junjun found himself in a battle that was not even close to fair. Yet he grinned brightly as the hot blood sprayed onto him. You bastard, daring to touch my precious ones. Shut your mouth. He did not waste any words. Charging forward. I will do what needs to be done. So get out of my way. Howen Jekwats watched him go wild and could not help but curse up a storm. Chung ses choi Junjun. Damn it. You are so pissed you can't even speak. But you feel a part of his pain inside. Ever since that last mission, Koi Junjun has been a lone wolf, who can manage a guy with such deep psychological scars. For him, Junjun's killing spree is a twisted game, only diving into chaos when he has had a few drinks. Those grotesque monsters are chasing innocent people, who are completely unarmed, just running for their lives. As Jinjun is swimming through a sea of blood, he suddenly freezes at a horrifying sight. Countless bodies lie at the feet of that monstrous beast, leaving only Suho, the boy who is desperately fleeing from his fate. But life is not a fairy tale. It bares its teeth at the boy, as the monster flicks its long, slimy tongue. Suho stands there, rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. In a split second, when death is knocking, Junjun unleashes a deadly strike, cleaving the monster in two. He lands on the ground like an absolute badass, worry etched on his face. Are you okay, kid? Suho is still reeling from the shock of his first real horror, his entire body frozen in fear. As reality sinks, tears are welling up, mixing with the blood on his face. Junjun sees the kid about to burst into tears and instinctively shouts, "Don't cry." He scans the area frantically. Where are the others? Where are your parents? His gaze darts to a corner, and he suddenly realizes something. Falling silent in front of a wall smeared with blood. Suddenly, Suho rushes into his arms, and he is at a loss for what to do. Scratching his head awkwardly, Junjun reaches out to pat the boy's head. "Hey, are you alright?" Looking at Suho's face reminds him of his poor student. Eyes wide open in silent horror, his heart races with every beat. Past memories replaying in his mind. Damn it. Not those memories again. Junjun is drowning in that sea of pain when suddenly hail starts pouring down, and he barely has time to shield Suho from harm with his own body. Hoing Guk jumps down to where they are, throwing a few words his way. "Sergeant Choi, you can break formation while on a mission." As he lands, he notices Junjun hugging a boy and can't help but be curious. "Who's this kid? You usually steer clear of kids." Claiming they freak you out, Junjun does not respond, his face darkening. Hoing Guk insists, "We are taking this kid with us. He has no one to protect him, and I can just send him to a refugee camp alone." Seeing Junjun's determination, he frowns. "We can do that. We are facing the Demon King Biljibun. We can fight him and protect this kid at the same time." Junjun stands firm in his decision. "I won't take no for an answer. You see it too. The refugee camps are not safe anymore." Junjun is haunted by the thought of not being able to protect his students, so he is determined to bring Suho along. Sending the kid to a camp alone would be like signing his death warrant. It seems he believes Biljibun is weakening. Can you see that? If we do not take down his last source of strength, Su will fall, and the people with it. Junjun feels the boy clutching him tighter, his voice more resolute and fierce than ever. "You are saying all the A-rank players are gathering, so it should be safe there, right? Am I wrong?" Vanchi is stubborn as a mule, and nothing can sway him when it comes to kids. "You are clutching your head. Hold on." Junjun looks on nervously as Soho peeks out to get a glimpse of Hein Gex. "He is a monster. Do not look at him, kid. He will have to go back to the army even after he is dead." He can believe his eyes when he sees you actually agreeing with him. "Alright. We will take the kid along to keep him from zigzagging all over the place and picking up more kids. You set a condition. We only take him to the rendezvous point, and you will be fully responsible for taking care of the child. And the last thing, you have to follow every single order I give until we deal with this seal wave." Junjun sees Hein Yakai looking stiff and weak, reluctantly agreeing. "Yeah, sure. I will decide later if I will actually listen." Hearing the slippery tone, he stiffens up. Every order. Every single order. No exceptions. He immediately shields Soho when the kid tries to step forward. "Alright, I am listening. You annoying guy." Hearing the agreement from this slippery character, you spring up. "Let us go then. We need to hurry." Kid is still clinging on tightly, and he helplessly reminds him, "Kid, you have got to let go of me." Honjeg Jekshi flashes a mischievous smile. What could be better than controlling this little pest? Perfect. Now he can keep Junjun in check for a while. The situation does not look too good. A mage has sadly fallen in the battlefield, taken out by the monster's blade. She and a few other players were ambushed, covered in blood, and the radio is still crackling in his ear with no response. I repeat, all players ranked A and above, move to the rendezvous point. He scoffs at the stupidity coming from the other end of the radio. How ridiculous. Emergency focus. Are there any other players? Behind him stands a group of muscular rank players, the fallen littered at their feet, the cold ground and Kaio's mocking voice. Who could possibly make it there? He kicks the radio to pieces. Those fools. His eyes gleam, every nerve in his body firing up, ready to start a riot. Things won't go according to anyone's plan before the unofficial emergency response team of the Seal Wave. A surprisingly excited voice breaks the tense atmosphere. Finally, the Steel Army has arrived. The crowd's eyes scan over the young soldiers, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary player. See that? Sergeant Lee Hangexi is really 2 meters tall. But is this the only team left after all that decay? Maybe this is too hard to believe. His eyes widen in shock. No way. There has got to be more. Honijik steps forward with a serious demeanor and reports loudly. The Steel Army is here on duty. Without wasting another second, the others rush to grab your arm, showering you with praise. Well done. Li, I trust you, my little guy. But instead of reciprocating that enthusiasm, you shot him a look full of disdain. Can you back off a bit? A voice interrupted their warm embrace. Sergeant Lee Hannes. With concern, this is not over yet. As if to prove the threat, a shadow lurking menacingly crept closer, making a faint rustling sound. But even that was enough to silence the two, raising their alertness to the highest level. Then, as if realizing they had been exposed, the creature suddenly leaped onto the roof of the car, causing those in front to stumble back in shock. Regaining composure, Unha wasted no time tightening their grip on their weapon and charged toward the target. Everyone, prepare to fight. Those words managed to calm the soldiers, who all raised their guns at the creature, ready for battle. But before they could act, a booming voice stopped them in their tracks. Everyone, stop. That is an ally. The creature, ignoring who spoke, immediately tightened its grip and retorted, "Do not lead us on." The voice, slow and casual, replied, "Lead? What do you mean?" At that moment, a massive army of creatures appeared, led by a chubby guy laughing with a teasing grin. "I am just checking how ready your soldiers are." The piercing gaze of the creature fixated on him, as if it was just a moment away from smashing his face in. Those present began to murmur. "It is Chu Kunyi, Chu Kokwai from the Great Mountain Clan." His panic only made him more arrogant, and he smirked as he continued. "The army is just where you train your warriors. It is pathetic if your soldiers disrupt our work." How could the creature tolerate such mockery? It charged head-on, yelling, "Jukin, are you insulting my army?" The atmosphere turned thick and suffocating as he boldly asked back, "You want me to prove that what I said was an intentional insult?" John Jun, standing outside the fray, quickly covered Suho's eyes. "Don't he look? That thing is filthy." The creature's eyes remained locked on the opponent, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Consider this a favor for you." This made Koko's smile slowly twist into a grimace. "Why do not you admit you are scared? Come on. Are you afraid of losing all your subordinates?" Havin could not hold back anymore, clenching their fist and interjecting, "What are you doing? Weren't you here representing your gang? Shouldn't we interpret your actions as the position of the Great Mountain Clan?" Kyokoi snapped back, his voice dripping with disdain. "Who are you? You think a mere soldier can meddle in this?" Before he could finish, a Kang Seo-sit interrupted with a nonchalant shrug. "A soldier. This guy is key to eliminating the decline in Seal. He will lead the mission to wipe out the last remnants of that decay." The guy's face momentarily froze, eyes wide in disbelief. "A rookie? The commander? Are you out of your mind?" Moments later, Howen Jekek pointed at the areas displayed on the screen. 3 portals. In Gangbok, Gangnam, and Gangzio had opened in response to the Hell King. After a certain period, those 3 portals would merge into one, and we believe that is when Mu Zebun will appear. The screen instantly displays a scene, zooming in on 3 critical locations. Next, he lays out the detailed battle plan he has crafted to tackle the situation. The Amp-Player Alliance will equip holy weapons and assault each gate with divine spells. No sooner does he finish speaking than Kido Ein openly scoffs, dismissing it outright. "Do hi. Take that half-baked bombing idea and get lost. You guys won't be able to destroy the gate that way. And it just needs to wait for the advance of the Hell King." Guy is losing his patience. "What I want to hear is whether you have a plan to eliminate that damn monster or not." Honengev lowers his head and clasps his hands behind his back, straightforwardly answering that, given our current resources, we can't. This statement is like pouring gasoline on the smoldering fire in Kido Ein. "That crazy jerk. How dare you challenge us? The high-level players, without a plan." Tang Sung-si places a hand on his shoulder, gently reminding him, "Do you really want to die? Chill. Let us hear him out first." He does not seem to take it seriously, brushing him off like he is signaling to take your hands off me. Still, he lets Han Jikfi continue to point out the crux of the matter. Specifically, there is no way to kill the true form of the Hell King on the other side of the gate, but we can still deal damage to the body parts that have crossed over to Seal. This suggestion in Kido Ein's hands feels like a child's joke. "Oh really? So we can't kill him, but we can leave him crippled. So what? What do we gain from that? And is that even feasible?" Jockey remains unfazed by the sarcasm. "Yeah. We have seen body parts exposed to the bone because his body is not complete. We can limit its movement by bombarding magical attacks. If the experts focus their attacks on that area, we can sever its limbs and prevent its emergence simultaneously, eliminating any degeneration." He lifts his head, his demeanor calm yet resolute. "And if we destroy its type as well, We will be the first in history to conquer a wave. Tang Xiaoxi nods slightly, rubbing his chin as if deep in thought. Sounds plausible. The way to defeat a wave is not by killing the core, but by destroying the type that causes the degeneration. Then he squints slightly. But there is one problem. None of the A-rank players we need to destroy the type are showing up. Is this still feasible? Honjaeki adjusts the diagram on the screen, confidently proposing an alternative. If we gather all C-rank players and above who can attack directly and take turns, then yes, it is feasible. The more he speaks, the more dissatisfaction is evident on Kido Ein's face. It is easy to say. But has the Ket system ever allowed such an easy attack on monsters, even if it is a two-headed arm? The system will make defeating them much harder once we make any move. Ahonijif keeps his composure, looking directly at the opponent, and raises the question. So what should we do? For example, is there anything that would allow us to attack all three areas at once? The guy immediately points at him, as if he just found solid evidence to mock him. He has absolutely no experience in this matter. The more he clenched his fists, trying not to laugh, the harder it became to hold back the smile creeping up his lips. Experience. That does not matter to this kid at all. Haanguk stayed quiet, just listening as he continued to speak for him. He was the one who passed through the red gate and the train station. Just with the pressure level. Nothing more. Nothing less. This info was so outrageous it felt like a wild ride. Kaiwang nearly zoomed past them, thinking, come on. Pressure level. You really should not be lying like that. This is getting ridiculous. To his surprise, instead of arguing, he nodded in agreement. Yeah. Well, you are in a rank, almost in his rank, so I guess it makes some sense. But Hyunguk's sharp gaze clearly conveyed a confrontational attitude. Right now, attacking all three targets at once was nearly impossible, because aside from him, no other rank players were present here. Do you know why? Kai Yong glared at him, his mind racing. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He does not know. Right, with genuine surprise. He snapped. Damn it. How am I supposed to know? Then he quickly tried to regain his composure, thinking of a lame excuse to cover up. Maybe they all just ran off or are dead by now. Of course, but fearing he might get exposed, Kai Yong reluctantly agreed to listen. Fine. I have no choice but to attack all three at once, so I will take care of one myself. And you all handle the rest. His eyes glinted with cunning calculation. If I step up and take charge of a zone, what could they possibly say? My job will be to take them down one by one once you have split up. This thought made Kai Yong feel even more cocky, throwing a half-mocking, half-challenging look at him. What? Afraid to charge in with your little underlings? Don't he worry. I will lead as the representative of the Days and Ice Guild. Hanguk smirked back, pretending to be impressed. The Days and Ice Guild is stepping up to lead. Now I feel way more secure. Internally chuckling with satisfaction, he caught Kyo Young's sinister expression. I really look forward to your active participation, Captain Chuko Young. The unexpected attitude made Kai Yong pause, his face showing clear tension and caution. He suddenly declared loudly. Great. Just like you said. We will launch a simultaneous attack then, not giving the opponent a second to react. He added, we will cut off all escape routes. You promised. Representing Dazen, Kai Yong took a half step back, a wave of unease washing over him. Wait. This does not feel right. Hanguk stared intently at him, laying down the conditions as planned. In exchange, we will decide who goes where. Soon after, the first signal came in from Gangbuk Team 1 was ready to attack. Right after that, the Gangnam squad reported in Team 2 was ready to go. Gangzhou was also in position. Team 3 was ready to strike. The A team at Gangzhou, positioned at the front of Bill Jibun, included Chua Young from Dazen, squad leader Lee Min Hee, Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk, and Sergeant Kim Se. The B team at Gangbuk, positioned at the western side of Bill Jibun, included squad leader Seo Euna, Sergeant Choi Junjun, and Corporal Park Junmo. Junjun sat in front of Suho, giving him a firm reminder. Listen up. Soldiers here. Stay close to the adults. Got it. Meanwhile, Hoenguk sat silently, casting glances at the other two in the room. Then, he spoke up, announcing the last name finally. In Gangnam, Team C, the ones who would take on the left arm of Bill Jibun, are none other than Hantei-san, this rank monarch. Kaya Young, fearing he misheard, quickly asked. What? The monarch is Seo Eun-hao. Kangxia looked just as surprised, asking, then why have not we seen him yet? Hoenguk replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at another location, Tae-san just stepped out of the spatial gate. We have a reliable source saying the monarch will return from training in about an hour. Both of them could not hide their shock when he added. Moreover, the gate he will return through will open in Gangnam. Who is this reliable source? That was none other than Hyung-guk's memory. He had seen this repeated in reports about the Seoan wave. The records about the monarch stated that he fought alone against the Hell King, which is why he now has so much information about that king. Hoenguk stepped forward, looking directly at Kang Zio, saying, "I want you to handle the attack." "Commander." He immediately nodded in agreement, but deep down, a worry lingered. "All right, but is this really okay? What about Chu Kai's plan?" The guy turned away, a scowl on his face, thinking, "I do not like this," and ignored Kang Zio's comments about him. He had called a cunning bastard who would not hesitate to throw his own subordinates into danger to achieve his goals. His words made sense. But I did not trust his plan. Of course. Hoenguk had considered this, so he calmly replied, "I know. I have weighed all of that when laying out this plan. That is why I placed him on the same team as me to keep an eye on him." Suddenly, Kang Zio put his hand on Hoenguk's shoulder, calling out, "Sergeant Lee Hoenguk, don't forget to subscribe for epic videos." As one wave ends, another hits like relentless gusts of wind. Bullets lit up the sky, like a rain of red meteors. Hoenguk turned around, urgently commanding his subordinate. "Squad leader, take Sergeant Kim's He and Private Kim Kaiwang Jin to point B." The soldier immediately nodded in acceptance. "All right. Be careful." Wasting no time, he jumped into command mode. "Team B, move out." He quickly glided backward, then cautiously advised, "Captain Chu and I will approach the gate together. There are a lot of monsters nearby, so please move quietly." KO's eyes flicked to the guy beside him, cold but full of meaning, of course. There are plenty of monsters around. Hoenguk seemed to sense something and softly called out, "Captain Chu." Suddenly, the guy lunged at him from behind. That guy laughed triumphantly. His face twisted with satisfaction. An E-rank soldier had gone down in one hit during the mission. How pathetic. At that moment, Hoenguk braced himself on the ground, narrowly dodging the blow from that idiot, thinking, "I really hate being stabbed in the back." Kai's face went pale as a familiar blade swung across. Hoenguk wore a smug grin, as if every move was part of his plan. But he really did act just as I expected. "Uncle Kyo. Little bro. Are you really going to get out of this mess?" Flashback to a month ago at the Bunang Park gate. For some unknown reason, Ixeong was in a panic, trembling all over. Turns out he was trapped in the middle of a pack of red bears, with one charging straight at him, its claws sharp and ready for action. Suddenly, a massive axe came flying out of nowhere, smashing down onto one bear's head, sending it flying backward. It was not just that one, the entire pack fell one by one under the brutal attacks from the monsters. Akioi staggered forward from behind, his face lit up with a smug expression, clearly enjoying the chaos. Using people as bait was the best strategy. Nothing works better to lure those monsters in than a good old distraction. And he shamelessly buttered them up. "Captain Gao. Here I thanks." Before Haisung could even finish his boast, he received a brutal slap to the face. The person beside him coldly staring down their enemies. "Yeah. All right." Even though he was as easy to fool as a fish out of water, the irritation in his eyes was still palpable. "It is. All right. Using people as bait always works best. But being surrounded by so many eyes like this is seriously uncomfortable." Over here, seeing her cub slaughtered mercilessly, the magma bear roared in fury. The system immediately announced that the magma bear, the leader of the red bears, had appeared and was moving to claim its territory. But that was not the main goal for Kaioi tonight. He did not care about that stupid bear's territory. What intrigued him was that person over there. Even after taking a nasty hit from the previous attack, the monsters did not back down. They charged forward, determined to take down their opponent. The magma bear was ready to pounce on the mastermind in front of it, but it was helpless as the barrier held its legs tight. Just at that critical moment, the system suddenly displayed a message confirming the taming skill had been activated, allowing him to control the monsters by seizing their hearts. As their consciousness began to fade away, Bear screamed in agony, its soul being drained bit by bit every second. Soon, the cold mechanical voice echoed again, announcing the taming skill had succeeded. Having acquired the magma bear's heart as he desired, Kaiwan could not help but grin wickedly. Each thread of its soul quietly slipped into the pouch at his side. Not long after, a new message appeared on the screen, stating that the taming skill, authority of the tamer, had been activated, and the monster now recognized its tamer as its master. Now, the magma bear seemed like nothing more than a soulless husk, bowing its head in submission to its enemy. In his previous life, Chu Kaiouan led a monster army that could rival mid-tier guilds and was considered the closest a rank player to S-level. After the Sahun wave ended, the entire city was engulfed in flames, and no one knew where he had vanished to. Around that same time, according to records left behind, a soul summoner emerged following his disappearance, wielding the power to control an entire army of monsters. The suspicious connections and strange similarities raised significant doubts. What was the link between these two? Will Chu Kaoan awaken as a soul master? Suddenly, that brainless fool appeared, slicing a sharp blow right in the middle of Hyun-gok's back. Caught off guard, he was hit and crashed heavily to the ground. Kaiwan let out a savage laugh. A rookie soldier taken out with a single blow on a mission, what a pity. Even though he was pinned down and could not fight back, he still defiantly challenged the guy, but as expected, he acted just as I predicted. Kuko, do you really think you can escape this? The next reaction left the guy wide-eyed in disbelief. Hyun-gok spun around and sprang up, manipulating the metal to clash with the blade in the fool's hand. Taking advantage of that split second, he quickly backed away to create some safe distance. On guard, he shouted loudly. You think you are tough? You have wiped out all those other weaklings. Is it a big deal? Or are you just acting on your own? Behind Kyoin stood a horde of monsters, all fixated on Hyun-gok with ferocious eyes. Even though he just escaped, the guy did not flinch one bit. Look at this. Do you really think you can handle me if I go solo? I am Kua. You think I am the type to be tied down by an organization like you? His gaze suddenly turned cold, like a blade. But it seemed you knew more than you should have, which was all the more reason for you to die. With that, the monsters charged forward on command. Hyun-gok immediately heightened his vigilance, dodging the incoming blade like a pro. The fool's mist slash shattered the ground beneath him, debris flying everywhere. He seized the opening to glide away, using the bodies of other monsters as a springboard to launch straight at Kyoin. Leaping high, his eyes locked onto the target, he decided to hold nothing back. Then I will just have to beat you until you spill the truth. Unfortunately, the guy had been prepared. He raised both hands to block the incoming attack. The clash of blades dulled your strength, and Hyun-gok was taken aback, not expecting Kyoin to stop that blow. He spread his arms wide, exposing all his intentions. But how could it be? Did you really think you could take me on without your monsters around? Out of nowhere, the red bear had closed in, its sharp claws swiping toward Hyun-gok. The feeling of danger made him instinctively draw his weapon and run. Still, he was grazed by a claw across his arm, the wound tearing open and sending a sharp pain straight to his heart. The ground where those claws struck immediately exploded, rocks flying everywhere. But Hyun-gok narrowly avoided the fatal hit, keeping his wits about him and analyzing the situation. He realized he had not seen the guy demonstrate any special abilities other than controlling monsters. He glanced back at the fools still attacking. Could it be that he could only command beasts because he had not awakened yet? Or was he not even a necromancer at all? His thoughts became chaotic, tangled in vague clues. Just then, Kyoan called out wide-eyed. What on earth is that monstrosity you are hiding? You are definitely not some weakling trying to play it off. So why act so helpless? He remained silent, observing, weighing each word necromancer. Someone with a growth rate that surpassed limits, quickly rising to fame due to explosive development. So that means Chu Kaiyan must know how to draw out the potential of the oppressed class. He gestured provocatively towards Hyun-guk, as if daring him. If you are going to try and take me out to the point of hiding your own rank, then you are definitely not just some average Joe. Dealing with you and wrapping this up would be like half-assing it. His gaze turned ruthless. And I knew you would spill everything once you are down to one good arm. With that, Kaiwan waved his hand, controlling the floating fragments of tissue in mid-air. His actions left Hyun-guk stunned. What the hell is this? The red bear brandished a blade engulfed in fierce flames, ready to strike you. You panicked and stumbled back, trying to dodge. Could it be that Chu Kaiyan also has a piece of Mo? You stood right in front, bracing for the blow, the recoil sending Hyun-guk flying. Explosion erupted with more intensity than the surrounding buildings, flames shooting high into the sky. Before you could regain your composure, the horde of brains came crashing down from above. They piled onto you, pinning you down. The guy lost interest, coldly ordering to finish you off, slice him apart. Hyun-guk immediately stopped, trying to negotiate. Wait a minute. I have intel on the villain mission. I hold the key secret about the King of Hell, which is vital for completing that mission. Your face was getting squished into a grotesque shape. But inside, you were hopeful. Now, take the bait. If you really are a villain, I am sure this info will be super enticing to you. However, Hyun-guk's reaction was beyond what you expected. The tall guy looked doubtful. What is this villain mission? You gaped in surprise. All your plans were falling apart. He does not know about the villain mission. Is he just playing dumb? It can be. If he really is a villain, then pretending not to know makes no sense. The villain alliance does not care what they have to do to achieve their goals. Could it be he is not a villain at all, nor a soul master? If he is not either, then why is he doing this? Hyun-guk was starting to lose it. You snapped back in anger. Then why? If it is not about that damn villain mission, why are you taking lives? Why are you sabotaging this conquest? Your words hit hard. And you scoffed at the sight of Bill G. Buns, head peeking out from the portal. Well, because I want 'em all to myself. He said it with a crazy, idealistic tone. The boss told me to just do what I want. I have no reason to hold back. Right. Why should I stop the descent? I am going to claim the King of Hell for myself. Hearing that, Han Guk gritted his teeth, cursing each word. Dude, you can really believe in that twisted logic. You must have a reason, even if it is not a good one. You are just killing people because they get in your way. Kyoin answered as if it was the most normal thing ever. Why should not I? And all these monsters, we are all trying to wipe each other out in this crazy world. I have to seize every opportunity to deal with anything that could harm me. Isn't that reason enough? Your anger hit a boiling point. Now you are sure there is no reason to question anymore. This greedy bastard is not a soul master. You shouted, ordering. Unleash. A massive sword suddenly appeared, cleaving the Red Bear in two, blood splattering everywhere. Kyoin did not see this coming. Han Guk took command. Go. And immediately stabbed through the head of one of the brains. You continue to summon the Spear of Archelaus, unleashing a force that sweeps away the brainless minions in your path. The wind of the sword. The song of the Cloud Master. Thunder cracks and forms a network of destruction that wipes out the enemy completely. The corpses of the minions twitch. The smell of burnt flesh fills the air, and Honjae carefully steps into a puddle. At this moment, Honjae stands still on a high rock, staring down at Kyoin amidst the rubble. Rage surges up, darkening his face, and a powerful shout erupts from him. A pathetic loser like you can never be a necromancer. I do not need a useless pig like you. The guy suddenly hears these blunt words and is too stunned to react, his face displaying a mix of shock and glee. But he quickly shifts his expression, covering his mouth with laughter and sneering in a condescending tone. Really? You are calling me an idiot? Chukyo? Being seen as a fool. Just then, Jaksha realizes, out of nowhere, iron tentacles have appeared above him. Just as he takes a step back, they strike hard right before his eyes, leaving him stunned. The tentacle slams down, shattering the rock with a deafening noise, and sends him flying. This sudden appearance throws Han Garsha's thoughts into chaos. When did he arrive? How could such a powerful entity approach without making a sound? The massive figure of Jekyllot Tiras gradually comes into view, bringing its tentacles crashing down toward him. The malice on Kyoin's face replaces the earlier hesitation, his voice now dripping with arrogance. You pathetic soldier. Open your eyes and see why the world rates my strength on par with a mid-tier guild. The sharp tentacles launch an unrelenting assault. Honjae can only scramble back to evade. Just as he deals with this threat, another one emerges. From behind him, the Oxer suddenly swings in for a surprise attack. Luckily, he reacts just in time, jumping back to avoid a lethal blow. His eyes glimmer with a green light, indicating some sort of control. Not just one, but a whole swarm of crazed Oxers are charging at him. Honjae has to double his reflexes to dodge. Just as he is being overwhelmed, Giacomo Teros's sharp tentacle intervenes, piercing through an Oxer and turning it into Gojo V2. With a heart full of determination, he quickly retreats to avoid getting hit. To him, both humans and monsters are just disposable tools. The steel tentacles from the colossal body rampage, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. From the shadows, the Minotaurs are also stirring, eager to join this chaotic battle. Their eyes mirror those of the Oxers, radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty energy. In the heart of the battlefield, Honjae struggles to block attacks from the tentacles that care little for friend or foe while dodging the brutal strikes from the Oxers. He seizes a moment and swiftly prepares to unleash his skill. Following the surge of energy from his metal manipulation skill, a puddle hovers in the air. Then it powerfully flies toward him as he battles while Kyo and Mir Thong advance toward the remaining spear. They're attacking the tentacles that contain the souls of the monsters the guy has hung up on the wall. He bends down to pick up a big sword, incessantly hurling sarcastic remarks. Those army clowns are a joke. They got labeled as weaklings, calling people rank F. So I thought they were only good enough to be rank C. Over here, the tentacles from Jekyllot Eros are piercing through dozens of gigantic Oxers. Archelaus is also skillfully dodging the oxen behind him. The sword of the Celestial Observatory, along with the bow of Fenoth, is carving a bloody path through the riverbank. Kyo and his crew are roaring alongside Jekyllot Eros' relentless attacks. But they are still getting swept away by my army of oxen and Oxers. Faced with its fury, you can only keep retreating, desperately trying to avoid its strikes. The guy is getting more frustrated seeing you slip away from dozens of steel tentacles, heading straight for you. Even daring to block Jekyllot Eros' tentacle, one of the most powerful ancient beasts. Kyo and his crew raise their weapons, faces twisted in fury. Damn it. That guy must be at least rank A. Who knew such a mediocre person could hide this much power? He glares filled with rage, hell-bent on asserting dominance. But it is fine. I am still Chukyo and his crew. You think a lone rank A soldier could stand against my power? Monsters, assemble. At his command, hundreds of massive monsters come thundering in, catching my crew off guard. On the ground, Oxers and Minotaurs storm in with weapons drawn. On top of the buildings, hundreds of Guef are gathering, waiting to join the fray. Kyo and his crew shout loudly, striking a heroic pose. Let me show you why they call me the closest to ranks among rank A. Just wait and see the despair on your face as you thrash around in my sea of monsters. Grit your teeth. Mind racing, No way. Did he just summon all the monsters at his command? You immediately focus on him. Inner thoughts resolving. There is no way I am getting tangled up with this lot. Huonojik skillfully dodges the steel tentacles, heart racing with determination. I have to take him down right now. Kaio and his crew see you charging in and burst into mocking laughter. Huh. Looks like you are not as dumb as I thought. Thinking you can end this by taking me down. The commander, he swings his blade with force, charging straight at you. How ridiculous. Facing such a powerful counterattack, you are forced to retreat while still blocking Mowgli's strike. A steel tentacle comes crashing down from above. His face reveals a cruel expression, using a taunting tone. Do you think I got to where I am today just by controlling a few monsters? You fool. If a direct attack does not work, I will play mind games. Huonojik digs right into Kaio and his crew's weak spots. You are the real fool. You do not even know how to control Mowgli. Right. The taunt makes Kaio and his crew stumble for a moment. What? Before anyone realized, Mowgli had turned colossal. Crashing down, and he panicked, dropping his blade. Its immense weight bore down on him, forcing him back a few steps. Your expression turns serious, emphasizing every word. And what I am aiming for is not you. The system interface pops up, introducing information about the Fairnaught bow, capable of shooting direct attacks, bypassing all magical defenses the target possesses. Then the arrow flies, targeting the object at Kaio and his crew's side. Faced with his surprise, Huonojik skillfully maneuvers it straight toward the pouch. Small brown object fits snugly in your hand. The guy roars in fury. You bastard. Do you even know what that is? How dare you touch it? Bring it back here now. You smirk, your hand in your pocket, fully aware that this bag contains the hearts of the monsters he painstakingly collected. Shocked that his secret is out, he is stammering. What the hell? His rage peaks, plexes, ready to throw a massive tantrum. Sweat beads on his forehead as he pleads. If you release it now, hundreds of monsters here will go insane, and we will both die. Huonojik shoots him a sarcastic glance. I fear they are not after me. Buddy, your gaze shifts to the monsters lurking behind. I bet they have a mountain of blood debts to settle with you. They are fired up, exuding an aggressive dark aura. Kaio realizes the situation is spiraling out of control, his face gradually paling. He quickly raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. Wait, let us be realistic. Can you really take down the King of Hell without me? As you dig deep into the bag, golden light spills out, and you pause before answering. I could give it a shot. But first, I would never team up with a backstabber like you. Seeing your determined stance, Kaio's face twists in dismay, his fists clenched in frustration. Damn it. You tricked me about being a decent guy. Humans are inherently like this. Deceitful. Stealing. And killing each other, that is our nature. You scoff at Kaio's mindset, as the glowing bag catches the attention of the monsters. That is not the whole truth about humanity. Not everyone is like you. Just as you finish your sentence, you yank the latch open, and a brilliant burst of gold erupts. Kaio screams in helplessness, his eyes bloodshot. The shiny object shoots up like fireworks, signaling the surrounding monsters. He lunges to attack you. But before he takes a step, a steel tentacle pierces through his stomach. Jackaloddero stares intently, his eyes turning red with fury. Kaio cries out in pain. You bastard. How dare you betray your master? The released monsters are not going to let him off easy. Charging at him wildly, they unleash their pent-up rage with devastating blows, causing him to spew blood. You quickly back away, exiting a battlefield that is not yours. Standing firm among the rubble, your 5 weapons float around you. The system just revealed the specs of the Mowgli fragment. It is the second of 13 pieces you need to find. Huonojik shoots Kaio in a look of contempt mixed with pure rage. A fitting glare for someone who treats life like a mere weed. In the Gangnam area, where the left arm of the goat demon reigns, a fiery shadow descends nearby. T-San, fueled by fury, declares war. You destroyed my home. Now I will tear you apart. He leaps high, facing a massive, spiky creature. Then T-San throws a blazing punch, chanting loudly, I do not like to drag this out, so let us end it with one blow. With that, he rockets forward like a missile, aiming straight for the right hand, lighting up the sky. The strike team below was utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. That skill was rank, the Dark King. T-San. One blow from T-San slammed into his arm, creating a massive explosion. Yet he remained unfazed. His face was a mix of horror and disbelief as he saw his attack blocked by a single hand. Biljibap had transformed, radiating a powerful dark energy. And before T-San could react, he unleashed a crushing punch right to his face. The punch sent him flying, crashing into the building behind him. The force was so immense that T-San barreled through 3 or 4 high rises in a row, finally plummeting down, shattering the ground beneath him. A warning flashed in the system, marking the first phase of the Hell King Biljibap's 3 phases. The transformation concluded rapidly. his massive form standing arrogantly amidst the blood-red sky. Meanwhile, he lay unconscious on the shattered tiles. Sprawled out like a rag doll, the system introduced the powerful entity. Boasting about its arrogant arrival into the world, his eyes burned bright red, his serious expression radiating strength as he surveyed the steel wreckage on the ground. Tantan lay there, sprawled out, uncertain if he was still breathing. The colossal left arm would tear through the skies as it struck the ground. Even a light touch sent shockwaves through the air. He awoke to the sound of the aftershock, his eyes wide open. He sprang up as if untouched, glancing around to assess the situation. Were all the civilians evacuated, or had they perished? Either way, it meant there was no one left to worry about. The moment he finished his thought, he activated his weapon. Even in the heat of battle, he took a moment to look up at the sky and mutter, "It has been a while since I unleashed my full power." Tantan launched himself into the air, moving like the wind, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light. Even while soaring, he did not forget to shout insults at his opponent. Giving it everything he had, the arrogant one was taken aback to see him back on his feet, his expression drooping like he just lost a bet. But he managed to steady himself, raising his hands to block Tantan's direct strike. His eyes widened in surprise, and with quick reflexes, he tossed Tantan aside. Whether intentional or not, Tantan's pristine form was hurled towards that eerie arm, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The arrogant one completed his grand act but did not forget to glance back at his opponent. Surprisingly, Tantan was still unharmed, flying back towards him in the heart of Seoul, right in Gangnam District. "You shattered my hope of having a home here. And yet you stand there, unfazed. I will annihilate you for this." With that, he launched a punch straight at the arrogant one's face. The incredible force radiating from Tantan's weapon sent the strike team into a panic. Only one among them bravely stepped up to calm everyone down. "Stay calm. We need to continue supporting the king in battle. Everyone, hold your positions." He had been hit so hard that his face was twisted to the side, stunned, remaining in that awkward pose for a while. Before his soul could catch up with his body, he was already preparing to unleash another attack. Life is full of surprises, and the arrogant one was about to get hit again. In that tense moment, his wings suddenly sprouted, his arrogant expression darkened, and you could tell he was really fuming just by the way his lips were tightly pressed together. His entire body unexpectedly split into two distinct parts. With one hand, he gripped Tantan's throat tightly. The horrifying transformation before him made him gasp internally. Those wings, was that truly the real form of that bastard? In Gangbuk, where the B team was on guard, a barrage of bullets rained down on Beelzebul's right arm. Sensing the escalating tension, New Hampshire quickly turned to strategize with his teammates. Jun, you need to unleash your sword energy as fast as you can to inflict damage on the Demon King's right arm. I will widen the wound with a special technique. Then you, Bake, hit him with electricity." She was so caught up in her speech that she did not notice the strange object about to fall on them. "Everyone, stay alert. We are moving in." Junmo looked like a deer caught in headlights, just staring blankly. "Captain." Meanwhile, Minhai, quicker on the uptake, shouted, "Captain, shield up." The object crashed down, sending all three of them stumbling backward. It slowly emerged, radiating a purple aura that sent chills down their spines. Following that, a thick cloud of black smoke oozed out like a creeping tide. Envy manifested alluringly, gazing at its prey with a seductive look. Anha instinctively took action to protect her allies. "Everyone, take cover behind my shield." As she waited for the other two to rush to safety, she began to chant a spell, her cloak billowing. The shield just in time protected them from his magic. However, the opposing magic was no joke. Some stray bolts still slipped through, leaving Anha and her group struggling. He continued casting spells, his expression nonchalant as if he did not care about anything else. The system interface displayed a warning once more. The second spider form from the Demon King Biljibun had emerged into the world. In the team's flank, Biljibun's head finally made its appearance. The battle here was fierce, the atmosphere heated by the explosions and gunfire all around. Only Famine stood calmly in a corner. Turns out he was focusing on casting a spell, his expression reminiscent of the spiders before. The system interface flashed another warning. The third spider form of Demon King Biljibun had appeared in the world, and Famine had manifested. Without hesitation, the genius ordered the ambush team. "Everyone, expand the holy light shield." They immediately complied, creating multiple circles that formed a protective barrier. Two streams of magic collided, resulting in an explosion that shook the very space around them. Meanwhile, Tantan was locked in a fierce battle. With a cold expression, arrogance made a fist, not hesitating to land a punch straight to his face. Tantan, unable to do anything but scream, "Wait, stop. My face, it is not just a face." The two of them wrestled, crashing into a nearby building. Yet, arrogance kept pounding away relentlessly. Tantan took hit after hit, sinking into the ground, but still yelled out, You bastard. Can't you hear me? His voice turned sharp and commanding, making him widen his eyes. I told you to stop. Reaching his limit, T-san unleashed all his pent-up frustration. How dare you strike my handsome face? In response, a punch landed squarely on his chin. After that, if he did not need dental work, he would be fine. The whole building felt like it erupted into a volcano from the sheer force of his strike. His face was all smiles. Yet T-san still felt a chill run down his spine. Just wait for me. The two rivals embraced and then clashed again. This time, the tide turned in favor of the one burdened by the weight of pride. T-san chuckled, declaring, I will exact my revenge. Like a true man, his words ignited the warrior spirit within, causing arrogance to flash its first sinister smile. They both cherished their pretty faces, so they retaliated with punches to each other's jaws. Even after dishing out that blow, he could not stop himself from grinning like a madman. T-san was fueled by the rivalry, his hair a wild mess, but he still wore a blood-stained smirk, taunting his opponent. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks between the two vanity-driven fighters. The more they fought, the more excitement surged within him. It felt exhilarating to unleash his full power for the first time in ages. He furrowed his brows, as if questioning why this ugly jerk never seems to tire. T-san had a signature move he kept using, and he struck another blow to his opponent's chin. After that hit, he felt himself sagging from exhaustion. Sukarna, the arrogant one, showed no sign of pain. Instead, he smirked with delight. T-san noticed that and was taken aback, thinking, wait, he is actually smiling. He unleashed a Dojoman-style headbutt right into his opponent's skull, a fitting reply. T-san, once again unable to resist gravity, crash-landed and wrecked yet another part of the building. Tomorrow, he would still need his wits about him. Inside, he started to feel hesitant about Sukarna's power. He was recovering. Damn it. This was getting frustrating. This coward of a rat. Just as I was getting used to fighting with all my might. You are dead for sure. Before he could finish, Sukarna jumped down and stomped on T-san's head like a bug. The sound of gunfire echoed across the space. Along with it came his simmering rage. You filthy piece of trash. Get your dirty foot off me. Let us fight to the death. Until one of us is gone. T-san was momentarily stunned. What the hell? He instinctively raised his arm to block the incoming attack. Suddenly, someone shouted in Japanese from a distance. Are you strong? In an instant, the area around them filled with chaos, and Sukarna sensed something was off and leaped away to escape. Just then, Xiaoyu appeared, sword in hand. T-san, who had just been saved, was ready to complain. What the heck is Japanese? Some punk. Meanwhile, he kept shouting, get lost. Weakling. Xiaoyu's gaze hardened, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Softly stating, a refined sword. With that, he swung his arm, and the blade created a dazzling arc that seemed ready to rip through space itself. Sukarna, hovering above, was taken aback by that power. He hurriedly cast a spell to defend against the incoming attack. The wind and dust swirled together, obscuring the view for all three of them, until the haze began to clear. T-san squinted up in surprise. From the proud arms emerged flawless cuts. Even he could not believe his own eyes. Everyone was in a panic, except Xiaoyu, who retained his cool, handsome demeanor. After that wild rescue, Xiaoyu flashed a smug smile, clearly enjoying the thrill, complimenting his opponent. You are strong. Just as a shadow lunged from somewhere, T-san, standing beside him, went from confused to utterly baffled. What the hell are you doing? T-san, completely in the dark, said, dude, I do not know if you get this, but I can't stand anyone messing with my prey. Stay out of my fight. The proud one seized the moment, shifting into a combat-ready stance, his wings flaring as a gust of wind erupted around him. Then, all of a sudden, he froze, his gaze burning red as if he wanted to rip his opponent to shreds. Even though T-san was panting heavily, he tried to play it cool, saying, back off if you do not want to get killed. The proud one, having gathered enough energy, quickly prepared to leap. Despite his injuries, he charged in with the intent of striking first, with the mindset of either him or me. They both dove at each other like two raging bulls. T-san quietly observed from below, and seeing things spiraling out of control, sighed helplessly. In the space where they were battling, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, swallowing a whole corner of the city. Unable to ignore the chaos, he decisively plunged into the heart of the fight. At the moment the two clashed, T-san gripped his sword tight and swung down. With a swift and precise strike, he sent the duo flying apart before they could even comprehend what had happened. The force was so intense that nearby buildings crumbled in an instant. T-san, with his ample experience, managed to stab his weapon into the wall to slow his fall. The proud one, however, was in a worse situation. Even with wings, he could not prevent himself from plummeting like a free-fall tower. Once stabilized, he shouted furiously, "Are you insane?" To which Xiaoyu calmly replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Thank your weakness for saving your life twice. But if you keep this up, You are going to be the next to die. While the two were busy trading blows, the proud one continued to morph. Eerie howls echoing through the dim atmosphere. Both of them froze mid-fight. Sensing something was off, his hand was ensnared by some mysterious energy. His body slowly twisting in an unnatural way, he roared like a ferocious beast, finally set free from its cage after so long, as his face transformed completely. The proud one's eyes bulged, and he grinned wickedly. Xiu gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend that what he was witnessing was real. T-san, frustrated, showed his disappointment. Dude, he is transforming. He has been hiding his strength from us all along. Even though they did not see eye to eye, they decided to team up to take down the proud one. He smugly thought he could handle everything alone, earlier praising Xiaoyu's attack. But now he was the one getting punched in the gut. The next target is T-san, who is too slow to keep up with his pace. The arrogant one attacks relentlessly, leaving no chance for the opponent to fight back. He throws punches that land like thunder, leaving his target with no choice but to take the hits. The rising wind only boosts the villain's confidence. Xiaoyu is sent flying west, while T-san is blown east in the midst of the ruins. He laughs triumphantly, as if he is above everyone else. The pressure is so intense that a high-rise building collapses, perhaps signaling the arrival of bad luck. T-san struggles to rise with a defiant challenge. I have been lazy, but now I am starting to get serious thanks to you. Xiaoyu, on the opposite side, also shifts into serious mode. It has been ages since I have felt this excited. Just as he withdraws, he suddenly attacks from a distance, diving in like a moth to the flame, fighting with all he has. Sword piercing through the void. Yet, the arrogant one quickly dodges by creating a rift in space. His sword splits in two under this bizarre magic, and amidst the misfortune, there is a sliver of luck. Each strike grazes his opponent's abdomen, where a suspicious bright red gem appears, causing the arrogant one to instinctively retreat. Xiaoyu realizes that the arrogant one has been relying solely on brute strength to fend off everything. But now he turns to dodge a critical blow. He is trying hard, fearing he might be discovered. He decides to unleash a counterattack. He finally exposes the crux of the matter. Is he protecting something? So that is why. Xiaoyu decisively strikes at it, and just as expected, the arrogant one hurriedly raises his hand to shield himself. With a sharp gaze, he formulates his next move. Noting how the arrogant one is losing it, things will get dangerous if I do not finish him off in the next 2 hits. T-san's booming voice cuts through his thoughts. Didn't I tell you? He rushes in as if afraid someone might steal his target. Do not mess with me. Xiaoyu is left speechless by this type of person, swearing internally about how foolish he is. An explosion erupts, with flames and destruction comparable to the city of Higioshima. T-san boldly asked, "Are you hiding something in your stomach?" Before he can hear the answer, he conducts his own clinical trial. The explosive power is truly immense. Flames rising high, lighting up the sky. After that blow, the arrogant one clutches his stomach as if it is a rare treasure, further confirming the suspicion he blocked it. So there must be something there. T-san strides forward, confident he has victory in hand. I never let go of what I have set my sights on. Except for that one time. He attacks like a storm, and of course, the arrogant one has to brace himself. Sturdy arms show clear signs of alarm, with deep bruises visible. The arrogant one's face is twisted in pain, his eyes bloodshot and filled with agony. Cornered, he fiercely fights back. At that moment, T-san suddenly feels a wave of pain approaching. He collapses to the ground in front of his enemy. The arrogant one stunned for a few seconds, unable to process the situation. He gasps for air, blood spilling out in a torrent. Seizing the moment, he tightened his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Of course, in his current state, T-san could do nothing but endure the full force of his attacker's wrath. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one packed with incredible power. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky, accompanied by buildings crumbling under an eerie force. His proud body seemed to absorb something, gradually enhancing its power. Meanwhile, T-san was a wreck. Even his eyes were fluttering in a daze. His entire form was cloaked in a strange energy. He looked like a tiny figure completely subdued before a giant. He wore a maniacal grin, his once red eyes now glowing a deep purple. Seeing him sitting motionless in a pool of blood sparked a mocking comment from the onlooker. He is a real piece of work. But at the same time, he just plays the role of a candy giver. But the way he fights against a superior opponent, I must admit, shows his warrior spirit. Gripping the sword tightly, his gaze became more determined than ever. I take back what I said about you being weak. Thanks to the opening you created, I can take him out in the next move. The arrogant brat dismissed those words as mere empty talk, still grinning confidently. Does his face look like a joke to you? You see the Winter Order. Live up to its expectations. Do not make me the scapegoat. He drew his sword, muttering an incantation. One strike, the ultimate mystery. Even with his sword reduced to half, he still charged at the enemy without hesitation. His slashing style shattered the void. The gravity unleashed was nothing short of epic, even in chaotic combat. It was all very deliberate. The arrogant fool quickly shielded his chest. Cello dashed in. Planning to deliver an endgame move, this was it. Tisan had woken up from behind at some point, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was furious. All these idiots came to fight with him, damn it. It infuriated him. With extraordinary willpower, he charged in. Determined to claim this kill, I won't let you steal my finishing blow. The arrogant one's shield shattered before the fierce strike. The gym inside was smashed to bits as well. To top it off, he was turned into a hot donut. His solid body pierced with a hole right in the abdomen before his life came to an end. All he could do was helplessly scream in excruciating pain. A notification appeared just in time. Congratulations. You have completed the mission. The Black Lake reappeared, this time signaling a good omen as his body began to fade away. Cello jabbed his sword into Tisan, scolding him what a letdown. I thought you had a warrioress spirit. I remember telling you to back off. He did not understand what the hell was going on, questioning the Japanese whip guy and expressing his annoyance. I was already fed up with you butting into my fight. And instead of apologizing, Tisan angrily turned his back on the opponent, asking, You are acting like this with me. Cello shot back. You better be strong enough to take it, or it will hit you hard. The jealousy on this side stood by. Seemingly sensing the death of a teammate, he could not help but grin with delight, then turned to watch his own puppet show as the two marionettes clashed against each other. Jomo opened his bloodshot eyes, ready to strike. Unha was on high alert, channeling all her energy into her legs to leap forward. Without hesitation, she followed suit, and they charged at each other, one launching lightning, the other wielding a blade. He chuckled softly, completely satisfied with his twisted hobby of watching the chaos unfold. Back when it all started, Unha sensed danger creeping in and shouted, Everyone, take cover behind me. The challenger unleashed their superpower, summoning razor-sharp bolts that ripped through the fabric of space, heading straight for the target with devastating force. She did not back down. Instead, she poured every ounce of strength into standing her ground against the fierce storm unleashed by the attack. He smirked at the sight of that tiny figure struggling, muttering to himself that the attacking fool really had no idea what they were up against. Unha could feel her energy waning, quickly signaling her teammates, We can't hold out much longer. On my command. Scatter. John Jun instinctively looked up and immediately sensed something was off. Captain. The shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield shattered into pieces. But that could not shake her resolve. Everyone, get out of here. Now. Before she could finish her sentence, her pupils dilated to their limits, the lingering spark still flickering in her beautiful emerald eyes. An infinite vortex appeared, pulling Unha through a web of lightning threads, plunging her into the endless depths of an illusion. She slowly rose to her feet, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, and finally could not hold back, exclaiming, Where? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the mirror. Looks like you failed to become captain after all. I am so disappointed. I have always told you. The daughter of a knight commander cannot afford to fail. Mistakes. Do not spout those weak, meaningless words. Making mistakes while receiving full support from our knight family is already a disgrace. Jack's voice continued to ring out. But now the reflection in the mirror showed Yuzi. You still look the same. Still as timid as ever. Always worried about what others think of you. How long are you planning to hide in my shadow? Yuzi was taken aback by the familiar face but quickly shot back. What do you know? I am suffering too. Always being compared to you and looked down upon. Her hesitant gaze slowly shifted to the mirror, which was starting to crack, the ominous warning ringing in her ears. I have always told you to be careful and toughen yourself up. Suddenly, the challenger charged at terrifying speed with a scream. Don't expose your pathetic emotions for the world to see. In a fit of rage, he wasted no time and poured all his killing intent into the icy blade, stabbing straight ahead as if to pierce through everything. Everything happened too fast. Yuzi could not react in time and was struck with a fatal blow. Her body was abruptly swept into another dimension, her feet landing gracefully on the ground. She had no idea when she would put on that uniform. Her body instinctively poised for battle, as if feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She jolted awake, her eyes darting around to assess her condition. Unha was momentarily stunned to find herself in a familiar scene, the duel room for selecting the student council president. Meanwhile, in a different twist of events, her opponent pointed an accusatory finger right at her, saying, What do you think you are doing? Junmo instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Oh no, this is the gym. Come on. Are you going to do something or just stand there? The crowd below erupted with excitement, chanting for Junmo to awaken. He is still just a loser. They jeered. Sanguk chimed in, teasingly asking how a failure would fight once they awakened. Junmo, anxious, explained. Sergeant Lehan Jixi told me to keep this a secret. Hearing this, he burst into a mocking laugh. What a loser. I bet you even have to ask permission to go to the bathroom. Ah. You have got failure written all over you. His patience was wearing thin. Jealousy and anger surged as he swung down hard next to Junmo, sending him sprawling backward. He emphasized each word seriously. Are you going to do something or what? Junmo, confused, instinctively repeated the question. Are you going to do something? The furious students poured gasoline on the fire, as if this were their own battle. Come on. Are you pretending to be a loser? How long are you going to avoid this? Junmo's face turned pale. He could only bow his head and admit. I will do better. Jealousy could not hold back, taking the chance to school him. Sorry. My ass. Do better. How exactly? You idiot. He launched a strike, sending bolts of lightning crashing down, the sheer force knocking everyone back. Panic-filled screams echoed all around as they wrestled in mid-air, causing the atmosphere to spiral into chaos. Sanguk was so alarmed he looked like he was about to faint. His face drained of color from the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Jealousy tried to awaken the opponent, continuously repeating one question. Are you finally going to do something? Show everyone clearly that we are not the type to be pushed around. Junmo felt like he was hit with a wave of confusion, his brain seemingly frozen, completely rejecting any data to process at that moment. In reality, jealousy slowly revealed its true form. Leisurely observing the chaos it had just unleashed, Junmo clenched his jaws tightly, a tension crackling in the air, just one spark away from igniting a fury. Junho was not faring much better, his sharp gaze lit with rage, his blood-red eyes becoming the most lethal weapon. The corners of his mouth curled up slowly, a bizarre smile filled with twisted delight that sent chills down others' spines. Back in the illusion of the duel room, Junha disregarded everything, charging forward recklessly, unleashing an attack without hesitation. Jealousy deftly sidestepped her, the blade missing its target and crashing into the ground with a loud thud, far away from home. But she is not ready to give up yet. He realizes her attack is imminent and instinctively raises his shield to defend. He continues to play mind games, turning himself into Yuzi, reminding her, you are being ruled by your emotions. Junha absolutely despises the constant nagging in her ear, ignoring those words. She focuses on the battle. With a fierce determination, she swipes the sword aside. She is so quick and precise. Her opponent has no chance to react, losing balance and falling backward. He shows no mercy as he points out her flaws. You can't control your emotions. All your moves are way too obvious. And you are just trying to mimic your sister. Anguish wells up in Junha, biting her lip until it bleeds. Swallowing the storm of feelings brewing inside her, Unji desperately asks, are you crying? Unha. Before her stand two figures facing off, Jun's mind is in chaos, and she calls out, sister. The sword suddenly shifts direction, cold steel pressing against her throat, sharp enough that a slight cut could end it all. He unleashes venomous words, filled with spite. Why do not you just die already so you won't be a disgrace to our family? Unha vents her frustrations, exposing her shame. What more do you want from me? I have done everything I could. He criticizes her sternly. Everything you have done. Don't be childish. Your efforts mean nothing if you do not achieve anything. He pauses, then smugly asks, but you already know that, right? That is why you hid away in the military. Struck at her core, she seems to freeze, tears welling up in her eyes. His anger erupts as he lunges forward in fury. I told you to hide your emotions. She is distracted by the illusion in front of her, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Now, Junmo's side is a true chaos. The crowd frantically scrambling to escape the deadly wave sweeping through. You hold on to the person in front of you with all your strength. Do not. You struggle in discomfort. Let go. He shows no mercy, delivering a blow that feels like it could knock you out of this world at any moment. His gaze, filled with disdain, is directed at the panicking crowd. We will show those bastards who the real superior is, who the real loser is. He shouts, confirming with a steady voice. You want to show them too? Junmo hesitate, manipulated by his words. Yeah, I want to be accepted, but his rationality triumphs. Courageously replying, but not like this. He freezes in disbelief, his face darkening, unable to believe how steady his opponent's mind is. Furious, he raises his hammer and charges to attack. You stupid idiot. Sparks fly from their dramatic clash. And he keeps taunting. Keep acting like this, and you will always be a failure, forever a nobody. Junmo strains to hold back the assault. Sergeant Lehan Jixi tells him to wait. This is not the right time. He flashes a sly smile, urging, just be honest. Then he slowly morphs right before him, becoming the person he hates the most. Suddenly, the envious one transforms into Hyung Guk with a look of excitement. Right. He begins to grow larger than ever, fiercely pressing the weapon in his hand. I have hidden your path to growth all this time, only revealing it when I needed to use you. You risked everything to awaken, yet I told you to keep it a secret. You are terrified and desperately denying everything. saying it is not true. He leaps up, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The thing you envy and hate the most is someone of your caliber. But always a step ahead it is me. The one and only Hein Guk. Suddenly, a bright flash cuts through, halting the hammer blow about to fall. Hun unexpectedly appears to absorb the attack, as if there is a disturbance between the illusion just played out and reality. Junmo finds himself at a disadvantage against this sudden strike, as if he is battling alongside his opponent within the illusion. You are flung away so hard that it shakes the buildings around, leaving no trace behind. Hao is as resilient in the illusion as he is in reality. Every action in the duel room is vividly displayed. With one key difference: it is real. Without hesitation, she rushes to find and eliminate that person. The envious one can to help, but relish their struggles within the illusion. Nonchalantly watching two figures seemingly trying to kill each other, Junmo channels all his strength, gripping his weapon tightly and charging forward, as if controlled by the same nerve. Unha wields a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, ready to take on anyone who stands in his way. A quiet sound interrupts the flow of the envious one's thoughts. Your taste is real. He is a bit startled by the emergence of the voice that just spoke. He glares murderously at the figure crumpled before him. Exhausted. Breathes heavily, reflecting on the miraculous moment he just experienced. The people around cheer joyfully for Han's monumental achievement, just as expected from Sergeant Choi. Choi Jun, you truly are a national treasure. They praise him endlessly, saying without you, Sergeant, we would have failed this sweep. You contributed 72% to this operation. Even the team from Lam Ho could not contribute as much as that. You really are the strongest among us. Yet deep down, they murmur mockingly. That damn Sergeant Choi thinks he is so special. Always trying to show off, that bastard. Look at his face. It is infuriating. Honestly, do not you fear him. No one knows when people like him will turn into villains. The envious one slowly emerges, sarcastically stating, hear that. That is what they really think of you. Dongjun calmly respond. I can hear you loud and clear. He boldly retorts back. Envy. Jealousy. I am used to that. So what? He suddenly turns to question the person next to him. You only make me angrier with that face of yours. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly slashes at the envious one, not giving his opponent a chance to fight back. His entire being is sliced into countless fragments, scattering through the air. Tian Shijun gradually returns to reality, slowly looking up at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. A dark aura surrounds him, whispering in his ear. You have gone too far now. The puzzle grew increasingly perplexing as someone watched every move of the shadow before them. Jun slowly looked up, revealing a gaze sharp as a blade. No matter how you slice it. Something like you can't be allowed to survive. Whispering in my ear with my own face. Those words sent chills down the spine of the puzzle. Eyes wide in shock. In a blink, the blade swept across the opponent, disdain dripping from his expression, making me feel utterly disgusted. Blood-smeared face only amplified the madness igniting in his eyes. I could not help but wonder what part of you I should slice to feel better. On the other side, the puzzle rushed toward the enemy without hesitation, continuously spewing venomous words. I told you to hide your emotions. One caught off guard by the sudden attack, could only brace herself while staring in astonishment. Position, speed, strength you are merely imitating. You will never reach your sister's level. He kept pressing harder, soon leaving her opponent reeling backward. And your emotions are tearing apart your swordplay. Realizing there was no way out, she gritted her teeth, struggling to regain balance. Wanha launched a powerful strike with all her determination, but the puzzle managed to lean away just in time. The ground shattered under the force of her blow, debris flying in every direction. Despite her dwindling stamina, the young girl held her ground, her gaze unwavering under the heavy pressure. He barely dodged and immediately wore a mocking grin. You think that is enough to close the gap between you and your sister? The puzzle was starting to lose patience, eyes gleaming with sharp intent as he slowly raised his weapon. Enough is enough. He swung the sword back, unleashing a surge of dark energy that forced Yuan Ha to retreat into a defensive stance. The swirling black mist danced like a bird, decisively sealing the only exit from the arena. The dust enveloped her, forcing her to cover her nose, but her eyes never left her opponent. The puzzle showed no attempt to conceal his contempt, casually tossing out words like daggers. I can't take this anymore. After Yuna, stop whining and find another way. I think it is time for you to stop clinging to your sister's coattails. Those words struck hard in Unha's mind, darkening her once beautiful face with a stormy cloud of confusion. While she was still lost in thought, the puzzle boldly approached. His gaze, sharp as a knife, sliced through the tension. He chimed in, deliberately adding a few biting remarks to provoke her further. Yeah. You will never catch up to your sister if you keep imitating like that. So why do not you just quit? He charged forward with his sword, striking decisively as if to end it right then and there. Just give up. In that hair-raising moment, Wanha remained dazed, thoughts swirling chaotically in her mind. Just give up. Amidst the chaos, she felt as though she were disconnecting from the noisy world. Searching for a silent retreat, maybe I should really give up. Perhaps that would be for the best. The blade pierced her body coldly. Fresh blood gushing out, staining the space crimson. At the same time, Junmo was not faring any better. Getting knocked back by the very lightning he summoned. Seeing the opponent weak, jealousy immediately struck, launching a relentless offense while hurling venomous words. The thing you envy and hate the most is me. Lihuated. Junmo may be down on the ground, but he is determined not to admit defeat. No way. He grew even more cunning, each word dripping with malicious intent. That is right. You are still too inexperienced. You can't show your feelings yet. Just keep them hidden until the right moment. Hearing this, he became utterly confused. His bewildered gaze locked onto his opponent. Noticing the inner turmoil beginning to waver, he poured fuel on the fire. Keep hiding until I call you out again. At this point, Junmo slowly rose, his expression calm but his heart set on not backing down. I awoke after facing the edge of my own life. Sparks danced around the hammer in his hand. Electricity began to accumulate, dazzling like a thunderstorm about to burst. He gripped his weapon tightly, pushing back against everything he just heard. How much longer do I have to hide? Each of his words ignited more fury, and the lightning around Junmo's weapon roared in response. He had reached his breaking point, unleashing everything he had suppressed for so long. Yep. I'm jealous. I want to be recognized like you. But I am always left behind. This moment only fueled the rivalry further, his body now primed for battle. The kind of defeat you embody gives me chills. Always pretending like you do not want what we have. He did not give his opponent a chance to react, rushing forward with his weapon poised to deliver a fatal blow. But inside, he was twisted to the core. Junmo did not dodge, aiming for a strike to the temple that made his face momentarily contort in pain. His entire body shook from the heavy blow before he crumpled to the ground. The opponent did not relent, wanting to follow through, but was momentarily halted by Junmo's words. What about you? Meanwhile, the rival in Anha's form was screaming in anger. How long are you going to stand there like a statue? Yet she stood there, gripping the sword piercing her. I have given up. The rival stood still, her gaze filled with an indescribable turmoil. It was as if a surge of strength arose within her. Anha retorted with an unusually determined tone. I have given up the thought of being you. If that means losing myself. Each word she spoke made the rival hesitate, as if she could not believe her own hands. I want to be known for who I am, not a fake version of anyone else. His expression shifted from shock to anger, his brows knitting together in frustration. Pushed to the brink of humiliation, he shouted in a burst of rage. Don't be arrogant. What can you even do? You are nothing. Anna firmly dismissed all the thoughts swirling in her mind. I am no longer alone. Suddenly, time rewound to earlier. How and JD had just wrapped up her presentation. That is all for my report. And immediately, she spoke up to counter. Her eyes and voice were filled with doubt. Do you really think the three of us can take down the king of the underworld? Even just a fraction of his power is too much for us. After that statement, he fell silent, his expression blank as if he was probing the intentions of his opponent. She felt a bit flustered under his gaze. An indescribable feeling rising up made Anha unable to hold back. What? Hoinguk gently stepped forward, flipping the question back at Anha. Worried. You think we can do this? The unexpected question made her hesitate. I mean, not giving the other side a chance to speak, he coldly asserted. I believe in my teammates. Anha remained focused, carefully listening to every word. So she. The name Junmo was called out unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Junmo. He turned to look at the curly-haired guy and spoke, making him flinch. Sergeant Choi Jun. The words flowed, neither slow nor hurried, with Hoinguk's gaze still fixed on Anha. I hope everyone believes in themselves. He smiled slightly, his eyes tender as if trying to instill courage in those on the same front. And trust me, I am the one always standing behind you. Back to reality. Dukai was still ranting. You have been lying to yourself your whole life. Do you really think you can trust yourself now? In response was a fiercely determined Anha, her body starting to show signs of wear. That is right. So I will trust him. He is my teammate. The space fell silent for a beat, then shattered like glass hit by a heavy blow on Junmo's side. It was no different. Despite taking a devastating hit, he still spoke boldly. Yeah, I am a failure. And cocky? That is why I can trust him so much. The feeling of danger closed in too fast. Dukai could only shout out a warning that echoed through the air. Shut up. Pick up your weapon. But he remained incredibly calm. He is Sergeant Lai Heinguks, each word spoken. His body gradually shattered into floating fragments in the air. He even trusts people like me. On another battlefield, Dukai was still bracing himself to throw a punch at Jun, who was rushing in like a storm. Seeing the enemy easily dodge made his expression turn sour. He charged closer. Dukai found himself on the defensive, his face changing instantly. Jun attacked while belittling his opponent. You keep dodging like that in the air. New slashes kept appearing as he unleashed them. Come on. Show me your true face. I will finish this quickly. With no chance to counter, Dukai took each slash. Fresh blood spraying everywhere. He was not ready to give up yet. Quickly timing his move to grab the squirming worm right in front of him. Not missing the opportunity, he raised his clawed hand high, ready to come crashing down on his motionless opponent in the moment just before he struck. A gaze filled with rivalry and something else made him pause for a second. Unha appeared right in front of him, radiating fighting spirit that made him hesitate. Jun was thrilled to see Tick Vine arriving, quickly directing his teammate. Captain, the target is the jewel at its core. That is its heart. The sword in Woonha's hand glowed as she charged forward, radiating a soft golden light. In an instant, she closed the distance to her opponent, swinging the sword with a smooth arc, slicing through the gem like flowing water. The knight was hit hard and stumbled backward, rocks and debris exploding around him from the impact. He managed to brace himself, but the sharp blade had already cut through more than half of the gem. The urgency of the situation left the knight momentarily unsure how to respond, standing still and bracing for impact. Jun sensed the trouble and called out loudly for reinforcements. North Jun. You bastard. What are you doing? As soon as the words left his mouth, faint purple lightning flashed in the air, making the knight even more anxious. He struck directly at the blade, causing the gem to split in two. The knight's body was also sliced apart due to the perfect coordination of the two. He seemed unable to accept the harsh reality, filled with hatred, determined to push the fight to the end. Immediately, a system notification appeared, congratulating him for defeating the knight, one of Biljibun's 3 ideological forms, and the source of DK 2 out of 3. A piece of the forced essence of Biljibun shattered. Hearing this, Junmo shouted in joy. We did it. Unha beside him maintained her cool demeanor but also responded. Yeah. She suddenly glanced at Junmo, her face showing a hint of surprise. I have never seen you smile before. Jun barely escapes the clutches of the monster, suddenly recalling something and exclaiming with regret. That is right. I forgot how to make it hurt the most. He keeps slashing away at the lifeless body, accidentally overlooking a piece of Biljibun being pulled toward the portal. Man, that is just too much already. Junmo looks up, worried about his teammates, thinking there is only one left. Is Sergeant Lee Hein Guk okay all alone? Unha beside him immediately reassures him. It is. Trust him. From the floating portal, pieces of Biljibun start falling into the calm sea. The scene before Famen is shocking, his gaze filled with deep, complex thoughts. Just then, a drone gently approaches the portal. He quickly notices and turns sharply towards the opponent. Human legs faintly appear from the portal, moving weakly as if trying to escape. Before long, Hoen Guk has dropped down, floating helplessly in midair. Famen still can't grasp what just happened, silently observing the situation. Without giving him a moment to react, his voice suddenly rings out coldly. All amp unit. Teleport. Engage. The sky instantly fills with countless shimmering portals. Reminiscent of an epic scene from Endgame, suspended in midair, he watches the mortals dance around. With a fierce determination, Hoen Guk points ahead and bellows a decisive command for steel rain, preparing for bombardment. On the Bikinang bridge over the river, the command team quickly clears the way, assessing casualties before moving them to the star line. Anyone still able to fight should push forward. In this tense atmosphere, Exich asks, we can't hold out much longer like this. Can we really trust a soldier? He replies with a steady tone. We survived the onslaught thanks to his strategy. He outlines their current situation, but they are still short on numbers. The tension in the command team intensifies after letting him slip away. That is why I trust him. He always maximizes a small group's potential. I have put the future of our forces in Sergeant Lee Hein Guk's hands. Back in the battle, he grips his weapon tightly, gathering all his strength to face Famen. With a shout from Hein Guk, steel rain, fire. Countless sharp swords are summoned from the massive vortex. His expression remains unchanged, seemingly dismissing what mere humans can accomplish. From the portal, a multitude of swords rain down, so thick there is no room to dodge. The mighty swords immediately pierce through the monster's body, creating gaping wounds. Famen's lips curl into a faint smile, showing interest for the first time in the chaos of the human performance. Amidst the heavy night, the bright light from a barrage of bullets streaks across the sky, striking directly into the exposed head of Biljibun. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Minhee erupts. That crazy guy really threw everything into one shot. What the hell is he doing? No strategy at all. What a waste. Meanwhile, Hankook continues to unleash his attacks, like a god descending from the heavens. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, filled with doubt and a warning. Ha has long slipped away from his position, gliding quietly across the water to ambush him. Not even the whipping wind makes him blink. He remains steadfast, eyes locked on his high-flying target like a wolf stalking its prey, and right after that, he lunges forward, unleashing a strike towards Hankook at unimaginable speed. Just as Eva reaches out to grab him, Hankook jumps into the magical circle to escape, losing sight of his frail prey. He lets out a roar that shakes the atmosphere. Below, Minhee is terrified as the ground trembles with a Ha's bellow. Thinking, what on earth is happening? Jummo struggles to stand firm against the howling wind. Anxiety bubbling up because of Hankook, he can't help but voice his concern. He is much stronger now. Should not we lend a hand? Wanha shields himself from the wind, but does not forget to reiterate Hankook's earlier words. Lai Hankook warned us that no matter what happens, we must not interfere in this battle. There is definitely a reason for that. Just as Awa prepares to unleash another attack, a swirling vortex appears above him. Hankook bursts forth from it, wielding a lightning-infused sword. Pouring all his hope into this strike, let us go. Unleash the storm. The sword's tip grazes past, catching Hover off guard, but he still dodges the fatal blow. Seizing this rare opportunity, Hankook signals to his teammates. Weapon storage 3 and 4. Reload. The soldiers spring into action, reporting non-stop. Storage 3. Reloading. Storage 4. Reloading. As the space opens up, all troops immediately shift their swords inside to prepare for the battlefield. The second barrage is ready. Hankook's lightning sword misses once, but relentlessly pursues Ha to the end. Hama still manages to kick the sword's handle with force. He decides to deal with that pesky ant at his feet. A green light, radiating terrifying energy, continues to gather in Hava's hand, ready to launch straight at Hankook's. In a situation hanging by a thread, he silently calls for his sword to protect him. Glay. 1 out of 2 unleashed. In an instant, fragments rush to his urgent call, transforming into a giant. It blocks his powerful attack. Ha's face twists in fury, realizing he can finish off his opponent yet, and grits his teeth to strike again. Ha's fierce strike is again blocked by the newly appeared sword, but it still forces Hankook to stumble back. Gritting his teeth, Hankook channels more energy into the Glay fragment to hold his ground, just as he escapes the range of impact. As furious strike sends him flying, plummeting from above, the situation spirals out of control, forcing him to shout for help. Captain. Everyone below hears the command and instantly acts according to the pre-planned roles. Confirming positions. Bring the drone as close as possible. Affirmative. The drone is directed to guide Hankook down into the newly opened space above the sea. However, Zhao is a step ahead, flying in to grab him by the throat and dragging him away mercilessly. Just when he thought he had escaped safely, with the backup plan falling apart, Hankook grits his teeth and glares at him with hatred. The gluttony propelled you through a series of buildings, crashing hard into the ground in an instant. The brutal impact forced your body to carve a long trail on the road, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Hankook was so tense he muttered the words. Enhance. His skin transformed into a metallic form, resisting the violent drag he endured, and glared at the human in his grasp. His normally patient face now twisted with fury from this relentless threat. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of lightning drew closer to the two. A massive sword appeared just in time to save Hankook from imminent danger. Strangely, the razor-sharp blade pivoted unexpectedly, crashing down and collapsing the surrounding structures. Realizing there was a change, Famine immediately activated his teleportation spell, while still dragging his body along the street. The blink of an eye, both figures completely vanished from the chaotic space, leaving the wreckage behind. Hen hurried off to find another place to continue his unfinished business. Just seconds later, in a desolate patch of land, the wind blew in from nowhere, awaiting two unlikely beings. Famine hovered amidst the rubble, casually glancing at the disheveled figure of Pham lying on the shattered concrete. Before Han's eyes lay Hankook, motionless, with a giant pool of blood surrounding him, leaving it unclear if he was still alive or dead. Thinking he had dealt with the obstruction, Famine could not help but flash a smile, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. His mouth stretched wide to the ears, exposing the wicked nature reveling in the bloody ecstasy. Minhai, watching the intense battle unfold, shouted anxiously, Lai-hai! Respond! Lai-hai! Come on! He could not contain his excitement seeing the events unfold right before his eyes. The kid had truly lured the opponent to the perfect spot. You did it, Lai-hai! Golden magic circles appeared in the sky above where Famine stood at his command. We had already set the coordinates for the bombardment as planned. Drones began to pour out of the magic rings, readying themselves for the next attack. The engine of the Hai-Long vehicle received a report from the radio. Shanghai. The target is in the designated area. He sternly commanded the raid team. Everyone, maintain a wind speed of 0.2 m per second within a 20 kilometers radius around the target. Recite the spell to adjust the wind speed. The soldiers complied with military precision. Reciting the spell to adjust the wind speed, a thick cloud of dust swirled up from the ground, obscuring the base of the towering buildings behind. The city was engulfed in a silent atmosphere, waiting for yet another bout of war to come. Minhai yelled into his earpiece, trying to maintain contact with Hankook amidst the chaos. Now, Lai-hai, we are ready. Respond. Lai-hai. After a moment, He coldly opened his mouth. Eyes locked on the demon who mistakenly thought it had the upper hand. This is Sergeant Lihain Guk. My hand is about to lose it. Famine could not hide his shock, seeing him survive after enduring such a brutal beating. Even with his face smeared in blood, Honguk still wore a confident, almost mocking smile. Get ready. It is about to hurt. Swords began to surge out from the magic circle, as if responding to a preordained command. The long, gaping mouth instinctively widened, further contorting Famine's face in disbelief. Just one single sword, as if destined, pierced through everything in its path. He charged straight at Fam, filled with the spirit of battle, and was stunned as he saw the blade rushing toward him, his face contorting in horror as he realized he had fallen into the trap way too late. Hohen Guk shouted a bold challenge at the demon, raising his hand to manipulate the massive spell. Let us see you handle this. The whole area is about to be obliterated, come on. Let it rain steel. At his call, under the gloomy sky, countless enhanced swords descended like divine punishment,